I just want to say congratulations for clicking on this video. You are definitely part of the minority of people. Majority of people are on Instagram, TikTok, and YouTube Shorts, literally scrolling for hours on end, looking for cheap dopamine, but you are clicking on a 10-hour plus course. So you're definitely part of the minority, right? And this 10-hour plus course, I've put combined close to 200 hours of research and putting everything together and forming the content for you for absolutely free. So I would really appreciate it if you would like and subscribe. It would mean the world to me, putting all this time and effort into something. So yeah, obviously the value is you only get the value once you go through the entire course. So go through this. You can listen to it, while you're driving, download it, anything you want to do. Okay. And yeah, so essentially, I'm going to show you exactly how to set up your Calendly to ensure shows so you can get people to show up on your Zoom call, which is obviously important if you want to make sales. How the entire social media marketing agency business model works from A to Z, like breaking everything down in a 1 hour and 15-minute video. How the market works, like 2 hours on that, supply and demand, how to position your offer, how to choose your niche to make the most amount of money, how to craft your $100 million offer, which I got the book right there. So this community, which you can join, first link in the description, right? 10-hour plus course, and also like-minded community of people, just starting out, or they don't know exactly how the business model works. If you want to join that, obviously know where to go. And this is for people making less than $2,000 a month. Okay. So if you want to join that, people, they might have signed 1 or 2 clients. They're just getting into it. Okay. So if you want to join that, it's absolutely free. And if you want to hop straight into our paid community, which you can also join, there'll be another link for that just down below. It's at the moment, we're running a special, which is going to last for 4 days. So 29 November, we're ending that. It's $99 a month. So like-minded people, just more access to all of the modules, 3 calls a week. You get one-on-one calls as well, which we can help you. There's people who've closed $2 million in sales in that community. Absolute killers. So that's the paid community, right? So the paid community and the free community. Free community is currently 800 people, so we literally doubled it in the first month, which is crazy. It just goes to show how good this is, because most of the people join through referrals. So people are actually just telling their friends to join. That just goes to show how good the product is. That's why we put 200 hours of research and development into this. Okay, and the paid community are just people who are more committed. People are showing with their money. They want to be committed. They're surrounded by people doing better in the space. So if you want to join that, $99 a month. Second link in the description. And then a very, very special offer I just opened up. Sorry for pitching all of this, but super important. I just opened up five slots. I don't usually do this. And I'm not just saying this because I don't usually do this type of thing. I really don't, because I'm focusing all my effort in the community right now. But I was thinking, before the end of the year ends, I want to help 5 people. So only 5. Only opening up 5 slots because it obviously takes time during the week. I only have so much time to do the sales calls, the community building, doing the actual calls, everything like that. I'm absolutely packed. So I only have spots for 5. Most likely 3, but I'll see 5. I'll see if I can do 5 people. If you're looking to scale, let's say you're above $2,000 a month. So this is only if you're above 2K, okay? Above $2,000 a month, ready, got your agency up and running, and you want to scale to $20,000, $30,000, and $50,000 a month with your agency, okay? If you want help with that, one-on-one with me, you get my personal phone number, Zoom calls anytime you want, access to the community as well, the paid one. So if you want to, book a call for that, it's in the 3rd link, okay? So that will take you to a Calendly page where you can fill out a few questions, and then we can see if we can work together, okay? So only if you're making above $2,000 a month. All right, so that's that. First link is the free community. Second link is the paid community. Third link is where you can book a call with me. It will be me on the call, and we'll see if we can actually help. Only if you're making above $2,000 a month, all right? So, and you want to scale to 20, 30, 50 and above. All right. So hopefully you enjoyed this. Sorry for this long pitch, but I just feel like it's extremely important. So yeah, hope you enjoy. Hello and welcome to the opening dialogue. I am so excited to have you here. So if I'm not mistaken, this is the first video you're watching in the Lycian fields. Now, this is the wealth aspect, right? This is the making money online aspect. And now Quentin, my business partner, he takes care of the health and the foundations and the optimizations, diet, everything like that, which is obviously extremely important. But yeah, we focused on making lots and lots of money, right? So the opening dialogue is more of a introduction module, right? So it's a bit of my story. We can just hop into it, I guess. So the table of contents, the hero's welcome, just to welcome you on this journey. my story and life lessons, the seed of wisdom, your course compass, unlocking your potential, and meditation. So this is what we are going to cover in today's module, and I'm super excited. So let's hop in. So just so you don't forget, the schoolofathens.com/guide to join the newsletter. You also get 2 free guides plus exclusive updates regarding the course, new modules dropping, events, everything like that. Make sure to share the course. Obviously, it's a free course, so help out your fellow entrepreneurs. Just click, copy link and share. YouTube, Instagram, TikTok, we are on all platforms, and stay up to date when new episodes drop. The School of Athens and Andro Koen on Instagram if you would like to check that out. So, the heroes, welcome. Welcome to the Elysian Fields. I chose the Elysian Fields because it represents peace, a paradise where the heroes and the righteous gather, where the souls of the virtuous experience bliss, free from suffering. And this is where I want to get you. At this moment, you might feel a bit anxious, not quite sure what the future holds. You just don't know exactly the next few steps to take. And I can assure you, once you've made a decent chunk of money, you are essentially financially free. Nothing can compare to that. And even though this is a free module, right, you're still paying attention, which is your most valuable currency. So please pay attention to this. Even though it's free, I know you haven't put into any money into this, but please just put your time and energy into this. I wouldn't be spending all this money, spending all this time and opportunity cost to making this if it wasn't important. So this is where I want to get you, in your mind, not necessarily in a physical place, although this would be absolutely awesome to be just sitting up there and meditating or something, but like just in your mind, just free, so you can make better decisions. At the moment, you're operating more out of a survival state. You're just like greed. You just want money now. And I can assure you, once you've made 10, 20, 30K a month, you are able to travel the world. You can help out your family. You can do anything you want. It's just absolute bliss. And this is where I want to get you. All right. This will be your state of mind after completing this course. All right. That's my goal. You might not feel this way currently. You might feel anxious and stressed out, doubtful of what the future will bring, feeling lost in life. I know exactly how you feel. And I'm not just saying this to show empathy. Not long ago, I was right where you are now. That's the reason I can resonate so much with you, is because I was in your shoes. I was literally you. All right. So my story and life lessons. This was me at 16 years old. I was extremely skinny at the time. I think I weighed like 58 kilograms. I'm not sure what that is in pounds, but it's extremely light. All right. I was constantly bullied as well. Just not your typical, skinny kid. That's who I was. All right. So this was me at 17, like a year later. I put on 15 kilograms in 4 months. I started to go to the gym. Your typical villain arc. Every, entrepreneur starting out, they kind of have like a chip on their shoulder because, if you're an entrepreneur, you're kind of crazy, right? You're a bit mental because going through that pain and suffering voluntarily, like something must have happened in your life, all right? So yeah, and this was me after 3.5 years of training. You can just see the pain and suffering I put my body through, all right? So this is all natural. I don't even know if I have to say that. This is, I don't know, I'm like 10, 11% body fat here. I have pretty good genetics, thanks to my mom and dad, but obviously consistency, everything like that. I'm dialed in, all right? People say, oh, I go to the gym. I'm dialed, all right? So I'm extremely disciplined in the gym, and mostly in all areas of life, because how you do one thing is how you do everything. But that's a topic for another video, which I'm also very excited to share with you. I haven't skipped a single day of training in 6 years. So going on 7 years, I haven't skipped a single day. So obviously I take rest days, everything like that, but I haven't. When there's a day I should go hit legs, I should hit train chest, whatever, I'm there. All right. So even though I was physically strong, I was broke. So I had less than $9 in my bank account. So this was around 3 years ago, or 2.5 years ago. And things can change very, very quickly, which I'm also going to share with you in this module. So look at that. Like that's less than $9 in my bank account, which is crazy. I felt like a shell of the man I am today. It doesn't even, I don't even recognize that guy anymore. It's a different person. All right. And that's also what you're going to experience going through these modules and what I'm going to share with you. You'll change so quick. All right. So just be ready for that. A lot of you watching are probably like this. Built like a Greek god, but no finances to back it up. We all know this one guy in the gym. We all know this guy. He's absolutely jacked. I don't know, he's this exact archetype of a guy. Bold, but he's just broke. Like, no one, I think I said this in the following slide. Telling you right now, no one likes a broke meathead. Like, you can have all the muscle in the world, but if you don't have finances, you don't have confidence, you don't have the entire package to back it up, it looks even worse, all right? You need the full package. You need to be this guy, all right? Not entirely. He's got pretty crazy genetics, but like, you need the physique, you need the confidence, you need the charisma, you need the money, you need everything, all right? You need the entire package if you want to experience the full potential of your life, okay? And that's just a must. You can't go through this world broke. You just can't. That's why you took the steps to go through this course, to go through these modules, because you want to make a lot of money. You will feel so much more confident, so much better as a man if you have the money to back it up. You are a provider, right? So if you can't provide with resources, which is money in this day and age, if you haven't noticed, you feel like the shell of a man. You just can't walk like with confidence in this world, okay? You see the lifestyle right now, but it wasn't always like this, right? Probably on my Instagram, my YouTube, the trips to Dubai, the trips to Bali, Cape Town, the villas, you see all of that. But it wasn't always like this. I tried affiliate marketing. I actually have this Instagram theme page, which you can actually search on Instagram. It's still there. Molthink. At the time, it had like 20,000 followers, whatever. And someone bought it from me, but actually I got scammed. So, someone said, oh, he DM'd me. He's like, can I buy your account from you? I'm like, sure. Free money. Let's go. I didn't really make any money from the affiliate marketing, which I had here in this link. I didn't make any money from that. I'm like, I'm just going to sell this account. This was around 17 years old. So like 4 or 5 years ago. And yeah, he I think it was 600 Rand. He said, I will buy this account. I'm like, sure. That's decent money for me at the time. So he asked for my PayPal details. So he took my money. Then he did like a refund or something. And he took my account. So I was left with nothing. Just bare bones. Just like all that time and effort I put into this account, 2-3 hours a day, just doing all the crazy stuff. I, left with nothing, which was, not the best way to start your entrepreneurship journey. I tried drop shipping. I don't even have any photos of this time. You can see the store, icarestore.net. I had no idea what I was doing. I was like 17 at the time, I think. This was definitely after the affiliate marketing. So as you can see, it's about to expire. Because I don't know where the store went to. But anyway, I made an ad which was terrible. I posted that on Facebook, just lost money, but kind of built some skills, doing websites, that kind of thing. Not really much, but whatever. I thought I was going to become a Forex trader. We all got that one guy. He said I'm going to become a Forex trader. I'm going to make money in the markets. You'll see. I was obsessed with this. I went through courses. I was just extremely disciplined. I didn't waste a single minute. During this time was like a full monk mode phase. I didn't waste a single minute. I'm not kidding when I say that. Well, I wasted 1 minute on Instagram. I can even remember that. That just shows how disciplined I was. I wasted, in 3-4 months, I wasted 1 minute on Instagram. That's just how focused and determined I was. All right, to not be broke. That was my only goal, is just to not be broke. I didn't have this crazy vision and I want to travel and do all this stuff. I just did not want to be broke. That was it. Okay. Lost all my savings in Forex trading. And I took this cool photo because I thought I was gangster at the time. I dropped out of college, which was just terrible. I studied BCom management science, which, my personal opinion is useless. Useless. You don't need to have a BCom degree if you want to do business. And this might offend some people because you currently may be doing BCom or something, and that I'm saying this and now you feel like you're wasting your time, you're wasting your money, which is true. Okay, you are experiencing what is called a sunk cost fallacy. So you already put so much time and energy into this thing. Now you kind of invested into it. Now when I say it's complete BS, you're going to be frustrated. That's just how it is. That's normal. Just become aware of that. I already know how you're thinking. Okay. I was in that exact same situation and I dropped out, because you don't need to study BCom if you want to start a business. Just start the business and fail and, iterate along the way. That's exactly what I did. I'm just sharing this so you can see, I was also frustrated. I was learning the stuff, but I didn't really know, like, what's the use of this? I was in the exact same situation, okay? I was just desperate for change. I just did not want to be broke, like I mentioned. That's all. That was my only motivation. That was my only mission, okay? I started to read a ton. The Think and Grow Rich. That book completely changed my life. Like, when I just, was aware of this stuff, I was like, oh my word. I can think thoughts and money will appear in my bank account. No way. It kind of, obviously it kind of works like that, which I will get into further along. But I read Deep Work from Cal Newport. That was some of the books I read. Rich Dad, Poor Dad. The reason I'm sharing this is because you've probably seen these books and read these books as well. I was in your exact same situation, okay? I'm just iterating that again. I'm just, iterating is not the right word. I'm just sharing that with you again. I had the vision board, you're probably relating to this as well. You got the vision board. I wanted to make 200,000 Rand per month, which is roughly around $10,000 a month. 100,000 followers on TikTok. I don't even have TikTok anymore. 20,000 followers on Instagram. That will definitely happen. I went through Agency Navigator. I put out all the print ups right there. I was into drawing. I have no idea what that is. I had the vision board of the R8, the nice house in Cape Town, or whatever you want to call this, penthouse, traveling. I had all of that, okay? I did the visualizations and affirmations. Unexpectedly, life presented me with a life-changing opportunity, right? So while I was on this path, something just came on my journey unexpectedly, but actually it was expectedly. The reason I say that is because I knew something was going to happen. If I put myself out there and I'm just constantly grinding, something has to come out of this, which I will also share in the module. I'm pretty sure it's Philosopher's Matrix. But first, watch this module before you obviously go on to the next ones. All this for free, sharing all these modules for free. This is just it's actually putting me in some amount of pain, because I put 200 hours into this free modules, and I'm giving it all away for free just to help you get on the right path, okay? So, you probably know this guy called Iman Gaji. He presented me with an opportunity which I just couldn't say no to. And back in the day, that was 2022, June of 2022. So roughly around 2 years ago, all right? I worked with Iman Gaji. I was part of his content team, all right? He put up a story on his Instagram. He's like, I need some content editors. And this was the time that he kind of blew up on social media. I was part of that content team, made the videos, edited the videos, did all of that cool stuff, okay? This was absolutely game-changing for me. This just opened up my world completely. This is just, it was a surreal experience, and I'm really, really grateful for that. But at the time, he had around 180K followers, so, much less than he has now. As you can see at the top left there, that's me. I don't have the hat right now, but that's definitely me. You can even see the band. I don't know if it's the same band, but just take my word for it, okay? That's definitely me. I'm not gonna try and tell people, look at I've got these glasses. Just trust me, okay? My life completely changed. Went from $9 in my bank account to making $3,000 a month. All right. So he obviously paid in dollars. Which is roughly around 52,000 Rand every single month coming into my bank account. Pure profit. Now, going from 160 Rand to 53,000 Rand, just like that. Almost, overnight. Not overnight, but you know what I mean. Pretty quickly. I was like, my entire world just opened up. I'm like, what is going on? I can buy anything I want within reason. I can buy all the food I want. I can go to restaurants. I don't even look at the price. I can basically buy whatever I want within reason, not like a Lamborghini, but you know what I mean, right? So that's actually, that's Quentin, who's doing the health modules. And this is my 21st birthday. Feeling like an absolute baller, even though it's decent money, for a 21-year-old. But like, at the time, I actually felt richer there than I do now. Much richer. Even though I'm like 10 times more, right? I feel richer there. So the reason I say that is because the ceiling of what is possible increased so much, right? Now I can make $100,000 a month, $200,000 a month. Like the gap just increased so much, okay? And at the time, from $0 to $3,000 a month, it was just like boom, like just total freedom out of nowhere. I felt just so rich, okay? So yeah, I had a 21st birthday on like this lifeboat or like a house, I don't know, house on the water. It was super cool. I had a lot of fun. I still think you should, people say, oh, lock in, don't enjoy yourself. Like I was still enjoying myself. I was still going out and I run a successful business. Like obviously I'm extremely disciplined when I do work, but like also have fun, like, nothing wrong with that. So during this time, I bought Eman Gadget's Agency Navigator. As you can see right here, I was cold calling, for 4 or 5 hours a day. This was crazy. As you can see, all the names and the emails and the phone numbers and like, I think it's the next slide. Cold calling for 4 to 5 hours a day. I've got my mic right there, laptop dialed in. This was brutal. This was really bad. This built character like nothing else. Imagine cold calling for 4 to 5 hours every single day, just being rejected. People telling you to fuck off. Like, where did you get my number? Just constantly. And then putting down the phone, calling again. That builds so much character. It's actually unreal. All right. So I recommend if you are going through this right now, or if you are going to go through this, just know it's just for a period. It's not forever. It's not forever. Okay. Discipline is not forever. In other aspects, like going to the gym, sure. But in business, you get leverage, you can hire, you can outsource, which is not a topic of this video, but you get my point, all right? This builds character like nothing else. Called every single gym in the UK, twice. When you go on Google and you search, gyms near me or whatever, you get like 50 pages underneath or whatever. Like, I did that twice. And you know how many gyms are there on each page? I did that twice, which was unreal, okay? And I got no results. Imagine putting in all that effort and still getting nothing out of it, and still going forward and still going at it. That's the skill of entrepreneurship. It's not necessarily IQ. It's not how smart you are. I didn't do that well in school. I got like high 60s, low 70s, which is not bad, but like still, it's not great. Okay. It's not that at all. It's grit. It's like, how long can you stick to with something? How long can you sit in pain and actually keep going? And this is actually very funny. I took this photo when I was doing the cold calling, right? And look at my smile. Like, you'll see why I took this photo. And this was around 2 years ago. Deep down, I knew I was going to make this happen. I knew I would be right here, right now, making these slides. Me right here, like right now, I knew I would be doing this. Even when I didn't have any results. I didn't have any clients. Nothing. No money coming in. This was working with Eman Gadget, which is obviously, I made decent money, but I made no money from my agency, okay? I knew I would be right here making these slides, sharing this exact story. Like, look at that smile. Like, I just knew, when I took that photo, I can still remember it. I took that photo, I'm like, I'm going to share this story one day. Because I just knew, okay? I knew I would be sitting here right now. I knew I would be making the money that I would be making. And that's which we will go much deeper into week 2, right? Like the hero's journey. I will focus a lot on that and how it's 80% mindset, okay? If you can see it in here, if you can feel it, it will happen, okay? I even told my dad, there's no way in hell I'm working a 9 to 5. He was like, what on earth are you doing? Like, where else are you going to make money? The whole scenario. Nothing was stopping me. Like, there's just no way I was quitting. Because even on my recent or my earliest YouTube videos, I was making $1,000 a month in those videos, and I literally made a video that said, here's how I'm going to make 20K a month in dollars now. So $20,000 a month. I told that. Even though I was making 1,000, I had nothing to back it up. I was like, here's how I'm going to make $20,000 a month. And I was making $1,000 a month in that video. Isn't that just like delusional self-confidence? That's the skill of entrepreneurship, okay? A few months later, I joined Charlie Morgan's mentorship. If you don't know Charlie Morgan, he's currently making around $1 million a month. Yes, like I'm not even kidding. Like $1 million for your South African viewers, that's roughly around 18, 19 million rand every single month. Every month, he's making that. So I just want to expose you to what is possible. You think making 20, 30, 50K a month in rand, like $2,000, $3,000 a month is good money. That's like in this field, in this like online business, that's like broke completely. And I don't care if your parents make that money and I'm like insulting them. I'm just saying it according to the online business field. That's broke. That's not even $10,000 a month is broke. Like that's no money. I've met people making $100,000 a month, $200,000 a month, $500,000 a month, $600,000 a month. Like this is real, okay? I invested $10,000. So that's roughly around 190,000 rand I invested in mentorship, okay? And this was money I did not have. I worked for 16 hours a day. You know, this was my setup. You know, I've got the vision right here. My goal was 10,000 hours. $10,000 an hour. That was like my hygiene standard. Okay, that's what I was working towards. I was sending the emails. At this time, I was doing cold emails. 3, 4, 5 hours a day, sourcing the leads. That's essentially all I was doing. For 16 hours a day. All right. Got my journal right there. Got my coffee. Just dialed in. Okay. 6 months later, how Andro went from $0 to $22,000 a month in 6 months. So that's just the power of investing in yourself and executing ruthlessly. That's what this can do for you. I'm not special. As I said, I'm extremely disciplined. I work very hard, but I'm not like, crazy smart. Okay. Even though like I read a lot, as you can see, that's just a few of my books. That's just to look cool in the background. But like I mostly do audiobooks. I don't know why I did that, but like I mostly listen to audiobooks in the car while I'm walking, that kind of thing. Okay, so I'm constantly investing in my knowledge, investing in my brain. Very important. You need to become a learning machine, like Charlie Munger or Warren Buffett would say. All right. 6 months later, I went from $0 to $22,000 a month, which is roughly around 300, let's just say 400,000 rand every single month. Okay. And that is around 6 months ago from the time of recording this video. Okay. So after that, obviously that's enough money to travel. I went to Greece, met with like a bunch of like-minded individuals, very, very cool guys, all on the same wavelength, traveling with, entrepreneurs doing the same thing in Greece, massive villa. As you can see, the view was just amazing, having a great time. Like this was just, I want everyone to experience this. That's why I'm making these videos. That's why I'm making these modules, is so that you can go through this, get the knowledge and execute and make the money that you can make. All right. I went to Cape Town, with Serge, at an amazing villa there. Just had an amazing time as well. Yeah, I'm not going to share the stories, but anyway, there's like a, glass of wine, having a good time. I went to Thailand as well. I think that's the James Bond. I know that's the James Bond island. That's also took my family to Thailand. That was also on my goals and my wish list, whatever you want to call it. I wanted to take my family to Thailand. Like that was my goal before I was making any money. I just wanted to do that, and I was able to do that. Paid for the flights, paid for the hotels, everything like that. If you're able to do this, this is really what it's all about. It's not, even though I will buy a nice car, I will buy the nice house, I will get all the fancy stuff. I also like that. This is the most important thing, is being able to take care of your family. All right. And nothing else can compare to that. And you need money to do that. You need money. People tell you, oh, money doesn't buy happiness. Money doesn't. You need money. Please don't listen to these people. Don't listen to people who you don't want to be like. Only listen to people who have done what you want to do or is currently helping others do what you want to do. Okay? Don't listen to others for financial advice. Don't listen to broke people for financial advice. Why would you ever do that? Okay? And to do this, you need money. Okay? I was able to travel to Bali as well. On my own as well. Like, I think it was for 2 weeks. Had an amazing time. Just rented Airbnbs there. Just like good vibes. All right. Also, Quentin also joined me as well. Bali was just amazing. Like, I'm definitely going back there next year. Currently, it's October 2024. At the time of this recording. Next year, like around September, I'm going to Bali as well. I'm going to Bali again. Right. I was in Dubai. Dubai was something else. Like, that just expands your mind like nothing else. There's just so much wealth around you, and that just exposes you to what is possible, right? When you're in your hometown and you just, around your friends, you don't really know what's much. You don't really know what's a lot of money. But when people say, oh, I'm like 20 million rand a month, you're like, what? You just like, what are you saying? Like, are you even real right now? And that is real, okay? There's like a 20 million rand car on the left-hand side, $1 million for that car. Like, people are buying that stuff, right? We were able to drive it as well. So this probably looks like an absolute flex. You're like, what is this guy doing? Just flexing all his money. I want to show you it's possible. Like I mentioned, I was just a skinny dude. Like, I had nothing going for me, literally nothing, all right? It's not just something you see online. You see all the flashy things. You see it on YouTube. You see it on Instagram. You're like, oh, this is just something for the special people. Like, this is just for the select few. It's not for me. No, it's like, you can do this, okay? This is monthly retainers from my clients. And they pay me this every single month. As you can see, this is like thousands of dollars. And $9,000 is roughly around 170,000 Rand. And that's one of my clients. Okay? So this stuff it's not just something you see online. It's actually something that's possible. In my first year of starting my SMMA, I made over $200,000. As you can see, here's a screenshot. $230,000 in my first year. It's like a year and 2 months, August, September, yeah? A year and 2 months, right? That's an average of $19,200 from month one. So from the first month, that's an average of $19,000, which is roughly around 180,000 Rand. What would you do with an extra $19,000 in your bank account every single month? Like, just imagine what you would do. All right? I'm by no means making crazy money. Like, when I say this, I actually feel very broke. Like, I want to make lots more money, and I'm definitely going to do so. But you don't need much to live like a crazy lifestyle. You don't need much to go travel the world, take your family to Thailand. You don't need to make like $1 million or $2 million, $3 million. You don't need to have so much money, even though I'm definitely going to make so much money in the future, in the foreseeable future. You don't need as much to actually live the life you want to live a life of financial freedom, to live a life of location freedom, where you can travel, where you can live a life of time freedom, where you don't have to wake up at a specific time to go listen to a boss. Like, you don't need to make crazy money to do that, right? Especially if you're living in like a third world country like South Africa, where the dollar just goes, much further. So, yeah, as I said, I've got big goals, and I'm sharing this. The reason I say I've got big goals is like, when I'm showing the money I'm making right now, or not, I'm making more than that, but like, 230,000 in my first year. I'm by no means making crazy money. I'm just going to say this, like, I've got way bigger goals. I actually don't feel as of him making any money really. Like, I'm even embarrassed to share that, because I want to make much more. Okay. And I know I'll be making much more. So I'm just sharing this to show that it's possible for you as well. Okay. I'm sharing this so you can trust what I have to share in this course is valid. So, like I mentioned, only listen to people who have done what you want to do or is currently helping others do what you want to do. All right? So, the seed of wisdom. I'll be sharing concepts in this course you may have never heard of before. If you want something you have never had, like, lots of money or, live a life of total freedom, you have to do something you've never done. All right? Thomas Jefferson. It will go against everything you've been taught. Maybe your parents have taught you stuff about money. You can't really blame them because that's just the time they grew up in. But you can't really ask them for financial advice. Even maybe your father's like a big financial guy, is in the technology space, but technology is just advancing so quick. They can't keep up. So that's why it's your responsibility to make as much money as possible and help out your parents. That's your responsibility. You can't expect of your mom and dad to start an agency. You just can't. All right. So if you're currently not living in the best circumstances, this is your responsibility. You have to do this. There's no one else who's going to help you. Like, I'm obviously helping you with this course and everything like that, and everything I'll be sharing with you, you'll know exactly what you need to do to make the money you want to be making. I will go in crazy depth on these modules, all for free, okay? For you to make the money you want to be making. All that's left of you is to execute and actually follow along and do the actions. And it's all up to you, okay? So maybe your parents have taught you something about money, and usually it's the wrong paradigm, okay? If they are rich and they are, making a lot of money, sure. But most, average, that's just how it is with statistics and everything. Most people, aren't living a life of total freedom, okay? Even the school system. Do I even need to go over this? You've got a business teacher teaching you about business when he doesn't even have a business. He's just, learned the books. He just went through the books. He doesn't have actual tangible results to show for it. So do I even need to go over this? Do I even need to share that school is a complete scam for business in particular? I don't care about the other fields. Like, obviously, if you want to become a doctor, if you want to do engineering, obviously get a degree. Like, just use your brain here. But if you want to do business, this is actually doing you more harm than good. You are wasting time. You're wasting money. You are being programmed with the wrong belief systems, the wrong paradigms, the wrong way of thinking about money. I went through this. I went through a year. I'm like, what on earth am I learning? Like, what is this? This is BS. Like, these teachers aren't even making any money. So I just dropped out, okay? And I'm not, saying that you should do it. It all comes down to what type of person you are. Like, are you willing to take that risk? I know I've also been extremely lucky. I'm just a lucky individual. I claim that, okay? No one is just able to work with Iman Gaji from the start, okay? I know my journey is obviously, I'm very lucky in a sense, but you also have to capitalize on that luck. And I also created my own luck. I dropped out before I started working with Iman Gaji. If I didn't drop out, I wouldn't have got that opportunity. I can tell you right now, because I wouldn't be open to the opportunity. So you need to put yourself out there, okay? You can't just be staying in your room and expecting life to give you these crazy opportunities. It just doesn't work like that, okay? I'm going on a rant right now, but just know 90% of individuals who go through school just, follow rules and, live an average life, which is nothing wrong with that. But if you want to experience the best of that life has to offer, you have to go your own route, okay? What you know now has led you to this exact point. If you're happy with your current reality, awesome. You can always learn something from anyone, even if it's what not to do, right? Like Tai Lopez would say. If you're not happy, you need to change some paradigms. You can do that by learning, all right? I just want you to keep an open mind. The things I'll be sharing with you will be going against the grain. It will go against what you've been taught, because what you know now has brought you to your current state. And if your current state, if your current reality is not something you are content and happy with, you need to change some things up. You need to adopt new paradigms, which I will be sharing with you in these modules, okay? Don't worry, this isn't some cult where I will force you into religion. Like, I'm not going to do anything like that. Tell you to abandon your parents or anything strange like that. Just ideas I've gathered from mentors making, up to $1 billion every single year. I've got, one-on-one coaching from them as well. Personal experience and great thinkers, all right? I'll just be sharing what has worked with me. And if you want to adopt it, it will benefit your life. And if not, that's also totally fine. But just be open-minded, okay? and obviously that have helped me tremendously in my life. And let's just take this scenario real quick, okay? You see this Lamborghini parked outside on a, filling up his tank, whatever. Doesn't really matter. It's late at night. You are pulling up with your Toyota. You're pulling up there. You are buying your garage pie, and you see this Lamborghini. You don't think, wow, he must have had a crazy degree. No, that's not the first. We humans, we know this. We know when we see a fancy car, he probably didn't go to school. We all know this. We don't think, maybe he's like a doctor making decent money, but I don't have the grades to be a doctor. Okay, I don't have the intellectual capacity to be able to, become a doctor. Whatever, it doesn't matter. I'm not built for that. But I'm definitely built to be an entrepreneur. And when you see that car, he's definitely out of the system. He's broken out of the matrix. He's not following some degree. He's not following some business professor. He's doing something else. We intellectually know this. So why are you still going the traditional route? If you want this lifestyle, obviously, if you don't want this lifestyle, that's also totally fine. And you want to make, let's say $3,000-$5,000 a month and live, in Thailand and live, a life of location freedom, just to be able to travel, that's fine. But if you want to have more money, $20,000, $30,000 a month, $50,000, $100,000 a month, right? You can't do that with a traditional job. It's just not possible. You need to become an entrepreneur. And we know this. So don't be blinded to it, okay? You deep down know that the traditional path isn't for you. You wouldn't have taken the steps to go through this module and watch me speak or listen to me speak if you knew that the traditional path, if you thought that's for you. You knew you have to do something else. You have to go against the grain. You know that. You always thought differently from others. In this course, I will give you nothing but the truth, okay? I will just give you the truth, and if you don't like it, that's fine. The truth sometimes hurts, but it's for the better, all right? Don't be afraid if your entire reality transforms before your eyes. And you will know the truth, and the truth will set you free. That's in John 8:32, right? You will know the truth, and the truth will set you free, okay? That's all I'll be sharing. That's all, okay? And if you adopt these truths, you will live a better life, right? The truth hurts, but it's for the better. So let's go over your course compass, all right? So this is essentially the roadmap you should follow during the Elysian Fields, which I'll be sharing with you, okay? This course is designed to be followed in sequence, step by step. Here's a roadmap of what's to come and how you should approach each module, okay? Let's just go over the module real quick. So when you join the community, we've got, the community tab right here. Welcome to the School of Athens. You can just read that through. Just give a quick introduction as well. You can watch this video just to have a general understanding of what's happening in the school, okay? You can just obviously go through the notes as well. As you can see, we haven't launched it yet. It's currently 17 October. We are launching it 21 October, right? So in 4 days, Monday. So we haven't accepted anyone yet. As you can see, there's only 16 members online, which is the founding members, all right? Community, you can go through here. We have general discussions, queries, introduction, triumphs, which is obviously your wins, announcements, health maxing, and also, that's basically that. And then, if you go to the community tab, you can click right here. You can write a title. We can do your introduction post as well, which we have. I assume we already made this video with Quentin and I. But you can just write out your title, write something cool. You have the categories right here. And then you can add attachment, everything like that. Links, YouTube. We've got some cool gifts as well. We've got the classroom, which is the main thing, right? The coffee discourses won't be here because that's only for the founding members, right? So the Elysian Fields, which is the wealth aspect. So as you can see, we don't have any videos yet because we are uploading it as we speak, all right? So you are currently here, your apprenticeship, which is the opening dialogue, right? Which is the video you're watching right now, Okay, and then obviously in the future we'll be adding new videos. We'll constantly be adding new ones, updating previous ones, just switching things up. Like this isn't the all done, all like this is all the modules. Like we'll definitely be adding more. Okay, and as you can see, you might be thinking like these ones aren't, we can't access these ones. Like week 2, the hero's journey, week 3, Socratic selling. That is because that is the paid module. All right. So week 1, we give away for free. So we give you all the resources, all the tactics for free, that you can just use and just, watch over and over, to build your offer, to everything like that. Okay. I'll be sharing all of this in these modules, but for week 2, for week 3, and onwards, you have to pay. Okay. So, in the stores, you got like the free taste tester. This is like a taste test of what you can see or what you can expect in the other modules, right? But we give all of this away for free. Okay. So that's the opening dialogue. And don't skip any modules. Please just go in order. It's meticulously designed that way where you can go through it in order. So don't skip modules. Don't jump around. It's not meant to be consumed that way. So composing your Calendly is essentially just setting up your Calendly so that, you can ensure bookings. We'll go into that. Observing the model, just fleshing out the entire SMMA business model. So obviously what I'll be teaching is a social media marketing agency. Okay. So I'll be fleshing out the model. Yeah. We go into very, very much detail. Philosopher's Matrix. This is a long one. We're going into like deep truths, fundamental principles. We go deep. Okay. This is a very good one. Market mindfulness, just being able to, see this is difficult to explain, but stepping out of your body essentially and just looking at the marketplace and being able to make good decisions, which will ultimately make you more money. All right. That's obviously just a slither of what I share in this module. Then we've got Plato's Pathway, which is sharing, where I'll be sharing with you how to choose your niche, which is obviously extremely important. And then Plato's Proposal is how to craft your offer. So we are helping you for free with a lot of things. All right. If you want more of that, you can just upgrade and, access the paid version. All right. Pretty simple. That's that part. And obviously week 1 to week 6, just obviously do it in that order. And then calendar, as you can see right there. So let's go to calendar. So at the moment we have our coffee discourses. So this will also change for the members joining. So we are probably only going to have 1 call a week, which is almost going to be like a webinar or something important that we're going to share that we've discovered during this week, or just to chat, general Q&A with all of the free members, right? Will most likely be 1 call a week. So this will obviously change, but this is the calendar section. Then we've got all the members, so you can interact with them, you can chat with them, you can, it's very, very cool. You can have a little bit of a bio, just to see what they are all about. And then the leaderboards. As you can see, when you upgrade, we will go into much detail on this in the other, in the video Quentin and I film. But so obviously you level up through interacting in the community, doing valuable posts or posting valuable content in the community. Just interacting with other individuals, liking their content, everything like that. So level 1 is a novice. Level 2 is apprentice. Level 3 is a student. Level 4, thinker. Sorry about that. Level 5 is philosopher. Level 6 is sage. Level 7, mentor. Level 8, visionary. And level 9, probably Socrates. Okay. So that's that part. And the about section, this will also change, if you're not changing, you're dying. Like you need to be constantly adapting. So if this looks a bit different, maybe we've got a video right here. That's the reason for that. Okay. So, and you can also DM me right here. Don't expect 24/7. I'll be answering all of your questions like by the hour. Obviously I'm also busy creating the modules, and everything like that. So but I'll definitely be interacting with all of you. And then this is where you see the notifications and, also your profile. You can just, change that up, how you would like. So that's essentially that. The classroom, obviously this is Quentin's course. This is my course, the Elysian Fields, which is focused more on the wealth aspect. So the hero's journey is more about mindset. Okay. This is very important. As Tony Robbins said, success is 80% psychology and 20% strategies. So people think, oh, it's the strategies I need like the DM system, obviously that's important, but that's 20% of success. This stuff right here, this is 80% of success. I'm not kidding when I say that. And then we go over Socratic selling in week 3, which is persuasion pillars, the sales gospel, crafting your scripture, the rational warrior's guide, the dialectic duel, and closing thesis. I need to do week 2 actually. So the shadow of Aries, Apollo's target, which is all about goal setting, the marble and the sculptor, right? The Athenian resurrection, all right? Week 4 is prospect alchemy, so everything about client acquisition, just from top to bottom. The false horizon, the mythos of client attraction, the 4 pillars, the 39 rules, the alchemist's library, plotting your conquest and preparing the arsenal, like setting up your business, doing the LLC, everything like that. Obviously, we need to set up the business in the US so we can get the EIN tax number to open up your Stripe account, which, yeah, obviously that's what I'm going to cover in those modules. But you need a Stripe account if you want to, get invoices from US clients, okay? Week 5 is outbound philosophies. So everything about outbound, getting clients, sending the DMs, emails, just outwards, okay? And inbound is obviously like YouTube videos where people are coming to you. Outbound is more like outwards from you, sending the email, sending the DMs, everything like that. So outbound genesis, achieving 7-figure focus, cold audience awakening, DM decimator, email empire. All right. And then week 6, platonic fulfillment, all about service delivery, just actually delivering the service for your clients that you promised to them. All right. Platonic principles, client onboarding symphony, expectation harmony, efficient frontier delivery, demigod delegation, feedback is king, and orchestrating client relationships. All right. So, as you can see, we're not done yet because we are filming the modules as we speak, and we are going to have resources there that you can use and interact with, and obviously, help you on your journey. So, yeah, that's the course side of things. So let's play this again. So don't skip modules. I already mentioned this, but it's meticulously designed to go through in order, all right? Because the previous one builds on the next one. It builds on the next one, all right? Very important. Like I mentioned, each one builds on the previous one. Just like baking a cake. You can't put the icing on before baking the cake. It just doesn't work. You can't jump to the icing and just, if you're crazy, you can do that, but it just won't work, okay? The cake's not going to look as beautiful. Unlocking your potential. How to get the most out of this course, all right? I'll provide you with all the knowledge you'll ever need. Please realize this. I will provide you, if you go through all the modules, if you complete all the resources, you'll have everything at your disposal, which you can use to make all the money that you would want to be making. I'll be providing you with a mindset and the principles that you need to make money forever. I don't want to just, the whole saying of teach a man to fish, or give a man a fish, you feed him for a day. Teach a man to fish and you feed him for a lifetime. I want to feed you for a lifetime. I want you to be able to make money forever. It's not just, I don't just want to give you the strategies and just say, oh, you'll get a client now. Like, you think you want money now, but you need the mindset and the paradigms that will be able to make you money forever. That's what I'll be teaching with you. And in 1-2 years from now, you'll be happy that I did this. Now, you might think like, oh, I just need the strategy. I just need the DMs. Like, just give me the thing I need right now. I'm telling you, if you first adopt the right mindset, the right paradigms, you'll be able to make money forever and exponentially more. Okay? So I'm saying this because people just want the strategies. But like, don't listen to me. Listen to Tony Robbins, who makes like, $1 billion a year. Obviously a lot of money. He says success is 80% psychology, mindset. Okay? And 20% strategies. I will also give you all the strategies. I will give you everything. So it's not just like I'm providing you with mindset stuff. I'm providing with the strategies as well. Like I mentioned, the email, the DM decimator, the outbound philosophies. I will teach you everything I know. Okay? Leaving no stone unturned. Knowledge is power. I truly believe that. We all know this YouTube ad from Ty Lopez where he says like, you know what's more important than this Lamborghini? Knowledge. Is these books, okay? That's why I'm so big on books as well. As you can see, like obviously I do the audiobooks. It's huge. And this video you are consuming right now is also knowledge. It might not be a book, but it's still knowledge, and it's teaching you what you need to know, all right, to get to the next level, next stage of your life, okay? All for free. So yeah, it pains me to do this because I can make a lot of money from this, but I know in the future I will also make more money, but also I'll be able to impact more people with the free stuff when there's no barrier for them to actually consume it, all right? If it wasn't for the courses I went through and the mentorships or the mentors I got and the knowledge I acquired, I wouldn't be here making this video. If it wasn't for investing $10,000 in mentorship, if it wasn't for going through all the courses, Agency Navigator, if it wasn't for, reading all these books, if it wasn't for that, I wouldn't be here sitting right now making this video. I would be, studying some crap. Like that's what I would do. Probably not. I would still figure it out. There was no way. I was working on my 9 to 5. There's no way. But you know what I mean? I wouldn't be here as quickly as I would like to. Because even Alex Hormozi said this. That's the only shortcut that really exists, is buying knowledge from other people. And you're still paying when you're watching this video because you're paying attention. You're not necessarily paying with money, but you're still paying attention, which is your most valuable resource. But knowledge alone isn't enough. It's the application of what you've learned that will get you the results you're after. Even though knowledge is power, and with the right knowledge, you'll also take action, because if you don't take action, you'll just stay at your current spot, at your current reality, which is not something, if you're like me, you like to experience growth. You want to grow as an individual, right? And that requires knowledge. And with the right knowledge, you will take action as a byproduct. Knowledge isn't power until it's applied. I don't know what I wanted to say there, but knowledge isn't power until it's applied. Dale Carnegie, he wrote a book called How to Win Friends and Influence People. Massive book. Not massive in like lots of pages, but like impactful. At the end of each module, I want you to complete all the resources. So I know I've went through a lot of courses, and it's like, they give you like 10 resources. Like no one is doing that. Ain't nobody got time for that. I'm giving you like the core components. If it's like a resource or a module that I'm sharing with you, it's very important. Because also I don't want to spend time with something if no one is going to use it and no one's going to complete it. So I'm going to give you the resources, and maybe it's one or two after each module. And some modules won't have any resources, okay? Because the knowledge is all you need, all right? But some, like the Plato's Proposal, where you are crafting your offer, also in week 1 for free, there's a resource which you can use to craft your offer, obviously. And with some of these modules in, what's it called? It's not the opening dialogue, the foundation modules, right? There's also going to be a few resources, all right, before week 1. If I tell you to do something in this course, do it, okay? I'm very, very efficient on my time, right? Like my time is valuable. So I won't be doing something like creating these resources if it wasn't valuable, especially for free. Exactly. I wouldn't ask you to do something if it wasn't important. Stay consistent. Okay, well, that's I shouldn't say it like that, but it's a new slide. So stay consistent, all right? And you're probably saying like, oh, if I hear this one more time, I'm gonna freak out. Like people telling me, oh, just stay consistent, like don't give up. It's all that cliche things, but it's really true. Like there's a reason people say that. It's because it's true. Something wouldn't be cliche if it's said over and over and over again if it wasn't true. But you should be very careful. If the entire society is saying something, usually it's not true, because not everyone could be correct on something. Obviously there's some things that are more, but you know what I mean, right? Like the whole thing of your network is your net worth, right? People say that because it's important. It's very, very important. And, let's take an example of where people say, oh, you should go to college. Like if everyone's saying that, maybe it's not the right move, okay? Because if everyone's doing something, usually there's no opportunity there. Opportunity is usually in the other direction, where there's not as big of a crowd, okay? Where it's a bit more difficult, not just like the easy route. The path of most resistance, okay? That's when it's the narrow road. It's the narrow gate, okay? It's also mentioned in the Bible. It's the path, not a lot of souls enter, okay? Because it's difficult and people fear the uncertainty and the difficulty. But that's where the promised land lies, all right? You do realize the only way to fail is to quit. The only way to fail is to quit. If you don't quit, you will succeed as a byproduct. Success will be a natural consequence. Realistically speaking, if everyone who goes through this program sticks with it and doesn't quit and executes on everything I tell them, everyone would be millionaires. And I'm not kidding in the slightest when I say this. When I say everyone who follows what I say in this video, executes on it and doesn't quit, and hopefully also, I don't want to say that. It's a bit rude. But anyway, if you go through everything I mentioned, if you execute on it, if you don't quit, everyone would become a millionaire. And I'm not kidding. I'm not kidding when I say that. I'm not just saying this to be like, oh, everyone would be millionaires. I'm not just saying that. I'm actually real when I say this. Okay? Making money comes down to an exact science, which I'll be sharing with you. It comes down to a science, not like the lucky few or like the lottery winners or like this lucky guy just struck some gold. It's not like that. It comes down to an exact science that if you follow these steps, you will make money. You'll make more than enough. You'll easily make 10, 20K, 30K a month. You'll easily do that. If you follow this, you execute and you don't quit. Please remember that. If you follow along, execute, and not give up, it's inevitable. That's what I always used to say. Even when I had no money, I was like, this is inevitable. I'm taking all the actions. I'm putting in all this work. And also, there's you need to know the difference between working smart and working hard. If hard work alone was the answer, factory workers would be the richest people on earth. But we know that's not the case. It's the people just chilling, reading 5 hours, 6 hours a day, making billions of dollars. Warren Buffett. He reads 5 to 6 hours a day. He doesn't do much. He makes like 1-2 key decisions every single year and makes billions of dollars. Hundreds of billions of dollars. So, he's working extremely smart. It's not necessarily hard work, but at the start, it's a mix of both. You need to be working in the right direction. It doesn't matter how hard you row, it matters in which boat you're in. And that means it doesn't matter how hard you work necessarily, it matters in what direction you're going in and what's the vehicle. You can work extremely hard in your 9 to 5, but you won't make more money because there's a cap. There's a cap to your salary, there's a cap to your income. But when you work extremely hard in entrepreneurship, you can make billions. All right? And that's what I like. I don't have a cap on my income. I know the harder I work, the smarter I work, the more I put in, the more effort I exert in the universe, the more money I'll make. And that's what I like. I don't like to work extremely hard on something and get nothing out of it. That's not what I like. Okay? And I assume you're the same way. This is entrepreneurship. This is literally it. If there's one thing you need to take away from this video, it's this. If you just don't quit, you will strike gold or diamonds in this case, right? And like, what else are you gonna do? Let's say you're this guy and you're just quitting. Like, the pain of quitting will kill my soul. I wouldn't be able to do that. It will destroy my soul. Like, life just wouldn't be worth living if I just quit. The pain of quitting it won't sit well with me, okay? But I just know I would rather take the pain of trying again and just keep on executing on it. I would rather take the pain of discipline than the pain of regret. And I know you are like that as well, because you faced it. When you go to the gym, you're disciplined with your health habits. You execute on, what you need to do. You feel pride. You feel proud of yourself. Okay? But when you slack, when you don't go to the gym, when you fall off in your habits, when you do the bad habits, when you eat, bad food, right? You don't feel good. You don't feel as the man you could be. All right? So please just execute ruthlessly and you will achieve your goals. That I can tell you. There's no one on this planet who's worked extremely hard, doesn't give up, and truly believes they can make this happen, that hasn't achieved their goals. It just doesn't happen. All right? So if you really wanted something, it will happen. If you really want it. When I talk to people and they say, oh, I just didn't achieve the goal, whatever, They did not want it bad enough. That's all it comes down to. When people tell me, oh, I wanted to be a doctor or I wanted to be a dentist, it's like, no, you did not. Because if you really wanted something, you would make it happen. That's what it comes down to. Okay? If people fail, they were comfortable with their life. That's fine. Okay? If at any time you feel lost, ask. This is what this community is for. Is literally to ask. Like, that's why we built this community. Is so we can interact with each other and ask if you're stuck. We encourage questioning. This isn't like school where you're judged if you ask. When you're in school and you're a bit behind on maths, the teacher is explaining like this complex problem. You are lost on question 2. He's already on question 6. You're like, what is going on? And you don't want to ask like, yo, teacher, I'm kind of lost. You don't want to ask that because you're gonna just be judged by your friends or whatever, or the people in your class. And your friends are always going to judge you, okay? So this isn't like school. We want you to ask questions, even if it's a dumb question. There is no such thing as a dumb question because in every dumb question, there's like a root of wisdom, all right? Everywhere is wisdom, okay? There's a reason our calls are called discourses. It's the interaction between ideas. It's the conflict between ideas. We want to, Quentin and I, we are the same, but we are also different in a way. We have different ways of viewing the world and different ways of executing, but we're also very much the same in other aspects, okay? So, and that's good. You don't want to just have yes men who just like, oh yes, I agree with you, because then there's no conflict almost, okay? You kind of want conflict when it comes to discourses and ideas being mentioned, all right? Because then you can come to the truth of things. All right. We also have live calls. We also on the calendar, like I mentioned, on the community tab or on the calendar tab. Obviously on the school community, you can access our live calls, which is going to be once a week. Things might change, but at the moment, we're looking at to do calls once a week. All right. We love it when you ask questions. It shows you're serious. All right. So meditations. We probably know this guy called Marcus Aurelius. He wrote a book called Meditations, which I highly recommend. Very, very good book. There's a reason Marcus Aurelius would keep a journal with him, right? He would just, he was a Roman emperor during a time that he would rule Roman, and he just wanted to, basically sit down and write in his journal what's going on in his mind. Even though the most powerful guy in the Roman era would, just sit down and write down his thoughts, just to get straight, okay? Because he had a lot of stress, a lot of things he has on his mind, just a lot of things happening, all right? Especially during crazy times like the Roman era. So during this course, you will evolve quicker than you have ever before. So if you go through these modules and actually pay attention and put your mind to something and focus on this, you will evolve quicker than you have ever before. That I can tell you for a fact, right? You will every 1, 2, 3 months, you will just evolve into a completely different human being. And that's the same with me as well. Every 3 months when I look back, I'm a completely different human being. Just shed my old skin, moving towards a better ideal. It's good to keep a journal nearby to write down anything that's not on your mind. I actually have mine here. Look at this. My mom got this for me. So it's a happiness diary. Try not to become a man of success, but rather try to become a man of value, right? So it's just where I write down thoughts and stuff like that and things I've learned. It's very important to have a journal with you. Especially in the beginning stages, when you are growing so much, just write down your thoughts, and it's cool to look back and see where your mindset was at. When I now look back at my old journals, it's I'm just filled with so much gratitude, and I mentioned this. Yeah, sometimes I read through my old journals, and when I do, I'm filled with so much gratitude, grateful I stuck with it, and I hope the exact same for you and more. All right. I hope the exact same and more for you. When you go through your journals, you're like, wow, I changed so much. No one likes stagnation. That's ultimately where this anxiety and this depression, everything like this comes from, is stagnation. It's just staying in the same spot. But if you keep on growing, even though it's painful, you just feel much better as a person. All right. And that's what I want for you and more. I hope you achieve your wildest dreams, and it can happen quicker than you have ever thought. It can happen in 1-2 years from now. If you really lock in and you focus, it can happen in 1 year. And I know some of you are like disciplined. You are crazy. Maybe even, okay, I'm not, like this or end all be all, but like I'm pretty disciplined, right? But I know some of you are just ruthless animals, okay? You can just execute on something. So, yeah. You achieve success faster than you deserve, but slower than you'd like. So Felix Dennis, he wrote a book called How to Get Rich. It's like a very funky cover, but yeah, this isn't actually a quote from him, but when I read this book, he said this in the book, so you can technically call it a quote. So you achieve success faster than you deserve. So when you achieve all this money, you get all this money, you're like, shit, like, do I actually deserve this? Like, is this all for me? But slower than you'd like. You still want it faster, okay? And that's essentially how it all works. That's been my personal experience, and it will probably be your one as well. So before you go, I created a resource for you, right? So this is where it all comes down to, right? When I say knowledge is only power when it's applied, this is it, okay? So when you see this, you're like, oh, I don't want to do this resource, right? It's very simple. Only 5 questions to help you get clear on what you want out of this course and community, okay? You obviously joined this for a reason. You might not exactly know why you joined this. You probably want to live like a life of freedom. Something is not quite right, and you went through this, you're like, oh, okay, someone said this is good. Let me check it out, and now you're here watching this module. So remember what we said? Knowledge is only power when applied. So this is your chance. This is your time to execute, right? This is your time to apply. So this is the opening dialogue. It's just like a Google Doc, very, very simple. I can go over it real quick with you. Can I quickly confirm? Yeah? Awesome. So yeah, opening dialogue. Let's just make this a bit more cleaner. The opening dialogue, right? Introduction. Welcome to the opening dialogue. In this module, I covered my story, some life lessons I learned along the way, and how you can get the most out of this program and community. I can't put into words how excited I am for you. You have taken the first step towards crafting a better future for yourself. You're already doing better than 90% of people. 90% of people are just chilling, doing nothing, watching Netflix. Nothing wrong with that every now and then. But just if you do it forever, like the all day, just lying around doing nothing, like obviously, like why on earth would you expect something else but an average life? All right, if you're just doing average stuff, okay? The first step is awareness. You already know something's not quite right with your life. You kind of want to change. Something needs to change. And the second step is clarity. So clarity is essentially the act of getting clear on what you want. Clarity, boom. If you know exactly what you want, your chances of getting there are much, much greater. I wrote down a few questions so I'll get clear on what you want. So this will be, as I mentioned right here, was it opening dialogue, right? This video will obviously appear right here, and at the bottom there'll be resources. Okay, so you can just access that, and you can just go to File, as you can see right here. For Google Doc, just click on this. This is not exactly how it looks like. I need to update that one. As you can see, nothing is always perfect. I need to update this, and a file, make a copy. And then you can copy this module or this resource right here. So I just need to change that up. As you can see, nothing is always perfect. Nothing is going to be, I've got 7 reminders right here. But it's just something I need to be aware of. But yeah, this is going off topic, whatever. You just need to act, execute, and then iterate along the way. Nothing is going to be perfect when you start out. As you just seen, like everything's not absolutely perfect. And I'm a bit of a perfectionist, so I want everything to be boom, perfect, but like it's not going to be like that all the time. All right, so questions. Why is it important for you to join this community and go through this program? That's number 1. What do you hope to achieve by completing this program? Why should you take action now rather than later? And that's important because life is really as long as you want it to be, but like why should you act now and not later? Okay. How committed are you to putting in the work required to succeed in this program, and why? Okay, and what are you most excited to learn or experience in this course? Okay, I see course and program, same thing. Okay, What are you most excited to learn or experience in this course? So that's the final question. So nothing crazy. I'm just going to switch some things up. So if it looks a bit different, that's the reason why. But mainly it will look just like this. Okay. So just fill out those questions. It will help you a ton, because if you apply it, it sticks into your brain a bit more. So if you just learn something, if you just listen to something, obviously very important. But if you execute on what you've learned, it will stick much more. You'll remember it much more. If you write stuff down, you remember it more, because it's like this brain to hand to paper, or computer. It's the same thing, right? If you want to go extreme, and if this is not something I did when I did any courses or anything like that, I would just do it on a Google Doc and just type it out. But you can print it out and write it on a paper as well if you want to do that. Nothing is stopping you. You can do whatever you would like, but as long as you answer these questions. Okay, so let's just get back to the slides. So yeah, that will be in the resource down below. You can access that, right? File, make a copy, and then you can obviously edit it. So I've got a final tip to leave you with. It's not a money tip. It's not a tip that you get if you do good services for your waitering at a restaurant, but it will make you more money. Think bigger, all right? And this is also cliche, but there's a book called The Magic of Thinking Big by David Schwartz. Very, very good book. It's like 9 hours long, but still, the biggest thing is just being able to think bigger. That's it. And when you expose yourself to more, like I went to Dubai, right? It's just so much wealth everywhere. You feel like you are not doing anything. Obviously, when I'm making decent money, I can essentially do whatever I want. And when I expose myself to that, I'm like, wow, I can really accomplish so much more. I should think way, way bigger. All right. And the easiest way to do that is to expose yourself to more. All right. So, yeah. And just to give you a concrete example, in this book, The Magic of Thinking Big by David Schwartz, he mentioned that the only difference between this one salesman, he was making like $50,000 a year, right? And the other salesman, he even tested, same IQ, same, essentially everything, same clothes. I'm kidding. But like the same person, essentially, identical twins almost, right? And the one guy was making $50,000 a month. The other guy was making $250,000 a month, a year, sorry. So $50,000 a year, and the other person was making $250,000 a year. The only difference is the one thought bigger. That's all. The one thought 5 times bigger. That's crucial. Even with some of my close mates as well, or my close friends. The only difference really is I think bigger. I obviously there's it's a constant skill you need to develop. But when they say, oh, I want to make 10K, I'm like, oh, I was thinking 100K. It's like, whoa, it's just like 10 times more. And that's you can then make better decisions. You'll think bigger, which will then allow you to make more money because you're taking more radical steps. If you're just thinking to make 5K a month, 2K a month, right? Dollars now, you're not thinking as big. But when you think like, oh, I want to make at least 50, it's like, whoa, okay, I need to charge way more. I need to be sending way more volume. My sales need to be amazing. I need to execute on this. But we're making 2, it's like you're just scrambling. You're just like, oh, where can I get this small? But like when you think like, oh, I want to make 50K a month in dollars, right? You're like, oh, whoa. Like I need to actually focus up right now. See? So you just change your behavior when you think bigger. So make sure to leave a review. You can go to testimonial.2/the School of Athens. You can leave a review. I would really appreciate that if you got some value from this. If you think this is valuable in any sense, if you maybe change some paradigms, just maybe thought a bit differently from how to make money. Obviously, we'll go much deeper in further modules. But I would really appreciate that if you go to the website and your journey inspires others. When I also joined other mentorship and courses, right? I looked at the testimonials. I'm like, wow, if they can do it, I can surely do it. All right. So I'm going to leave you with one last quote. Whether you think you can or you think you can't, you're right. And that's a quote from Henry Ford. All right. He obviously made billions, and he started the Ford company. I'm not going to continue with what I'm saying because I don't have enough knowledge on this subject, but just know, very successful guy. And whether you think you can or you think you can't, you're right. All right. So that leaves me with the final video. and hopefully you got some value from this, and then I see you on the next one. Cheers. Welcome to observing the model. So in this context, observing means stepping out of your own body and your own mind and looking from the outside in. And what we're looking at is the SMMA business model, or social media marketing agency, right? To really master something, you need to first understand it at its fundamental core, at its foundation. If you don't know that, if you can't explain something to like a 5-year-old, you don't really understand it. So in this video, I'm going to explain it essentially to you like a 5-year-old, so you know exactly what it is you're getting into. Okay, very important stuff. So table of contents, introduction, principles 101, comprehending client acquisition, fleshing out the model, your next 3 moves, and summary. So it's not a lot we're covering, but in each one we're going pretty deep. Okay, so really excited for this one. theschoolofathens.com/guide. Obviously join the newsletter, 2 free guides plus exclusive updates regarding the course. Make sure to share the course as well. At the end of the day, right, it's what you don't know that's keeping you back. It's the knowledge that you don't know. So really share this to people who you know, who you don't know, right? Just so you can increase their knowledge base, so you can ultimately help other people, okay? And just copy link and share. So down below, you can just click on this YouTube. It will be like down here. You can go to my YouTube or the YouTube channel or the School of Athens podcast channel. You can just click link or click copy and then share the link. Okay. YouTube, Instagram, and TikTok. Stay up to date when new episodes drop. Content you want to see, maybe some reels, cool lifestyle content. You can go to the School of Athens podcast or Instagram or TikTok. And also Andro Koen on Instagram as well. And on YouTube if you want some more exclusive content. So let's get into it. Introduction. Welcome to observing the model. Whoa, sounds cool, right? Once you've accomplished or completed this module, you'll have a thorough understanding of the SMMA business model. And that's why I, do this module at the start, because obviously if you want to go into the nitty-gritty of things, you first need to understand the entire landscape you're entering, okay? We're breaking it down to its core principles, leaving no stone unturned. Like, this is really fundamental stuff. And like Elon Musk said, if you want to break down a complex problem, you want to first break it down to its fundamental principles and reason up from there. You can't just, try and understand something from a surface level, okay? You can, but it's going to be very difficult. Everything should be made as simple as possible, but no simpler. And that's a quote from Albert Einstein, okay? So I'm going to make it as simple as possible, but not, simpler than it needs to be. Before you can start making some money, you need to first understand the landscape you're entering. With that said, let's dive in. So, principles 101. Let's just hop in. Everyone has heard of this thing called principles. Like you should follow your principles. Oh, this is the school's principles. But what exactly does that even mean? This is Ray Dalio. He wrote a book called Principles, your guided journal. Create your own principles to get the work and life you want. So Ray Dalio, worth $14 billion and the founder of Bridgewater Associates. Very, very smart guy. He's got a lot of YouTube content that I also watch. And he's also got a book called, I think it's The Changing World Order. There's also a YouTube video on that. Very, very important stuff about the economy and macroeconomics, okay? So essentially, principle, the definition is fundamental truths that guide decision-making and behavior to achieve desired outcomes in life and work. So I'll say that again. Fundamental truths, okay, that can't be reasoned down, that guide decision-making and behavior, right, to achieve desired outcomes in life and work. So there's quite a lot to unpack in this one sentence. So let's go step by step. Fundamental truths, all right? Fundamental truths are an aspect of reality that can't be further questioned or reasoned down. It's just like this core, solid thing. It can't be questioned down any further. I'll give some examples as well. Exactly. So the law of cause and effect, for every action, and this is a fundamental truth, for every action there's an equal and opposite reaction, right? If you act in this way, there will be an equal and opposite reaction back. Like, that's just how it works, all right? It's Newton's third law as well. When you jump off a small boat into a dock, the boat moves away as you jump forward, equal force in opposite direction. So let's just say that again. We jump off a small boat into a dock, right? Let's say you are on a small boat and then you need to exit the boat and jump on this dock. And when you jump forward, the boat moves back a little, but you also jump forward at the same time, okay? Equal force in opposite direction. Value creation. Money is made when value is created. That's how you make money, is when you provide value. It's like, I think Albert Einstein said this as well. Don't be a man of success. Don't try to be a man of success. Become a man of value. And the value equation is also something we will discuss in this module. Okay, so pay attention. Value is created when pain is alleviated. Okay, pain is alleviated when problems are solved. So when you solve problems, you make money. And that's all entrepreneurship really is providing solutions to the marketplace and finding a group of people, asking what the problem is, convincing people that you have the best solution through persuasion and sales and marketing, and then making money through that exchange. And that's me making this course, essentially. I'm solving the problem of client acquisition and building out your SMMA and making 10, 20, 30K a month with your SMMA so you can live a life of total freedom, time, location, and financial freedom. Okay? Newton's first law, an object remains at rest or in uniform motion, which is essentially in the same direction, unless acted upon by an external force. It's at rest or it moves in the same direction unless there's an external force that interacts with it. When you're starting out, you have no momentum. It's so hard to see progress. It's like, I always use this analogy. It's where you are basically, entrepreneurship is like you have this big square, heavy object, okay? And you need to push this thing forward, okay? That's essentially you making progress. At the start, it's so difficult. It's like the square needs to go like that. Boom. Like it takes so much effort and time just to move like an inch, okay? But when you are more experienced, more time in the journey, right? It's like the edges start to ruffle a little bit. It's like it starts to turn into a sphere and you can just push it like that and it moves a lot. And that's essentially leverage, okay? And once you've achieved some results and gained momentum in your journey, it becomes a whole lot easier, okay? Like at this stage, I don't have to do much and I make lots of money. I only have to do sales, and that's why I have the time to make these modules as well, and not really spend time on my agency, is because, I have a lot of leverage in my system, okay? And decision-making and behavior, so that's the next part. So that's fundamental truths, okay? And decision-making and behavior is downstream from these fundamental truths. You will never act out of accordance with your belief system. And your belief system is rooted in fundamental truths, hopefully, okay? And that's why it's so important that your principles are rooted in truth and reality. If you act out of this, out of, what's the opposite of falsehood and, a delusion, if you act on that, your decision-making behavior is not rooted in something that's concrete. It's like completely, delusional. It's like clouds. You're acting out of nothing. There's nothing to base it off, okay? So that's why it's so important that your principles are rooted in truth and reality. Decision-making is a process of thinking in a clear, logical, and structured way to identify and weigh the consequences of different options, which is essentially a risk and reward. That's all options really is like, what's the risk and reward of this thing and that thing, and then according to that, making the right decision. Ultimately choosing the one that aligns best with your principles and desired outcomes. So it's thinking in a clear, right? And in order to think clear, you obviously need, there's a lot of things that go into it, but obviously the fundamental truths are rooted in reality. You are obviously don't have brain fog, which comes down to your diet and your well-being and everything like that. Logical or rational, without emotions, stoic, in a structured way, not haywire where your emotions are all over the place, to identify and weigh the consequences of different options. Okay, that's all it really comes down to. You're always making decisions and you're assessing, is this one worth it or the other one? Okay, and then the one that aligns best with your principles and desired outcomes. So here's some examples. Investment decisions is one. This could be investments in companies like the S&P 500 or in other companies when you're a bit more established, or in yourself, which at this moment in time is probably the most important investment, okay? Which is, kudos to you watching this video, because that's investment in your knowledge. You are deciding to invest in your brain in order to make better decisions so you can make more money ultimately and live a better life. So like books, courses like you're going through right now, and mentors. Investing in yourself is the best thing you can do. It's a quote from Warren Buffett. So it's not just me saying this. I'm going to put a lot of quotes in this video and in most videos because I want to show you it's not just me saying this. I'm getting this from the best people. It's very rare that you get a very, I'm hitting a blank right now, but like it's very rare that you get a like a new thought or like a completely spontaneous thought is usually thoughts from other people. Okay. And time management, when you're getting started, time and energy is the only currencies you have. What you spend most of your time on today will dictate your life tomorrow. Like watching Netflix the entire day versus working on your business. One has a much greater impact on your future. So my camera at the moment is blocking the text, but that's fine. I can always read it to you. So when you're getting started, time and energy is the only currencies you have. You don't really have money because like when you're getting started, you have no capital, but you have a lot of time and you have a lot of energy if your health is optimized, okay? What you spend most of your time on today will dictate your life tomorrow. That's why it's a decision you make. Like watching Netflix the entire day, like that as an outcome, you get dopamine now, versus working on your business, not necessarily as much dopamine, but in the long term, you can get way more dopamine from that success you've gathered from your business. And one has a much greater impact on your future, and you probably know which one. So desired outcomes in life and work. This is pretty self-explanatory. Like, what exactly do you want out of life? A clearly envisioned end goal that aligns with your values and principles, okay? Guiding you to long-term fulfillment and success. So ultimately, if it's not giving you long-term fulfillment and success in your personal opinion, like why would you even do it, okay? We will go into much more detail in this in week 2, Apollo's Target, which is all about goal setting and, crafting the life you actually want and how to set goals and what goals to set that aligns with your values and principles. This is what the Stoics would call the good life. And this is essentially like your desired outcome in this reality. There are four components of the good life. Health is number one. Is like the foundation, like I just mentioned in brackets. A healthy man wants 1,000 things. A sick man only wants one. So act accordingly. When you're healthy, you have all the options in the world. A sick man only wants one thing. That's how valuable it is. Because if he doesn't have this one thing, which is health, he only wants that one thing back. Wealth is the fuel. So money should never be seen as like a means to an end. Or should be seen as a means to an end. It's not like the end goal itself. It's not like this, the money is the goal. Because it's just paper at the end of the day. It's like what you use that paper and that physical and that money and that numbers in your bank account, like what do you use that for? Use money to fuel the life you want. Use that to create the life you want. It's like freedom points that you can use to, you can use it anywhere. And essentially with that, you can build your desired outcome in life and work. Okay. Love is the purpose. So there are 4 components: health, wealth, love, which is essentially the purpose, your family, friends, and romance, which it boils down to those 3. And with all the health and wealth in the world, it means nothing without love. Okay. With all the health, you can be the healthiest guy ever, the wealthiest guy ever. But like, if you are the only person on this planet, that's pretty depressing. Okay. It's like, what like most people just buy the fancy stuff anyway to show off. Okay. So if it was just you would probably not even be that healthy, or be that wealthy. All right. But you kind of want to transition into this phase where you're really just doing it for yourself. But obviously it's difficult to do that at the start, right? But you want to transition into that. All right. And happiness, it shouldn't be seen as the end goal. Like it's an emotion, just like all emotions. It fluctuates. It's a fleeting emotion. It's not something to be like, if you're happy all the time, you're going to be depressed. It's like the dichotomy of life. In order to experience happiness, you have to be sad at some times, because then there's no contrast. Like if you were born into riches, you don't know what it feels to be rich because you weren't broke. There's no contrast to compare it to. And humans, they experience life through contrast. So, what you're going through right now might be pretty stressful. Like you're very anxious. You don't know exactly what the future is going to hold. You're probably broke right now. You don't have money. You can't buy the groceries you want. You're kind of stuck in this job. It's like that depression and that sadness, or whatever you want to call that anxiety, it's good because it gives you the contrast when you do experience riches and the good life, to compare it to those, terrible days. If you're unhappy, just switch some things up. It's obviously much easier said than done, right? But use happiness as a compass if you're going in the right direction, okay? You're probably thinking, what does this have to do with me making money? I thought, Andro, you said if I join this community, I'm going to make $10,000 a month. What is going on? So, right, here's the reason behind my marketing, okay? I'm showing you the desired outcome. It's you making $10,000, $20,000, $30,000 a month with your agency, is living a life of freedom. I'm showing you that, but I'm giving you what you want, but actually, or showing you what you want, but giving you what you need. I'm teaching you how to fish. I'm not giving you the fish. I'm teaching you how to fish. And you do that through thinking, through actually having the right principles and the right values. Through that, you can make any business successful. So I'm teaching you how to fish, right? And this has everything to do with making money. There's a reason I put this at the absolute start. If you don't have the right foundation, right, it's like building a house on sand. Your entire business is built off your principles. Using the wrong principles is like building a house on sand, like I just mentioned. Using the right principles is like building a house on concrete. Like, do you want this to be your state of mind? You know, on sand, where people just give you money and they're like, oh, like if I don't do anything, I'll just make money or I'll just get money. It doesn't work like that. You need to have the foundational principles in order. You need to have the right foundation, because you can then lose everything. The house can be gone, but if you have a good foundation, you can always build a house on top of that again. But if you have a terrible foundation, you build success, it falls down. Build success, falls down. And that's terrible for your state and your well-being, all right? Rather build a house like this. Obviously, it costs way more money, but like build it on solid rock foundation. And then when it crumbles, you can always build another one because you have the right foundation. It's set in stone, literally. Assume you're here for the long term, not just here to make money for 2 years. You think you want just money quick? Trust me, like it can happen pretty quick. But it's a saying from Felix Dennis, which he wrote a book called How to Get Rich. It's pretty like generic title, but it's a very good book. And he said, you achieve success quicker than you deserve, but slower than you'd like. So you achieve it pretty quicker than you really deserve, but slower than you'd like, because us as humans, we want things quick, okay? But usually things that you get quick, you don't really value it, okay? It's like, that's why getting a six-pack and getting in shape is so valuable, because it takes time. You can't cheat the process. You can take steroids, but that will ultimately just shorten your life. So I don't know if that's a trade-off you want to make, but anyway. So make sure you adopt the right principles, like your life depends on it, because it does. So top 10 principles in life and business. If you adopt these principles, I can tell you right now, you will live such a great life. Like, these are the top 10 principles of the greatest thinkers of all time. If you just adopt these, in due time, you get exactly what you deserve. That's what Charlie Munger says, okay? Invest in continuous learning, and this is number one. So really, kudos for going through this program and this course. Like, you definitely want a better future. You want to experience more out of life, and I respect you for that, all right? So lifelong learning keeps you adaptable, because with the new technology, you need to be able to adapt, like you just seen. With college and everything like that, you know, the world is changing so quick that a degree is just becoming more and more useless, all right? Because if everyone has something, it's not valuable. The scarcity and the difficulty in acquiring something makes it valuable. And if everyone has a degree, it's literally, there's no value in it. Like a diamond is valuable because it's scarce and it's difficult to get. It's the same as with a six-pack, right? It's difficult to acquire. That's why it's valuable. Relevant and innovative. The more you learn, the more you earn. Like, that's just, take that to your grave. The more you learn, the more you earn. I read at least 3 hours every single day, okay? Sometimes 2 hours, sometimes 3, sometimes 4 hours. So let's just say 2 to 4 hours I read every single day, all right? I actually dedicate time to it. The more opportunities you create for yourself, okay, that's the end of the sentence. The more you learn, the more you earn, and the more opportunities you create for yourself. If you're not becoming a learning machine, you will fall behind. That's a quote from Warren Buffett as well. The more that you read, the more things you'll know. The more that you learn, the more places you'll go. There's a quote from Dr. Seuss. I think it aligns pretty well with invest in continuous learning. So become a man of value, not success. That's that's what I've got on my journal as well. Let me show you. So this is my journal that I write stuff down. Try not to become a man of success, but rather try to become a man of value. That's because if you become a man of value, success is a natural byproduct. Okay? Don't focus on money. Focus on becoming more useful and valuable to the marketplace. And this is difficult for you to comprehend at this stage, because you're just focused on making money, which is fine. It's like you're just want money now, like just give me the tactics now. I know how you feel, but when you've got the right principles in place, money will it's just like inevitable, okay? It's easy to say, hard to practice. When you prioritize making a positive impact over personal gain, success naturally follows. All right, and I think it's a 50-50 thing. It's not something like you 100% just focus on value and impact. Like, you need to do things for yourself as well, because that will keep you motivated. So I think 50% of everything you do is for yourself and 50% is for everyone else. All right. So me with this program, obviously I want to make a lot of money with it as well. Like, I also want to live a good life, right? That's like selfishly speaking, that's totally fine, because that also keeps me motivated. But the other 50% the other 50% is, to provide a positive impact over as many people as possible. That's also why I'm making this free, so I can impact more people. So there's less of a barrier to entry. Strive not to be a success, but rather to be of value. That was Albert Einstein. I already mentioned that. First principles thinking. That's obviously where principles come from. Breakdown, and this is from Ray Dalio does this, Elon Musk does this, and probably every successful person does this. Break down complex problems into their fundamental truths. And if you don't know what the fundamental truths are, you need to break it down to reality and bring it back to the core. This allows you to approach challenges from a different and new perspective. This is the easiest way to solve any difficult problem. If there's like a difficult problem that exists, break it down and then solve each fundamental truth. And you're like, okay, let's say you're not getting clients, okay? And you're like, okay, and then you invert it. So that's a mental model that Charlie Munger uses. So invert, always invert. So when you have a problem, you're like, let's say I don't have any clients. So what you say is, how can I ensure that I don't grow my business, that I don't scale? You probably won't ever advertise. So because we as humans, we can see threats easier. So when you're like, okay, what's the one thing I can do that will guarantee that I don't grow my business? Never advertise. Like, just don't advertise at all. Just stay silent. Don't do anything. You can have the best solution, but if you don't advertise and tell anyone, you won't make any money. So the inverse of that is advertise as much as possible. Do cold outreach as much as possible. Send DMs and emails to every single person. Not every single person, but every single person in your niche, to your group that you're targeting. Do a lot of content. Do YouTube videos. Post a lot of short form content. Do podcasts. Run a lot of ads. And that's essentially all you can do. Just do that as much as possible. Then it can guarantee growth. Boil things down to their fundamental truths and reason up from there. Elon Musk. Number 4 is discipline and execution. So do the hard work, especially when you don't feel like it. That's ultimately what discipline comes down to. Especially when you don't feel like it. That's really where character is built. And at its core, discipline is resisting impulses or distractions. So discipline is really just the thing that's keeping you away from accomplishing your mission. So if your mission right now, like my mission right now, is to film these modules, everything that's a distraction, I have nothing on my desk that can distract me. Like, I don't have my phone with me. I have nothing. Like, it's outside, okay? I can do nothing with it. So distractions equal anything that diverts you from the mission. So that's what I just said. So let's say discipline and going to the gym. That would be a distraction. Would be laying on the couch watching Netflix, a bag of chips. Like, that's your distraction. Like, I would never do that. But like, I don't have a distraction really. I just know this time I go to the gym. That's why I haven't skipped a single day in 6 years. It's just like, how else? Okay. Discipline is the bridge between goals and accomplishment. If anyone can have goals, but it's the actions you take on a daily basis that separate you from the average individual. It's not necessarily your goals. Like, I want to be rich. Cool. What are you actually doing? That's discipline. And play the long game. Extending your time horizon gives you such a competitive advantage because most people aren't willing to wait 12 months for anything. If you can put in the action for 12 months without seeing any immediate feedback, you will make a lot of money. And fast money is usually a result of compromising your reputation. You compromise your reputation by, being greedy and just people seeing you for making money now for the short term and not really providing value. And if you want to make money for the long term, you want your reputation and revenue to increase systematically. And I believe I focus a lot on this in Philosopher's Matrix, all right, which is also a module in the Acquisition Intuition week. So play long-term games with long-term people. All the results in life, whether in wealth, in relationships or knowledge, like everything you really want and health, comes from compound interest. And that's a quote from Naval Ravikant. He wrote a book called The Almanac of Naval Ravikant, and people highly recommend this book, and I recommend it to you as well. I've probably read it 3 times. So embrace adaptation. Individuals with traits better suited to their surroundings are more likely to survive and reproduce. So in this day and age, it's not necessarily to reproduce, but you can take the same fundamental truth. Better suited to their surroundings, which is the environment, and the environment right now is AI and technology, and how fast that is essentially growing. And that allows you to survive and reproduce, and that's essentially to stay making money, or to stay afloat. And new technology is rapidly changing our environment, as I mentioned, and you need the trait of adaptability, otherwise you won't survive. You'll just be broke. Like you won't survive is another word for you'll go broke, okay? And I don't think you want that. So embrace adaptation. Don't be stuck in your own ways and stuck in your comfort zone. That comfort zone leads to failure. You already know that. It's not the strongest of the species that survive, nor the most intelligent, but the one most responsive to change. And that's a quote from Charles Darwin. All right. Number 7, the 8th wonder of the world. This ties well with play the long game, right? This is compound interest, or the success you're looking for, whether in wealth, knowledge, or relationships, like Naval Ravikant mentioned, comes from compound interest. Consistency and patience will get you very far in life. And this is very difficult to actually practice. It's easy to say, but patience and consistency, that will basically give you anything you really want. If you can wait 12 months for anything and you stay consistent and you don't give up, like you get exactly what you want. You get exactly what you deserve as well. The easiest way to get what you want is to deserve what you want. That's a quote from Charlie Munger. And compound interest is the 8th wonder of the world. He who understands it earns it, and he who doesn't pays it. That's a quote from Albert Einstein. So childlike curiosity. And this is a more of a, not, this is one of my one actually. It's one that I implemented in my life. And as we get older, we lose our childlike curiosity. When you were younger, everything was just so new. Like everything was just so radiant and vibrant. And we become rigid and strict in our ways. When we get older, it's more dull. It's more like gray. It's more like disciplined and rigid. And maintaining a sense of wonder drives innovation and keeps your mind open to new possibilities. And Steve Jobs would always say, stay hungry, stay curious, always. I put my own quote here. So, man-like discipline and childlike curiosity. As with all things, it's the middle way. It's the yin and yang. It's the balance. And when people say, "Oh, balance is a cope," no, balance is the hardest thing you'll ever achieve. But balance in the right way. It's like balancing 2 extremes, like man-like discipline and childlike curiosity. You need the discipline, obviously. You can't just be like a child just wandering everywhere, but you also need that as well. So it's balancing both. Most people are just like extremely disciplined, like they're not innovative. They aren't able to think creatively. And then childlike curiosity, you can't just have that because then you're not going to really do anything. So you need both. And master the art of focus. An interviewer asked Bill Gates and Warren Buffett, 2 of the most successful people on this planet in terms of money, to write down one word that accounted for the majority of their success. Guess what they both wrote down? Focus. Both of them wrote down the word focus. And they didn't even know, they didn't even know the one, either interviewer asked them the same question. And both wrote down focus. So they didn't even know the interviewer even asked that question to the other person. So focus equals no distractions. That's anything that diverts you from the mission. And the mission can be anything. The successful warrior is just the average man with laser-like focus. And that's a quote from Bruce Lee. And I've got one last principle, which is build strong relationships. All the money in the world means nothing if you don't have anyone to share it with. You can be the healthiest person, as I just mentioned, the wealthiest, all the money in the world. You'll probably have fun for like a week. But if you have no one else to share it with, there's no use. The purpose of life is ultimately relationships, and relationships and your reputation are your most valuable assets. Your network is your net worth, and your reputation is also your net worth. Like Warren Buffett can lose everything, and people will give him billions of dollars, all because he has such a good reputation. He can eat McDonald's, he can sleep in until 1 a.m. and watch TikTok. No one cares because he has such a good reputation of making money for decades. Obviously, you're not alive as long yet, but use that as a framework. Real wealth comes from strong, meaningful connections. That's what wealth really is health, wealth, and love. It's all of them. It's not just money, okay? But obviously, I'm teaching you to the money side. Quentin's teaching you the health side. We don't have any love course on here yet. Maybe in the future, all right? So stay tuned for that. Comprehending client acquisition. So let's get into the meat and potatoes. This is like the real stuff. And let's break it down to its core principles, which we just explained. So the word client acquisition is thrown around everywhere. Like, oh, what's the one thing you need? Client acquisition. Like, what are you good at? Client acquisition. Like, what even is this thing called client acquisition? You probably know what client is or what's acquisition. Alex Amosi, his website is acquisition.com, and his whole thing is acquisition. So what is this? So let's define it first. Client acquisition at its core is turning a stranger who doesn't know you into a client. So that's all client acquisition really is. It's turning a stranger into a client. And let's break down each one. Let's break this down to its first principles. So stranger. What is a stranger? And this is how deep we're really going. You have to first define what it is at its core, and then you know what you're really getting into. So stranger. Someone who has no idea who you are or what you do. And we're going deeper into this as well. A stranger refers to someone who has no prior knowledge, trust, or emotional connection to you or your business. They need to be aware. Obviously, if they aren't aware of the thing you sell, what's the point? They need to trust you and decide to exchange value. And money is just a form of exchanging value. If you give someone value in the form of a solution, they will give you money, because they would rather, give you money than live with this problem. The stranger represents a blank slate. They have no predisposed loyalty, so no loyalty in the past. The only thing standing between them and becoming a client is how effectively you can make your offering resonate with their needs, pains, and desires. And in Plato's proposal, we will go over how to create an offer that actually resonates with their needs, pains, and desires. All right? So if you can create an offer that resonates so deeply with them, they will feel like you have the solution and they will give you money for it. But also, they need to have trust, and they do that through consuming your content, or you just talking to them and relating to them as much as possible. That's where building rapport comes from. In a sales call, it's like, that's where the trust is like, oh, you're actually a normal human being, okay? And this is a stranger. So, what's a client? What's a client? We've defined a stranger. Now, what's a client? Someone who trusts you enough to buy something from you. That's a client. So, they've trusted you enough to buy something from you. A client is someone who has exchanged money with your business. It's not like someone who trusts you, not someone who's watched your video. They have to exchange money with your business. That's a client. They don't exchange trust. They don't exchange working for you for your time. No, it's where they exchange money for your business. At a deeper level, a client is not just someone who has exchanged money with your business. It's someone who has crossed an action threshold of trust. And when someone trusts you so much, you will give them lots of money, because just through their reputation, which is so important, they will give you money back, or give you even more if they do some form of investment with it. They trust you that you can solve their problem and have taken a measurable action, exchanged their life energy, which is essentially money, and everyone is giving their life energy to make money. I am essentially giving my life energy to this module, and in the future I will get money from it. Okay? And if you are, let's say you're doing waitering, like you are a waiter at a restaurant, you are literally using your life energy. You are moving around, using calories, burning your energy, and people give you money for it in return. Everyone is doing that, but the people who make the most money just use the least amount of energy to make the most amount of money back, and that is called leverage. It's like, I won't go into that right now, but it's to show their commitment. The best way to show commitment is to give someone money. That's the best way. And in the higher ranks, it's maybe just through a handshake, because your reputation is just so solid. And that's obviously a client. And turning, what's this turning thing? Okay. And we will go much deeper into the turning, which is essentially conversion. Okay. And that boils down to two things. Helping someone change their mind to take action. And action can be anything really. It can be turning into a booked appointment. It can be responding to an email. It can be, becoming a client. It can be, renewing for another month. That's action. And turning is just like the process of that action realizing. So the concept of turning implies transformation or change. In the context of client acquisition, turning is a process through which a stranger, which we just mentioned, someone who doesn't know anything about your service or product, is guided through various stages. Awareness, they first have to know you, then they have to trust you, and then they have to decide to do business with you through exchanging money with your business to change their perception and behavior to ultimately become a client. Okay? Let's just say the last part again. So, turning is the process through which a stranger is guided through various stages to change their perception of you and behavior to ultimately become a client. And perception is how they see you. First, they saw you as a stranger. Now they see you as someone trustworthy who can solve their problem. And they do that through persuasion, which we will go over in Socratic selling, and behavior to ultimately become a client. Behavior is just what they do, and ultimately they put in the money, their credit card details, and then they become a client. That's turning. So client acquisition. Client acquisition at its core is turning a stranger into a client. Stranger is someone who has no idea who you are or what you do. Turning, helping a stranger change their mind to take action through persuasion. And client is a stranger turned client, right? A stranger who turned into a client, who trusts you enough to buy something from you through money and have exchanged money with your business. So stranger turning client, and that's essentially client acquisition. That's what client acquisition is. We will go into much more detail on this in week 3, Prospect Alchemy. We will go, into much more detail on this. This is just scratching the surface, so you have just like an overview of what we will be discussing when it comes to client acquisition and the social media marketing agency business model. All right. As I said, we're just scratching the surface. Here are some great book recommendations on this exact topic. So, Sell Like Crazy by Sabri Subi. He's an Australian guy, very, very good marketer. Like, definitely check his stuff out. He's got a YouTube channel as well. How to get as many clients, customers, I don't know if that's like a spelling mistake, and sales as you possibly can handle. Highly recommend this book. He boils it down as well to fundamental principles. Really, really good. And $100 Million Leads, also a book from Alex Hormozi, how to get strangers to want to buy your stuff. So it's not just to buy your stuff, to want to buy, and that creates desire. And that's essentially marketing, all right? So fleshing out the model. So the model is SMMA, which is Social Media Marketing Agency. And fleshing it out is just opening it up. What is this thing? So we can actually understand it and then use it to ultimately make money. And then use that money to live the good life. That's ultimately what it comes down to. So now we're going to break down the entire SMMA business model from scratch. And there are 5 core components of an SMMA. It's really simple. It's not like crazy. Okay, I'll go over into each one right now. So number 1 is an offer. Number 2 is traffic. Number 3 is conversion. Number 4 is fulfillment. And number 5 is retention. That's it. Like, those are the 4 ones. Let me go over it again. So offer is the first thing you have to craft. And then through that offer, you can generate traffic, conversions, which is ultimately, I will go into it right now, and fulfillment, which is you delivering, said service. And then number 5 is retention. It's actually keeping the client, all right? And that's it. So offer turns into traffic turns into conversion turns into fulfillment, and fulfillment turns into retention. And then you make money. Cool. Let's break down each one. So each of these 5 we're going to break down, all right? Let's get into it. So offer. Your offer is the solution your business presents to the marketplace to solve a specific stranger's problem. It's a solution your business presents to the marketplace. It's a transformation. It's not like an offer isn't your service. It's not your guarantee. It's nothing like that. It's like a transformation you are presenting to the marketplace. It's like 6-pack in 6 weeks. Like, that's an offer. It's like, oh, I will get a 6-pack in 6 weeks. And I will break down the core components of an offer right now as well. It's a promise of a transformation that sets expectations and drives interest. So that sets expectations, right? So it can set an expectation of what they can expect, obviously expectations, in the future, and drive interest. So if they see that future vision of a better, ideal future, that will drive their interest to take action. So there are 3 components that constitute a good offer. So outcome, what is the desired outcome or the desired result that the client wants to achieve or will achieve by, going through your offer. What's the time frame? How long will it take to achieve the desired result? Like if you just say, oh, you'll get a six pack. It's like, okay, what if it takes 10 years? Like, I don't want that. Or, maybe people still want it, but it will be a lot less valuable. If they say, how long will it take? It will take 1 week. It's like, wow, well, this guy has something. But if you really know what goes down into like the fitness world, it's like almost impossible to get a six pack in 1 week. Depending on where you start, obviously, if you have low body fat percentage, like you can get there in 1 week. But yeah, so risk and effort reversal. So what guarantee will you add to decrease risk or effort and drive action? So it doesn't just have to be a decrease in risk, like in money. It can be a decrease in effort as well. So they literally have to do nothing, which will increase the value and drive action. And we will go into much more detail on this in week 1, Plato's proposal, where we actually craft your offer. So it's outcome, time frame, and risk and effort reversal. That's the 3 components that constitute a good offer. And that, your business is ultimately sharing to the marketplace, where you show like some form of a transformation to a niche group. All right. But we will go into much more detail on this in Plato's proposal. I'm just, sharing the core components right now. So provide value. Everyone says, oh, just provide value, become a man of value. But like, what even is value? Like, what is value? So this is the value equation from Alex Hormozi's $100 million offers, which is right there. As you can see, that purple book right there. Very, very good book, especially when you're starting out. How to make offers so good, people feel stupid saying no. That's the kind of offer you want. And there's actually a story in the book where he mentions like, I think it was his mentor that mentioned, just create an offer so good, people feel stupid saying no. He's like, wow, that makes so much sense. If people just feel stupid, it's like, why would I say no to this? That's when you know you have a good offer. So what constitutes value is dream outcome. So like, what's the desired result? Like, what's the ultimate dream outcome of your client avatar? It's not like a dream outcome for you, right? It's for the niche you are targeting and the people whose problems you want to solve. Let's say it's overweight people who want to go to the gym and they want to get a great physique. Like the dream outcome is like, I don't know, Zac Efron's physique. Like that's a dream outcome, if they can look like that, that's like, I'm good, It's like low body fat, decent muscles, everything like that, and athletic. Perceived likelihood of achievement, and that comes down to, which we'll also cover in Plato's proposal, but that will come down to your social proof, your confidence, and your offer. Okay? So if you have a great offer, the perceived likelihood of achievement is also good, but also people can nowadays just offer anything. So you need to be, a bit creative when it comes to that. So the next one is confidence in you. If you have just so much confidence, they will feel that and they will be like, wow, this guy must know something. Like, okay, why is he so confident? And that's, that's essentially how I signed my first client. I was just like, bro, I will get you these results. Like there's no other way. Okay. But we'll get into that later. And then another one is testimonials or social proof or results from previous clients. But obviously if you don't have clients, right, it all really comes down to your confidence, which is actually crazy. And then time delay, which is, if you can get a six pack in 1 year versus 1 week, obviously the 1 week one is way more valuable. If you can actually pull it off, it's way more valuable. And effort and sacrifice, if they have to, eat no food, go to bed at 8 p.m., wake up at 5, do cardio for 2 hours a day, eat like 500 calories, like that just decreases the value so much more. So what you want to do is increase the dream outcome, like increase the perceived likelihood of achievement, increase the top off, and decrease the bottom off. So the dream outcome, make it, as crazy as possible. Also, the biggest companies, what they do is they just, keep the dream outcome and the perceived likelihood of achievement the same. They just keep that the same. But what they do is they decrease the bottom equation. So they decrease the time delay, like with Netflix. Like you can just click a few buttons and you can watch a movie on your screen in like 2 minutes. But, as before, you had to go to the store, you had to buy the movie, you had to put it in the thing. You have to, I call it the thing because it was so long time ago. In your Blu-ray player, whatever, in your DVD player, it was so much more time, that took to actually accomplish the goal. And then effort and sacrifice, you can just sit on your couch and click a few buttons, but then you have to drive like a few even a few years ago, you had to drive to the store, buy the movie, go back, put it in. Like, it's much more effort and sacrifice required. So that's why it was less valuable. Okay. So the biggest companies like Amazon and Netflix, like, they just decrease the bottom equation. So we covered offer. So next one is traffic. So traffic refers to the methods you use to attract potential clients to your business. That's already all it boils down to. It's the methods you use to attract potential clients to your business. And you should only attract clients that would want to do business with you. You don't want to just attract anyone. So to get traffic, you can only do 4 things. Warm outreach, so reach out to people who know you one-on-one. Cold outreach, reach out to people who don't know you one-on-one. Post free content, reach people who do know you, one-to-many. And paid traffic is reach people who don't know you one-to-many. So it's all one-on-one or one-to-many, and people who do know you and people who don't know you. We will go into much more detail on this in week 4, the 4 pillars. So this is all you really can do. Let's go back. Warm outreach, that's all you can do. Like, if you are not doing this, like, I don't know what you are doing to get traffic and to, make money. It's like warm outreach, reach out to people you do know. Cold outreach, reach out to people you don't know. Posting free content, like this video, and also, my YouTube content and Instagram content, posting free content so people can see what you're all about. And pay traffic. Reach people who don't know you. Pay for audiences through Google and through Facebook or Meta. We will go into much more detail on this in week 4, the 4 pillars. So this is essentially the 4 pillars that Alex Hormozi mentions in his $100 million leads. So yeah, these are the 4 pillars. As I mentioned, warm outreach, cold outreach, post free content, and run paid ads. So people who do know you, one-to-one private. So it's just sending like a DM to your followers, essentially. People who don't know you is like sending a DM to someone who doesn't know you, who doesn't follow you, who hasn't seen any of your content, or maybe he has, but like you don't know that. So you just reach out to him through email or DM, right? Post free content. So it's people who do know you, one-to-many public. So I can post one YouTube video and get 1,000 views of people who do know me, right? But I can reach way more people. I can spend the same amount of time. I can spend 30 minutes making a video and reach 2,000 people. People who don't know you is run paid ads. So you essentially give Facebook or Meta and Google money so they can send out your video to people who don't know you, but who might have the same interest in watching that video. All right? So that's traffic. Conversion. Conversion is a process of turning, as I mentioned, leads into booked appointments and clients. So in the SMMA business model, conversion boils down to 2 things, which is booked appointments and clients. That's all. A lead is a person you have means to contact, which is what Alex mentioned in his book, $100 Million Leads. So conversion constitutes of only 2 things. Like in an e-com store or a website, obviously there's much more things, which is like conversion from a funnel and everything like that, your VSL conversion. Yeah, there's a lot of things, but in an SMMA, it mainly boils down to booked appointments and clients. Obviously, there's positive reply rate with your email. There's lead to booking rate. There's a lot of things, all right? So appointment booking. So turning leads into booked appointments on your calendar. So when you source leads, let's say you're doing a cold email campaign, you're sourcing leads, maybe through a software or manually, right? And you're sending those leads emails, and how many of those leads actually book a call on your calendar, which we mentioned on composing your Calendly, right? If you haven't watched that, go watch that video. It's how to set up your Calendly so people can actually book appointments on your calendar. So if you send 100 emails and 2 people book, that's a 2% appointment booking rate. And that's actually pretty decent, all right? People think, oh, that's terrible. Like, that's like the numbers in this space, all right? Closing, turning booked appointments on your calendar into clients. So that's essentially what closing boils down to. And obviously there's sales before that, where you ask the questions, do the discovery, pain points, desires, everything like that. But turning booked appointments on your calendar into clients is closing. But obviously to do closing, you first need appointment booking. And to do appointment booking, you first need leads. All right. So we will go into much more detail on this in week 3, which is Socratic selling, and week 5, outbound philosophies. So booked appointments, as you can see right here, these are all like the blue, these are all booked appointments. These blue, what do you call this even? Like blocks, okay? These are all booked appointments. And if I close them, I make money, all right? So this is like monthly retainers from my clients. And this is like a week's worth of calls, right? Some weeks I have more, some weeks I have less. Some weeks or months I have like 80 calls. Some months I have like 20, but I close more because it's more qualified people. So there's a lot of nuance that goes into it. But at the end of the day, like if you're starting out, you just want to do a lot of calls because that will teach you the skill of sales. So that's conversion. And then we have fulfillment. So fulfillment is the act of delivering the said results, which you mentioned in your offer or maybe in your sales call or on the onboarding, the services to your clients and ensuring their expectations are met or exceeded. So in onboarding, it's extremely important that you actually align expectations, which I will share with you right now. So fulfillment boils down to 4 main components. Onboarding, make sure your clients understand and use your service properly. If they don't understand it, like I'm sharing with you right now, if you don't understand the SMMA business model, like you're not going to really get the most out of it. You need to understand the landscape. So if they don't understand your service, they're not going to get the most out of it. They're not going to be able to use your service properly while setting clear expectations. Expectations are crucial. If you have the right expectations, people know that, it's not like a 30-day transformation challenge. Like, getting results takes time. And if you say on the onboarding, it's like, oh, we're going to get results next week, like you're going to double your business. It's like, if you set that expectation, it might sound cool, but like you're sending the wrong expectation. And the worst thing ever is misaligned expectations, which we'll go over into, on the onboarding modules, and I think it's week 5 or 6. So communication and support, the means of talking to your clients to keep them updated, happy, and informed. All right, that's all communication really boils down to. So service delivery is the literal service you offer. So that is paid ads, organic content, copywriting, lead gen, etc. Okay, there's a lot of services you can offer nowadays. You can really offer anything, marketing related or even conversion related or retention related, anything like that. Right? Client involvement, this is also fulfillment. So 99% of the time, it will be done for you. So you actually delivering a service for a client. So you have done for you, right? You have done with you, and you have do it yourself. So this that I'm sharing right now in this video, this slides, is more of a do it yourself because you have to obviously go through it, but ultimately you have to get the results yourself, which I believe is the best way to go about it. For me right now, if you want to get results personally, that's the best way to go about it. It's like, I'm giving you the information to go to the gym. I'm like, okay, do these reps, lift these weights, and eat this diet. If you have the motivation and discipline to do it on your own, you will get the best results. But if I do it for you, if I lift the weights for you, if I put the food in your mouth, like, you're not really disciplined to do it for the long term. So that's why I think like a course is so valuable. That's why also I went through courses and I got so much value from it because I ultimately had the discipline and the motivation to really do it on my own. Okay, you're an agency, not a coach or consultant. Okay, so I'm more of a consultant, you can say. Like I'm consulting you at this stage, right? So an agency is a business that provides specialized services acting on behalf of clients to help them with specific marketing related goals. So you as an agency, so SMMA is social media marketing agency. You're doing marketing for other business owners, right? Is a business that provides specialized services in the form of organic content, paid ads, copywriting, lead gen, any specific service. I would recommend you go specialized and not general, which we'll go into much further into further modules. Acting on behalf of the clients is like, as I mentioned, me lifting the weights for you, okay? You can get results. It's more of a short-term thing, okay? But it does work to help them with specific marketing-related goals. Specific, very important. We'll go into much more detail on this in week 6, platonic fulfillment, all right? So that's why I mentioned week 5 or 6. Yeah, I'm correcting myself. It's week 6, platonic fulfillment. So this is fulfillment, and what it boils down to, it's you with your laptop right there, okay? Conversion, which is booked appointments and closing. So in order to close, you need to first book the appointment, okay? And then that close turns into a client. That client you then need to onboard, all right? To align expectations, to show them how to use the service properly so they can actually get the best results, which is ultimately what results boils down to is, or retention boils down to is results, onboarding, and also, just be having a good relationship with them, which is actually the next slide. So service delivery and support. Okay. That's all really fulfillment boils down to. So we covered fulfillment and then retention, which I got a little bit ahead of myself here. So retention is the act of keeping clients month after month. It focuses on getting your clients results, which is number one, keeping them satisfied, and ensuring long-term relationships. It requires less effort to keep an existing client than it is to get a new one. Way less effort to keep one. When when a client stays for 1 month, right, and they stay for 6 months, it's like you are essentially signing them 6 times. Like you are getting 6 times the money. So it's so much more valuable, so much more profitable to keep a client for the long term than to keep signing new clients. It takes so much more effort. So retention is actually key. So retention involves 3 things. Onboarding. A smooth onboarding process reinforces their buying decision. Like you need to constantly sell them every single month. It's not like you close them and it's done. You need to constantly sell them. Aligns expectations and establishes trust, increasing your chances of them staying for the long term. Like I mentioned, that's where compounding really comes from, is retention and keeping people for the long term. Because people stay for 6 months, right, or even 2 months, right? Every 2 months, your clients are going to fall away. So if they stack on, that's when your company grows exponentially. Quick tip, do things and tell them you did it. So when you set up your onboarding, when you set up your ads campaign, when you set up your maybe organic content system, when you're writing them ads, when you're writing them scripts, just tell them you are doing it, and then they will know. Like, oh yeah, these guys are actually on top of their game. Like, they know what they're doing. Like, they are, actually responsible for this stuff. They don't know what you're up to if you don't tell them. It doesn't require any extra effort. So if you do something, just tell them. And you say, okay, in 30 minutes, this will happen. And then there will be an onboarding survey sent. And then we'll do the scripts. And then we will log into these accounts. And then if you are on time with every single one you mentioned, they will have so much more trust in you. And that's key for, retention. Results is obviously another component. So delivering or exceeding promised outcome by the end of the agreement. And setting and achieving milestones along the way builds trust. So let's say your goal is to double their revenue in 6 months. If you haven't gotten close to that and it's month 5, even though it's not done yet, even in 1 month you can double their revenue. If you set and achieve milestones along the way, they will much more, what do you call it? They will value that much more, and they will actually see you as someone who's competent, okay? Resulting in longer contracts. So building relationships, this can be as simple as checking in every once in a while. So building relationships is probably one of the easiest things you can do that will ultimately result in long contracts. I can say this from personal experience, like just me talking with the clients, acting like human beings with them, asking how's your week been, what are you struggling with, like, how's the weather? Okay, don't ask that, but you know what I mean, like how's it going there? Good morning, let's have ourselves a great week. Like every Monday I tell that to them. They're human beings as well, not just your clients. It's not like this transactional thing. Like they are human beings as well. Treat them like one, and they will also stay much longer, which is from personal experience. Like it definitely works. And we will go into much more detail on this in week 6, orchestrating client relationships. Okay, so that's retention. So your next 3 moves, so $0 to $10,000 a month. Your next 3 moves. As with chess, you want to think at least 3 to 5 moves ahead. And I know like chess grandmasters think like 15 or 50 moves ahead. I'm not quite sure, but the more moves ahead you can think, the better decisions you'll make, and ultimately the better life you'll live. All right. You want to know the secret to 10K a month, like the ultimate secret? What about $20,000 a month, or $30,000 a month, or even $100,000 a month? You really want to know? Advertising. That is the secret. That is the work you're avoiding. That's the magic you're looking for, is advertising. Letting people know about your stuff. That's the number one thing. I can tell you right now. I'm not keeping anything behind doors. Like this is all for free to the public. Like this is number one thing. People just don't know about your solution. That's all it really comes down to. Obscurity is the main reason any business is below $100,000 a month. Is people just don't know. There's so many people on this planet. There's so many solutions, so many offers, so many noise. If you can just pierce through that and just essentially just spread your message everywhere, like you will make a lot of money. A great example is Andrew Tate as well. He just maybe didn't have the best solution, but he was just out there and he made like $10 million a month. All right, doing that with Hustlers University. You can have the best service in the world, but if no one knows about it, you won't make any sales. You can have the best solution ever, spend all this time making the greatest product ever, but if no one knows about it, you'll be broke. Like, you'll just be broke. And to make $100,000 a month, here's a quote from Grant Cardone. I don't think that's Grant Cardone, but anyway, it's a photo I generated from Midjourney. So the best known always beats the best. So you can have the best thing, but the best known will beat you. And that's where marketing comes in. That's why it's so important to put yourself out there. And at the start, you're going to have to do emails. You're going to have to do DMs. You're going to have to post content. You're going to do ads. And that's all you really can do. But at the start, you can really only do outreach. Because like content takes a while, which I will cover, I believe, in this video. If it's not, it's either market mindfulness or philosopher's matrix. All of these videos are extremely important, by the way. So you can... this is fundamental stuff. If you know this, you'll make money forever. What do you mean advertising is all I need to make $10,000 a month? It's true. You don't need anything else. Literally. You don't need the best offer. You obviously need an offer, but you don't need the best offer. The best email campaign, you don't need that. Or even the best service at all. Far from it. It all comes down to volume. Just how much you are putting yourself out there. That's all it comes down to. Right? To make 10, 20, 30, 50, even $100,000 per month comes down to advertising. And obviously, you need a decent service. If you have a good service and you have a good offer and everything like that, it will obviously expedite the process. You will achieve the results quicker. But if you have an average service, average everything, but you do a lot of volume, you will get to 100K a month. That's guaranteed. People deeply underestimate how much volume it takes to become successful. And that's Alex Hormozi making around, I think it's $20 million per month at the moment. So he's definitely someone to listen to, all right? You're not showing up in front of people's faces. That's just show up, just as much as possible and let time pass. You will make the money. You will ultimately get what you want. People don't even know your solution exists. So you're not doing enough of this. Oh yeah, so I do mention it in this video. You're not doing enough of this. You're not doing enough warm outreach. You're not doing enough cold outreach. You're not posting enough free content. You're not running enough paid ads. Specifically this, cold outreach. You're not doing enough of this. You can't do this, okay? You can't really do warm outreach. You're probably not friends with people who need or can afford your service. And I wouldn't recommend charging less than $2,500 per month for your services. But obviously it depends on what kind of service you offer, the pricing, everything like that. But let's just say on average, I wouldn't recommend less than $2,500 per client per month. And you probably don't know someone, who need that service or can afford that service in your close friends. Or maybe you know your dad's business associate friend or whatever, but that's going to be pretty difficult. You can start there. Maybe you've got 1 or 2 clients. That can definitely work. But for the majority of people, that won't be the case. You can't do this. You can, which I would still recommend, do it. I was posting content before I had any clients. Okay. So definitely do it. It will just take 2 to 3 years. So I've been doing my, YouTube for around 2 years now. So I'm still at the start, but the effects and the results only come 3 years, 2 years, 3, 5 years, 10 years later. Okay. Also, your client avatar will most likely not watch your videos when you're posting your free content. So with my agency, they don't really watch my content. Some do, which, I've actually closed a client for $6,800 per month. And he watched my YouTube videos. So it definitely works. But you don't want to bank on this, all right? Run paid ads. You can't do this. You probably don't have thousands of dollars to spend on ads, okay? So you can do this. That leaves you with cold outreach. That's all. That's the most reliable thing you can do at the beginning stages. It's also the most difficult, but that's why it's so valuable. Specifically DMs and emails. That's it. If it was so easy, right? It's simple, but not easy. If entrepreneurship was that easy, everyone would be making $10,000 a month. But I think 1 or 2% of the population of UK and US makes $10,000 a month. Okay? That means the only thing standing between you and making $10,000 a month is cold outreach. And even $20,000, $30,000, $50,000, maybe $100,000 a month is cold outreach. Lots and lots of cold outreach. But when you get to 30, 50K a month, right? That's when you can incorporate ads to scale even further, right? More than you probably think. Like Alex Hormozi said, people deeply underestimate how much volume it takes to become successful. volume in the terms of putting yourself out there. It's like you need to do at least 100. He calls it the rule of 100. Do at least 100 outreaches per day. 100 emails, you can do 50 DMs, 50 emails per day, 6 days a week, or even 5 days a week. Do that, and I can guarantee you, you will get the results you want. I can guarantee you that. If you do 100 emails every single day, 6 months later, your life will be completely different. Don't focus on the 10K a month. Focus on sending 100 emails, 500 emails per week. Focus on that. If you can do that, you will get the results. I can guarantee you that. Like, I'm not kidding when I say this. I can guarantee you that you will get to 10K a month. It's not maybe or like, will this work? It's like guaranteed. Literally, results are guaranteed. Timing is not. So the results you want are guaranteed. But when you achieve it, that's not guaranteed. But you will. And that's what it makes it valuable. Doing all that volume, it's simple, but not easy. And that's what makes it valuable. When you see someone driving like a Ferrari down the street, you're like, wow, this guy, you're like, there's some level of respect because you know what this guy had to go through. It's like, wow, this is one valuable car. Like it's not necessarily the car, it's the amount of hard work that went into getting the car. It's like, wow, this guy he's actually competent. He can do stuff. Like that's what it represents. He can make money, which obviously he can solve problems. He's a competent man. He's useful. He's valuable in society. And that's obviously where the status comes from. Okay? It's not necessarily the car, although the car is very cool. It's the characters and the traits that go into you being able to afford and buy this car. Messages lead to booked appointments. Booked appointments lead to calls. Calls lead to closes. Simple, right? You're correct. It is very simple. It's just not easy. Entrepreneurship is simple. Very simple, but not easy. I mentioned in a recent YouTube video as well, I think the title of the video is Making Money is Simpler Than It Looks, but Harder Than It Seems. Simpler than it looks because it looks pretty complex from the outside and you're like, what is this guy doing? What's all the systems? Like, well, but it's really simple. It's like just send emails to people in a niche, in a group of which problem you want to solve. Get them interested through emails. They say, oh, show me more. I want to learn more. I'm interested. You send over, maybe over a few emails to persuade them even more. You send over your booking link. They book a call. They hop on that sales call. You close them. You send over a link where they can, put money in or put in their call details. That money is then transferred to your bank account. You can use that money to buy a car. That's how it works. It's simple, but it's not easy. If it was easy, everyone would be doing it. It's the exact same as getting in shape. It's pretty simple. Just eat less, move more. Why is everyone overweight? It's not the complexity of it. It's not like, oh, it's this crazy thing that, people, just a select few know how to get in shape. Everyone deep down knows how to get in shape. Everyone deep down knows how to make money. It's just provide solution to a marketplace, convince the group or the niche of the problems you want to solve that you are the best in the world or pretty decent and competent at solving that problem, right? Show it to them. They'll be interested in that problem being solved in their life. You hop on a sales call. You show them how it works. Like that's all it really comes down to. You send over a payment link. They click on that link, put in their call details, and that money gets transferred to your account, to your Stripe account, and you link that Stripe account to your bank account. To get in shape, just eat less calories, and move more. Go for more walks. Go for runs. Lift weights. It's very simple, but it's not easy. That's where the value lies. Now, don't click away and start blasting cold emails to random people. If it was that easy, everyone would be making $10,000 a month. To get to 10K a month with your SMMA, you need 3 things, and only these 3 things. 1 channel, 1 service, 1 niche. So your next 3 moves. So 1 channel, start thinking what channel you're going to do outreach on. So like, obviously I mentioned the rule of 100. If you can do 100 outreaches every single day, you can guarantee results. So Instagram, are you going to use Instagram to message people? Are you going to use Gmail? And obviously I'll provide you with all the strategies in later modules, all the scripts, exact words you need to use, the follow-up sequence, when you should send over a link, the sales you need to conduct, the questions you need to ask, how to close them, the frameworks you need, the steps you need, everything. I will share all of that with you. Instagram, Gmail, LinkedIn, Facebook. Just choose one you are most familiar with. service, and also the one your avatar, hangs out on. Start doing some research on what service you want to offer. Social media marketing or management, paid ads, content creation, videography, lead generation. You can just do some research on that. Number 3, one niche. Start exploring what niche you want to go into. So choose a niche where you already have experience, knowledge, or interest in. Like real estate, maybe you've done some real estate gigs before. Golf, maybe you like golfing a lot. You know the slang behind the golf, I don't even want to start there. I have known nothing about golf. Craft breweries, wedding planning, I don't know, drones. Like you can choose any niche. Just to be clear, this is not the final at all. Like the channel you're going to use, the service you're going to offer, the niche you're going to offer, this is not final. I just want to get your subconscious mind working. I just want you to start thinking, like what can you offer to the marketplace? We will go into much more detail on this in week 1, Plato's Pathway, choosing your niche. Week 5, Outbound Philosophies, where I show you the scripts, the message templates you need, the steps, the follow-ups, everything. And week 6, Platonic Fulfillment, how to actually deliver on the service you promised. Let's go to a quick summary. So Principles 101, fundamental truths, we covered that, can't be boiled down any further. Decision-making behavior, and that is downstream from your fundamental truths. And then obviously desired outcomes in life and work, and through the decisions and behavior you take, which will then provide you the results, which is the desired outcomes in life and work, and the top 10 principles in life and business. And if you execute on these, and if you remember these and write them down, you will live an amazing life. Comprehending client acquisition, stranger, client, and turning. Already mentioned that. Fleshing out the model. Offer, which is the components of the SMMA. Offer, traffic, conversion, fulfillment, and retention in that order as well. Your next 3 moves, which is advertising. You're just not doing enough. You're not putting yourself out there enough. And $0 to $100,000 per month is all about advertising. Cold outreach, one channel, one service, and one niche. As always, if you enjoyed this, if this opened up your mind a little bit, if you resonate more with this, you're like, okay, I can actually do this, I understand a bit more, please make sure to leave a review. I would really appreciate that. Your journey really inspires others. It's not just like you are doing a testimonial to help us grow. Obviously, that's the case, and I do appreciate that. But you are almost like doing a ripple effect where your one testimonial can lead into maybe 3 people joining, and those 3 people do a testimonial, and it's like increases so much, and we are helping others, make money online and live a life of freedom. So we really appreciate that. And then if you can watch this over again if you want to, just to solidify the knowledge. Anyway, you don't have to do that, but with this knowledge, I want you to act on it. Start thinking what service, what channel, and what niche you want to go into. Start doing some research, and then, I see you on the next video. Bye-bye. Before I forget, I have a quote. So I thought that was a last slide. My bad. So school typically doesn't prepare young people for real life unless their lives are spent following instructions and pleasing others. In my opinion, that's why so many students who succeed in school fail in life. And that's a quote from Ray Dalio. And I didn't do too well in school. Maybe you're not even doing too well. Maybe you're getting B's and C's, not doing too great. And you see people getting like A's, 80, 90%, 95%. Like, whoa, these guys are crazy. But in my opinion, that's why so many students who succeed in school fail in life. Because it doesn't prepare people for real life. And those who don't do too well in school, they're like, oh my word, I need to figure something out. I can't rely on my grades. I need something else, right? And that's when I start entrepreneurship. That's when they do that. And that's where they actually face reality. Even though it's painful, I highly, highly recommend it. So that's a quote to leave you with. I really hope you enjoyed this video, got some value from this video. And this is the last slide. And then I see you on the next one. Bye-bye. Hello and welcome to Philosopher's Matrix. Now, you're probably looking at the timeline and you're like, what on earth is this? I'm not sure how long this video is going to be, but I'm pretty sure it's going to be a long one. There's going to be absolutely value-packed. And I just want to start things off by saying, if you can't watch through this, 2 hour, 2.5, I'm not quite sure how long this video is going to be. If you can't watch through this video and just sit down and literally just watch and consume, I'm not sure how you're going to build a business. It's much more difficult and much harder to build a business than it is to watch an educational video teaching you how, some principles that you can use to build your business. So I don't want to make this video too long. Just know, if you can't sit through this, obviously you don't have to do it in one take, but if you can't sit through this video and watch how someone who's probably where you want to be, teach you exactly what he knows about business, the principles he used to scale his business. And you can't watch through that, I'm not sure you're going to build a business. So let's hop in. Table of contents, introduction, Newton's third law decoded, the principle of sowing and reaping, memory, time, and effect, intro to systems thinking, garbage in, garbage out, bottlenecks and inflow constraints, macro versus micro perspective, the market matrix, scaling your empire, and summary. So as you can see, quite a lot to unpack. So let's just hop in. theschoolofathens.com/guide. Obviously, join the newsletter. 2 free guides plus exclusive updates regarding the course. Make sure to share the course. Help out your fellow entrepreneurs. Very, very simple. Just go to the YouTube link and click copy link and share. If there's one video you need to share, it's this one. This is like the 80-20 of success. This is a behemoth of a video, and I'm really excited to share this with you. So YouTube, Instagram, and TikTok. Stay up to date when new episodes drop. The School of Athens podcast, Instagram, TikTok as well, and then Andro Koen on YouTube and Instagram for some cool lifestyle content or valuable videos on YouTube. So introduction, welcome to Philosopher's Matrix. Now this goal, or my goal with this module, is to give you a complete macro understanding of life and business. And success is 80% psychology and 20% strategy. And that's a quote from Tony Robbins. There are 3 types of people in this world. Before I go into that, right, success is 80% psychology. So this is essentially a psychology video and principles and kind of mindset kind of things. And Tony Robbins, who, I don't know, is making like $1 billion. I'm not quite sure. Just know he's extremely successful, especially in the self-help field. And he says success is 80% psychology. So this video right here is essentially like the 80-20 when it comes to success. So please, I know it's a long one, but stick to it. If you go through this module, I can guarantee you will not be the same person as when you first started watching this video. And obviously, I will give you all the strategies, the 20% right here. I will give you all the strategies. I'll give you all the DM templates, the email templates, the scripts, the follow-ups, everything. I'll give you all of that. But 80% of success comes down to the psychology. And if you have that, you come up with the right strategies. You like, as I mentioned, it's 80% of success. So not to spend too long on this quote, but there are 3 types of people in this world. Those who watch what happens, those who make things happen, and those who wonder what happened. After today's video, you will have the ability to make things happen, not just wonder what happened. And there's a lot of people who just go through this world wondering what happened. Like, how did he become successful? Like, what did he do? Like, is this like legal? Is this like, what is he doing? You know, just wondering what happened. But after this video, you'll have the ability to make things happen. Actually become the guy or girl. I'm pretty sure it's only guys in this community, but still, to make things happen, to actually accomplish the goals you set out to achieve. All right? And then people will be like, wow, look at this guy. You know, I wonder what he's doing. Okay? So Newton's third law decoded. You probably know this guy, probably seen him on your physics tests, and this just gives me PTSD, but I can assure you this is not your typical physics exam. I'm not going to show you any questions, anything you need to calculate, nothing like that. This is more about making money. And now this Newton's third law, which you can see right here, how this equates to making money and just giving you a complete macro understanding and how it works in life and business. And so Isaac Newton was a mathematician, physicist, astronomer, alchemist, theologian, and philosopher. So he's a pretty Renaissance man, this guy. I don't know how good his physique was, but he's got a lot of things to back it up, okay? Not his physique, but his intelligence, all right? So for every action, there's an equal and opposite reaction. So Newton's third law, when 2 things interact, they push and pull on each other with equal force, but in opposite direction. When a car hits a wall, the car pushes forward on the wall, and the wall pushes back on the car with the same amount of force. That's essentially why if the car crashes against the wall, everything is still, like it just stuck like that, essentially. That's why the car stops with enough force, the wall will break down. As you can see right here, you know, the car is obviously moving, but when it hits the wall, it just stops because there's an equal force that meets at that point right there. So an action force is the car pushes on the wall, and the reaction force is the wall pushes back on the car. That's obviously why it stops. All right. Another example is when you're sitting on a chair, like I'm doing right now, or you probably as well, gravity pulls you down towards the ground, but the chair pushes up on you with the same amount of force, so you don't fall. If the chair can't exert the same amount of force, it will break and you will fall. Okay? The chair is essentially holding you up. And there's two forces, as you can see, the action force, the weight pulling down of your mass, right? And the reaction force of the chair pushing up. So the weight pulling down is your gravity as well as your mass, and then reaction force, the chair pushing up. Okay. So I did physics a few years ago. Can't remember all of it, but just an example of the two forces. Okay. I don't know the exact intricacies of everything and all the the math behind it, but that's not necessary for today's module. You can know it, which is also cool, but it's not necessary. So the important thing to remember is that forces always come in pairs. For every action, there's an equal and opposite reaction. Whenever you apply a force on something, it applies an equal force back on you. Even though forces are equal, objects might move differently because their masses or their sizes are different. I'll give an example. If a meteor hits the ground, from space, the Earth also moves towards the meteor, slightly, but you can't see it because the Earth is so huge. Its movement is too small to notice. Let me show you. So you've got the Earth right here, I don't know if it's a circle or sphere or triangle, like most people say, doesn't matter. We've got the meteor coming at it right now, and as you can see, we got the action force. So the meteor hits the Earth, that's the action force, and then the reaction pushes back slightly. Obviously, the Earth is so massive that you can't even see the slight pushback from the Earth. Andro, this is cool and all, but how will this make money? It's like, I joined this community, I'm going through these courses, I'm writing down notes, hopefully, right? Where's my money? Okay? I'm glad you asked. So the principle of sowing and reaping. And this is almost the same as, Newton's third law. For every action, sowing, there's an equal and opposite reaction, reaping. Okay? You already know that for every action, there's an equal and opposite reaction. It works the exact same for the principle of sowing and reaping. Action, reaction. For whatever a man sows, this he will also reap. That's Galatians 6 verse 7, right? For every action, there's an equal and opposite reaction. Okay? So, Jesus knew, right? When he wrote this, that, in Newton's third law. Or maybe Newton got it from the Bible, who knows? He is a theologian. Let's go back and quickly see. So Newton, I'll just go to the previous slide real quick. Theologian, all right? It's a study of religion. And he actually got most of his principles, believe it or not, from the Bible. So there's a lot of wisdom to be found in the Bible. I don't care really what you think about the book. Just know there's a lot of wisdom to be gathered. Let's go back to these slides. So if you sow, right, you sow the seeds on your farm, right? It'll be pretty cool to have a farm, definitely in the future, right? This will be, with your wife, you look at your crops, you see your harvest that you can obviously reap. Now, I don't care what you think of the Bible, but you absolutely can't deny that there's profound wisdom in this book. Like I mentioned, Isaac Newton got a lot of his principles and a lot of the foundation from the Bible. So you're probably not a farmer looking to grow some wheat. You're here to make some monies, right? So this is what sowing will look like for you. Sowing and reaping, this is what the sowing part will look like for you. So the action. Just sitting behind your laptop and working. That's essentially what sowing will look like for you. Just taking action, right? Most likely like this. Sitting in your room, maybe not, feeling a bit anxiety, maybe some, depression to go with that. Not being where you want to be, right? You got big goals. Your environment is not necessarily the same as the vision you have in your head, all right? But with due time and the things I will teach you in this course and everything you're going through, I can guarantee you, if you take the right action, right, it will become a reality. And this is just a season. You don't have to, think that this is the end-all be-all, like I'm going to share with you right now. And there's absolutely nothing wrong with this. Everyone starts at ground zero. Even the billionaires that you see right now, they all start at zero. Maybe they have some advantage when it comes to their parents, maybe some increased IQ, but everyone starts at zero. I can also say it's not good to start at success. When you're born into a rich family, that can be very problematic because there's no contrast to compare it to. So when you do become rich, you don't have the contrast of being poor to compare it to. And that's how humans, they experience life, is through contrast. You can only be happy when you once have been sad. If you're just happy all the time, you won't feel happy because you don't have something to compare it to. Black is only black because there's white. If everything was just black, there would be no black. You need something to compare it to. That's duality, which is something we will also go over in further modules. And here was my setup when I was starting out, just slaving away my bedroom, 16, 18-hour days. I got my visions up here, 3 clients. I had pretty crazy goals, each paying me $8,600 a month. And now that's a reality, even more. 20,000 IG follows, and then also travel and outsource my operations. So that was like my goal. And also you can see right here, $10,000 an hour. And also on my to-do, I said, you suffer more imagination. Because like this time was like, this was rough. I built a lot of character. This was rough, okay? But it's a season. You have to go through that. And you maybe are currently going through that. And just know it's not forever. But it's a necessary part of it. And you will look back with so much gratitude that you stuck with it. And that, these times are like my proudest moments, when I look back. I never had that same drive ever. Crazy. So that was my bedroom, 17 August 2023. And exactly 1 year later, this is my office right now. I'm currently sitting, right here. Here's my mic as well. As you can see, I got the exact same coffee cup as well, as you can see right here. So yeah, same desk I'm sitting at right now. And exactly 1 year later. So a lot can change in a year. Obviously, this is not my ideal. It's decent. Like I can do everything here. I've got everything. I've got the standing desk. I've got everything I need. I got my monitor as well. But it's just to show the contrast. If I just showed you this photo and you wouldn't think it's something, obviously it's not something crazy, but compared to this, now you can see it's the contrast that makes it better. Even though if I compare this to maybe a crazy entrepreneur with his insane setup, this will look average. But compared to what I had, this is great, It's the same with making money. Once you make money, you compare it to when you were broke. You're like, wow, this is awesome. But if you're born into riches, that can be problematic. It's the pain and suffering that makes it worthwhile. A lot can change in a year. Now, let's break it down to see how this applies to you. So for whatever a man sows, this he will also reap. So let's just go over sowing. The principle of sowing is a simple idea that comes from farming, but can be applied to many areas of life. Obviously, sowing, your seeds, that's obviously farming. Just like a farmer plants seeds in the ground to grow crops, sowing in the business context means putting in the work to achieve success in the future. The seeds represent the action we take today that will grow into the results tomorrow. And the results, essentially making money. Here are some examples of actions you need to take. Lead sourcing, so getting the contact information of potential prospects in your niche. This can either be manually, software, outsource it. I will obviously share everything I know around lead sourcing in these further modules. Emails and DMs, obviously sending those and sending your pitch to these leads through email and DM. Sales calls, hopping on Zoom calls to pitch and close these interested prospects, which obviously you send the DMs to. And in order to send those DMs, you obviously need the lead to send them to. And then fulfillment, delivering the service you promised to your now clients. So that's the sowing part of it, okay? Lead sourcing, emails, sales calls, fulfillment. That's essentially what an agency boils down to, is doing those things. Obviously, there's a lot more intricacies and nuance that go into it, but these are the high-level stuff you need to do. And then reap, the principle of reaping. The principle of reaping is about collecting the rewards and money after taking action in the right direction. Like I mentioned, you can take action in any direction, really. You can do anything if you want. But doing the lead sourcing, sending the follow-ups, the emails, reaching out to people, doing the sales calls, that's taking action in the right direction and putting in the required effort and waiting patiently. You can't just put in effort. You need to put in the required effort and wait patiently. And that's also important, patience. It's the exact same as if a farmer would harvest crops after planting seeds, taking action, caring for them, which is essentially putting in the required effort, and waiting patiently. patiently. And patience is in both aspects, not just in making money, but in going to the gym, in sowing seeds and waiting for the harvest, waiting patiently, building a good physique, as I mentioned with going to the gym. It takes time. Making money, it's all the same. Like, why would business be different? You think you would take the action now and you make money tomorrow? It doesn't work like that. Why would me, starting out in the gym, the next day I have my physique of 6 years? It doesn't work like that. Here's some things you need to keep in mind before you start reaping. You only reap what you sow. Pretty self-explanatory, but most people need to be reminded more than they need to be taught. So let me just take a sip of my coffee real quick. All right. So your results reflect the actions you take over time. Misguided action, putting action in the right direction, lead to misguided results. It's not enough to work hard. You need to work smart and hard. But in order to work smart, you first need to work hard. So at the beginning, you kind of have to do both. You have to do both. Because smart work is essentially leverage, which I'm not going to get into right now. But like smart work, how do I say this? You have increased skill set with smart work, and then also equates to more leverage. But in order to get that smart work, you first need to work hard at a specific skill set. So you have to do both at the start. And reaping takes time. So rewards or money in this instance don't come instantly. Money is a lagging indicator of success. So you're already successful when you start taking action in the right direction. Like, you're already successful. Money just takes some time. What you do defines you, not your words. So it's the actions you take. It's not necessarily the results you get. That's also important to show and to obviously for you to see that the thing is working. But if you take action, you're already successful. Because if you take action in the right direction, for every action there's an equal and opposite reaction, and the reaction is money. So if you take the right action, you know the money will come, so you're already successful. When you're consistently taking action in the right direction, the money will come. So just be patient. I mentioned patience like 3 times here, so that's why it's obviously important. And reaping is proportional. The more effort you put in, the greater the results will be. Just like planting more seeds leads to a bigger harvest, right? Okay, well, that's the end of the sentence. So if English taught me well, I should actually end it in a down tone, okay? Just like planting seeds, more seeds leads to a bigger harvest. Cool. Whoever sows sparingly will also reap sparingly. And whoever sows generously will also reap generously. Okay? Excuse me for my English. And that's 2 Corinthians 9 verse 6. So whoever sows, puts in the work sparingly, will also reap sparingly. And that's essentially a lot. So if you work a lot, you will make a lot of money. And that's also for every action is an equal and opposite reaction. Sowing and reaping. For whatever a man sows, you will also reap. It's the same thing. It's all interconnected. Which I will then, when I mention it's all interconnected, that we will cover in systems thinking, which is also it's all psychology, okay? What I'm about to show you next will blow your mind. Now, this is something I learned from my mentors doing at the moment. Sam Ovens, he's got school. Obviously, it's the platform you are on. He's the CEO. Why did I say it so weird? He's the CEO of the company. And it's going to be like $1 billion. Like, he's going to be a billionaire, 100%. So very, very smart guy. He also had consulting.com, which at the highest, he generated $32 million a year, which is around about $3 million a month. For you South African viewers, that's around 18, so 54 million rand every single month. So yeah, this stuff is real, guys. It will completely revolutionize the way you see business and life. So memory, time, and effect. So this thing, just pay attention right now. Obviously, the previous stuff is extremely important. Everything's important, but this, just pay attention. So this is your memory over time. So if you don't quite understand this graph, let me explain. So on the x-axis, you have time. Very simple. And then you have memory on the y-axis. All right. So time, obviously, as it goes on, we read from left to right, okay? And then left is obviously the start. It's 0. Everything is 0, okay? But as you can see, memory is all the way at the max, okay? Because on day 1, which is essentially the present moment, which is right now, time 0, okay? I know exactly what I'm doing. Like, my memory is sharp. I am talking to the camera. I know exactly what I'm thinking, okay? Not necessarily, I'm just talking, but you know what I mean. I know what I ate yesterday. which is essentially like this one. I know exactly what I ate yesterday. Maybe like a week ago, I kind of remember, 2 months ago, it's a bit unclear what I ate for, let's say, lunch. And, over time, your memory fades, as you can see. So over time, your memory decreases. Right now, my memory is sharp. I know exactly what I'm doing. But over time, as you can see, maybe 2 weeks later, this is time. 2 weeks ago, I'm not exactly sure. I have no idea what I ate for lunch, okay? Probably a steak because I eat the same thing every single day. But, right, I can't exactly remember. And this is your effect over time. So let's take money, for example, or let's take the gym, for example. This is a good one. And like I'm going to mention with systems thinking and the intro to systems thinking, right? Everything is interconnected. Everything is intertwined. It's all like an interweb, everything. It's not isolated components, okay, which I'm going to cover in systems thinking. But the reason I say that is because with the gym and making money and the knowledge you gather and the relationships you build, it's all connected. It's all the same, all right? So let's take the gym, for example. And then obviously time, year 0. So let's say it's day 1, okay? Day 1. You go to the gym. The next day, do you look any different? Right? Maybe you got a slight bump in the gym. You don't really know what you're doing. Like my first day of going to the gym, I can still remember it was 8 March 2020. No, 2018 or 2019. I just know it was 8 March, okay? And it was 6 years ago. So 8 March, right? The next day, 9 March, like I look exactly the same, okay? I had no real results, and that's essentially what's showcased through effects. But maybe 2 weeks later, like right here, I know I got some muscle. My biceps maybe looking a bit bigger, especially with the newbie gains. Like, I got results pretty quickly, okay? Maybe 2 months later, wow, like I put on some muscle. And then 6 years later, like where I am right now, I look completely different. So the time, right, 6 years ago, or in 6 years, I produced substantial results. But in 1 day, not much. 3 days, not much. I can barely see anything compared to 6 years later, all right? So effects over time increase. But as you can see right now, this is your memory and effect over time. Now this is where the shenanigans come in, right? So let's take money, for example, right here. Okay? So yeah, your effects obviously 0. Like you can't even see it. Like it's so minuscule. Like obviously this is day 0. This is, let's say, year 3. So day 0, year 3, 3 years later, right here. Okay. So day 0, when I start my entrepreneurship journey, right, there was a lot of ups and downs, but let's just say my agency, when I started that, I didn't see results the next day. I didn't see results in a week. I didn't see results in 2 weeks. I saw basically nothing. Let's take my sales calls as well. Like I hopped on one sales call, didn't close. Second sales call, didn't close. Third one, fourth one, fifth one, sixth, didn't close. Just rejected. After 27 sales calls, I signed my first client. And then he tried to sue me for some reason. It's not like, we did something illegal. It's actually a funny story. We signed him, right? Like I closed the call. I was so happy, like my first client, crazy. And then he didn't respond for like 2 weeks. He just fell off the face of the earth. Like who pays $2,500 and just doesn't respond to any email, doesn't respond to any message. Like that was so strange. But either way, we still started working. And then 2 weeks later, he messaged me like, no, sorry, I don't want to continue with this. It's like a impulse buyer, whatever. Like, so you learn. But anyway, like it took me 27 sales calls to get my first client, which is essentially like this effect right here. But how this intertwines, like we mentioned, day 1, 3 years ago with my entrepreneurship journey, I could remember exactly what I did that day, but I got no results. Day 2, also got no results. 2 months later, still got no results. But over time, let's say 2 years in, I started to make some money. I'm like, whoa. You see, I'm making 5K a month. Now I'm making 10K, 12K. Actually made $12,600 my first month, all right? And then 20K, and then 30, and then so on, all right? But over time, my memory fades. So I think that when I'm making $10,000 a month right here, my memory, of what I did is like minuscule. And the thing is, over time, it's like, in the gym, right? It's the workouts I did a year that got me the physique right now. It's not the workout I did yesterday that got me this physique. It's the workouts I did 6 years, for 6 years every single day that got me this physique. It's not the training I did a week ago. It's not the training I did a month ago or yesterday, right? Obviously that added like a minuscule amount. And then over time, as you can see, it also compounds as well. But with your physique, that's actually not the case, which is kind of funny. That's where it's not. That's where it's not correlated. So with your physique, right? In the beginning, it's like this, but then over time, it like plateaus a bit because if you're natural, like you're not going to really make gains, a lot of gains after year 6, 7, 8. But anyway, so what I did here actually brought me results right here. So me making 20, 30. 40, 50K a month with my agency, right? It's the things I did right here. It's not the things I did yesterday. Obviously, that added a bit, but the problem comes when people think that the results they're doing today got them the results today. Or the actions I took yesterday got me results now. But that's not the case. The things you did 2, 3 years ago. So then they connect present action with present results. And that's not always the case. It's the things you did right here. So you should never forget what you did 1, 2 years ago, because that ultimately brought you to the results. It's not necessarily the things you did today. So I did not come up with this concept. I learned it from my mentor, Sam Ovens. Like with most things in this course, I learned from people ahead of me. You are really egotistical if you think, I don't know if that's the right word, but arrogant if you think you know everything. You know nothing. And then Socrates also mentioned, if there's one thing I know, is that I know nothing. So even the things he knows, he doesn't know. Like even like the smartest guy where like everything stems from like Socrates is the foundation of like knowledge and philosophy. And even he says he knows nothing. So who are you to say you know anything about this stuff? Okay? I'm not some special guy at all. I obviously achieved success pretty quickly. Obviously quickly is also relative. But anyway, compared to my age, and in the country I'm from, it's pretty rare, okay? But the only reason I was able to achieve it so quickly is because I learned from people ahead of me. And I want to respect you for going through this course because you realize you dropped your ego. You're like, I don't know anything. I don't know much, okay? And I want to learn from people ahead of me, okay? Maybe I'm 1, 2, 3 years ahead of you, and now I'm just giving you the lesson so you can achieve success quicker and relieve some of that pain. If I've seen further than others, it's by standing on the shoulders of giants. And what he means by this is, if I've seen further than others, if I've gained more knowledge, if I can essentially acquired more knowledge, it got more results, it's by standing on the shoulders of giants. So what he means by this is having mentors and learning from people ahead of him, standing on their shoulders and seeing further, okay? This is a principle that most entrepreneurs and people in general struggle with. Today's results don't come from today's work. It's not the workout I did yesterday that got me my physique. It's the workouts I did 6 years prior that got me the physique I got right now. The results you have in your life right now are the fruits of the labor you put in 2 years ago. You might see small results immediately, but the bigger outcomes won't come until months or even years from now. Here's the kicker. You forgot about the work when the results finally arrive. So, I don't know the workouts I did 2 years ago, 3 years ago, 4 years ago. Semi because I follow like the same structure, but you know what I mean. I don't know exactly what I did. You don't always connect the results to the seeds you planted last month or last year. Because we as humans, our memories fade. So we don't necessarily remember 2 years ago, but we do remember yesterday, a week ago. So we think, okay, these things I did a week ago got me my results now, right? No. You might mistakenly think that the results are from something you did more recently, when in actuality, it's the work you did years ago that compounded over time and revealed itself now. This lack of understanding can cause people to link their current activities with their current results, leading them down the wrong path. Let's say I this is just a stupid example, but just to prove my point. Let's say I ate a pizza yesterday. And I look at my physique the next day, I'm like, wow, this is pretty good, because obviously I did 6 years of training before that. Like, one pizza is not going to ruin my physique, okay? But I eat that pizza, and then the next morning I look at my physique, I'm like, wow, I'm kind of built, I'm shredding right now. I look good. Maybe some pump from the carbs. I'm like, wow, I look extremely good. Especially if you're shredded, you're lean, and you eat a lot of carbs, like you just blow up. Like you just look amazing, actually. And then you're like, okay, I want to look like this. I want to look even better. So I'm going to eat another pizza. Maybe it works for 2 days. You extra carved up. Now you eat 3 pizzas, 4 pizzas. Like, then you think it's the pizzas that got you the gains. But obviously, we are smart. But over time, like with business, that's where the problems come in. All right. With the gym, it's kind of obvious. All right. But just to prove my point. So let's take with business, for example. At the start, you were doing the courses. You were learning from your mentors. You were, pitching people on a sales call. You were reaching out to people. You were running ads. You're creating the content, right? You did all of that because you were just hungry to achieve success, right? And those actions you took 2 years ago got you the results now, all right? Because, results take time. It's like with sowing and reaping. You need to wait patiently. But you forget about this. And then let's say today you buy yourself a Rolex. And the next day, let's just say, for example, I buy a Rolex today. The next day, tomorrow, I sign a client. I'm like, wow, okay. Or I travel. Or I, just do, I don't know, what's there to do? That's not necessarily related to business success. It's like, networking, talking with people, going out, partying, that kind of thing, all right? I go out and party, buy myself a Rolex. The next day, I sign a client. I'm like, whoa, I should party more. I should buy more Rolexes. The next day, I party again, and I buy another Rolex. I'm like, whoa, I'm getting more views. I'm getting more clients. Everything is good. But it's the things I did 2 years ago that got me these results. It's not the things I did yesterday. So they link it, but wrongly or incorrectly. I don't know if wrongly is the right word there, but incorrectly, okay? So entrepreneurs and short-term thinking, let's pack it all together. So many entrepreneurs, myself included, start their business with high hopes. Initially, they work extremely hard. They read books, buy courses, conduct sales calls, pitch the idea to strangers, do everything like that, right? 99% of the time, they won't see immediate success like that 99% of the time. Like if you start your agency today, you won't sign a client tomorrow. Like that's just unreasonable. It can happen, obviously, but like don't bank on that. They remember the 16 hours they put in today, but what they don't see is the Stripes notification today. And then they say this SMMA thing is a scam. I've been doing this for 1 week. I've been doing this for 1 month, even 2 months, 3 months. Where's my clients? Right? But it takes some time. That's all. If I tell you exactly what you need to take action on, you're already successful. It just takes some time. Results are guaranteed, but timing is not. Here's the problem. Instead of waiting for the seeds to sprout like a farmer would wait patiently, they switch business models and try something else. It's like a farmer planting, let's say mealies, which is essentially it's like some form of a vegetable, right? Corn. Yeah, I got the word. Plants corn, and it's like, whoa, the next day, where's my corn? This stuff isn't working. So he pulls out the seeds and plants tomato seeds. It's like, that is just stupid, right? Why would you do that? Why would you switch business models? It takes some time. Never giving the original plan the time it needs to succeed. This is the definition of short-term thinking, wanting instant gratification. And that's obviously the world we live in, wanting instant gratification with social media, everything like that. Let me just take another sip. So, the truth is, Rome wasn't built in a day. We all know this. Just because you don't see a huge reward immediately doesn't mean your actions aren't producing an effect. As we mentioned with the graph, right? If you're taking action now, you won't necessarily see the effect. It's like with the memory right here at the top, and then it goes like that with the effect. You won't see any effects. But it doesn't mean your actions aren't producing any. It just takes time to compound. No matter how great the efforts, some things, Warren Buffett just sums it up perfectly with this. No matter how great the efforts, some things just take time. You can't produce a baby in 1 month by getting 9 women pregnant. It just doesn't work like that, right? As you can see, you're still getting some effects, but you can't see it. It's like very, very small, right? And then you think it's not working. Let me go back. And you think it's not working, but you just need to give it some time. As you can see, boom, and then you get these results. And then people look at this, the money you're making right now, and they're like, how did you do this? Because you just blow up out of nowhere, because they can't see this. They can't see the small wins, the private victories, as Iman talks about. You can't see that. And then boom, they see this and they're like, oh, scam. But they're not seeing all these efforts you put in. So memory, time, and effect. So example from my own business. In my first year, I made well over $200,000 with my marketing agency, ARC Advertising. A lot of people think it was because of the work we did this year or last week or last month. Oh, you had a good month. It's like, okay, sure, but like it's the things I did last year, not necessarily this week. But I knew that wasn't the full truth. There's some truth to it, but not the full truth. The success we experienced in 2024 came from work my team and I did 1 or 2 years earlier, buying courses, investing my knowledge, executing daily, doing sales calls, developing SOPs, hiring team members, optimizing, everything like that, conversions, everything like that. The seeds we planted years ago were finally paying off. I didn't see immediate results, obviously, but we stuck with it because I knew that these actions will give me these reactions, which is money and signing clients. And 2 years later, those efforts bore fruit. Plant the seeds, put in the work, stay patient, which is essentially staying optimistic during the wait, and trust the process. Patience is not the ability to wait, but the ability to keep a good attitude while waiting. Joyce Meyer. I'm not sure if that's a guy or a girl. Doesn't matter. Quote still stays the same. And I always say, you will be successful if you can stay optimistic during the wait. And by the wait, I mean, between action and reaction, it's that gray area where you don't necessarily see the fruits of your labor. If you can stay optimistic during that time and be like, yo, this is working, putting in the action. And like I mentioned, if you take the right action, you're already success because it just takes some time. The results are guaranteed, but timing is not. So it's not just the ability to wait, but to stay optimistic during that waiting time and being like, yo, this is going to work out. I'm going to do it. This is working, and then along the way, you see like small pointers. It's like, oh, there's a positive reply, or you got a meeting booked, or you did a sales call. Didn't close, but that's fine. It's like these small wins, all right? As you can see, for November 2022, me slaving away 4 or 5 hours a day, just cold calling. And this was also extremely rough. Like, the beginning stages, it's rough. Like, I'm not going to sugarcoat things. I'm not going to say like, oh, it's easy. Like, oh, a year later, I was here. Like, no. This is hard work. That's why not everyone can do this. It's simple. Just source leads, send emails to those leads, book them on a sales call, and then close them, and then make money. It's very simple, but it's not easy. It's the exact same with going to the gym. It's simple, or with getting in shape. Everyone deep down knows what they need to do to get in shape. It's like, eat less and move more. That's as complex as it gets. But people like to overcomplicate. Oh, keto, no. No, why are you overcomplicating things? Like, I've been going to the gym for 6 years. Like, I have some knowledge on this subject. Just eat less and move more. Even I'm saying this. Okay? Obviously, I train hard, everything like that. I'm optimizing every single bit. But, if you want just normal results, you don't need that. But obviously, if you're watching this, you don't want normal results. You want to achieve, extraordinary things. I know that. That's why you're going through this course. So 1 year and 8 months later, okay? Extremely hard character development, but it's necessary to achieve that success, all right? So patience and the power of compounding. It's important to remember we live in a world where instant feedback or instant gratification is the norm. When you post something on social media, you get likes and comments almost immediately. Obviously, I'm still on social media, right? Because I know I'm using it as a tool. Like everything, with AI, it's going to be the greatest thing that's ever been created. But also, there's going to be a lot of drawbacks. The same with the internet. It's the best thing ever. Google, you can just by a click of a button have all the information at your fingertips. 50 years ago, you had to go to the library, buy this book, go through the pages, find this one thing. Now you can just Google it or AI, ChatGPT it. But it also comes with its drawbacks, like instant gratification and like all this, I'm not exactly sure, like clued up and everything, but like child human trafficking, stuff like that. Like, I don't want to really go into that, but you know what I mean. There's a lot of bad that also happens. So with everything, with social media, for example, there's a lot of good that comes from it, but it's all about how you use it. We've become so used to this fast feedback, and it can make us impatient in business, where the feedback loop is much longer. The gratification you get, it takes way longer. So people aren't used to it. They're just used to the social media where they get it instantly. But with business, it takes some time. And then they're like, oh, it's not working. No, it just takes some time. Okay, I'm saying that way too much, but I'm trying to drill it in, all right? Months or even years. Small, consistent actions over time will lead to big results, but only if you give them enough time to compound. I think going to the gym, for like an hour and a half a day, I think it's like 5% of your day. I think I read this somewhere. But let's just say 5% of your waking hours. So that 5% over 6 years brought me a pretty decent physique, from where I started, right? It's 5%, like it's not much, but like over 6 years, that's something substantial. And people are like, wow, like what do you do to achieve that physique? Like what do you need to do? But it's only 5% of my day. Just like compound interest in investing, small efforts repeated month after month over years will build up and create massive gains. Literally. If investing just $10 a day, it might not feel like much right now, but over time, $10 around like, let's say 200 Rand. So 6,000 Rand a month. For some of you listening, this might seem like much. I can guarantee you, once you've made some money, that's nothing, okay? But over time, because of compounding, this one small habit adds up to a large sum of money. So, I don't have much to add on that. The same is true for your happiness. The small steps you take today might not happiness. It might be like happiness as well. Maybe, small things you do every single day might lead to you achieving a lot of happiness or experiencing a lot of happiness and fulfillment. But the same is true for your business. The small steps you take today might not feel like much, but they add up over time and produce results beyond your wildest dreams. Like if you would have told me a year ago you would be traveling to Greece, be at a crazy mansion there or a villa with all like-minded entrepreneurs traveling the world, having a great time, making money. I think in that week you made like collectively, I think like $50,000 with all of the people there. So it's like amazing, right? Going to Bali, taking my family to Thailand. I was at Bali for a month. Going to Dubai, meeting all these people. It's like, if you told me that a year ago, I would have told you were crazy. Like, no way. But you need to think bigger. All right. I think I said that in the opening dialogue as well at the end. So this is Warren Buffett's net worth over time. As you can see, $1 million is decent, right? But if you compare that to $83 billion, it's like not even close. And 99% of his wealth was earned after he turned 50. So like right about here, this from where my mouse is right now, from year to year is 1%, of his net worth. From year to year. Even though it's half of the screen, right? It's 1%. So it just goes to show, when it comes to making money, money is, the reason people track money is because it's easy to track. But, you can't, this is a book, I'm not sure what the name is, but the reason people equate money to happiness is because it's easier to measure. You can't necessarily measure happiness. It's like there's no scale. But with money, it's pretty simple. Like you can just see the numbers, right? Statistics. But anyway, so this is 99% of his wealth, right? 99, and it's half of the screen. So that just goes to show the power of compounding and the effects you get over time. He probably put in the same action, the same things. He did the same things right here, right? But it didn't show as for much later in his life. So it doesn't mean the things he did before 50, it's like, it's not the right, it didn't do the right things. He did the exact right things, but effects just take time to actually show. So sacrifice and long-term success. And great success isn't found without sacrifice. In my own journey, I had to make sacrifices early on. I dropped out of college, even though I got a lot of pushback from my parents, from peers as well. When you want to drop out of college, people are gonna be like, "What on earth? Are you crazy? Like, you need to get your degree, everything like that." Obviously, I'm not advocating that you drop out, but just understand your own situation and what your outcomes you want in life. And if college isn't a part of that, like obviously you can drop out. Worked 16 to 18-hour days, sometimes falling asleep on my laptop at 3 a.m. and cut all my expenses. So, this was a tough time, but now that I look back, it's some of my proudest moments. Just putting everything on the line, just leaving no stone unturned. For a year, I worked tirelessly, lived very frugally, and reinvested all my money in online education. Those very sacrifices set me up for the success I have today. I'm able to travel the world, not worry about food expenses, and live a life of time, location, and financial freedom, just like total freedom, basically. But it all started with that year of planting seeds and making short term sacrifices for long term gains. That's where it started. It's not the things I did yesterday, although that added a bit. It's the things I did 2 years ago and the sacrifices I made then. To become who you want to be, you must sacrifice who you are. To wrap up this section, don't chase quick wins, instant gratification. Instead, focus on providing value and solving problems, which is essentially what value is, knowing that your efforts will compound and pay off in the future. So, just to close this one off, or this section of the course, what's the quote I want to give? So, results are guaranteed, but timing is not. All right? If you take the right action, which I will share with you exactly what you need to do, and you take that action every single day, you're consistent, you're disciplined, you know what you need to do, you actually do it. Results are guaranteed, but the timing you do, that's not. Like, I don't know, you might achieve 10K, 20, 30K in your first 3 months. Maybe it'll take 6 months, maybe it'll take 12 months, maybe 2 years, 3 years. But, why does it matter? You're still going to do the same things anyway. So the results are guaranteed, but the timing is not. And you should be optimistic during the waiting time. So I mentioned a bit of systems thinking, like 10 minutes ago or so. And this is more of a deep dive into the intro or the actual systems thinking and how it equates to business and life. So we've all heard of this thing called systems thinking, right? Probably from books you've read, YouTube videos you've watched. You probably heard this somewhere. If you haven't, that's also totally fine. That's the reason I'm obviously making this video. If you have, you probably know that it will help you make better decisions. Systems thinking, you probably know that it will help you make better decisions. Better decisions equal, better business results and more life. And you're probably thinking, or you're not, but you would probably want better business results and more life. Like, who doesn't, right? So you better start learning this stuff. So what is a system? A system is a whole, right? A complete thing that cannot be divided into independent parts without losing its essential properties. So let me say that again. So a system is a whole, right? Or like a thing that's complete that cannot be divided into independent parts without losing its essential properties. Then it's not a system anymore. So if I remove one thing right here, it's not a system anymore. Then it needs to complete, right? So without losing its essential properties, right? If I, remove one independent part, it essentially loses its entire function. So inputs, right here, the beginning, processes, right? The middle part, which the inputs then go into, and then that leads to the outputs, and the outputs give feedback, which then changes the inputs. And then you have the environment right here, which essentially dictates everything else, okay? So remember this, for every action, there's an equal and opposite reaction. Right? Remember this? For every action, inputs, that's the action. It's the things you need to put in the system. And then reaction is outputs. So we left out a few of the components, but at its core, cause and effect is a system. The principle of sowing and reaping, that's a system. So let's see how all of this relates to systems thinking. So what is systems thinking? So it's a way of understanding the world by viewing everything, as I mentioned, as an interconnected web. Like the business and the finance, or the business side of things, your physical health and your physique, your relationships, everything like that is interconnected, right? Rather than isolated components. Let me just say that again. So systems thinking is a way of understanding the world by viewing everything as an interconnected system, all right? Rather than isolated components. You can obviously look at an isolated component, but you should know that that component interconnects with everything else. We can go even deeper, where essentially you watching this video, are also interconnected to the entire universe. Like, you just one component, but you should look at it as the entire universe, how you are essentially one as well. That's where the whole Eckhart Tolle oneness and everything like that comes into. Successful people, especially entrepreneurs, use systems thinking to see how different components interact and affect the whole, allowing them to make informed decisions regarding the end outcome. So here's an example of systems in nature and society. So nature is the ultimate system, really. It's very fascinating, never out of balance. It's just like, yin and yang, just completely perfect. It works as a highly interconnected system with feedback loops. Example, how the water cycle works with the sun, evaporation, and rainfall. So you've probably seen this, in school when you were younger, and I don't know the exact things that go on, but this is also a system, and this is in nature. So you've got the inputs, which is essentially the sun, and then you've got the processes, from the sun. Then you have the processes, which is the evaporation, obviously the sun beaming on the oceans, lakes, and streams. Then you've got the outputs, that is formed by the clouds, condensation, obviously, and then that turns into rain, right? Precipitation, for a more cooler word. And then you've got the feedback, which is the clouds that ultimately dictate the weather. And then you've got the environment, which also dictates the entire system, really. If it's not for the environment, this thing wouldn't work, all right? So I'm not going to go into further detail because, one, I don't know enough, and also I'm just going to share, how nature is also a system, just an example. So the human system, societies operate on systems like legal systems. Wow, I say systems a lot. Social systems and language systems. Each system, oh my goodness, consists of guidelines that individuals must understand and follow to function effectively within them. Cool. So the school system works with the students, the school curriculum, and graduates. So everything is really a system, okay? School curriculum, and graduates. So inputs, processes, outputs, feedback, and then you've got the environment. So you're probably thinking, what on earth is this? Let me show you. So the inputs is essentially the students going through the school curriculum, which is the process. But I show a factory because, if you know, you know. And then you've got the graduates, right? And then the feedback is jobless, struggling to get jobs. And then that turns you into a student again. You need to learn, but then obviously you need to go through a different process, which the feedback provides. And the environment that dictates the feedback or the entire system is the economy. With the rapid change of technology, with AI coming in, like it's replacing jobs, Wi-Fi money, everything like that, people or graduates are struggling to get jobs because the environment is completely different than it was 50 years ago when getting a job was like a solid thing to do, or getting a degree was like it's a respectable thing to do. It's like the right way. But now, as things are evolving and changing so quickly with technology, right? It's no more the case. That's obviously why I'm teaching you this, so you can be informed to take the right action. Like this, I'm not advocating that you drop out. Obviously, I dropped out, and it resulted in me living a good life. But not everyone is the same as me. Like this whole entrepreneurship thing, it's not for everyone. So you should know, and you know deep down. I'm not going to show you like a graph that sees, if you need to use some form of a graph, or you need to ask people, like, am I built for this? Do you think I can do this? And then your parents say, oh yeah, you can. Like, if you need to ask people, you're not built for this. It's like a deep down knowing thing. It's like, you will accomplish this. There's no other way. I gave myself no other option. Like, there was no way. I even told my dad, there's no way in hell I'm working a 9 to 5. There's no way. It's like, I couldn't do it. I just couldn't. And then some of you relate to this. It's like, there's just no way. Okay? And then I dropped out. So yeah, obviously easier said than done, but that's obviously the first step. Let me take another sip. Like, my throat is kind of hurting me. So, systems in business. A business is a system made up of components, right? We've got marketing, sales, operations, customer service, and product development. There's a lot of other nuances that go into it, but this is like the main components. The important thing to note is that changes made to one component affect the whole business. Changes made to marketing affect everything else. Changes made to sales, obviously the further down you go, let's say the complete tail end is retention. Changing that won't necessarily change much, but if you change the marketing, like the front side of the business, that changes just about everything. So some people in your organization might not understand systems thinking. That's why you can also share this to them as well. Let's take your accountant, for example. They might look at your expenses only in isolation, only looking at a core component, and fail to see the bigger picture, just zooming out and looking at everything as interconnected. They criticize your Facebook ad spending without understanding how these ads generate you profits. They're just looking at your ad costs and they'll be like, whoa, why are you spending $10,000 a month on ads? You're wasting money. But they don't realize that it's bringing you in $100,000. So they need to look at every component and how it interconnects with the entire system. So you've got component thinkers, which in this example is your accountant, versus systems thinkers. So component thinkers, as the name says, focus on individual parts, overlooking the connections and dynamics between them. Systems thinkers are able to look at get a bird's eye view of all the systems and how it interconnect, and see how changes made to one component affect the entire business. Example, changes made to the marketing component won't just affect ad costs, right, and conversions, but also how the product is perceived. Marketing is obviously perception, which will then alter how the product is being sold on the sales calls, which will then influence the operations and how people conduct that. And then obviously the operations influence the customer service. So changes made to the marketing literally affect everything else in your business. So it's not just like you change this angle in your marketing and now everything's fine. No, it will have trickle down and ripple effects on your entire business. So key elements of a system, already went through this a bit. So inputs, so obviously the energy. Inputs are the essential resources that enter the system, forming the foundation for the system's functioning. They are the raw materials that drive the processes, which is obviously the middle part, and ultimately determine the quality of the outputs, which we will mention in garbage in and garbage out, which is another, like a section in this module. So example, learning, which is a form of an input, physical activity, and sleep. You might think sleep is like an output, after you're done for the day, but like actually that influences your behavior during the day. So it's actually an input. Processes or transmutation. This stage involves transmuting the inputs through focused action and the deliberate effort. This is all about how you manage, organize, and apply the essential resources or the inputs to achieve specific objectives. Example, deep work, which you then use, through the learning. So if you're just working hard, but you don't really know, the information you gather from the learning, then you know what you need to work hard on. But if you're just working hard for working's sake, like you're just going in the wrong direction. Like if hard work alone was the answer, right? If hard work alone made you rich, the factory workers would be the richest people on this planet. But we all know that's not the case. Visualization, affirmations, and prioritization. I will go into this after this slide. You'll see a nice presentation of how all of this interconnects. So outputs, which is essentially the results. Outputs represent the tangible results or outcomes generated from the inputs through the processes. So these results reflect the effectiveness of how inputs were processed and indicate progress towards the desired goals. So there shouldn't be as you can see, I'm very perfectionist. Like that's kind of irritating me right now. That's also how you need to be. There's a complete side tangent, but one of the biggest traits of a successful person is the ability to be like perfectionist and also very organized. It's actually backed by science. It's called conscientiousness. Is like 5 factors that go into it: diligence, prudence, organized, and there's like 2 others. But anyway, that's not the scope of this video. Example, signing clients, getting testimonials, reviews, and also team building, which is essentially culture. So key elements of a system. So another one, feedback, which is the arrow that I showcased from output to input. So the feedback obviously then changes the input based on the output you got. It's the process of evaluating the outputs or outcomes to gather insights and make adjustments. So feedback provides the necessary insights to refine inputs and processes to ensure continuous, efficient improvement in alignment with the desired goals. All right? And the desired goals is essentially the outputs, and if that's not something you want, obviously the feedback then provides that to change your inputs and your processes. So example, client feedback. If they say, oh, this is terrible, your services are terrible, you obviously need to change the inputs and the processes. And metric analysis, and increase and decrease processes. So at the moment, this might not make sense, which I will show you right now. So after the environment. So environment conditions, So the environment consists of external factors, like we mentioned with the economy in the input process and outputs with the graduates and the students. Like the environment was the economy, the current economy, and the technology changes and everything like that. And it influences the entire system's components. So these factors are outside the system's control. Like, the students can't control the economy, the graduates can't control the economy, but can impact inputs, processes, and outputs. So essentially, it can impact the entire system and how it operates, requiring the system to adapt and maintain relevance and effectiveness. All right. Or examples are supply and demand, trends, technology changes, and regulations and policies. So this is essentially the diagram or the flow chart, or whatever you want to call this, that I showcased right now, or that I shared on these previous slides. So inputs are the energy, right? We will go over to this. And there's also a resource down below which you can access. You can download it, use it as a print up. You can put it on your walls just so you can see exactly what you need to do and what the entire system of business constitutes of. There's obviously examples, but you can use this as some form of a diagram to get your own examples, right? So that resource is down below. It's a PDF file. You can download it, and then you can obviously print it from there. So let's take each one. Let's cover each one. Inputs or energy, vision, mission, and values, learning and books, time management, physical activity, sleep recovery and rest, and whole foods and diet. See, that's where sleep comes in, which is obviously the recovery, and your sleep affects how you work, all right? So that's essentially the energy that you use to put into the system. Then you have the processes, which is prioritization, deep work, visualization and affirmations, and pain, which is essentially effort and resistance. So pain manifests when you put effort into some form of a direction, and then resistance is the equal and opposite reaction. So when you put in effort, there's going to be resistance. So it's the same as in the gym when you do barbell press, right? You're putting in effort, and the resistance is the weight and gravity pushing it down, and that equals pain. Cool, right? So outputs, you got the results, making progress, and obviously making money, signing clients, team building, leadership, testimonials, reviews. So that's essentially the outputs, which is your health. When it comes to your diet and recovery, that will influence your output, your health, signing clients, your services you offer, marketing right here, hiring and operations. And then through that, if the outputs are not something that align with your desired outcome, then that will provide us with feedback to see. So client feedback, metric analysis, increase, decrease processes, right? What should we do here to influence the outputs, right? And then service iterations. So if your clients say your service is shit, right? You need to iterate on that. We forgot one teeny tiny thing, very tiny, the environment, right? Which essentially influences the entire system. Supply and demand, trends, technology changes, regulations and policies, as with the conditions, right? So the environment essentially dictates everything. That dictates your inputs, your processes, your outputs, and the feedback. So let's just take the current economy, for example. Our college degrees are just becoming essentially useless because if everyone has one, the value is zero. If everyone has a six-pack, there's no value in it. The only reason something is valuable is because it's scarce and hard to acquire. The reason making 10, 20, 30K a month is valuable because no one, less than 1% of the population can do it and has achieved those results. That's why it's valuable. That's why Lamborghini is valuable, because not everyone can afford it. But if everyone has a Lamborghini, it will not be valuable. It's the same as with a degree. If everyone has a degree, it won't be valuable. All right? So that's essentially the environment that's happening at the moment and the conditions. And that influences everything else. So feedback loops. A feedback loop is in general are crucial for scaling businesses. Like this is the feedback. Without that, you will just be blind to what you need to do. They offer honest insights that can either help you pivot, tweak and adapt, or double down and scale ridiculously fast, which I will share with you with Amazon as an example. So positive feedback loops amplify success by reinforcing good outputs. Example, improving your service, right, leads to better customer results, more testimonials and referrals. This in turn can be used as marketing material, right, the testimonials and referrals, to get more customers, leading to even more customer results, creating a cycle of continuous marketing and growth. So this is called a feedback loop, where you improve your service once, leading to better customer results, and that leads to more testimonials. Those testimonials you can use as marketing material, getting you more customer results, and then that leads to more testimonials. So it's just like this infinite loop. Example, Jeff Bezos leveraged positive feedback loops with Amazon's customer-centric approach. So by consistently improving the customer experience, Amazon attracted more buyers, which ultimately increased sales volume, right? This growth led to better deals with the suppliers, lower prices, and even further improved customer experience. This one thing alone was key. Like this one thing. And everyone always asks, like, what's the one thing? And Jeff Bezos, when he implemented this was the one thing. And this was the key to Amazon's exponential growth and market dominance. So this is essentially how the feedback loop looks like. And if you've got in the middle growth, and this is where it starts. So lower cost structure, right? Jeff Bezos implemented, and then that leads to lower prices. Lower prices lead to customer experience, better customer experience, more traffic, right? If you have a better customer experience, that will lead to more traffic. More traffic leads to more sellers. More sellers leads to more selection on the Amazon website. More selection equals a better customer experience. So this is like this positive feedback loop that all started with lower cost structure that Jeff Bezos implemented. So let's go into more detail. So Amazon's positive feedback loop. Number one, it lowered the cost structure. So Amazon essentially reduced operation cost or operating costs. And then number two, that led to Amazon unlocking competitive pricing and outpricing their competitors and passes savings onto customers. And number three, passing the savings onto customers leads to a better customer experience. Lower prices improve customer satisfaction and retention. Obviously, if it's the same product and it's cheaper with Amazon, you're obviously going to go with Amazon. Number four, that led to more traffic. So enhanced customer experience attracts more visitors to the platform. Number five, sellers. So increased traffic draws more sellers to list their products. And number six, selection. More sellers, right, lead to a wider product selection, further enhancing the customer experience and restarting the loop. So it started here, but ultimately it started with a lower cost structure. Amazon reduced the operating costs, right? And then that lowered prices, increased customer experience, increased traffic, increased sellers. When you have more sellers on the website, that increased the selection, better customer experience. So it's just like this positive feedback loop that never ends, and that's why he's worth billions today. You've probably heard the saying, success leaves clues. And you're telling yourself, I kind of know what it means, but how does it actually work? So this is where we go into garbage in and garbage out. So I want you to do a little exercise for me, all right? So you're going to be a bit more interactive. So at the time, you can stretch a little bit. You can stand up, probably listen to my voice for quite a while. I want you to do a little exercise for me, all right? I want you to pause the video. Obviously, just listen to me right now. Just listen to me before you pause the video and look around your room. So pause and look around your room, all right? Hopefully you've done that by now. So pause now and look around. Have you done it? If you haven't, it will change nothing in my life. Like, I'm just recording the videos. It's going to change nothing in my life. If you haven't done this and looked around your room, right, while you pause the video, it's going to change nothing in my life. But if you follow along, it could change everything for you. After you've done that, take a look at your bank account. If you don't want to, it's an even bigger reason to do so. If I'm telling you right now to look at your bank account, obviously, I'm telling you this for a reason. If you don't want to, there's an even bigger reason why you should do it. When you're done with that, take a look at your physique in the mirror. Now, you don't have to do this right now. You probably see yourself naked every single morning, right, when you take a shower, hopefully. Now, why am I asking you to do all of this? Like, all these actions, like, why should you do this? I want you to realize that all of this is your fault. And that might seem a bit harsh, right? But that's the truth. And in Philosopher's Matrix, this module, I'm just going to give you the truth. And even if it hurts, it's for the right reason. Your bank account or your physique or your room right now, everything around you, that's all your fault. Your room and what's inside, your bank account balance, your physique, it's all your fault. Now, for some people, this might feel overwhelming. It's like, whoa, what do you mean? Like, What do you mean this is all my fault? You don't know my situation. I'm a special snowflake. You don't know my one situation. We've all been through this, and I can tell you right now, after years of doing this and seeing people on the same journey, right, just assessing their situation, we all got like the same journey. Obviously, some start a bit worse, some start a bit better, but I can guarantee you, do you think there's someone who had it worse than you who achieved more results? Do you think so? If you are able to watch this video, you have internet and you have a laptop or a phone. If you've got that, you're more privileged than like 80% of the world. All right? So even though your situation is not the best, you still got more than enough than you need to really, get out of there and form a better future for yourself. You're right. I was a bit harsh, okay? I might have been a bit harsh. You won't ever change, okay? So you're stuck in your situation. Your physique, your bank account, your room right now. You're right, I was a bit harsh. You won't ever change. You'll stay stuck right there. Like your situation is too bad, you're just stuck there. This might seem very harsh for some of you, and I'm repeating myself, but when I listen to people say this, like, oh, it's your fault, you should take responsibility, I'm like, yeah, 100%, I know, because that gives me agency, that gives me the power. If you say, right, it's my special situation, I can't change, I'm just stuck here, right? You're giving power to your environment, but why don't you want the power where you can use it? Give power to yourself, and that means taking responsibility. And no one cares, right? Your future wife doesn't care about your current situation. Your family doesn't care. Even though, they might do everything out of love, they don't really care. They have, why should they? They have other things to worry about. Only you care. Only you care about your situation. I'm not thinking about other people's situation while I'm working. Most people are a bit narcissistic. That's just how we grew up, right? And even with the social media and everything like that, everyone just cares about their own situation, more or less, right? Obviously, if you want to improve that and be less narcissistic, you help other people, which is exactly what I'm doing right now. I'm helping other people, not just online, but offline as well, in the real world, okay? And only you care, and that's why you have the power to change it. You can either let the pain you've been through be the reason you fail, or it can be the exact reason why you succeed. You sitting there right now, going through this pain and this anxiety and what the future might bring, that's the exact reason why I succeeded. It's that pain. That pain you're feeling right now, I just used that and transmuted it in my work. That's why I worked 16 to 18-hour days. I felt that exact pain that you did. I showed you my desk setup. I started with zero. Less than $9 in my bank account. Obviously I was also lucky in my journey, right? But the only way I was able to get that luck is by putting myself out there. And, luck will find you, but only if you go out there and actually seek it. I'm hard on you because I want to see you succeed. There's a reason I'm making these videos. I want to see all of the testimonials. I want to see everyone living a better life. Alleviating some pain, solving some problems for you. I'm hard on you because I want to see you succeed, and I was in the exact same situation as you. So I'm not special, like I mentioned. I got 60, 70s in high school. Didn't do much, just bang on average. The life you're living right now is the result of your thoughts and actions over the past 2 years. Like we mentioned with memory and effect. Effect obviously takes time, and your present life you're living right now is the actions and thoughts over the past 2 years. It's not what you did yesterday. Obviously that added a little bit or influenced your current reality a bit, but it's your thoughts and actions over the past 2 years. You've probably been putting in some garbage in your body and brain. If you haven't, that's awesome. That's obviously great, but we still got a long way to go. So, definition. So the phrase garbage in, garbage out refers to the idea that poor quality inputs, like energy, like the diagram I just showed you, will result in poor quality outputs, and that's results. It applies to everything from data, metrics, to personal development and business success. Like we mentioned, poor quality inputs. Like, no vision, you have no mission, you have no values, you're not learning, you're not reading any books. Like, I don't know what you're doing. If you're not learning, you're not picking up books and reading material from the smartest thinkers, I really don't know what you're doing. I make it a priority to read at least 2-3 hours every single day because I know nothing. Even at my stage, like, I haven't achieved much. Obviously if you compare it to the average individual, it's good, it's decent, but I got such a far way to go. Like, I'm not even scratching the surface of what I can accomplish. Okay? And I'm learning constantly because I know nothing. Time management, physical activity. Why not going to the gym? Like, obviously, if you watching this, I assume you're going to the gym. If not, like, I really don't know what you're doing. Optimizing your sleep. Like, why are you going to bed at 2 a.m.? I'm in bed 9 p.m. every single day. And that's not to brag, or I don't know what you care about that. I optimize and prioritize my sleep a lot because I know that influences everything else. Recovery, rest, whole foods, diet. Like, I eat the same thing every single day at the exact same time. That might seem boring, but like, that's what it takes. And that will influence my outputs, making results. That's why I've got a good physique. I'm making decent money because my inputs are optimized like crazy. Signing clients. That's why I'm signing clients. That's why I've got a good team. That's why I'm a leader in my team. Testimonials. I've got good testimonials, from my clients. That's why I've got good health. Everything like that, okay? And outputs versus inputs. Most people focus on outputs, which is like, the results, current skill set, and signing clients and the money you have right now. Most people focus on that to assess someone's trajectory towards success. However, inputs, reading, mentors, learning, and experiences are far more important to assess someone's future. It's not their present outputs. Obviously, that showcases what they've did for the past 2 years, but it's not really an indication of where they will be in the next 2 years. It's what they're doing on a current day-to-day basis, the inputs they are doing right now. Success isn't just about what someone has achieved in the present moment. It's about the current trajectory, who they have learned from, and the actions they are taking on a daily basis. Importance of high-quality inputs. So in any system, a computer program, a chef preparing a meal, or an entrepreneur developing skills, the quality of the inputs determine the quality of the outputs. Garbage in, garbage out, and also, give me the same as, high-quality inputs in, high-quality outputs out. Example, world-class chefs spend most of their time finding the best ingredients, which is the inputs for the dish, right? To create exceptional dishes, which is the output. Similarly, successful entrepreneurs expose themselves to great knowledge, learning. Like, YouTube is such a great tool. There's all the audiobooks you've ever need, like all the YouTube videos, people making hundreds of millions. Why are you not learning? Why are you watching like FIFA? Like, what are you doing? Obviously, if you want to watch FIFA, that's fine, but just know that will influence your outputs. So if you're broke and you are, complaining about your lack of money, don't do that, because you know that the inputs you are putting in your brain and the things you're doing will influence your outputs. That's why I'm also very careful where I spend my time. Like, every single minute of my day is optimized towards like my ideal future, because I know time is very important. Mentors and experiences and like masterminds. Personal development is the exact same as well. When you focus on improving your inputs, the people you spend your time with, the books you read, the YouTube videos you watch, and the mentors you learn from, everything that you input in your brain and the things you do, right, you will naturally achieve better outputs, which is skills and success. If you just surround yourself with good inputs, what you put in your eyes, in your ears, in your mouth, with your diet, right, that's a better indication of where someone's future will be. It's not necessarily what they've achieved now. For those of you who spend your time endlessly scrolling on social media, having no direction, just doing nothing, eating junk food, and wasting time watching the news, will live a life of wasted potential. And that's just the truth. If you're doing nothing, just scrolling on social media, having zero direction, no goals, eating junk food, right, and wasting time watching the news, you will live a life of wasted potential. And who would you rather be, right? This guy? Is this the the photo of ideal future for you. Just the guy sitting on his couch. He's got a pretty decent background, right? But if this guy looks like this, he will not have this background. Like I can tell you right now, he will probably be sitting in his room, playing video games. Yeah, just does it. You can instantly see with someone's physique how they operate on a day-to-day basis. You can just see it because how you do one thing is how you do everything. You're not disciplined if you just go to the gym. You just like going to the gym. Discipline is how you do everything. Or would you rather be in a Greece villa, right, with like-minded entrepreneurs in your 20s, right? This is not to brag, it's just to show that this shit is possible. Like, this was like 2 years ago, okay, that I started on my journey. Great, now you have a clearer understanding of systems thinking, but we have a bit of a problem. We all know systems don't last forever, right? If they did, we wouldn't have to replace anything, ever. Literally ever. Remember when your Xbox 360, if you played this, like, Black Ops 2, good old days, when your Xbox 360, when it did this, when you got those 3 rings, bro, you thought like the devil was out to catch you. Like, these things, when I saw this, bro, I was repenting, Like, I don't know what was going on. It was scary. In business, we also experience a similar issue, which is called bottlenecks and inflow constraints. Inflow bottlenecks occur when the number of incoming leads or clients exceed the company's ability to effectively manage them. So it's a pretty long one. So let's just say it again. So inflow bottlenecks occur when the number of incoming leads, right, or clients exceed the company's ability to effectively manage them. So your operations is just not in place to manage all these incoming clients. So you got all these leads or clients coming in, in your system, and then you got a bottleneck, like something that is squeezing the system, all right? And then you got like 2 leads coming out. So this is essentially the inputs, lots of clients, lots of leads. Then you got the process, so something's not quite right there. Then you got the outputs, which leads to 2 clients, 2 leads, when it was like, 6, 7 in the beginning. So more leads, how could that be a problem, right? Like more clients, more leads, like how is that a problem? It can quickly turn into an issue if your business is not operationally prepared to handle the increased demand. It also slows down your business growth and creates inefficiencies and leaves your internal teams frustrated. So what's the core issue here, right? You can see all these leads coming in, all these clients, and then you got this squeeze in the middle or this bottleneck, and then you're left with basically nothing. There's a mismatch between inflow, inputs, and capacity, operations, which is essentially the processes. So operational capacity is too low. Operational capacity refers to your business's ability to handle tasks such as onboarding, service delivery, support, and retention. When you actually sign the clients, when the leads come in, this is the services you ultimately do. If these processes are not operationally able to handle the amount of new clients coming in, bottlenecks occur. It slows down. Example, even if your email marketing team continues to bring in leads and appointments, your fulfillment team may not have enough members or processes in place to meet the demand. So I have a marketing team in place at the moment, and if they bring in too much, that sounds amazing. But if your fulfillment team might not have enough members or processes in place to meet the demand, then there will be a bottleneck. Like we won't be able to serve all of them. This can create tension and a backlog of unhandled or poorly handled clients, leading to dissatisfaction and potential churn. So churn is essentially the amount of clients that cancel your subscription, all right? And dissatisfaction, you obviously know what that means. Bottlenecks and inflow constraints highlight the importance of preparing for growth. And here's the funny thing. What's funny is that once you start preparing for growth, growth happens, okay? It's like once you start expecting something to happen in like your personal development, when you're on your journey, just working hard, when you expect something to happen, and another word for expectation is faith, all right, which we will cover in week 2. We'll go into a lot of detail on the hero's journey, which is like 80% of psychology. We'll go deep into that. But if you have faith that something will happen in the future, and you expect something to happen, usually it happens. Growth happens. It's not enough to simply generate leads. You need the infrastructure to convert those leads into satisfied long-term clients. Operations and fulfillment, right? Which we will cover in later modules. By aligning inflow and operational capacity, the amount of leads and clients coming in, and operational capacity, your ability to obviously serve those clients, your business can avoid bottlenecks and sustain scalable growth. To completely flip the script, the chances of this happening to your agency is slim to none. Obviously I'm teaching you this, but the chances of this happening is very scarce. Especially when you're starting an agency and you're starting out, you're obviously not as skilled yet. It's not like, 20 clients are just going to come rushing to you. Obviously, maybe. I'm not going to say it can never happen, but the chances are very slim. We want to operate out of probabilities, not like, wishful thinking. The agency model is more, is very hands-on. It's done for you, which means you'll naturally have the capacity to serve less clients, but you'll be able to charge very high tickets. So even though you'll have less clients, you can charge like $10,000 a month for your clients. Obviously, when you're starting out, that's going to be a bit difficult to justify, but some of my clients, I charge $9,000 a month, all right? Because you require more involvement in their journey. It's done for you, right? So you only need 4 clients that you charge $2,500 each. And if $2,500 sounds like a lot, like I wouldn't suggest charging any less. I charged my first client $2,500. He paid it on the call, my first client. I had no previous clients. I had no testimonials. I was just starting out. I had nothing. Just, sending out my offer to people. And I charged my first client and he paid $2,500. So it's not like, if you think that's too much, it's a limiting belief, all right? You can do it. To make $10,000 a month. So just to go back. So you only need 4 clients that you charge $2,500 each to make $10,000 a month. 2,500 times 4 is 10K. You can even do it with 1 client. My most expensive package for my agency services is $9,000 a month, like I mentioned. And that's per month, by the way. It's not just like one time. So for me, to make $45,000 per month, I only need 5 clients, each paying me, $9,000 a month. It's still valuable to understand these concepts. I mentioned the chances of this happening to you, where you get so much leads, so many clients coming in, that you just can't handle all of them. It's slim to none. It's still valuable to understand these concepts when you reach the 7-figure stage, which is around $1 million a year. And it can happen pretty quickly, all right? 2, 3, 4 years from now. You'll probably realize by now, most of the stuff I'm teaching you has nothing to do with business. You're probably thinking, you need some business degree, and then there's like business economics and like all of this stuff, that supply chain, and you need to learn all of this. That's where the college did you wrong, all right? You don't have to know all this stuff. Like business there's no such thing as business, all right? And if you don't believe me, like there's literally no such thing as business. It doesn't exist. This is done intentionally, Most of the stuff I'm teaching you has nothing to do with business, and I do this intentionally because there's no skill called business. You can't get good at business. There's no such thing. Don't believe me? Here's what Naval Ravikant has to say about business. If you don't know Naval, he's got like some amazing work, got a lot of podcasts on YouTube. I wrote a book called The Almanac of Naval Ravikant. Here's a quick overview. So this is Naval. He wrote the book, The Almanac of Naval Ravikant. I probably read this book 3-4 times. And he's a co-founder, chairman, and former CEO of AngelList. And is a very wise guy, like very wise. And he's quoted by Joe Rogan and Tai Lopez to be one of the wisest thinkers of our time. And here's what he has to say about business. So there's no skill called business. So here's Naval speaking. In that sense, business to me is bottom of the barrel. There's no actual skill called business. It's too generic. It's like a skill called relating, like relating to humans. That's not a skill. It's too broad. A lot of what goes on in business schools, and there's some very intelligent stuff taught in business schools. I don't mean to detract from them completely. Some of the things taught in business school are just anecdotes. They call them case studies. But they're just anecdotes. And they're trying to help you pattern match by throwing lots of data points at you. But the reality is you'll never understand them fully until you've actually put yourself in that position. All right? Or if you've actually in that position yourself. So you can learn all the stuff, but you will learn most of the things when you actually act and start your own business. So, when I was in BCom studying my degree, right, I was just learning. I wasn't actually building a business. I wasn't failing at building my business. And the professor didn't even have a business. Like, he was a professor. Like, what do you mean? You can't teach this stuff. You can only be learned through trial and error. But it doesn't necessarily have to be your trials and your errors. You can learn from other people. All right? Which you're doing right now. So kudos to you. Even then, you will find that basic concepts from game theory, psychology, ethics, mathematics, computers, and logic will serve you much, much better than business. So study game theory, study psychology, which I mention in these videos a lot. Study ethics, mathematics, computers, which I'll go into mathematics a bit later in this module. And logic will serve you much, much better. I would focus on the foundations. I would focus with a science bent. I would develop a love for reading. I mentioned reading so much. And so I said, like, I read 2 to 3 hours a day. It's not just me saying this. Like, again, I'm not saying, like, there's no skill called business. You should drop out of college. You should do all this stuff. I'm not just saying this. Like, I'm not just making this stuff up. I'm learning from these people, which I read 2-3 hours every single day and study. And from my personal experience, like, I love studying. I love learning from smart people. So I'm just being the messenger, essentially. So I'm not saying you should read. Like, listen to people smarter than me, right? I would develop a love for reading, including by reading so-called junk food that you're not supposed to read. You don't have to read the classics. That reading is the foundation for your self-education. That's probably the most important sentence in this entire paragraph. That reading is the foundation for your self-education. I think Albert Einstein said a quote of, the only thing that comes between learning is my education, or something like that. There's a quote from Albert Einstein. I remember this when I read this book, which I can't quite remember. But with all the things you read and all the things you listen to, you won't remember all of it, but over time, as I mentioned with memory, time, and effect, right? Your brain starts to rewire with all these new knowledge that you learn. So with that said, here are the different ways of seeing the business landscape. Macro versus micro perspective. Macro thinkers. So they focus on the big picture, big vision, big goals, and ultimate vision. They look at the high level strategy. They step out of the day-to-day operations and just look like, what's like the main goal of this project or main goal of this business. They focus on the market forces and the future direction of the business. And here are some examples of macro thinkers in like the business field. So Elon Musk, you probably know him, CEO of Tesla and SpaceX, visionary, wants to go into Mars. Like, no normal human being does that. So he's an example of a macro thinker. Jeff Bezos, founder and former CEO of Amazon. I mentioned him a lot in my modules as well. Also a big vision. He started out selling books. There wasn't enough options, so he created his own store and sold the books on there. And obviously now it's more physical products and essentially every single product under the sun. That's why he makes so much money. And Steve Jobs, co-founder and former CEO of Apple, obviously a legend. Alex Hormozi, entrepreneur, CEO of acquisition.com. So these are all examples of macro thinkers, big vision, like, building out the iPhone. No one thought about that. Alex Hormozi, also big picture, got big goals and big biceps. Micro thinkers, pay attention to detail and focus on the small specific tasks that need to get done to achieve the big vision. It's more like the day-to-day operations, the small things. It's like you can have the biggest goals in the world, but if you don't have the small things and the small tasks that you do on a daily basis, right, it won't ever be achieved. This is about the day-to-day operations, the intricate details that keep everything running smoothly. And here's some examples of micro thinkers. So Tim Cook, CEO of Apple, he's still the CEO, but he's more of the day-to-day guy. Obviously, most of these people, it's not just like it's binary. Binary means one or the other. It's not black and white. Tim Cook's obviously a visionary as well. He's got big dreams, big visions, but he's more of a micro thinker, right? So with all of these people, let's go back to, let's take Elon Musk, for example. Like, he's still doing, he's an engineer, right? He's out there building the rockets as well. He knows every single detail that goes into these rockets, like all the components. So he's a bit of both. He's kind of crazy. Jeff Bezos as well. Like, he would do the intricate details in the beginning. Like, obviously when he was starting, he only had himself. He didn't have any team members, no staff. So, he had to do both. With all of these people, it's just which one are they more? All right, so let's go back to Tim Cook. Then you got Warren Buffett. Obviously, he also had big visions, long-term thinker, but he's more of a micro thinker, all right? And he's obviously the CEO of Berkshire Hathaway. And then Howard Schultz, former CEO of Starbucks, also a bit of more of a micro thinker, right? I don't know much about his journey, but yeah, he's also a famous example. And also Layla Omozi, Alex Omozi's wife, she's more of the day-to-day operations. Alex more of the big thinker. He's got big ideas, big things he wants to accomplish. But Layla's like, you actually need to, brush your teeth this morning, and like more of the day-to-day stuff. So macro versus micro perspective, balancing both perspectives. As you can see, as I mentioned, you need to balance both. As you can see, it's not just macro thinkers who succeed in business. There's a lot of micro thinkers who also succeed, like Warren Buffett, Layla Omozi, she's obviously extremely successful. But the reason you only see macro thinkers is because they are usually the ones putting themselves out there in the spotlight. They're the macro thinkers, they're the big goals, big visions, so they put themselves out there. They are like the face of the brand. Balancing both perspectives is key. You don't have the luxury of hiring a micro thinker when you're a macro thinker, and vice versa. When you're a macro thinker, you can't yet hire a micro one because you don't have enough capital to do that. Macro thinkers provide direction and vision, while the micro thinkers ensure that day-to-day tasks get done and align with the larger vision. At the start, you need to put on both caps. You need to do both because it's just you, all right? When you're starting out, you put on your macro thinking cap and you develop this grandiose vision of what you would like your company to represent and look like, and your future vision, obviously, for the future. Then you need to put on your micro thinking cap and start mapping out the daily tasks that need to get done to ultimately make the vision a reality. So, I'm more of I would say definitely a macro thinking, but it's a split of like 60-40. So 60% macro thinking, 40% micro thinking, all right? Or maybe like 70-30. So, obviously I focus a lot on my daily tasks. I have my daily habits. I do everything like that. The day-to-day is very optimized, but I like the macro thinking. And that's, I think, most people because it's less painful. Like the micro thinking is more of the action, like the things you need to do, which actually require effort. But the macro thinking obviously still requires effort, but it's a bit more, you can just sit down and relax and think about the future. So it requires less effort. So I think most people think they are macro thinking or macro thinkers because they just don't want to do the work. But yeah, you obviously need to do both when you're starting out. You need to be able to switch between macro thinking and micro thinking when the situation requires you to do so. So when there's tasks that need to get done, you can't say, "Oh, I'm a macro thinker. I can't do this. Like I just think about the big vision." No. Like you need to switch. You can switch as well. When you're thinking like a introvert or extrovert, or let's say introvert, right? It's like, "Oh, I can't do sales calls because I'm not an extrovert. I'm an introvert, and I do very well on sales calls because sales is mostly listening. It's like 80% listening. So there your limiting beliefs already shattered, all right? So when you're a macro thinker, you also need to do the micro thinking when the situation requires you to do so. Pitfalls of macro only and micro only thinking. So macro only thinking, focus exclusive on the macro perspective, can lead to you neglecting the small details that are crucial for the day-to-day operations, ultimately shaping the big vision. So you can have the biggest vision in the world, but if you don't actually take action day to day, it will never get accomplished. And micro-only thinking can lead to tunnel vision, where visionaries become absorbed in the day-to-day operations without considering the big picture. So it's a fine balance you need to hold, right? You need to do both, obviously. Macro thinking, thinking of the future, big vision, what you want to accomplish, right? And then you need to put on your micro thinking cap and actually do the day-to-day tasks. But the problem becomes when you only do one, like micro thinking, for example, and you get stuck in the business without working on the business. You've probably heard about that. You need to do both, all right? You can't just sit around, look at the stars, and envision your ultimate future. Obviously, it's important, that's why I mention it, but you need to balance both perspectives. And you can't just be like a horse with the blinders on and just focused on your business, day-to-day tasks, just doing the things, not stepping out and seeing what you're actually working on. You need both, all right? Now that you know the different ways of seeing the business landscape, here's how you can use this to your advantage and spot opportunities in the marketplace. So, the market matrix, let's get into it. Choosing the right market. The secret to choosing a good market is in these 4 key factors. Market is in pain, right? Market needs to be in pain. If they're not in pain, they're not going to buy. Most people buy themselves out of pain or then buy themselves into a better future. A good market has a desperate need for your service. When the market has a huge pain point, it's much easier to sell them. Like example, core segments like health, wealth, and love are timeless human needs. When people aren't healthy, they're in pain, they're willing to spend a lot of money. When they're broke, right? When I was broke, I would spend all my money just to make more money back. All right? And love, people are lonely, they'll spend all the money, like, with all the things like OnlyFans, everything like that popping off. That's the reason for that, right? Because their human needs aren't met. So they'll spend a lot of money, and these are timeless human needs. Like the Maslow's hierarchy of needs, right? You got the psychological. These are the basic survival needs, like food, water, sleep, and shelter. Like if you don't have that, it's going to be pretty difficult to focus on making money, because like these need to be met first, your psychological needs. If you don't have food, like you're not going to be focused on making money. Looks like my light just went out, but that's totally fine. So these are the basic survival needs, like food, water, sleep, and shelter. If those needs aren't met, you won't have the capacity to focus on making money. You won't have the available bandwidth in your mind to focus on making money. Then you got safety. Once psychological needs are met, people seek safety and security, physically and financially. Right? That's where the money comes in, and that's where you start focusing on your health. Everything like that. That's when you can start going to the gym, because actually you have food and everything like that. So, and then love and belonging. This level involves emotional relationships, like love and social connection with others. So once your safety needs are met, you focus on love and belonging. And once that is met, this includes self-esteem, recognition, and feeling valued by others. You then focus on esteem. So once you've got psychological, then you move over to safety, and then love and belonging. And then once you've got all of those boxes ticked, you focus on your esteem, self-esteem, recognition, and feeling valued by others. Once that's done, right, this is the pursuit of personal growth and reaching one's full potential. You can focus on self-actualization. You can't focus on self-actualization and esteem if these aren't met. So first, focus on these ones, and then you have the capacity to focus on esteem and self-actualization. You'll most likely work with people who fall under these buckets, right? If people are focused on love and belonging and safety and psychological needs, like they won't necessarily have, obviously it's possible, but they won't have enough money to really invest in you. Once they're here, they basically tick these boxes, and there are people worth working for. It's much easier to help winners win more than it is to help losers achieve anything, really. So in this sense, this can be seen as almost like a winner. It's got all of these boxes ticked, and he's just focused on making as much money as possible, self-actualizing, everything like that. All right. Growing market, number 2. So markets in pain, or number 1. So number 1, markets in pain. Number 2 is a growing market. So the market needs to be growing, not shrinking. This is obviously self-explanatory. This is fairly straightforward, but still worth mentioning. Businesses in a dying market like DVD and Blu-ray rental stores struggle even if they provide great value. Whereas businesses in growing markets, like face masks during the pandemic, thrive, right? Even if it's not the most valuable, obviously it's valuable in that time, right? It's not like the intrinsic value of a face mask is really that valuable, right? But during that time, it was very valuable because it was a growing market, and the market was in pain as well. And number 3 is ease of access. You must be able to easily find and target the market through methods we discussed in observing the model, which is warm outreach, cold outreach, post free content, and run paid ads. All right. If you can't access your market through these channels, it's not worth it. Number 4 is purchasing power. The market must have the financial capacity to pay for your services. So if they can't afford at least $2,500, it's not worth going in that market. Even if they have the pain and the market is easy to find and it's a growing market, without purchasing power, you won't make sales. And personal experience. If you have personal experience, interest, or any inherent advantage in a particular market, go there. If you've gone in a market that you know of, you have interest in, you already, maybe worked in that market for a while, go there. you're more likely to know and understand the problems they face on a daily basis, allowing you to create better solutions and add more value. So balance the key factors. It's crucial to hit all 4 criteria, right? Pain, market is growing, ease of access, and they have purchasing power. It's crucial to hit all 4 criteria. If a market is in pain but shrinking or lacks purchasing power, it's not a good fit. Conversely, a growing market that's hard to reach will be equally ineffective. But if it's a growing market, usually will be pretty easy to reach, but you know what I mean. Example, let's say you're starting a business where you're offering resume coaching. Sounds like a great idea. You're going to teach people how to write great resumes until you find out your target market is literally unemployed. They don't have any money. While the market had pain and was growing, they lacked purchasing power. We're entering the final stages of the philosopher's matrix. What we've covered so far, so Newton's third law decoded, right? For every action is an equal and opposite reaction. The principle of sowing and reaping, just takes time, just like a farmer sows his seeds, just wait patiently. Memory, time, and effect, like the 2 graphs we shared. Intro to systems thinking, garbage in, garbage out, bottlenecks and inflow constraints, macro versus micro perspective, the market matrix. That leaves us with the final piece of the puzzle, scaling your empire, all right? And your empire in this case is obviously your online social media marketing agency. The first question you should ask yourself, how big do I want my empire to be? Like, are you fine with just a normal agency doing like 10, maybe 5 to 10K a month, going to Thailand and then traveling there where your purchasing power goes way more? Or do you want to scale this thing to the moon? All right. In business, we use yearly revenue to determine how big the empire is. There are a million other factors like team size, net profit, valuation, a lot of other things. Let's just focus on revenue for now. So how much do you want to make per month? Don't overthink this. I'm going to ask you, how much do you want to make? Don't overthink. Don't come up with a pros and cons list, analysis. Don't do that. It's usually a number that pops into your head. So when I ask you, how much money do you want to make per month? It's usually a number that pops up, I want to make 15K. Or I want to make 20K a month. I want to make 30. I want to make 50K a month. All right? It's usually a number that pops into your head. 5K a month, maybe? 10K? 20K? 50K a month? 100K a month? Whatever it is, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what the goal is, but this is the first step, clarity. From there, we reverse engineer. So, let's say your goal is to hit $20,000 a month. That's your goal, all right? Start with the end in mind. Your average client is $2,500. I wouldn't suggest less, let's just say. So that's 8 clients, right? 2,500 times 8 is $20,000. If your close rate is 10%, you'll close 1 out of every 10 calls, right? 1 out of 10 is 10%. So in order to get 8 clients, you need to conduct 80 calls. 10% of 80 is obviously 8. To get 80 calls, you need to book 114 sales calls, and only 70% will show up, right? To get 80 calls, sales calls, you need to book 114 because only 70% of the people who actually book a sales call show up to the call. And to book 114 sales calls, you need to send 7,600 emails with a 1.5% ABR, which stands for appointment booking rate, all right? So if you send 7,600 emails and 1.5% of them book, that's 114 sales calls. So this means your only goal should be to send 7,600 emails. It's not to make $20,000 a month. It's not to sign 8 clients, each paying you $2,500. Your only goal should be to send 7,600 emails. That's your only goal. Anything that is not that is a distraction. Business is literally just math. It all comes down to math, all right? It's pretty simple, but obviously it's not easy. Like with everything in life, with health, it's simple, eat less, move more, but it's not easy because everyone wants instant gratification. They want the donut now, They can't eat the salad and, have a good physique by the end of the year. They want the donut now to feel good now, all right? All you need to do is send 7,600 emails, book 1.5% of those emails, and I'll also show you exactly the strategies. I'll show you exactly all the templates, everything you need to book these emails. Conduct 80 sales calls. I'll show you the scripts. I'll show you the objection handling. I'll give you all the psychology behind sales. Obviously in further modules called Socratic selling. Close 10% of those calls. sign 8 clients for $2,500 each, and make $20K a month. It's really that simple, but not easy. All that's left to do from there is optimize every step of the funnel. That's why it's of vital importance that you track all the conversions in your funnel. Like we mentioned with systems thinking, we got the input, processes, output. Before I get into that, right? We got the systems, processes, output, and every step of your funnel with the sales call, with the appointment booking, with the lead sourcing, everything like that. Every single component of your, let's say, your marketing or your entire business, right? Every component has conversions. Everyone wants to find a silver bullet, but in my experience, most business growth comes from hundreds of golden BBs. From the outside, the growth looks explosive, but from the inside, it's 10 to 30 items that move the needle 5 to 10% each. And that's obviously a tweet from Alex Amosi. So, golden BB improvements. To book 114 sales calls, you need to send 7,600 emails, obviously with a 1.5% ABR, appointment booking rate. Tips on improving ABR. So, as we mentioned, right, from the inside, it's 10 to 30 items. So I'm going to show you those 10 to 30 items and how you can improve them 5 to 10% each, which ultimately comes down to, or which leads to, explosive growth. So, tips on improving your ABR: personalize your emails. What I like to do is blend automation and personalization. This increases appointment booking rate by a lot. Combining volume, right, with the automation with personalization is key to booking tons of appointments without sending millions of emails, right? Number 2 is offer focused. Don't wait until the end of the email before you mention your value proposition. The first question on your prospect's mind is, when they open this email, what's in it for me? Like, what am I getting out of this email? Number 3 is follow-up. The money truly is in the follow-up. I followed up with a specific client for 1 year, every single week, and I closed the deal, right? And I don't know if I can mention this, but it's a pretty big guy. Like, everyone watching this video knows who he is. Pretty famous boxer. So follow-up shows commitment and discipline. Qualities that any founder wants in their team. If you follow up every single week for a year, the guy receiving the follow-ups is like, wow, this guy's extremely consistent. He's disciplined. He's like, that's essential qualities any founder wants in their team. Number 4 is test constantly. The best email marketers, or the marketers in general, are just the ones who have tested the most. If you're not constantly testing or adapting your script, you will fall behind. All right. So those are 4 tips: personalize your emails, offer focused, follow up, and test constantly. And obviously, I will give way more tips on this in the prospect alchemy and other modules. But these are just quick tips. So ABR increased from 1.5% to 2%. So small improvement. Let's go into the next one. To get 80 calls, you need to book 114 sales calls, and only 70% will show up. So tips on improving shows. So to increase the 70% to more, right? Send reminders via emails and SMS. We went into much detail on this in Composing Your Calendly, right? If you haven't watched that, I highly recommend you watch it. And also, I shared that you should watch these modules in order, because I discuss things in other modules that will only make sense if you watch the previous ones. So in Composing Your Calendly, we mentioned automated reminders. We implemented automated reminders 24 hours and 1 hour before the call, and also 10 minutes before the call, using both email and SMS. Number 2 is booking window. We also mentioned this in Composing Your Calendly. Don't allow bookings more than 3 to 4 days out, right? They tend to forget why they scheduled the call in the first place and don't show up. If they book 10, 20 days in the future, they forgot why they even scheduled the call in the first place. Number 3 is pre-call qualification. Before the call, you have them fill out 6 questions to further engage, qualify, and psychologically commit them to showing up, which is called commitment consistency bias, and also sunk cost. So if you already put a lot of effort and investment into this one thing, you feel more obliged to actually do it and actually follow through. And that's commitment consistency bias. Number 4 is a booking confirmation. So once they've booked a slot on your calendar, send over a personalized email to confirm and reinforce the importance of the meeting, right? Pretty simple, and show rate increased from 70% to 85% through these improvements, right? Which I just shared with you right now. If your close rate is 10%, you'll close 1 out of every 10 calls. So in order to get 8 clients, you need to conduct 80 calls, which is quite a lot. So here's some tips on improving close rate. So number one is qualification. When you're starting out, you don't care about qualification as much because you just want to make money, which is fair enough. When you're further along in your journey and you want to scale, qualification becomes increasingly important. Like on my Calendly booking page, I mentioned PS, if you're not making $10,000 a month or more, don't schedule a call, right? That's qualification. Number two is set the agenda. At the beginning of the call, clearly outline what the structure of the conversation will be. This aligns expectations so the prospect knows what's coming. If you just talk with them, hop on the call and just start talking, they don't know what's the outline. You need to set the agenda. Number three is tailor your solution. So present your offer in such a manner where it's highly specific and tailored to the situation. They'll feel understood, and when people feel understood, they buy. It's not when you understand them, it's when they feel understood. So don't give the same generic presentation for each prospect. Personalize it. Number four is incentive-based pricing. If there's no reason to act now, people usually don't. Create urgency through incentive-based pricing by offering a discount or bonus if they decide to move forward sooner rather than later. So I'll discuss most of these improvements on further modules, right? So closing rate improvements from 10% to 20%. And then you got your average client, and this is pricing, is $2,500. I wouldn't suggest less. And here's some tips on pricing. So number one is bundles. When you know there are additional services that they need to accomplish their goal, that is not your main offer, add them. This increases their perceived value and justifies a higher price without causing price resistance. Right? You can just bundle a lot of things up and add it as a free bonus, right? Number two is a clear ROI. It's not always going to be a clear ROI on money spent. However, rich people value time over money. So focus on showcasing ROI on time saved, right? Position your service as an investment and not an expense to shape your prospect's perception. So most rich people, they value their time more than money. That's also why they make more money, all right? And position your service as an investment, not an expense. And also, it'll be a tax write-off as well. So, that will also help you close a deal. Number three is price anchoring. If you have pricing tiers, I would recommend presenting your highest priced option first. It's called anchoring. If you mention the most expensive one first, the one you mention next will be much less, right? Let's just take an example right now. Let's say I mention, right, $1 million, and they say $1,000. The 1,000 sounds so small, right? But when I say $1, $1,000. Now $1,000 sounds a lot, all right? So just by saying the most expensive one first, you psychologically prime them for a larger investment, all right? So very, very cool stuff. There's a lot of psychology that goes into it. Number four is positioning. Shift your branding, marketing, and overall feel to emphasize quality and prestige from top to bottom. Clients are willing to pay way more for a service they perceive as high value and premium. I always, from the start, as you can see when I showcased my desk, right, in 17 August, so when I was starting out, as you can see, 3 clients on my wall, I mentioned 3 clients for $8,600 a month. So from the start, I wanted to position my offer as premium, right, which I'll pay much more for. So for 3 clients, I can make like $25,000, right, just with 3 clients. So average ticket price increased from $2,500 to $3,500. So let's extrapolate this. Golden BB improvements results from 7,600 emails, which is obviously the inputs. So appointment booking rate increased from 1.5% to 2%. So instead of 114 calls booked, it's 152 calls booked, all right, from 1.5% to 2%. And show rate increased from 70% to 85%. So instead of 80 shows from those emails, it's 129 shows. And closing rate improved from 10% to 20%. So instead of 8 clients, it's now 25 clients, right? Average ticket price from $2,500 to $3,500. Instead of $20,000, it's $62,500. Instead of making $20K a month, you're now making over $60K a month. Over 200% increase just from making small tweaks. We went from 1.5% to 2% ABR, 70% show rate to 85%, 10% to 20% close rate, right? It's small improvements, but it amounted to 200% increase just from the small tweaks. And as you can see, the S&P 500 year to date, right? From the time of making this video, it's 21 October, and this is the start of the year, 23% increase. And just from making these small tweaks, we got a 200% increase, right? So make investments in your business, in yourself, in knowledge, not necessarily the S&P 500, as Alex Hormozi calls it, the SMMA 500, all right? Invest in yourself because the returns are much greater. 200% compared to 23%, a 10x increase, right? If you invest that money in the S&P 500, you will make like no money. But you went from 20K to over $60,000 a month. Which one would you rather take, right? Do you now see the importance of golden BB improvements? Why you must track your metrics at every stage of the funnel so you can improve them? What gets measured gets improved. Just by looking at your weight every single morning, you improve it. If your goal is to, gain weight, you will naturally start to improve it. If your goal is to lose weight, you will naturally start to lose weight just by looking and tracking your weight. Sometimes there's one silver bullet, but 99% of the time, it's 100 golden BBs, so small tweaks and improvements. Rome wasn't built in a day, but they were laying bricks every single hour, all right? Small improvements. And Rome wasn't built in a day, like with memory, time, and effect. You don't get the results tomorrow, but they were laying bricks every hour. They were taking action every single hour. We'll go into much more detail on this in week 4, Prospect Alchemy. Let's take it a step back. Let's see how this integrates with systems thinking. You remember the systems diagram, which I showed you right here? You got the inputs, processes, outputs, feedback, and the environment dictates the entire system. Well, you need a system like this for every step in your funnel. Email copy, inputs, email sending, which is the process, bookings is the output, and feedback, right? Depending on how many bookings you want, you can then adjust that with your feedback, and then the environment is the appointment booking rate, all right? Which is roughly around 2%. Bookings, and this is the industry average. So with the appointment booking rate, the industry average is around 1.5 to 2%, and with bookings or the show rate, right, is around 70%. Okay, depending on which niche and everything like that. But so bookings is the inputs, right, and what's funny is bookings is here the output with ABR because the components link with one another. Then you have bookings as the new input, and then reminders as the system or the process, shows is the output, and then feedback, depending on how the shows compare to the show rate, then obviously you can make adjustments with the feedback. Then you've got the script, and this is your close rate. Then you've got sales, which is ultimately the process of doing, the script. Then you've got close deals. And if you're not closing the amount of deals that you want through feedback, you can adjust your close rate and you adjust your script, and that changes the system. And this is all business is, by the way. Building systems and optimizing each step. Optimizing your email workflow, optimizing your sales script, optimizing your pricing, just making small tweaks and then going from there. Let's take ABR for example, so appointment booking rate. Got your email copy, which is the inputs, email sending, the process, bookings is the output, then feedback, appointment booking rate. You tweak a paragraph in your email copy, which is the input. You start sending the emails with a new copy. You count the amount of bookings from the sample size, and the sample size is obviously the amount of people you send the new email to. You gather feedback. You test the new appointment booking rate. If it's improved, great. If not, test again. And the best marketers are just the ones who've tested the most. This is called scaling. It's the boring work no one talks about. What's the one thing I need to do to scale? What's the one thing I need to do to get to 10K a month? What's the one thing I need to do to scale my business, right? There's no one thing really. It's 100 small improvements. What are the 10 small improvements I can make? Okay, 100 is a bit too much. Let's say 10 small improvements I can make. There's one key metric I forgot to mention, and that's churn. What on earth is this crazy word, right? Churn is just the percentage of customers who cancel their subscription. That's essentially it. If you've got a service and you've got a monthly service that you do, it's the percentage of customers who cancel their subscription. I don't want this to come as a shocker, but clients cancel, It's not like clients pay you every month for eternity. There are loads of reasons why, which we will uncover in week 6, Platonic Fulfillment. This section of the course is about understanding churn and how it relates to scale. Rather than reducing it, which we'll uncover in later modules. I will show you exactly how to reduce churn and how to optimize that as much as possible, because I will show you right now, that's ultimately where exponential scale comes from. I want to share with you how you can use churn to identify your hypothetical max when it comes to your amount of clients, your maximum revenue, grow beyond your hypothetical max, double your business every month using the golden ratio, calculate LTV per client, which is lifetime value, and extrapolate your business growth. And so let's start the pie equation. And I got this from Alex Hormozi. So inflow over outflow. That's essentially the pie equation. Very simple. You've probably heard of the pie equation in school, which is 3.14, something like that. And new customers or revenue is the inflow, and outflow is churn and customers leaving. This can extrapolate in many different ways. So let's show you how. So on top, we got the inflow, obviously the new customers and revenue, and outflow, which is churn. And that is customers leaving, or the percentage of customers leaving. So on the top, you got new customers. Let's say you get 5 new customers every single month, and 10% of your customers leave every single month. So your hypothetical max is 50 clients. That's the max amount of clients you will ever have. If this stays the same, you only acquire 5 new clients every single month, or I say only, that's decent. 5 new clients every single month, and 10% of them leave, you'll have a max of 50 clients. Let's say you already have 30 existing clients. You already have 30 clients, and you sign 2 extra every single month, and 10% leave. Your max will come down to 20. So let's say you have 30 clients, and this is your equation, your pie equation. It will come down to 20 clients. Right? That will be your max. You won't go back to 30 because this equation won't allow you to. And then you have monthly business. So let's say you make an extra $10,000 a month every single month, and 10% of customers leave. Your hypothetical max will be a $100K a month business. All right. There are only 2 ways to grow beyond your hypothetical max. Your inflow, which is new customers and revenue. Your outflow is churn. You increase your inflow, or you decrease your outflow. That's the only 2 ways you can use to grow your income, or grow beyond your hypothetical max. If you want to exponentially grow beyond your hypothetical max, you can use a secret formula called the golden ratio. Your customers find you new customers, and this is called referrals. So it might sound a bit strange, like your customers are finding you new customers. Like, how does that work? This is called referrals, right? So new customers or referrals, and obviously the outflow. So let's say 10% of your customers refer you to new customers, and 5% churn every single month, right? Let's extrapolate this. So 10% referrals, 5% outflow, business growth. So essentially every single month you'll double. 100% you double your business, because 10 over 5 is 2, right? So 10% of your clients refer you new clients, and 5% leave. You double your business every single month, literally double. At this rate, your business will double every single month. If you put that into a graph, it will look something like this. So exponential growth. You'll go like that, because it doubles every single month. So let's say it's 10K. Next month you have 20K, and then 40, and then 80, 160, 320. It goes exponentially up, right? Here's how you can use the same equation to calculate LTV per client. So LTV is lifetime value, how much a customer is worth over time for you. So average revenue is $1,000, and 20% churn every single month. So essentially your client is worth $5,000, and that's the average revenue per client. This means on average, each client is worth $5,000 over their lifetime. Now you know how much you can spend to acquire a customer. So you can spend $4,000 to acquire a customer, and then you'll make $1,000 profit for each client, right? Because now you know the LTV on average for every customer is $5,000. So you can spend anything less and you'll make a profit while still staying profitable, right? When you're starting out, you will experience rapid exponential growth. And this is pretty exciting stuff. Not immediately, but definitely. Like I mentioned, results are guaranteed, but timing is not. It can be summed up by this one picture. This one picture essentially sums up the entire entrepreneurship journey. Results are guaranteed. It is there. Like, the money is there to be made. But you think it'll take 1 month or 2 months. You shouldn't put a timeline on your goal. You should just say, I'll make 10K a month. And we'll go into much more detail on this in Apollo's target, which we'll discuss goal setting. So the money is there to be made, but the timing that you hit it is not. You don't know when. So that's the only fun part. You don't know when you're going to do it. It can take a week, but also it can take a year. You don't know, but just know it is there. When you do strike gold or diamonds, right, in this case, it will look something like this. You will just grow exponentially because you're starting from zero, right? 0 clients, 0 time, obviously you have nothing. And then hypothetical max is 20. Initial growth, starting with 0 clients and signing 4 in the first month feels significant. Going from 0 to hero fast. And this was essentially me. In the first month, I signed 3 or 4 clients and I made $12,600. All right? I think it was 3 clients, right? And it went from 0 to $12,600 my first month. That's like your whole world just opens up completely. Going from 0 to hero fast, right? And then you have a slower growth as you continue with 4 new clients every month. So let's just say that's the top part of the equation, the inflow. 4 clients every single month, right? And then you got the churn as well. So as you continue with 4 new clients every month and lose 20% to churn, so the bottom half is 20%, you lose 1 client, leaving you with 3. So 4 plus 3 is 7 clients. Now you're up to 7. The number of clients lost to churn increases as your total client base grows. So if you have 10 clients and 20%, that's obviously 4 clients that you lose. So that's why it will stagnate, right? Which I will show you right now. Approaching equilibrium with 7 clients, losing 20% to churn means losing 2 clients. Now it's not losing 1 client anymore. Now you're losing 2 clients because 20% of a bigger value is more. After gaining 4 new clients, your total increases to 9. This pattern stretched out over time leads to equilibrium. The number of new clients gained match the clients lost to churn. So equilibrium is basically like flatten. So if you get 20 clients or 4 clients every single month, but you're at 20 clients, 4 clients every single month, and 20% of 20 is 4. So you gain 4, lose 4, gain 4, lose 4. So your max is 20. Growth plateau. So then you plateau. Once client inflow and outflow balance, the growth plateaus or the business plateaus around its hypothetical max. So 4 and 20%. So the max is 20. Fundamentally, scaling boils down to 2 things and 2 things only. Getting more customers, right? Increasing the inflow, using the 4 pillars, and make them worth more. Basically decreasing churn and increasing lifetime value. Yeah. Reducing churn and increasing lifetime value. That concludes scaling your empire, right? So we're done with that section. So here's a quick summary. Newton's third law decoded. With every action, there's an equal and opposite reaction. If you take action in the right direction, you will get the results. You just don't know when. And that's what makes it fun. The principle of sowing and reaping. Memory, time, and effect. Entrepreneurs, short-term thinking. Example for my own business. I was able to achieve $200,000 my first year, but it's because of the work I did 2 years prior. Doing the courses, conducting the sales calls, hiring team members, developing SOPs. Patience and the power of compounding. Warren Buffett's net worth. Sacrifice and long-term success. Intro to systems thinking. What is a system? The inputs, process, output, feedback, environment. Examples of systems in nature and society. We got the water cycles. And then we got the students, the school curriculum, graduates. Remember that, jobless. And then the environment is obviously the economy. Then we got garbage in and garbage out. Outputs versus inputs. The importance of high quality inputs and personal development. If you just surround yourself with the right people, read the right books, watch the right YouTube videos, a natural byproduct will be success. Garbage in or high quality inputs in will lead to high quality outputs, which is essentially success. Bottlenecks and inflow constraints. When the inflow is too high, you're getting too many leads, too many clients. Obviously, your business will plateau or you just have poorly managed operations and operational capacity is too low. Macro versus micro perspective. Examples of macro thinkers, like Elon Musk, and micro thinkers, balancing both perspectives when you're starting out. Pitfalls of macro only, just grand vision, not doing the day-to-day tasks, and micro only thinking, just doing the daily tasks and not stepping back and looking at the bigger vision. The market matrix, choosing the right market, then pain. Remember, growing market, easy to access and purchasing power. Maslow's hierarchy of needs, personal experience over everything, and balance the key factors. Scaling your empire, which we just mentioned. Reverse engineering, what's the goal? Golden BB improvements, improving every single aspect of your business. Results from 7,600 emails. Churn, clients leaving. the pi equation, which I got from Alex Mosey. So shout out Alex. Hypothetical max, golden ratio, how to essentially double your business every single month, lifetime value, how much your customer is worth. So you can then spend less than that to acquire a customer, still profitable. So if you enjoyed this one, if you got some value from this, which I really hope you do, because this is a long one, and thank you for watching through this. If you watched it, fully through in one sitting, you're an absolute legend, and make sure to leave a review. I would really appreciate that, and your journey inspires others. I really do mean that. Testimonials aren't just for us to grow our business, and we really appreciate that. This is essentially referrals, like we just mentioned. Or testimonials. So you're putting up a referral or a testimonial and you're saying, oh, this program was amazing, the founders are great, and then other people see that and they're like, wow. So you are essentially bringing us new customers, and we really appreciate that. And your journey also, you can help out your fellow entrepreneurs, right? And make sure to also share the course. You can just go to YouTube down here and then share that, click on the YouTube icon and then share, copy link. You can share it to all your friends. I want to leave you with a final quote. So this is a quote from James Clear. You do not rise to the level of your goals. You fall to the level of your systems. And this is more micro thinking, all right? So macro thinking is obviously important, the goals, the vision. You need to have that. But you don't rise to that level without taking the action. Like everyone has the same goals. They want to make a lot of money. They want to have a great physique. They want the social life, right? Everyone has the same goals. But it's the actions you take on a daily basis that separate you from the average individual. You fall to the level of your systems, and that's the systems you implement. It's the actions you take. It's the inputs you put in. That separates you from the dreamers. So with that said, hope you enjoyed this one, and I'll see you on the next module. Bye-bye. A warm welcome to Market Mindfulness. You're probably looking at the title, and you're like, what on earth is this? What does this have to do with me and signing clients and making money? You're looking at the length. You're like, Andro, you're crazy. Why there's long videos? But I can assure you, this is the most valuable and impactful video you'll ever watch in the entire course. This is probably this one. I know I say this with a lot of these modules and a lot of these videos, but it's probably this one. After this module, you'll be like Neo in the Matrix. You'll be slow-mo when everyone is just going crazy and don't know what to do and, just running all over the place. You'll be calm and collected, be able to make strategic decisions and make the most money possible. All right? So very, very valuable one. And obviously it's free. I don't know of anyone putting in so much time and effort into free stuff. Like, I don't know one. Besides Alex Omozi, he's obviously the free guy. This is next level. I put in like close to 20 hours of research and structuring the modules and the videos. And now I actually have to film this as well. So it's not just the making of the modules, it's filming as well. So it's close to 24 hours that I put into this one video. Okay, so pay attention because you haven't invested into this with your money because it's free, right? So the only thing you're invested with is your time and your attention. So really pay close attention to this one. It can literally change your life. So let's get into it. Introduction, independent thinking, clear decision making, cognitive biases, mental models by Charlie Munger, data versus intuition, data or data? Which one do you say? The scientific method, becoming an observer, you're a problem solver, and less is more. And then obviously the summary. So quite a lot to unpack. So it's going to be a long one. I'm actually pretty scared to form this, but let's get into it. So as always, join our newsletter, theschoolofathens.com/guide. You get 2 free guides, which is Quentin's The Holistic Mastery to Wellness. Everything biohacking, all for free, right? Plus exclusive updates regarding the course, essentially, our newsletter where we share free value for you as well. Make sure to share the course. You'll see it down here below. There's a YouTube thing you can click, and then it takes you to our YouTube channel, which you can also subscribe to. And then you can click copy link and share, all right? So, or you can just share the community to a friend. So help out your fellow entrepreneurs on this journey, as I mentioned. YouTube, Instagram, and TikTok. I'm not on TikTok personally, but the School of Athens account is on TikTok, Instagram, and YouTube. Stay up to date when new episodes drop. The School of Athens on all platforms, and Andro Koen. I should actually change that. I changed my username to this one. Let me quickly show you. Like that. Wait. Yeah, so double O. All right. Cool. So, introduction. Welcome to Market Mindfulness. This module is going to provide a complete breakdown of the truth, okay, and human nature, so you're able to orient yourself in the business landscape and make better decisions. Okay, it's a pretty, uh, like just that sentence alone is like, what on earth? But anyway, choices are the hinges of destiny. That's Pythagoras who said that. And also, the thing about human nature here at the beginning, it's not human nature that hurts us, but the ignorance of human nature. So it's the fact that you don't know human nature that's hurting you. It's not human nature itself. So essentially, I'll be uncovering that and just breaking down the truth in this video. All right. And then your thoughts influence your feelings. What you think of, usually you create this feeling then, right? Your feelings influence your decisions. 90% of your decisions are feelings based, and then your decisions determine your destiny, like Pythagoras said. It all starts with your thoughts, which create your feelings, your decisions, your destiny. And it all starts with your thoughts, which stem from your understanding, and that's knowledge. And you made the right choice today to decide to learn more because you know that knowledge is power. So, independent thinking. Let's start off with this one. First off, what is it and why is it important? It's the ability to make informed decisions, solve problems creatively, and avoid being swayed by external pressures. The literal definition of entrepreneurship. That's it. It's the ability to make informed decisions, solve problems creatively, and avoid being swayed by external pressures. That's entrepreneurship. You must be able to make your own decisions and stick with them, especially when no one believes in it. That's difficult and requires independent thinking. That's literally what entrepreneurship is being able to stick to your beliefs and what you think is true without being swayed by external pressures like, society, your parents, friends, anything like that. To understand independent thinking, we must trace it back to its origins. Here are a few examples of independent thinkers in history. So, Albert Einstein, you probably know him. Einstein's breakthroughs, including the theory of relativity, came from challenging existing scientific paradigms. His willingness to think outside the box revolutionized modern science. And he said, I have no special talent. I am only passionately curious. Curiosity is one of, and which is also something I will uncover in this module, but curiosity is one of those things that's just crucial. A lot of big entrepreneurs as well, even Einstein, one of the smartest guys that lived. Curiosity is big. And Isaac Newton is another one. Newton's independent observations and theories laid the foundation for classical physics. His independent thought led to fundamental discoveries in motion, gravity, and optics. So then we have Socrates as well, and all these guys are very famous thinkers, right? And they all used independent thinking. Socrates, known for his method of questioning, which is obviously the Socratic method, challenged the norms of Athenian society by questioning everything. His independent reasoning, emphasizing self-reflection and critical thinking, has forever shaped philosophy. He's like the father of philosophy. His independent thinking and his Socratic method literally shaped philosophy, how we know it now. So the unexamined life is not worth living. And that's something he coined. So the unexamined life is not worth living. A life you don't examine, you just go with the flow, like only dead fish go with the flow type of thing, okay? Not examining your life. And it's not even, you can't even call it life by that point. And that's the result of not using independent thinking. And it's just using dependent thinking, being dependent on someone else for your thoughts. And that's not worth living. And that's what Socrates said. He believed true wisdom comes from questioning assumptions, engaging in dialogue, and thinking deeply about one's beliefs and values, rather than accepting them blindly. So the complete opposite of what is taught in the school system. So you mentioned questioning assumptions. The teacher is always right. You can't question any assumptions. So, the teacher says this thing, you must just say, okay, you're right. You can't question them at all. Then they're like, oh, that's disrespectful. Go get out of class. Like, you can't question anything, right? Engaging in dialogue, that's called cheating. In school, when you're in question or engage in dialogue and you ask them questions, that's called cheating. But in entrepreneurship, that's called networking. It's so flawed. Like, I don't know how people don't see this. It's like the exact opposite of what you should do to succeed in real life. Or, you know, if you want to call entrepreneurship, it's really just using independent thinking at its purest form. Just doing whatever you want to do. Not questioning, not falling for any assumptions, anything like that. So essentially engaging in dialogue, two people discussing. That's called cheating in school. And thinking deeply about one's beliefs and values. While they don't really give you any time for that, do they? It's meticulously designed in a way where you literally don't have time to think. It's crazy. Like, obviously, I was in university for 1 year, and they don't give you any time to think. Even after high school, you just have to instantly choose what you want to study. What university do you want to go to? Don't waste any time. Start learning. Like, you don't have any time to just think and ponder of what you want to do with your life. It's meticulously designed that way. All right, it's purposefully done. They don't give you any time. It's like the vacation you do have is like, it's like 6 weeks. It's just enough time to relax after the studies and all of the exams, not to think too much, maybe go out and party a bit. You don't have any time to think, and that's crucial. And accepting them blindly. Well, just ask how that's going. Accepting them blindly. All right. We all know how that ends up. So we were never taught to think independently. Never. In school, the teacher would tell us exactly what to do, when to do it, how to do it. Like, you were never taught how to do anything how you want to do it. Never. So it's like a skill you need to learn. And that's what entrepreneurship, that's what makes it so difficult. Because it's going completely against the norm. It's a skill you need to develop. We were conditioned to just listen and accept. That's all. Fall into groupthink, follow the masses, and just hope for the best. Okay? That's a terrible strategy, by the way, so don't follow that. The complete opposite of what is required in entrepreneurship. It's like it's the antithesis, complete opposite of what entrepreneurship is. It doesn't even, so when you transition from, like, the college, university, high school to entrepreneurship, don't accept things to be easy, because it's the complete opposite of what you were taught. Engaging in dialogue, that's cheating. You can't even talk to someone. But in entrepreneurship, that's called networking. That's called getting ideas. Crazy. So independent thinking. So independence versus madness of crowds. So if you want to be exceptional, or if you want exceptional results, by definition, you need to be an exception. That's Alex Hormozi. Groupthink happens when individuals conform to the prevailing opinions of a group, often without critically analyzing the situation. This leads to poor decision making, and your personal God-given insights are suppressed in favor of consensus, essentially what people deem as normal, and the agreed upon terms by a group. Okay, and groupthink is just never the right way to go. Obviously, there's some times where it's good. If everyone is doing something, there is some truth to it, but most of the time, you want to go the opposite direction. So you, as an independent thinker, need to recognize groupthink and work to form opinions based on your own analysis, rather than succumbing to peer pressure and societal norms like your friends, colleagues, parents, whatever that might be. So information gathering, while it's important and necessary to gather information from various sources, like books, YouTube videos, mentors, anything like that, you still need to question, cross-reference, and consider multiple perspectives before forming a conclusion. So you need to obviously get information from different groups, all right, but not just from one. So you can then cross-reference and see the multiple perspectives, and maybe find like a middle way where there's a lot of this where, let's take the politics, for example, like the left and right wing. I don't know much about it, but just my personal what do you call it, insight is like there's some truth to both sides. The best party would just be a combination of both. Okay, so there's a lot of truth to a lot of things, but people are too extreme. You need to you don't want to fall into what you call it, that Charlie Munger used to say, extreme ideologies. You don't want to do that. Don't fall into extremism, like just going to the absolute extreme with anything. usually there's truths in both sides, and you need to kind of blend two. You need to become like water, like Bruce Lee said, all right? Fluid, not just rigid in like one specific opinion. We live in a world where the blind are leading the blind. That's literally how the world has gone to. Absolutely crazy. Yeah, I don't have to add much on that. So we have become very rigid in our ways, not being open minded to the new possibilities out there. We fear the unknown and what it might bring. And that's normal, fearing the unknown because, back in the good old days, I'm going over this on these slides as well. But if you went against the crowd, you would literally die. You were in a tribe of, let's say, 50 people. If you would go against them, you would be alone. And, during the hunter gatherers tribe, like if you were alone, you would most probably die. Okay. We would rather stay comfortably broke than get uncomfortable to acquire riches. It's crucial that you stay open minded and not conform to society's agenda for you. This is crucial. If you want to live a life of fulfillment and actually feel good about yourself and feel in alignment and purposeful, like you need to stay open minded and not conform to society's agenda for you. It's crucial. Many parents are pushing their children towards university and traditional career paths, thinking it's the safest route for their children, that they will guarantee themselves a job. Furthest thing from the truth. You're not guaranteed a job at all. If you get your piece of paper, it doesn't qualify you for a job. I can guarantee you right now, I will get any marketing job there is, like digital marketing job there is, even though I don't have a degree. For a fact, I can tell you that. I will beat someone, or I will get the job from someone who's got a piece of paper, but I've got experience. It beats it every single time. I don't even have the degree, but I will get the job. Just like make that make sense. All right. I haven't even done this, but I just know for a fact. So that just shows the confidence in it. I've done a lot of this research. Like I know how the world is heading. Okay. Times have changed. We no longer live in the 60s where that was deemed a viable option, where you could, sustain a family with one salary. Back in the days, like just a father would work and he could sustain his entire family's income, actually live pretty decent, get all the food he needs, take his children to school, anything like that. Everything, okay? Now families are struggling with both parents working. Both parents working. And it's not funny. Like I'm actually just like I'm not laughing. It's like it's actually ridiculous, right? It's crazy. Families are struggling now with both parents working. But back in the day, one parent could sustain the entire family. The safe route is now becoming dangerous. The safe route where you could just get a degree and get a job is now becoming dangerous. Like you can just be laid off and you have nothing then. So yeah, this is important. With new technology emerging every single day, you could generate an income from anywhere in the world. And don't worry, I will show you exactly how to do this. This is my entire goal with this video. It's not to scare you or anything like that. It's to just show you where the world is headed. Like, I don't want you to be blind to what is happening. All right? I will show you exactly how to do this. That's why I'm putting in so much effort. I want to show you this to kind of instill some fear in you for some urgency so I can show you the way out. All right? If you want to be another cog in the machine, that's totally fine. But if you want more out of life, you need to learn independent thinking. This is crucial. Independent thinking is not only hard because it requires a lot of effort, you also have to go against the grain, society, and the agenda for you. Yeah, back in the good old days, like I just said, that meant death. If you went against your tribe, like you were probably killed. Okay, so we have this inbuilt in our system where we have the survival bias. We think that we're going to die because our DNA doesn't change as much, even though the technology has changed, the environment has changed a lot. During our times, especially with technology, it's just emerging so quickly. Our brain hasn't adapted so quickly, so we still think that if we go against the grain, we're going to die. It's like a survival bias. You have to go through something similar. When I was starting with my entrepreneurship journey, I went through, or I just not went, but like you could say, I went through this like crazy transformation or journey or challenge that I had to go through. And just go against society and everyone. Like when everyone was saying, "Oh, what are you doing? You're just dropping out. Like at least get the degree, at least get the piece of paper, so you have something to fall back on." Like, what are you even saying? I knew all of this stuff. I just saw straight through the BS. Like no one was just. I was just unfazed. Okay, and it's the same thing with the jab as well. Everyone was telling me like, "Are you crazy? Just get the jab." Like, it's not that deep, bro. It is that deep. Everything is that deep. It's not a joke. And this ability is the mark of someone who's going to become extremely successful. If they are able to do what's right, even though everyone around them is telling them, "You are stupid, you are crazy, what are you doing?" And they still stayed fast on their journey, this guy is unstoppable, unfazed completely. He knows where he's headed, he knows what's going on, and he's just unfazed by the rest of the world completely. Obviously, there's a time and place. We need to do research, see what the market is, what's going on, maybe take opinions here and there. But at the end of the day, like you need to make your own decisions. All right, and if you know what's true, don't let anyone else tell you what to do. And that's just how I'm wired. All right, and you need to cultivate this ability. Where with it, like it's the exact same thing. Like, don't you think a lot more stuff like this is gonna happen in the future? Like with the jab, I was like, no way, I'm not getting that. People are like, no, just get it. It's not that deep. Like, just get it. I'm like, no, it's out of principle. I'm not doing it. Go to the university. No, like everyone is going. No, I'm not gonna go. It's that. Okay. So challenges, yes, like it's not going to be easy. If it was easy, everyone would be doing it. All right, so here's are some challenges that you're going to face on your journey. So social pressure and isolation. So the reason I'm slurring a bit is because I ate carbs before this. So this is a complete side tangent, but anyway, it's a free video, so I can do whatever I want. So essentially, I ate like a bowl of fruit. It's a bit of carbs because I worked beforehand and I know this video is going to be long, so I need some carbs for energy. And what carbs does is it slows you down a bit. So that's the reason you might not even have noticed it, but I know I'm very perfectionistic, so I can feel it. But anyway, so social pressure and isolation. So going against the grain can lead to feelings of loneliness and alienation. Alienation is a pretty cool word. Like you are just alienated from society. You will face opposition from friends and family who conform to social norms and groupthink. And this journey will require courage and lots of it. Courage is crucial, right? I say crucial quite a lot. Anyway, so limiting beliefs. Independent thinking requires questioning and examining beliefs that might have served you in the past, but are not applicable for your future. The entire foundation of your reality will crumble before your eyes. So don't be scared when this happens. Like everything will just feel like a lie. And most people, they don't want to face this because then they have to conform to the fact that they've been living a lie. They don't want this. So that's why they would rather stay comfortable in this mediocrity and in the matrix. Essentially, they would stay comfortable there because at least they know, okay, I'm actually fine. Like, it's all good, because they don't want to look back and realize I wasted all this time living a lie. They don't want to do that. Okay. I don't know why that just came up. So number 3 is risk of failure. Obviously, there's obviously going to be a risk. If you want a crazy reward, there is just going to be risk. That's obviously self-explanatory. Entrepreneurship is very, very rewarding, but there's some risk that goes with it. But I was willing to take that risk any day of the week. So independent thinking increases the risk of failure because you're walking uncharted territory. It's never been walked before, really, by anyone, probably in your family. That's the case for me. Like, no one was an entrepreneur. Like, no one did this kind of stuff. So you're walking uncharted territory and enter through the narrow gate. For wide is the gate and broad is the road that leads to destruction, and many enter through it. But small is the gate and narrow the road that leads to life, and only a few find it. It's just how it is. The escaping the matrix, like not everyone's gonna do it. All right. So you are either gonna be, once you're exposed to this, it's pretty hard to look back. It's gonna be painful, but I can assure you the truth hurts, but it's for the better. So 4 is accountability. You don't have a teacher or parents to blame anymore. Your success and failure will all depend on you. So all the success or even the failure you get, you have to maybe go back to your job. Like there was no way I was doing that, but even that was a that could have happened, all right? And I need to take accountability for that. This will either be extremely daunting or freeing, depending on how you perceive it. So I saw it as very freeing because I know how my life turns out is just up to me. It's not some boss dictating my work, not some teacher dictating my marks. It's just me and how much effort I put into my work, and then get compensated by the marketplace. It's just me, and I find that extremely freeing. I know that I caused my success or failure, so I know I can change it. The power is in me to change it. But let's say your boss just decides to fire you for no reason. Let's just say like you don't have any power. It's so bad. That's just me. All right. And I assume you also relate to this if you're watching this video. There was one left. Let's go back to that one. So cognitive effort. So thinking is the hardest work there is, which is probably the reason why so few engage in it. That's a quote from Henry Ford. And it's much easier to accept societal norms and go with the flow than to constantly challenge pre-existing norms or notions. So thinking is very, very difficult. And just me making these videos, you know how much like effort this took? It's like afterwards, you just drained. Like after this video, I'm also going to be drained completely. But I'm still going to go work out. I'm still going to go make more modules. Like even while I'm still drained. So it's very, very hard work. But that's also why you get rewarded so much. Because so few engage in it. It's like only one guy wants to go to Mars. And that's why he makes so much money. Like he's solving a pretty big problem. And that's why he gets compensated so much, right? So great spirits have always encountered violent opposition from mediocre minds, which is a pretty cool quote from Albert Einstein. I haven't heard this before I researched this quote. It's pretty cool. So I thought entrepreneurship was, just signing clients and making money. When you see all the lifestyle content, and that's obviously to get you motivated to take action, anything like that. Obviously, we're using human nature here. And you maybe think, I thought entrepreneurship was just, signing clients, seeing a few DMs, and making money. I think again, it will require a lot more from you than you expected. But it'll be way more worth it than you could have ever imagined. That I can guarantee you. So, you've got entrepreneurship and you got the traditional route. The red pill, the blue pill. The movie Matrix was a documentary, not a movie, from like the real world. Anyway, so you take the blue pill, the story ends, you go back to your current life, right? Just living in, sometimes, this is actually a good question. Let's say you are like 60 years old. I've got a question for you, right? Let's say you're 60 years old, right? And your wife cheated on you when you were like, let's say 30 and got children, but you don't know it's your children. So at 30 years old, let's say. And now you are, let's say 70. So 40 years later, you cared for other man's children, right? And that's like the worst thing ever, by the way. Would you want to know, or would you live in ignorant bliss? And that's a very good question. You think it's your children. So sometimes ignorance is bliss. Okay? I'm aware of that. Like I wouldn't, because you're like 70 and you're all happy, your wife is happy, it's 40 years ago. You think it's your children, they look the same, let's just say. Like I would probably just stay ignorant. Okay? Because if I realize the truth now, I don't know. That's a difficult question. All right. So you can ponder on that. Or you take the red pill and you stay in Wonderland and I show you the life you're destined for. Okay. It's obviously going to be way more difficult, but that's the risk and reward. Like that's what comes with it. Okay. Which one are you taking? You know that road, and this is a quote from the movie. You know that road. You know exactly where it ends, and I know that's not where you want to be. So it's this scene when Neo looks back at this road. I'm not sure what the girl's name is, but she says, you know where that road leads. You know where the traditional path leads. You know where that leads. Okay, it's just like a normal job. normal average salary, normal goal, nothing wrong with that. But like if you don't want that, you know where it leads. So and I know that's not where you want to be. So what's your intuition telling you? That little voice inside your head, you know you're destined for more. Otherwise, you wouldn't have taken the steps to go through this course and still watch this video. You know you're destined for more. You know there's more out there. You know there's more to be experienced. That's why you're going through this course. That's why you're acquiring this knowledge to then use to ultimately live your life and live a life of total freedom. All that's left of you to do is to ruthlessly take action on the things I tell you. And I promise you, the life you want is closer than you think. It's just a couple of years away. Really. Like a couple years of just hard work. It's so how I see it is on university, right, is stretched out pain. Okay, it's like 4, 5, 6, 7, depending what you're studying. Let's say 5 years of extended pain. So it's like painful, but like let's say it's like a 60% painful. Okay, still painful, but not as much. Entrepreneurship is like 2 years of 95% pain. Okay, so it's compressed pain. University is extended pain. So either way, you'll experience pain. Entrepreneurship is just more dense and like boom, like just crazy amounts of pain, but it's a shorter amount of time. Okay. And the reward is pretty great of entrepreneurship. And university, you also get a lot of money, but you don't necessarily have time and location freedom, which is ultimately what you want, is total freedom. Believe you can, and you're halfway there. Right? That's a quote from Theodore Roosevelt. So, when you were a kid, you were intensely curious. Everything was just like, you were constantly exploring, constantly asking questions. I would always ask like, why, like always like this, like, my dad even told this to me. I would just constantly ask why for everything. And he would go crazy, like just, stop asking all these questions. It just is that way. And I was just like, why? And you need to cultivate that again. The world was your playground, right? This is like, you can look at this and kind of remember how it felt. This is like, this exact picture is kind of how the world felt, right? You were just like running around. Everything was just so bright and vibrant. Just like that summer feeling 24/7, essentially. You need to cultivate that state again. Along the way, you've lost your sense of curiosity for the world. This is ultimately what it comes down to now. It's just like a boring job, just like doing Excel spreadsheets for a company you don't even like, making not even good money, and then going back to like your girl that's complaining. Like, well, what happened? Everything has become so rigid and dull, just like gray. When we were younger, everything was a bit more, vibrant, and saturation was better. It's a bit more. The greens were a bit more green. The orange was a bit more orange, like just more colorful. Easier said than done, obviously, but it's crucial for your success and fulfillment. You've lost your sense of curiosity for the world because you're constantly stimulated. You don't allow for boredom to occur. Boredom is crucial. I say crucial so much. That's probably when I made this. I'm like, wow, this is so important. It's crucial for creativity and independent thinking. So boredom allows one to indulge in curiosity, and out of curiosity comes everything. So essentially, out of boredom comes everything. But with the phones and everything like that, Netflix, all this dopamine, people don't allow for boredom to occur. What I do every single morning is I just sit for 20 minutes and do nothing. And that's called meditation, right? I just sit there and just focus on my breath. That's all. For 20 minutes a day, that will literally change your life. And also in this video, I'll cover how I do that, okay? Take back your time, think for yourself, and forge your own path. So how to make clear decisions. So essentially, you'll be like this monk sitting there and just be able to make clear decisions, not being influenced by society. So recognize your defaults. Did you know 90% of the decisions you make are driven by your emotions and cognitive biases? Like 90%. You think that most of the decisions you make is like critical thinking. You're like, no, I actually want this. Like, no, 90% is emotions. And, like envy, jealousy, stuff like that, which influences it. You think you are in control, but you are reacting, not thinking. Think back to a time when someone was angry. They're not consciously thinking to throw hands. It's their anger or emotion, essentially, taking over their mind and body. Let's take a bar fight, for example. He's not thinking, okay, I'm going to lift my hand up and boom, punch him. Like, no. It's just like this emotional. I will cover this, obviously, as we go on, but it's like this emotional pain body that just completely takes him over and just uses his hand to punch. I just punched my mic. Right? That's what's happening. It's like something is just controlling them. It's their emotions. It's this pain body, as Eckhart Tolle would call it, the pain body. All right, in his book, The Power of Now. It's an accumulation of unresolved emotional pain from past experiences. So just read that again. It's an accumulation of unresolved emotional pain from past experiences. So essentially like trauma. This pain is driving you. It's driving you to endure more pain. Entrepreneurship. Entrepreneurship is obviously painful. And this pain that you experienced when you were younger is driving you to endure more pain. Change happens when the pain of staying the same is greater than the pain of change. And that's a quote from Tony Robbins. Just read that again. All right? Change happens when the pain of staying the same is greater than the pain of change. So when your situation right now is so painful, you change. And the pain of change needs to be less than the pain you're currently going through, because that's ultimately why you would change. That's ultimately why you would pursue a certain direction, is because the pain you have to go through is going to be less than the pain you're currently experiencing. Because if the pain is more, it's like, why would you do that, right? But if obviously, mine was a kind of the same, because the pain of just being broke was just so bad, and I didn't know the pain of entrepreneurship, and it is very, very painful, by the way, but it was less painful than the pain of being broke, and that's ultimately why I changed. The pain body is looking for more pain because it thrives on negative emotions. It's the like attracts like, all right? Entrepreneurship is the perfect vehicle for that. So you got your past pain, which is your fuel, right? And then you got entrepreneurship, which is the vehicle, and then you have progress. So the past pain is the fuel. It's ultimately what's fueling you, what's moving you forward. And entrepreneurship is like the perfect vehicle where you can transmute that pain and use that pain to, get progress. Even though it's potent fuel, it's not sustainable for the long term, right? When you use this pain, it's very, very beneficial at the beginning. It's very, very potent as well, but like it's not sustainable for the long term. This is going to happen. You're just burning out essentially. The very definition of entrepreneurship is use what you've got. That's entrepreneurship. That's ultimately what it is. You can use your money, you can use your time, you can use anything you have at this moment. You might have a little inspiration, but you have a lot more desperation. At the time, maybe you don't have any money, you're a lot more desperate. But also maybe you have a little bit inspiration, right? You see these YouTube videos, you see maybe some Instagram content, you're a little bit inspired, right? But you have a lot more desperation. When I was starting out, I was entirely filled by anger and desperation. I did not want to be broke. Like, actually, that was my only mission. I didn't have this big why or this purpose or anything like that. I just did not want to be broke. I had less than $9 in my bank account. Like, just looking at that, I was just like, no, there was no way this is going to be my destiny. Like, there's just no way. And that obviously, that pain caused me to change. It's totally fine if you're fueled by negative emotions. Just be aware of it and know you have to transcend it someday. You need to operate from a state of abundance rather than survival. And this sounds probably weird to you, but when you are operating out of the state of desperation, you're operating out of survival. You just want to survive. Like, you need your basic needs met, your psychological needs, like in Maslow's hierarchy of needs. All right. But once you've transcended that, and once you've made that money, you need to transition into a state of abundance. So yeah, even though it was potent fuel, I was miserable on my journey. I felt absolutely nothing when I hit my first $10,000 a month. You might think that when you hit this number, or maybe it's 10, 20, 30K, whatever it might be, that your life's going to change. I felt nothing, literally nothing. Now, did my anger allow me to achieve results quicker? Probably, and you will most likely also be fueled by anger, which is, which is totally fine, because it's all you've got at this stage. But you have to realize you have to transcend that. And I was just angry. Not like, I'm not an angry person, but I was just like frustrated. I was like, come on, like I need to achieve more. And when I was operating out of the state of survival and I achieved it, I felt basically nothing, which is fine. Just know you can't operate on the survival state forever. All this to say, you thought you made a rational decision joining this course. You think clicked on a button, you click join, you're like, okay, this is cool. Let's watch this video. Let's see what's Andro teaching in the market mindfulness. Watching until now, you thought all of this was rational decisions, like critical thinking. It's not. It's all emotional. You are looking to achieve a better state, and that's emotional. All right. No, it was your pain driving you, not your rational thoughts. But it's much better to be aware of the pain driving you than to be controlled by them unconsciously. Awareness is the first step to clear decision making. So, yeah, which is obviously something I'm going to cover right now. But you thought it was just like critical decisions, or like you just made some calculated steps. It's actually 95% fueled by emotions, and it's trying to escape pain. Okay. So reaction to response. And this obviously ties into clear decision making. So clear thinking involves moving from automatic reactions to thoughtful responses. So this is a quote from Viktor Frankl, who wrote the book Man's Search for Meaning. Between stimulus and response, there's a space. So when something happens and when you respond, there's a space. In that space is our power to choose our response. In our response lies our growth and our freedom. Okay, you want to increase that space, or lengthen that space from response or stimulus to response. Most people's gap, what I call it, is very, very tiny. So you got stimulus, and then you got response. Like that's obviously the two, and then you have the freedom to choose between the stimulus and the response. And that freedom to choose comes through self-awareness, imagination, consciousness, and independent will, okay, or conscience. So most people have a very short gap, from reaction or stimulus to response. Let's go back or forward. So you got stimulus, which is the anger, and then you have anger, which is also a response. Someone stimulates anger within you, and your response is anger back. The stimulus is criticism, and your response is defensiveness. And this is a very short gap. Sarcasm, retaliation, just like retaliating back. Okay. Cancellation, resentment. Breakage and yelling. Bullying and bullying back. So this is a short gap. And then you got the extended gap. So when someone stimulates anger from you, you are calm. Literally, like that like I can say this from personal experience. Like, let's say someone cuts me off while I'm driving. That stimulus of anger, that thing that pops up, that instantly causes me to be calm. Like that's a like a trigger response to be calm. And for most people, the trigger response is just anger back. You can see, like when someone cuts them off, they just instantly like transform. When someone cuts me off, that triggers a response to be calm. Like the next thought is calmness. And then criticism is understanding. Sarcasm is kindness. Cancellation is acceptance. Breakage is patience. That literally happens to me as well. It's crazy. Like when I broke a like a board, like a plate. Sorry, when I broke that, literally as it left my hand and hit the floor, I was just like zen, completely zen mode. It broke. I just had zero reaction, no reaction at all. Just like looked at it, just completely calm. Because the breakage, the stimulus, because I have such an extended gap, which I will show you how to do. And emotional management is crucial. Like I say, in entrepreneurship, it's you just have to have this. Otherwise, you're just gonna break stuff. And bullying causes compassion. Okay. And then you'll be presented with a lot of challenges or stimulus on your journey. Like a lot of this stuff like anger, criticism, all the stuff. Challenges that will conjure up all sorts of emotions. It does not matter what happens to you, but how you respond. You've probably heard this somewhere. It's not what happens to you at all. At all. It's how you respond to it. How you respond can either make or break your business. Emotional management, extending the gap. It can either lead to destruction by making one emotional decision, or it can lead to exponential growth by making one thoughtful decision. How do I extend the gap to make thoughtful decisions? You say this is so crucial, this is so important. Now, how do I actually extend the gap? Meditation. As I mentioned, every single morning I just do it 20 minutes. And that's the act of becoming aware or more conscious and just extending that gap between stimulus and response, and then giving yourself more freedom and peace, essentially. And don't worry, I'm not going to tell you to do some crazy chants and wake up in the morning and do 5 burpees and, do like this crazy ritual. I'm not going to tell you to do that and meditate for an hour a day to make $10,000 a month. Like, to make 10K a month, you don't even have to meditate. Like, you don't need to do anything really. It's, me speaking right now, it's pretty simple. Like, you don't need to do anything. You don't need to shower. You don't need to go to the gym. You don't need to eat healthy, but it will make it easier for the long term. And that's ultimately what I want to get you at. It's not just to make 10K a month now. And it's like, you are in that mindset where you want to make it now. Like, I don't care. Just give me the money now. I'm telling you right now, when you get this money, you're not going to feel anything different. It's going to be the exact same. I'm working even harder, even though I'm making way more money. It doesn't change. All right. So I want you to be able to sustain it for the long term, forever. I want everything to be as simple as possible. So, that sounded weird, but I don't want you to overcomplicate this. I want everything to be as simple as possible. So make everything as simple as possible, but no simpler. Don't simplify it to the point where it's just like dumbed down, but make it simple. Don't overcomplicate stuff. Business is hard enough. No need to overcomplicate, everything. So here's what I do. As soon as I wake up, I check my phone and do some admin, right? So this might seem weird because you've probably heard, oh no, you shouldn't check your phone as soon as you wake up. That's the first thing I do, and that keeps me extremely calm, by the way. So when I would not check my phone, that would make me anxious because maybe there's something that I need to check. I just check my WhatsApps. I just put out the small fires, all right? It helps for me. You can try it out. But when I wake up, I check my phone and do some admin. And then straight after that, I do a 20-minute meditation. So for the admin, I check my WhatsApp business for clients, and WhatsApp just for text messages, Slack, team, I check that, check Instagram DMs, and maybe a couple stories. And then I go to YouTube subscriptions, see what's on the watch later. And then I check my Gmail, check my Google Calendar, and then I check my bank account, my Stripe, and that's essentially it. All right. And then once that's handled, I do a 20-minute meditation. I tried meditating before I checked my phone, but then I would just think about my phone. So it was like, I didn't like that. So I just watch Sam Harris. He's got 6 videos. You can just type in Sam Harris meditation, and you'll see he's got 6 videos. That's 20 minutes each, and it's pretty, pretty cool. But at the moment, I occasionally switch things up as well. So sometimes I would just put on a 20-minute timer. Sometimes I would listen to Eckhart Tolle. Sometimes just some music, like relaxing music. So yeah, it's not like you have to do this and you just like have to do this, nothing else. But this is kind of cool. And that's it, right? Incorporating this habit into your life or your daily routine will change your life. Let me explain why. So meditation and clear thinking. And this is all about clear decision making. You don't want to be clouded. It wants to be like clear and just like, I don't know how to explain that. So focus and attention is number one. We live in a world where focus has become an increasingly valuable resource. Meditation improves your ability to concentrate, therefore your focus, which is crucial if you want to achieve success in any field. Like building out these modules required so much focus and attention. Like I wasn't distracted at all. Sometimes, I'm not perfect, obviously, but much better than 95% of people. That I can guarantee you. 95% of entrepreneurs. And number 2 is stoic decision making. So emotions in business will be your downfall. So obviously keep that for your social life. And it's pretty difficult to switch from those, which is one thing I've noticed. When I'm in business mode, like I have no emotions. I just do what I need to do because my business doesn't care if I don't feel well. Like it doesn't matter. But in social life, like you kind of have to have some emotions. Okay. Um, Meditation helps prevent impulsive emotional reactions by creating a longer pause or longer gap between stimulus and response, fostering more stoic and rational decision making. And when it's short, people instantly respond. When it's like maybe someone emails you back and says, "Where did you get my email? I'm going to report you." And then you don't have any gap. It's just so short. You just respond instantly. And then it creates this craziness that wasn't even necessary. So number three is know thyself. So knowing yourself is the beginning of all wisdom. That's Aristotle. So meditation or mediation, as I just wrote there, allows for introspection and reflection to help recognize your emotional triggers and biases. Crucial. Mental clarity. So meditation promotes mental clarity by slowing down your racing thoughts, allowing you to focus on the task at hand and avoid jumping to a new task at the first sign of boredom. As we just said, boredom is very important for creativity as well. That's where all creativity stems from. So meditation just helps with so many things. It's like a small domino effect. Just incorporating this one daily habit can have a positive impact on literally so many areas of life. It's not just making money, but it is also with making money because you are more rational with your decision making. Like we just mentioned, you are knowing yourself, knowing your emotional triggers and biases. It's just very important. So small decisions compound. Remember discussing memory, time, and effect. And if you haven't seen it yet, I suggest you watch Philosopher's Matrix. Like memory, time, and effect. There's one component of the video. Very, very good. So everyone is always asking, what's the one big thing that changed it all for you? Like, what's the one big thing? People want to oversimplify stuff. Make things simple, but not simpler. Like Albert Einstein said, make it simple. Like, obviously, I'm sharing the stuff that's simple, but like, I'm not oversimplifying stuff. I'm not just saying, no, there's one video, that's why it's long. Do you think, building a business is easy? Just being explained by like two modules or like two videos or like two slides? Just meditate and then you'll make 10K a month. No, it goes way deeper than that. So there isn't just one thing, it's a lot of things. There's never one big thing. It's an accumulation of small actions on a daily basis for years on end. And you've probably heard this a lot, but it's true. That's why a lot of people say it. It's an accumulation, so a compounding of small actions on a daily basis for years on end. If you go to the gym once, do you see any difference? Maybe a slight pump, but that's it. What about a week? Barely. If you go to the gym for 1 week, your first week, probably look a bit different, but not really. 2 years, you're a completely different human being. You did the exact same thing, but because you took those small actions daily for 2 years, you look like a completely different human being. It's the same action, the exact same action. You didn't change anything. It's the actions, sometimes minute, like small actions, taken deliberately over years, that gives you the exponential results you're looking for. Small actions set off a powerful domino effect. So Buffett's decision to invest in Apple in 2016 triggered a powerful domino effect. He invested $1 billion, which is obviously a lot of money, but just look at this, in Apple shares, which grew to be worth over 160 billion by 2021. So in 5 years, no, he made $159 billion in 5 years. And he didn't do much after that. Like, he just invested the money. It doesn't have to be 1 billion. It's like a 160x. So even if it's $1 million or let's say $1,000, it would have turned into $160,000. So even, so you don't have to take the $1 billion. It's just a concept, making it one of Berkshire Hathaway's largest and most profitable holdings. One decision, $159 billion. He could have lost that as well, but because, Warren Buffett, he doesn't work hard at all. He just makes a few key decisions every single year, and this one decision made him $160 billion or 159. He didn't work any harder. He just reads and plays bridge with his friends. It's crazy. It's obviously he's obviously very smart. He's been in the game for a long time, but just goes to show that one decision, clear decision, made $159 billion. Not saying this can happen to you. It might, it might happen to you, but who knows? This is the power of decisions and making the right choices, especially the so-called minor decisions. We all make choices, but in the end, our choices make us. Cognitive biases. So this is in the next chapter in the video. So cognitive biases are systematic patterns of deviation from rational judgment. So pretty comprehensive definition. Let me just say that again. So cognitive biases are systematic patterns. So systems and patterns. So it's a pattern that follows systematically of deviation, right? So it's deviation is essentially let's say it deviates. How do I explain this? To like a 5-year-old. So deviation is different from the thing, essentially, from rational judgment. So it deviates from rational judgment. It moves, it changes. Hopefully that explained that well. So which then again clouds your decision-making abilities. The best way to explain this is to take it back 100 years, hundreds of years ago. So back in the day, calories were extremely scarce. As we mentioned with the hunter-gatherers, like calories were pretty scarce. Like if you hunted a deer, you don't know if that's going to be your only one for the week. Maybe tomorrow you're going to get a next one. Maybe 1 month, you didn't know. It was pretty scarce. We didn't have the luxury of ordering food and getting it delivered in minutes. We had to hunt for our food. As you can see right here, like they had to hunt for their food. It might have lasted quite a while, but they don't know how long. They don't know when the next deer is going to come from. Some nights we didn't even have food. So we have evolved to expend the least amount of calories possible. I'll just explain right now. So you don't have to starve to death. We only wanted to use our energy, which is essentially calories, like calories is energy, when we were hunting. That's where your laziness comes from. You don't want to expend calories that's not needed. That's like laziness is normal. It's completely normal. Our brains are the exact same way. Our brains use a lot more calories than you might be aware of. It uses 20% of your body's total calories. I don't know if you've heard, but chess grandmasters, when they play, they burn like probably a couple of hundred calories when they play because the brain uses a lot of that energy to think. And that's also why Henry Ford said, thinking is the hardest work there is. That's why so few people engage in it. It's difficult. It takes a lot of energy. It's the exact same as going to the gym. It takes a lot of energy. That's why so few people do it. Now, there's more millionaires in the US than there are people who have six-packs. So it's actually more difficult to get a six-pack than generate $1 million, statistically speaking. So if your maintenance calories is 3,000, your brain uses 600 of that. So your brain also has evolved to be lazy. So it's the exact same. Your brain is obviously in your body. You want to expend as least amount of calories as possible. So your brain also want to expend as least amount of calories possible because you didn't know where your next meal is going to come from, your next deer. It would rather take the path of least resistance, cognitive biases. That's ultimately what cognitive bias is. Your brain takes the least resistant path. So an example of this is social proof. So if everyone is doing something, it's probably the right thing to do. You don't want your brain to think. It's like, oh, everyone's doing it. It must be right. Everyone's going to college. Let me go. If everyone thinks something, surely it's right, right? Not always. Because everyone is taking the path of least resistance, not thinking for themselves, not expending calories. Then expend energy thinking for itself. Let me just say that again. So it would rather take the path of least resistance than expend energy thinking for itself. That's the quote from Henry Ford that I just mentioned. Here's an illustration to visually show how it works. So this is your brain right here. Hopefully not with the N1 on your brain, but that's a road here in South Africa. But you got a shortcut, which is essentially your cognitive biases. And then you got thinking for yourself. So thinking for yourself takes a lot more energy. And as I just showed you, people don't want to expend energy. That's ultimately why your brain is lazy, why you are lazy. is because you want to expend as least amount of energy as possible because you didn't know where your next meal is going to come from. I know I'm saying this again, but I want to drill it in your brain. So, most people just take the shortcut because it takes less calories, less energy. Okay? By thinking for yourself, a lot more energy, a lot more cognitive effort. So, cognitive biases versus thinking for yourself. So, effort avoidance. Independent thinking requires more mental energy and calories and expending energy. And people naturally gravitate towards conserving energy or taking the path of least resistance. They would much rather prefer mental shortcuts, the path of least resistance, that require less cognitive effort. So, cognitive ease, using established biases feel easier and more comfortable because it aligns with existing beliefs. Example, you get a degree because your parents believe it's the right thing to do, not because you truly want to. It's a lot less cognitive effort. Social proof, that's what I just mentioned. Seeing others follow a certain path, like college, creates a sense of safety in numbers. If everyone is doing it, surely it must be right. They all can't be dumb, right? That's where most people go wrong. Confirmation bias. People tend to seek information that confirms their pre-existing beliefs. That's confirmation bias. A person who believes in a vegan diet only reads supporting articles and ignores opposing research, confirming their pre-existing beliefs. This is a crucial one because, what you were taught when, before entrepreneurship is not the same as entrepreneurship. So you need to remove confirmation bias. And that's actually, in general, you want to remove that because you want to be open to new possibilities and new ways of thinking constantly. You don't want to be set in your ways at all, especially with how fast the world is changing. Confirmation bias is just like your downfall. So that's the last one. I explained all the different cognitive biases in week 4, Prospect Alchemy. So, oh shit. In week 4, I uncover a bit more of these cognitive biases. So these are just like a couple. 4. There's like 39. So those are just 4 examples. And these 39 you can use, for your marketing. So you can get people to act. And also so you can use it so you're aware of them so people can't use it against you. Like the social proof one. Let's say you go to a restaurant and there's a lot of people. And people don't consciously think about this, but they're like, oh, let's go to that one. It looks busy. They go there because it shows social proof. Like if everyone's going there, the food must be good, right? Not always. There's a lot of people, that's all. But, there's some truth to it because some restaurants, it won't be popular if the food isn't good. All right. So there's a little bit of nuance. Okay. You have to think for yourself. So while cognitive biases can be useful, like I just mentioned, for example, in an emergency, your brain remembers past events to help you make quick decisions. You can't waste time thinking through multiple decisions. Like, let's say you use cognitive biases, let's say in a time of emergency. You are in a building, the building is on fire, and now you're thinking, to use the elevator. It's like your brain, like you can use that cognitive biases to your advantage as well. Like, you shouldn't probably think there and, oh, should I take the elevator or the stairs? Like, your brain just instantly switches on, like, okay, take the stairs, run. That's a cognitive bias that helps you. All right, so sometimes it is useful. So there's a bit of nuance that goes into it. Oftentimes, they lead us down the wrong path by distorting our decision making. Like this, like the sheep, like the blind leading the blind. All right, that's a cognitive biases of social proof. Like if everyone's doing it, surely, right? And then they just follow, and then it leads to destruction. So just like with most things, awareness is the first step. Once you're aware of these biases, like you are now going through this video, becoming more aware of it, you are even realizing that this stuff exists, you decide when to use them or avoid them, or see when it's being used against you, so you are aware of it. Rather than being your thoughts and emotions, be the awareness behind them. So Eckhart Tolle has an amazing book, The Power of Now. I think it's on my shelf. Yes, I can actually show you. I'll show you right now. Alrighty, so this book, The Power of Now, I really highly recommend this book. It's so good. It's so good. So Eckhart Tolle, the G, rather than being your thoughts and emotions, Be the awareness behind them. You are not your thoughts. And people think that because they have a short gap between stimulus and response. So it almost merges from stimulus and response. So now they think they are their thoughts, but actually you are the freedom. Like you are, when I showed the diagram between stimulus and response and then your freedom to choose, remember that, like the white blocks, like you are that freedom, like you are that freedom gap. That's actually you. You are the awareness behind them. You are not your thoughts. So next chapter is Mental Models by Charlie Munger. So just a quick overview on Charlie Munger. So, rest in peace. He is not alive anymore, but he was worth $2.6 billion. And he also wrote an amazing book called Poor Charlie's Almanac. And is, Charles Thomas Munger. So investor, vice chairman of Berkshire Hathaway and philanthropist. So, Rub Charlie was an absolute legend. Worked alongside Warren Buffett for decades. Charlie was known for his sharp intellect and mental models. In fact, Buffett's son, so Howard Buffett, Warren Buffett's son, said his father is the second smartest person he knows. So, right, Howard Buffett, Warren Buffett's son, right? He said that Warren Buffett is the second smartest person he knows, right after Charlie Munger. So even Warren Buffett's son says Charlie Munger is smarter than his dad. So this is a very, very smart guy. Even people like Ty Lopez, even Alex Hormozi, like they all looked up to this guy. So he lived to be 99 years old. So here's some of his famous mental models you can use to make better decisions and make more money, right? So straight to the point. So inversion, this is number one. Think about what you don't want to happen and what could go wrong in your business and solve the problem through inversion. So example, how can I guarantee I don't get customers? Don't advertise. Like, what's the one thing you can do to not get customers? Don't advertise your business. Therefore, advertise as much as you can. So they can spot threats a lot easier than they do opportunities because, back in the good old days, in the hunter times, if there was a movement in the grass, like a threat, that could be a lion trying to kill you. So we are way more aware of threats than we are opportunities, because threats could cause us to die. We won't survive. So threats are very, very, it's on top of mind. All right. So you can use that to your advantage and use it to invert. So you can ask yourself, how can I guarantee to not get customers? How can I guarantee to not grow my revenue of my company? So, to not grow your revenue, you probably never advertise, never showcase your solution everywhere. Don't do any content. Don't send out any emails to potential clients, right? So those are the things you can do to never get customers. Now, what you do is you invert that. So you would send as many emails to potential clients. You would make as much content, provide your solution everywhere to your target audience, and advertise as much as possible. So that's what you do with inversion. Number two is Occam's razor. So the idea that the simplest solution is often the best. If you're overthinking, it's most likely not the right answer. So simple scales and fancy fails. It's a quote from Alex Hormozi. Number three is edge of competency. You need to know the limits of your knowledge and ability. Of course, step out of your comfort zone when it is required, but don't stay there. It can lead to failure. Stay in your zone of genius. People have this zone of genius, and that's your edge of competency. And David Data, in his book, The Way of the Superior Man, he also talks about this, leaning just beyond your edge. So that's also your zone of genius, all right? You don't want to go too far away because then it's just going to lead to destruction. You also don't want to be on the other side where it leads to comfort. So you want to lean on the edge of, what did I just say? Zone of genius, your edge of competency, all right? Lollapalooza effect is number four. This happens when a bunch of forces work together in the same direction to form an extreme outcome. So, for example, there's a lot of things that happen, all right? So you launch a new product, combine strong advertising, a great offer, high demand for your service or product, 5-star reviews on Trustpilot, and a limited time sale. Like all of this stuff combined forms like an exponential result. You've got more customers than you know what to do with, all right? It's an extreme outcome. So 1 + 1 is not always 2. So one good product and one good advertising, that's like 10x, right? You can have the best product but no advertising, like that's zero. You can have strong advertising, and like obviously if you have no product, you're not going to make any money. But 1 plus 1 isn't always 2. Like in that case, if you have a great product and amazing advertising, like the world's your oyster. Okay. Number 5, multidisciplinary thinking. So this involves combining insights from various fields like psychology, economics, and engineering to solve problems more effectively. That's why I said there's no actual skill called business in Philosopher's Matrix. If you haven't watched that, highly recommend you do. There's no such thing as called as business. It doesn't exist. There's no skill called business. It's way too general. All right. It's like human relations. Like, what does that even mean? But what I'm doing, it boils down to psychology, human nature. That's why I'm making these videos and giving you these mental models. It's not necessarily to do with business, because you think business is this one thing with economics and all this weird stuff. It obviously involves economics, like supply and demand, and engineering and maths and that kind of thing, but it's an umbrella of different things. Number 6 is knowing what you don't know. So Munger mentions the importance of knowing what you don't know. So unknown unknowns, so I like to call it. So all I know is that I know nothing. And that's a quote from Socrates. And he was one of the smartest guys. And even he said, all I know is that I know nothing. Even then, like, all I know is that I know nothing. So even that he doesn't know. Right? This is crucial to avoiding arrogance in decision making. So that also comes down to your edge of competency. You should know what you don't know. So you don't go over there and try to be arrogant and form your decisions when you don't even know what you're talking about. So Occam's, how do you even say that? Corollary. Okay, hopefully that's correct. The actual definition doesn't really matter, like what it is, like how you pronounce it. The definition matters. So everything should be made as simple as possible, but no simpler. You probably heard that from Albert Einstein. While simplicity is key, you shouldn't oversimplify to the point of missing important details and nuance. Like with this video, it's probably a long one. And also, if you can't sit through this video, even if it's a long one, how are you going to build a business? It's much harder to build a business than it is to sit through this video and actually acquire very, very useful knowledge. Much harder to build a business, way harder. So if you can't do this and watch through a video and just sit down and take notes, how are you going to build a business? Okay? Like, this is easier. This is less painful. So if you can't even do this, I don't know, right? So everything should be made as simple. That's also why this video is simple, but it's not crazy simple. It's not like 2 slides, reach out to clients and, that's ultimately what it comes down to, is reach out to clients and close clients. That's all it is. To get to 10K a month, you need to reach out to clients and close clients. That's all. But I'm not going to do just 2 slides because there's a lot more detail, a lot more nuance that goes into it. So avoiding folly. He believes it's easier to avoid doing stupid things than to always aim for brilliance. Oh wait, I'll just go back. So getting successful is more about removing the bad than adding the good. Less is more. And this is also what I cover at the end of this module. So it's much easier to avoid destruction than it is to aim for greatness. Like, this can be applied to so many things. So, and he also said that to intelligence. It's much easier or becoming successful. It's more about removing the bad than adding the good. It's also with self-improvement, right? Self-improvement in general. It's not about adding the books and adding the courses and adding the mentors. It is also obviously important, but it's more about removing the bad habits, playing video games, eating junk food, just scrolling on social media, removing that, than it is adding stuff on when you're already doing the bad stuff. It's just counterintuitive. Number 9 is avoiding multidisciplinary ignorance. So let me just say that again. Avoiding multidisciplinary ignorance. Cool. So specialization is for insects. And that's a quote from Robert, whatever his surname is. So specialization, I also, in my niche video I created, I went over how specialization is important. But here I'm saying, specialization is for insects, not for humans, right? And then you're like, oh, well, this is counterintuitive. Like, you're saying here one thing, and then on other module, you're saying something else, but there's nuance, like I just mentioned. It's not always the same. Like, it's a lot more, as you go along in your journey, you'll realize this, but like, it's not just rigid in one way. there isn't just one way to do things. There's a lot of different ways, and sometimes you need to, change some things up. Like I mentioned with the politics, the left and the right wing, they are both extremist. There are truths in both sides, and the best party is the one that can combine both. But they are just too arrogant to accept that, and they have too big of an ego. So he criticizes the specialization of academia, essentially university, and encourages crossing the boundaries of different disciplines for a more comprehensive understanding. Like I just mentioned, business, don't go to business school because they're only teaching business. You need to learn psychology, technology, computers. What I already mentioned, psychology, mathematics, game theory. There's a lot of stuff that goes into it. It's not just business. There's no such thing as business. So that's essentially what he means by, criticizing the specialization of academia. It's just one field. You need a broad range of stuff that you combine, and then you are able to just completely, like we are doing with these, with our school community, like the School of Athens. It's just completely like using so many different aspects and going in the marketplace in such a unique angle. You'll see. All right. You'll see. Obviously, I'm doing these modules. It's currently, I think, 5 November 2024. I don't know when you are listening to this, but you'll see that it will be a lot bigger. I'm even predicting the future because we are very unique in what we do. It's not one specific thing. Obviously, it's helping you grow and scale your own SMMA, but it also incorporates the health aspect and a bit more nuance. So you'll see. Number 10 is second order thinking. It's important that you consider the long-term consequences of your decisions and look beyond immediate results. Second order. So example, scrolling on your phone late at night might seem relaxing, might seem fun, but that's first order thinking. It's just like immediate gratification. But second order thinking considers how it could affect your sleep quality, productivity, and overall mood for the next day. If you scroll on your phone until 3 a.m., it might be cool, might get some dopamine, but that's first order thinking. You need to think second order thinking. How are you going to feel the next day? Even third order, fourth order, fifth order, sixth order. Like you can go even way further. So let's say you scroll on your phone, right? And then the next day, second order is you don't feel well, you are not as productive, you can't work. And now the third order, you don't work, you're not making any money. The fourth order, you can't pay your bills, you die. No, I'm kidding. But like, that's how far you need to go. It's not just about the phone. It's like this butterfly domino effect. So as I explained in previous modules, like Philosopher's Matrix, cool. Business is not just advertising and sales. There's a lot more nuance that goes into it. As I mentioned, it's literally just about doing outreach and doing sales calls. Advertising and sales. Outreach is essentially advertising and closing is sales. That's all it really is. There's a lot more nuance that goes into it. And nuance is essentially this word for a lot of different perspectives, a lot of different inputs. Like there's a lot more stuff that goes into it. You are fundamentally competing for new clients. It's not just you wants clients. There are thousands of agencies who want the same clients you are after. I want to give you a competitive edge. That's why I teach you how to think, not just hand you clients on a silver platter. Like I give you the strategies, obviously, but most of it is teaching you how to think. Like then you can make money forever. Give a man a fish and you feed him for a day. Teach him how to fish and you feed him for a lifetime. The School of Athens versus most courses, in the School of Athens, right here, I'm teaching you how to fish or teaching you how to think, essentially. It's a bit harder, I know, because you are doing it on your own. And this is most courses, just giving you the clients, and then you feel like, oh, like I'm getting the clients, but not able to sustain that for the long term. That's why this is a bit more lengthy videos. It's a bit more effort that goes into it because, I'm not just giving you the clients on a silver platter. You might think it's the best thing right now, but that's first order consequences. It's first order thinking. You're not thinking 1 year, 2 year, 3 year, 5 years down the line. If you're just handed clients, you don't know how you got them. You don't know how to get any more clients. You don't know the effort that went into it. You won't appreciate it. Trust me, what I'm teaching in these courses, it will help you so much more. Like just give it 1-2 years. I can guarantee you that. I wanted to teach you how to make money forever. So, data versus intuition. As we know, the success of your business is largely shaped by the decisions you make. That's all it really comes down to, and the actions you take. But in order to take action, you need to decide, right, and commit. We make decisions from two primary sources: data or data, whichever one you say, and then intuition. Data provides a measurable foundation for decisions, so it's measurable, okay, and it's a good foundation. And intuition offers insights based on experience and subconscious reasoning. One is no better than the other. Like in business, I will show you examples of people who choose data versus intuition. Like one is no better than the other. It's not like that. It's not because you are doing business that data is now better. Trust me. Sometimes intuition is much better. It's dependent on the situation. Let's explore each one. So we got data-driven decision making. So making decisions based on data means you're relying on facts, numbers and models to predict what's likely to happen by collecting and analyzing data. You can make smarter choices and remove the guesswork or what your gut is telling you. And also Quentin covers more of the health aspect, right? And he focuses on the gut because your gut is like your second brain. So you can't really trust your intuition if your gut is all messed up, because your gut is, your second brain. And if your second brain is messed up, your intuition is going to be skewed. But I'm very healthy, so my gut is it's pretty smart. So key aspects: evidence-based decisions. So rather than making decisions based on a feeling or like a gut instinct, you can use hard data, trends, and real-world results to base your decisions off. Data-based predictions. You can also use data to predict, forecast trends or behaviors, like, with the weather. That's essentially using data, which is crucial for things like market research, niche selection, and demand analysis. So history never repeats itself, but it does often rhyme. And it's a quote from Mark Twain. So you can predict with data as well. So that's the one thing that data is also good at. With like intuition, it's pretty difficult to predict. But you can also, but it's a bit more difficult. So measurability, where data trumps intuition, is the ability to measure. You can very accurately measure results, input versus output. It's pretty easy to measure and see what's working and not, and make calculated decisions accordingly. It's pretty difficult to measure happiness, for example. Like happiness is not something you can measure with data. It's more of intuition and a feeling. It's very difficult to do that. We are stubborn on vision and we are flexible on details. It's a quote from Jeff Bezos. So, want to know why some people value money more than happiness? Some people, they just want money, 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 and don't care about their happiness. Money is easier to measure. That's literally it. There's a book that's written about this. Not quite sure what the title is, but the reason people value money more is because it's easier to measure. That's the only reason. You can't measure happiness. It's pretty simple to tell you if you made, or pretty simple to tell if you made more money this year than last year. You just look at your Stripe account, pretty easy. You can measure exactly what date, what time. It's pretty easy. It's pretty hard to measure if you're happier or not. Like, I don't know how much happier I was last year than this year. I can just do it out of like a 10. Last year when I was starting my business, I was probably like I would say like a 6, and now I'm more like a 8. Okay, so it's not exactly, but you can kind of tell. So intuition-based decision making. So intuition is often described as thinking or a gut feeling, or quick thinking or a gut feeling. Intuition taps into your personal experience and subconscious mind to make swiftly decisions. And a lot of entrepreneurs, they focus a lot on the data, which is important, and while we do metrics and everything like that. But as I just mentioned, with the politics, the left and the right, it's the exact same with data and intuition. One is not better than the other. Both are extremist. You want to blend the two, which I will also show you how to do. Okay? Intuition taps into your personal experience and subconscious mind to make swiftly decisions. This happens when there's either an opportunity, for your feelings or your gut feeling, or not enough data to make a calculated decision. So, some key aspects. So subconscious processing. Intuition comes from past experiences and hunches, like Napoleon Hill likes to call them in Think and Grow Rich. This allows the brain to quickly synthesize data without conscious thought. So you don't have to really think about anything. You can quickly come up with the right decision through intuition. Example: you randomly open up the fridge for no reason. Maybe you weren't even hungry, but just because you've done it so much, you open the fridge and you didn't even think about it. It's like your subconscious is synthesizing these the data without conscious thought. All right. Heuristics is mental shortcuts that the brain has created to expend less calories than needed, as we just mentioned. Example, you choose the shortest line at the airport, not realizing there's a family of five at the front. So even though the line is shorter, there's a family of five who needs to check in with their IDs and everything like that. It's got like, this PDF file, or not PDF, but like a lot of files they have to go through. Even though it's a shorter line, you think that you don't want to think. Obviously, you're expending less calories. Heuristics is almost the same, or it's basically the same as cognitive biases. So decisions without data, that's obviously when intuition is good. When you're starting out, you have no data. You have nothing to base it off. Okay. So when I'm running tests with my, let's say, ads or my outreach, my emails, my sales, I have data to base it off previous, sales scripts or previous data. So it's mostly intuition based when you're starting out. Of course, I will give you the necessary foundation to succeed, like the scripts, the metrics, the KPIs. I'll give you everything like that. But you'll make most of the key decisions on your own, especially when you're starting out, because you don't have anything to base it off, because you're starting from scratch. You're starting from blank. Okay. Have the courage to follow your heart and intuition, like Steve Jobs, right? Everyone's about, oh, data, where's the metrics, where's the KPI? But like Steve Jobs, which is probably the most successful entrepreneur, started the iPhone. I'm doing everything on Apple. He uses intuition. So have courage to follow your heart and intuition. They somehow already know what you truly want to become. Steve Jobs was known for trusting his intuition in product design. He had a deep understanding of what people wanted before there was any data to prove it. This is like a competitive edge, if you can use this, because a lot of entrepreneurs, they went through maybe Sam Ovens' training, which is a lot, like 95% focused on data. And intuition is also very, very crucial. Like we just seen right now, Steve Jobs, one of the most successful entrepreneurs, he uses intuition, right? He obviously is very big on the tracking and everything like that. Like, don't get me wrong, but he also focused on, it's like a 50-50 split. Not necessarily, maybe like 60% data, 40% intuition. I know some entrepreneurs who's like 80% intuition and 20% data. So it all depends on your situation in the company. Most founders and CEOs, like they have to be more intuition based, because they need to predict trends. And obviously you can do that with data, but with intuition, it's a bit more risky, but the rewards are also much greater. And it's not all sunshine and rainbows, by the way. Data and intuition both have their limitations. So let me just show you. So here are some limitations of data. So lagging nature. Data often relies on past events to predict future events. In a world where everything is changing so rapidly due to AI and technology, it's becoming increasingly difficult to predict the future with data. Everything is becoming so fast and adapting so quickly. So with data, even like last week's data, it's going to change now because like there's a different update on the iOS software. So then you need to use intuition over analysis. I want all the data before I can make any decision. This is called analysis by paralysis or paralysis by analysis, and it's the downfall of a lot of entrepreneurs. Don't let it be you. Just over analyzing, everything needs to be perfect before I make a calculated decision. Not everything's going to be perfect. Sometimes you need to act on a gut feeling. So we got no flexibility. So data doesn't take into account any unprecedented events. So unprecedented is like something that you didn't expect. Market shifts or human emotions. Example, a retail store, like let's say Walmart or Spar or anything, projects their future sales by relying on past events, and boom, COVID-19 hits, everything closes. Data didn't predict that, and the data can't adapt to the sudden changes in consumer behavior. So you can't use data now, like you are kind of screwed now, right? You need to use intuition. So that's obviously through intuition and obviously a bit of data. That's why it's a mix of both. We got this in South Africa called Checker 6060, and that's when that was born. They would drive on their motorbikes to the houses to deliver the food. Right? You couldn't go to the store. So limitations of intuition. Intuition also has its limits. So biases, intuition can be heavily influenced by your cognitive biases and the shortcuts your brain takes because it wants to expend less calories. Confirmation bias or overconfidence, leading to flawed judgments and predictions. So example, you think you're a master chef because your friends like your pasta once. Like you made amazing pasta, maybe you were just lucky. Now, your overconfidence and this biasy, overconfidence bias, as you burning dinner and adding salt to your dessert. Okay, so you aren't actually that good. It's just the overconfidence bias. So you need to be aware of that. So unpredictability. You can't scale intuition like you can with data. Like it's unscalable. It relies heavily on your individual experience. So obviously your intuition with data, you can use data and show it to your entire company. Like look at the numbers, look at the metrics. But with intuition, you can't scale that. You can't say, "Oh, I just have this feeling." You know, it's like obviously sometimes it can work and it can be the best feeling ever, but you might trust your intuition because it's your business. But it's a different story when someone else is in charge of your department. So let's say you have a CMO, which is essentially a chief marketing officer, and he's like, "I've got this gut feeling that this is the right marketing campaign," and you're like, "Well, how do you know?" He's like, no, I just have this gut feeling. It's my intuition telling me. Like, it's a bit difficult to trust then, right? But when it's your intuition, you're like, no, I'm the CEO. This is the right thing to do. Let's do it because you take responsibility. But now when it's someone else, it's difficult, all right? So lack of refinement. Unlike data, intuition is hard to measure or track for future improvements. So let's say your intuition was right. You don't know exactly where to base it off, like how to use that for the future as well. You don't know. You can't, it's hard to measure, right? There's no concrete data. So when do I know when to rely on data versus intuition? Like you're probably thinking, okay, so when I am presented with a decision, when do I use data and when do I use intuition? So good question. So data is best when there's no time or when there is time to analyze trends, like when you have some time, and optimize systems. Intuition is best when quick decisions are needed, like when you need to make a decision right now, like how the business is changing. Most of the time, you should obviously take your time, but when there's no time, intuition is better, and data is scarce. Like there's no data to base it off. Like when starting out, you don't have any data, so then intuition is best. Or you're facing a new challenge, like something that's never happened, like COVID-19. There's no data to predict COVID, right? Like no data could have predicted that. No system could have predicted that. So then you have to use your intuition to what to do next. There's another alternative you can also use, the middle way. Like I just mentioned, you blend the two. So the middle way leads to peace, to knowledge, to enlightenment, to nirvana. That's a quote from the Buddha, right? So it leads to peace, knowledge, to enlightenment, and to nirvana. So nirvana is like this state of absolute bliss. And the most effective leaders combine both. Charlie Munger calls this multidisciplinary thinking. So you can see all of this stuff is kind of interconnecting right now. So Charlie calls this multidisciplinary thinking. So Naval also said there's no such thing as business, right? It's a combination of multidisciplinary aspects. So like psychology, economics, supply and demand, game theory, technology, computer science, biology, like all of this stuff connects. And then you got this thing called business. So where you use various models to make well-rounded decisions. So yeah, multidisciplinary thinking is essentially where you use various mental models to make well-rounded decisions. So you take all of this into account, and then from there you see what's the right decision. You're not just using one source. So the middle way, start with data. So this is how you do it. Get as much relevant data as possible. So do market research, talk to your clients, ask ChatGPT, read articles. Like when you're choosing a niche, which I will go over in Plato's Pathway, which is the next few modules. You just do a lot of market research, and you can use data for that. So challenge with intuition. Then you use your intuition. Now use your gut and ask yourself, is this data missing something? You can't necessarily know with data, but you just ask yourself and use your gut feeling. Or does this align with my vision? You can't ask ChatGPT, does this align with my vision? Like only you can answer that for yourself. And test and iterate. So test your thesis, with your market research, run the experiments, talk to people, then refine based on new data and feedback. Then you use data again. And an example, like with me, you're starting a social media marketing agency, or you can, you starting your own social media marketing agency. You analyze the data on the gym niche and see that people are succeeding, but your gut tells you there's a new opportunity. You see people in the gym niche, they're doing pretty well, making some money, but your gut tells you there's a new opportunity, even though it's good, right? You find out where people are struggling, craft an offer, and reach out through cold emails or DMs. You tweak your approach using data or intuition at the start and offer based on feedback until you nail the perfect delivery, combining your instincts with data to create a blue ocean for yourself. Like your instincts, obviously, your gut told you there's a new opportunity, maybe in a new niche. In fact, this is exactly how I stumbled upon my niche. Back in 2022, I had the privilege of working with Iman Gaji. As you can see, I was there on the top left, right, with my glasses on my MacBook. And I saw how they would do launches, create urgency and make millions of dollars. And they made $2 million in a weekend. I saw that. I was like, what on earth? 36 million Rand in a weekend, in 2 days. 18 million Rand in one day. 18 million Rand the next day. And this is not like fake, by the way. Like this actually happened. And my mind was completely blown. I'm going to help other personal brands do the exact same. That's when I got the idea. And there was someone, the account or the editor's manager, his name was Spencer, and he was essentially fulfilling this role of managing all the team. And I wanted to do that. And the funny thing is, I'm now doing exactly that with my agency. So not the exact same, but you know what I mean, right? I'm not doing the exact same strategy. Obviously tailoring it to my clients and what their needs are. So I ditched the gym niche, which I actually did, and went all in on personal brands. And it worked, right? People were paying me thousands of dollars. Like you can see 9,000, 9,000, 9,000. There's another 9,000, 7,500. We recently just signed another $7,500 client. So per month. All right. This is monthly retainers. It's not like, they pay this once. They pay this like 9 times. From one client, she paid me $81,000 already. $81,000 from one client. Okay. So I started working with some pretty big clients. As you can see, Mike Tyson, Dre Drexler, millions of subscribers, Crypto Casey, Lark Davis. So pretty cool people. Was I successful from the day one? Was I making all this money from when I just started out? Absolutely not. It still took months of hard work and sacrifice. In September of 2023, I hit my first $10,000 month. As you can see, September 1st to September 30th, I made $12,600. My very first month of signing clients. Okay. Like that was the first client. This was like a deposit. So it was like $200. So it wasn't like a client or anything. And here's my first client. $2,500. All right. I used a mixture of data and intuition. So I first used data when I was like, okay, the gym niche looks like it's working. I kind of like going to the gym. Let's just go there. All right. And then I used my intuition. I was like, Iman Gaji just made $2 million in a weekend. Okay. This is obviously working. Let me see if I can use this system with other personal brands. That was my intuition. All right. Trusting my gut that this is the right niche to go down. And at the time, no one was doing it. Like maybe a couple of people, right? But no one was really doing it like now. Like now, everyone is jumping on the train, but we've been doing it for 2 years, so we are pretty established in our space. Using data to test and iterate my way to success. So now we have the scientific method. So this is more data-driven. So the scientific method started as a blend of contributions. In the ancient Greek philosophy, Islamic scholars, and Renaissance thinkers. It also evolved scientifically through feedback and iteration. So it's a mix of both. It's a systematic way to investigate phenomena and gain knowledge. And phenomena is essentially like a thing, to investigate a thing and gain knowledge or refine existing information. So it goes like this. Number one, first off, in scientific method, you ask a question. Let me first take a sip of my coffee. So, number one, ask a question. So, what specific problem or goal do I want to tackle? Because at the end, which I will cover, you are a problem solver. As an entrepreneur, you are a problem solver. All right. So, what specific problem or goal do I want to tackle? Number two, not like in rugby tackle, it's like actually solve. Okay. Number two is background research. What existing knowledge can I gather about this problem or goal? Number three is formulate a hypothesis. So, what do I predict will happen based on the information I have? Right. So that's number three. Number four is test with an experiment. And I will show you an example of these questions. Okay. So number four is test with an experiment. So how can I create a controlled experiment to test my hypotheses? Number five is analyze data. What do the results of my experiment tell me? Number six is draw conclusions. Was my hypothesis correct and what insights have I gained? Number seven is iterate, using data and intuition. How can I refine and improve my approach based on the results? So that's essentially it. Ask a question, do background research, formulate a hypothesis, test with an experiment, analyze data, draw conclusions, iterate, and that's it. Okay, let's go over again. Why can't I go back? Okay. So it's going to be a bit gray, but that's fine. So ask a question, do background research, formulate a hypothesis, test with an experiment, analyze data, draw conclusions, and iterate. And this scientific method got someone on the moon. So you can probably use it to make 10K a month. Okay. This got someone on the moon. This essentially was the result, or the people used this to essentially create everything in this world. Okay. Obviously, some things excluded, but most of the things, right? It got someone on the moon. Elon Musk is using this to get on Mars. You can probably make 10K a month. Okay. Let's apply this to your SMMA. So here's where I'm going to show you an example of how you can use this. So to see if your hypothesis is correct, you need to data to compare it to. So as I mentioned, if you want to see if your hypothesis is correct, you need something to base it off from. And when you're just starting out, you don't have any data to compare it to. So, right, you can either use intuition, and you don't have that yet. Obviously, you don't have data to compare it to because you're just starting out. In this case, we are comparing it to industry averages. So let's say your closing rate or your booking rate, like we are going to compare that to industry averages. So number one is ask a question. How can I acquire more clients? So this is like how you start any endeavors. Just ask a question. All right. How can I acquire more clients in the real estate niche for my agency? Okay. How can I get more clients? That's essentially it. Number two is do background research. So how do competitors in the real estate niche get their clients? Like what are they doing? Ads, content, outbound. Number three is formulate a hypothesis. So based on that background research, you say like, okay, I'm going to do this. Offer free consultations via cold DMs. Will convert real estate leads into paying clients. Like that's your, hypothesis. All right. Number four, I don't know where I got 10 from. Test with an experiment. So I will test my free consultation method by sending 100 cold DMs to potential real estate clients. Right. That's how you're going to test. Number five, you analyze. Out of 100 cold DMs, how many resulted in a response or booked call? Now you actually need to analyze how this experiment went. Number six, you draw conclusions. The free consultation method resulted in a 12% response rate, and then you obviously compare it to the average, which is 1 to 5%. So it's much better. Number seven is iterate. So since the free consultation method worked, I'll refine my pitch, make it even better, try a new niche. So I wouldn't necessarily recommend this, but you can always use that exact same strategy in a different niche, or you just stick with it. If it's working, stick with it. Okay, don't mess it up. And the most important thing to remember with experiments is time. So most people rush to conclusions when any amount of data presents itself. So an adequate amount of time needs to elapse between testing and analyzing. So when you test and you send these 100 DMs, you need some time to elapse, right? You can't just say, oh, no one's responding, but you send these 100 DMs, let's say in one day, and the next day you get one response, right? Or like, oh, this is not working. This DM consultation method is not working. I'm going to try a new one. But you need to analyze. You don't always check your DMs the next day. You might get 20 replies the next day, 2 days later, right? And then you're like, oh, wow, this is actually working. So you need to give some time. It's called latency. Latency is a term used in the business world from input to output. So input is you sending these DMs, these 100 DMs. Output is a response or a booked call. Okay, that's the output. There's latency. There's time that elapses between those two. So it's important that you equate for time in the equation. Example, you start running ads and sign a client in the first day, okay? Ads are working, right? You decide to double down on ad spend. Like, wow, this is crazy. I already signed a client. You double down on ad spend. Failing to recognize that it might have been a fluke. Maybe the client came from a cold DM and not even your ad, okay? So you let it play out for a while. You sign no more clients. You reacted emotionally instead of being rational and looking at the data. So this is where data is important because you need to check, does this client actually come from ad or did it come from an outbound, or was it maybe a fluke? You didn't wait for time to elapse from launching the ad to signing the clients. Time also removes emotion of the equation. So when we said about the gap, remember the gap from stimulus to response, which is the same as input to output. That gap is freedom. Okay, so time also removes emotion out of the equation. So the stimulus from anger, and when you have a short gap, your response is also anger. But if you have time elapse or essentially extend the gap, right? You remove emotion. So if the stimulus is anger, your emotion is calmness, right? Because you extended the gap. You're not letting the emotion trigger you. So you need to be like Batman, okay? So emotionless. In business, you kind of have to be like the stoic guy. Like you don't have to want to have any emotions really. When you're on sales calls, obviously it's a bit different. You don't want to be this robot on sales calls, which I'll obviously teach you in Socratic selling, right? Another week's modules. But in most of business and analyzing data, you need to be very stoic and just look at the data very rationally. So time also allows for data to regress to the mean. That's essentially where let's take, yeah, I will explain it right now actually. So as you send out cold messages, it might go like this. You might get responses instantly. Like the next day, you send 100 DMs, you get 50 responses instantly. Okay, well, that's obviously a good sign. Or it might look like this. You don't get any responses. Obviously, this is time, right? Yeah. So in the first 1, 2 days, 3 days, you don't get any responses, but over time you get a few extra, right? But over time, it will look like this. You know, this is essentially how it will look like. So you got this red line right here. So you get no responses day one. The next day you get like 2 responses, then 4, and then you go back to like 2, right? And like, oh, this is not working. And then you get like 6 the next week, and then you get like 2 again. Okay, this is mostly how it's going to look like. Sometimes it will look like this, okay, but not always. Most of the time it won't look like this. Usually at the start it will look like this, okay, because you're not that good yet, which is fine. But yeah, usually it will look like this one. And you don't get emotional here. So when you get a lot of responses, don't get too emotional, like, oh, this is working, double down on ad spend, go crazy, send a lot of DMs, right? Don't get emotional here, and don't get emotional here. You want to manage the highs and the lows. See it for what it is. As you can see, with the ups and the downs, right? It's actually very, very straight line, increasing every single, let's say every single week. You're getting increase in responses. So see it for what it is. See it for the averages. Don't look at the highs and the lows. Like one day you get 10 responses, and then 2, and then 12, and then 1, and then like, no. Look at the averages, all right? So don't get emotional. Just like stay constant. Another important component of the scientific method is the sample size. So sample size is the number of data points included in a study. So larger sample size, greater accuracy. If you asked one guy, about his opinion, and he says this, and you ask 100 people or 100 guys, what's their opinion on this? It's more accurate with 100 people than one guy, okay? So a larger sample size minimizes the impact of random variation. That's just a cooler way of saying it. So your results will more likely reflect the truth. So it's like if you send one DM and you send 100, let's say with one DM, and you get the response, that's a 100% reply rate. Now you think this DM is crazy good. You're just going to use this DM, right? But it's not accurate because it's one DM. It might have been a fluke. You send 100, then it's more accurate. You can then assess the response rate and the booking rate. You ask 2 people, right? It's a small sample size. You're not really going to get much. Like it's a 50-50. One says yes, one says no. You don't really know. But you ask a lot of people, a larger sample size, he's going to say yes, 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 no, yes, yes, yes. And it's like 60% of people say yes, or let's say more, like 80% say yes and 20% no. But back here, like maybe both of them could have said no. And then you think it's 100% no. But that's not always the case. Those two people might have been these two guys, but all of them said yes. So that can be the case. You send your DMs and two people say no. You're like, oh, this is not working. Actually, there's a line of 300 people that will say yes, but you decided to stop because you think it's not working. All right. Most people overestimate what they can do in 1 year and underestimate what they can do in 10 years. You think you will make 20, 30, 50K a month in 1 year. It's possible. But most of the time, they overestimate that and underestimate what they can do in 10 years. You don't realize how much you can accomplish in like 5 to 10 years. You can do so much, but you're not looking in the future. It's not that the strategies don't work. You're just not doing enough, or putting in enough time, or waiting for time to elapse. And that obviously takes time. So become an observer. Many of history's greatest minds knew the importance of observation. Thinkers like Lao Tzu, Socrates, and Marcus Aurelius. So learn from the environment before taking action. It's like, look at the environment, observe, become an observer. All right? In practical terms, this means watching your niche, competitors, and market closely. It's not just acting right now, and just working like blinders on. Obviously, there's a time and place for that. That's why there's nuance. Like I mentioned, it's not always this one thing. It's like there's a lot of things that goes into it. That's why this video is long, because I need to simplify it, but not make it simpler. Like Albert Einstein said, I'm simplifying it, but not making it simple. Like, oh, do advertising and sales. That's course complete, right? It comes down to that, but like there's a lot of stuff that goes into it. So reacting intelligently rather than impulsively. Socrates emphasized questioning as a means of observation. Why or what are my competitors doing that I'm not? Why are they succeeding and I'm not? What solutions can I provide to my niche that will solve their problems? What client acquisition strategies are succeeding right now? Obviously it's changing. Let's say 2 years ago, Facebook ads was doing very well. Now it's organic. And maybe in 2 years, Facebook ads will do well again. It's a pendulum. It swings, okay, like that. Focus on your inputs and observe everything else without judgment. Many things are out of your control. Like the Stoics are big on controlling the controllables, right? Market trends are out of your control. Customer behavior. This is essentially in a system. You got the inputs, process, and outputs, and this is the environment. Customer behavior, market trends, actions of competition. You can't control what your competition is going to do. Through observation, you can guide your actions from the best possible outcomes, or for the best possible outcome. History doesn't repeat itself, but it often rhymes. So every 4 years, there's a cycle. Like Ray Dalio mentions in his book, what's it? I'm not exactly sure. The market trends or something like that. No, that's completely wrong. He's got a few YouTube videos on that, so you can just watch that. So I think it's Ray Dalio's like market trends or something like that. All right, I might be wrong. So money is made by recognizing and capitalizing on emerging trends. So like Ty Lopez, right? He had this famous Here in My Garage. It's got like, I think 600. It's the most viewed video on YouTube that is not a music video. And this is a marketing ad for his 67 steps, all right? Ty Lopez, a famous internet marketer, was printing $100,000 a day. And you are trying to make $10,000 a month. He was making $3 million a month with YouTube ads. He was at a networking conference and someone told him to do YouTube ads. The power of your network. That's ultimately why we created the School of Athens as well. It's a community. It's a network of people. The power of your network. You're the sum of the 5 people you spend most of your time with. It's like through osmosis, you just become them. Ty observed the marketplace and realized no one was doing it. He looked at the marketplace. He looked at the competition. No one was doing it. He seized the opportunity and made large sums of money. What are the current trends of the marketplace? And when I'm making this video, it might change. The trends right now is like AI and, personal brands, that kind of thing, all right? So what are the trends when you're watching this video? You need to observe the marketplace. You need to think for yourself. Independent thinking. How can you ride the wave? That's ultimately how lots of money is made. Like Ty Lopez, he rode the wave of YouTube ads. Like it was trending, no one was doing it, like essentially a blue ocean, and he just made $100,000 a day in that day, just profit. All right, just riding the wave of money. Observation is not just about riding trends; it's about knowing when to pivot as well. It's not just choosing a marketplace or a niche; it's knowing when to pivot out. When a service or niche is too saturated, where the supply exceeds the demand, so that's when you should pivot. All right, when the supply, so there's more people offering a specific service than there is a demand for it in the marketplace. So people don't want it. There's like 100 people who want the service, but there's 1,000 people who supply it. Like then the supply is much bigger than the demand. That's obviously where economics come in. When I was starting out, everyone was offering Facebook ads. Like everyone and their mom was offering Facebook ads. I decided to switch things up and help companies grow organically, mostly personal brands, organic. So going against the grain. Majority of people weren't doing it. Obviously some were doing it, but majority weren't or wasn't. So I bet on the fact that the demand would grow and become a trend. I knew there was and this is just through observation. I knew there was a pendulum swing. Everyone was doing paid ads, so like it's gonna come back and it's gonna be organic. And now everyone's doing organic. Okay, so over time maybe paid ads will do well again. It's the swing, all right. So I bet on the fact that the demand would grow and become a trend. Therefore, I would be at the top of the front. I would be at the frontier. So essentially, no one was doing it. So I was kind of betting on the fact like maybe this wasn't going to work. But I was betting that no, like I think, and this was like 2-3 years ago. I was like, organic is becoming the wave. And what is happening? Organic. Everyone is doing organic because I was observing the marketplace. Everyone was doing ads. The supply was increasing so much, right? And that will increase the ads as well, the cost. So I was like, no, everyone's going back to organic. And now personal brands is like the biggest thing ever. Okay. This method of doing business can either be very profitable, like with us, or can lead to significant loss in time and therefore money. This is what I like to do so much. And this is what I like so much about the SMMA business model, right? You have unlimited shots at goal. You don't run the risk of losing all your money in startup costs. Like, let's say dropshipping, for example. To test products, you need at least $1,000. You can do it organically as well, but that's very difficult and will take a lot of time. But you need to test with $1,000 at least to see if there's a demand for this product. And you don't always have $1,000 to just spend and waste essentially. So you run that risk. And with SMMA, you're only losing your time. Like with doing outreach, it takes no money. Doing a sales call takes no money. Maybe Zoom is like $10 a month, like 200 Rand, like nothing really. So yeah, it's much less startup cost. Only time because that's all you have. Like entrepreneurship is use what you've got. If you don't have money, you have time, use that and build an SMMA. It's not the strongest of the species that survives, nor the most intelligent, but the most responsive to change. And this is the thing with entrepreneurship as well. It's not the strongest. Oh, okay, well, I'm pretty strong. It's not the most intelligent. Like I'm not the smartest guy, but the most responsive to change. When I saw, and it's not just about SMMA and the niche and the trends in SMMA specifically in the business world. It's also about the economy overall. I saw that online education is growing extremely fast. That's ultimately why I'm building School of Athens as well. Like it's an education company and it's going to grow extremely quickly. I'm riding the trend. Personal brands, I'm using that as well. So I'm looking at the marketplace, I'm seeing where there's opportunity. All right. So the most responsive to change, I'm seeing how the market is changing and I'm adapting that way. With college, that's trending downwards. It's becoming valueless. If everyone has a degree, there's zero value in it. If everyone has a Ferrari, if everyone has a six pack, there's no value in it. Zero. So if everyone has a degree, there's no value in the degree, right? That's how the environment is changing and you need to adapt. So observation doesn't end after a single analysis. It's a continuous process. You must adapt and iterate based on the feedback from the market. It's a constant feedback thing. That's why you need to be in the game. You need to be like almost in the trenches. And you can also step back and look at the market from a but like a bird's eye view, all right? Every cold email, offer and subject line, you name it. You need to constantly test it. I'm testing email copies every single month, all right? I'm not changing my offer because that's doing pretty well. Like if something is working well, don't change it, all right? And subject line, that's also working extremely well, so I'm not changing it. Every aspect of your business provides data. That's why it's important to track. And we'll give you, we'll give you all the tracking sheets, all the Google Sheets, everything like that. Don't stress. Like we'll give you all of that. So this is you. You start sending your cold emails, right? Sitting on your desk. It might not look as fancy, but this is you, all right? People are telling you to fuck off, when you're sending your email. I'm gonna report you for spam, You're gonna get these. Get ready for it. Where did you get my email? People are just gonna be angry at you. This is my setup. Cold calling people. You can see I've got my what do you call it? Earphones right there, and all the emails of the business owners, all the emails and numbers I've gathered, and you can see I think it's JD Gyms. Like I just get PTSD from this. Cold calling 4 to 5 hours every single day, and just being rejected constantly. Just keep going, right? The most successful people have failed more than you have tried. And that's where the paralysis by analysis comes from. They have failed. I have failed more times than you have tried. It's not like I found success instantly. I tried the affiliate marketing, the forex, the drop shipping, all of this stuff. I just failed. So I tried a lot. What stands in the way becomes the way. Like the obstacle is the way, right? Don't stop testing until you win. You don't have to be extremely methodical about it. Like, every meticulous sentence and every word, like you don't have to be that crazy. Your subconscious mind will steer you in the right direction. Your mind is kind of smart in a way as well. If something's not working, subconsciously you will change it. All right. So just don't quit. If you don't quit and your mind is still sharp, your subconscious mind will help you, and you will iterate along the way. Like you will find your groove. If you just keep on walking, you will find the path, and your subconscious mind will start to change things because it sees not working. Do this, and then boom, you struck luck. That's how it works. The modern world has a bias for speed, right? Quick success. You see this everywhere. Even I do this on my YouTube as well, but it's because people they like this quick. If I told you, oh, here's how I built my agency in 3 years, people are like, what on earth? I'm not going to watch this. They want the quick thing. They want the quick success. I'm playing to human nature, by the way. This isn't always a good thing, quick success. You might think that making money quickly is good, but when you compare it to university, it is pretty quick actually. So, but at what cost? Usually someone's reputation. For what is a man profited if he shall gain the whole world? That's basically money and fame and reputation, and lose his own soul. And this is actually very, very important in today's world. Everyone is selling their soul for fame and money. Like they're selling their reputation. And this is not it. Like, for what is a man profited if he shall gain the whole world but lose his own soul? You want your money and reputation to go up systematically. Like your money and reputation like this, small. Okay? If Warren Buffett, for example, loses all his money, but his reputation is up there, he can get that money back instantly. He can get $1 billion in a day. Boom, just like that. Because his reputation is up here. But if your money goes up like this and your reputation is like this, you're getting money now, but long term, money is made through reputation, right? Long term. We are focused on long term only. That's ultimately why I'm making these videos. That's why I'm not just giving you money, giving you clients on a silver platter, right? Because I want to make you money forever. Okay. Me thinking out loud. So when I made these modules, I was like, okay, I kind of have this observation currently. All right. And this is just me. Usually my observations are right. All right. Because I have a very, very different way. And I'm obviously open-minded to everything, but I have a different way of thinking of the business world. I'm focused on speed, right? But I blend the two. So it'll be more profitable to prioritize careful deliberation and planning than speed. Because, as I just mentioned, at the moment, the world or the space that we are in is optimized for speed. And if everyone's doing one thing, it's best to go the other way. college, everyone is going one way, it's better to go the other way. If everyone is going one way, usually there's no opportunity left. If you go the other way, it's a bit more risky, but there's a lot more opportunity. And if you do things right and you observe the marketplace, usually you can strike gold. All right. You prioritize careful deliberation and planning than speed. Obviously, there's a time and place for both. That's what I mentioned. Again, it's not just like planning, observation, just do that. It's a blend of both. Know when to use which one. Know when to act. Know when to speed. I knew I had to work 16-hour days. Like, just focus on this, just do this, sign clients, just do that. Okay? But now it's more of like observe a bit more. See where I can pierce the marketplace and just find the sweet spot, strike gold. But at the moment, there's a strong preference for doing things quickly. If everyone is doing something, it's usually best to do the opposite. Right? This is best explained through the school system. If everyone is doing one thing, entrepreneurship is probably the way out. But there's also a thing. If everyone is doing entrepreneurship, maybe the traditional system is the way out. All right? So you need to see when you are watching this video, you need to see where the world is headed. I think blue collar jobs are actually going to be very, very important because no one is doing it anymore. You're going to get paid a lot of money if you are a blue collar job, like a factory, not a factory worker, but like, let's say an engineer working with your hands, that type of thing, like a builder. No one is doing that anymore. So you're going to get paid a lot. It's all about supply and demand. Here's how you can master the art of sharpening your observation. So sharpen your observation skills. So just listen. Most people don't listen to understand, they listen to respond. In both business and life, sales calls specifically, people will tell you exactly what they need if you give them space to talk. Give them space. Reflect often. Meditate. That's what I mentioned in this video as well. Journal and go for walks in nature. I do that a lot. If you constantly go, just blinders on, boom. You're focused in the business and not on the business. You don't give yourself time to think. You're in a survival state. Reflection is one of the most important skills to cultivate because so few people are doing it. Study your competition. Study what your competitors are doing and see where you can improve. Example, I saw that everyone is offering Facebook ads to the marketplace. Supply, people offering the service was exceeding the demand. Even if the demand was high, supply was just through the roof. So I decided to pivot and bet on an emerging trend, which is organic. Stay curious and humble. As Socrates famously said, I know that I know nothing. Have childlike curiosity. You don't become rigid. Be intensely curious about everything. Curiosity will lead you to new opportunities. Humility ensures that you're open to receiving them. You can't just be curious and not humble. You need to be humble to ensure that you're open to receiving them as well. So you're a problem solver. So we're coming near to the end right now. So if you're stuck to this video and you're still taking notes, like props to you, all right? At the core of entrepreneurship and business lies one simple truth. Problem, solution. This is entrepreneurship. You are just a problem solver. And this is where entrepreneurship comes in. Like this thing is you. Like there's a problem in the world, then you come in, you provide the solution. And when you provide the solution, people give you money. Many people overcomplicate entrepreneurship way too much. You're not going to come up with $1 million idea in the shower. It can happen, but the probability of that is way too low that you bank on it, that you bet on that, all right? You just need to identify problems in the marketplace, that need solutions and find ways to solve them. Every successful business started with a problem that needed a solution. Like Uber, for example, that started as a problem with taxis. So they provided a solution, all right? Jeff Bezos, he experienced a problem, in the, let's say, the normal Walmart or a normal shopping center, just looking around, walking around, searching for your thing, wasting time. He's like, nah, I'm creating Amazon. The best businesses alleviated pain through solving problems. Before Uber, finding a taxi was frustrating to say the least. Uber solved that problem by creating an app to book rides in an instant. Now Uber is worth $160 billion. Okay, $160 billion, and you're trying to make $10,000. Obviously, Uber is in a different market, and obviously there's a lot of go into it. But just know there's a lot of money in the world. It wasn't some wild idea. I hate these taxis. That's probably where it started. It's like waiting for a taxi and then just drives away. Like, I hate these taxis. Like, there must be something else. That's probably how it started. The idea for Uber came to life in 2008, sparked by a simple frustration with transportation. Garrett Camp, a co-founder of the company, had just experienced an expensive New Year's Eve in San Francisco, spending $800 on a private driver to get around the city. That steep bill got him thinking, why couldn't there be a more affordable, efficient solution to get a ride? Problem. He had a problem. Why isn't there a more affordable solution? Rather than leaving it as just another complaint, Camp started brainstorming how to make rides more accessible and less costly by leveraging technology. He envisioned an app, Uber, that would allow people to easily hail a car with a few taps on their phone, making transportation faster and more convenient. He shared the idea with Travis Kalanick, a friend and fellow entrepreneur who quickly saw the potential, and together they built what would become Uber Cab, later shortened to Uber. Launched in 2010, essentially 2 years later, Uber revolutionized urban transportation by giving users a seamless way to connect with drivers, track their rides, and pay through their phones, eliminating the need to hail taxis or overpay for private drivers. The result was a service that reshaped how cities moved, turning an $800 problem into a multi-billion dollar solution. Crazy. Don't even get me started on having to go into huge stores to shop. I don't do that. Jeffy B was like, hell nah. So he decided to bootstrap and build Amazon in his garage. This was essentially his setup. That was his Amazon.com. That was it. The idea for Amazon came to Jeff Bezos during the mid 1900s or 1990s when he was working as a senior vice president at a Wall Street firm called D.E. Shaw & Co. While researching business opportunities related to the internet, Bezos stumbled upon a strategic statistic. The web was growing at a rate of 2,300% per year. This revelation ignited his entrepreneurial spirit, and he began brainstorming ways to capitalize on the rapid growth. Bezos created a list of 20 potential products you could sell online, ranging from CDs to software. Ultimately, he decided that books were the best option. That's why I promote books so much as well. Easy to ship. Even Bezos started with books. And people say, oh, no, books are a waste of time. Jeff Bezos, Jeffy B, even started with books. Elon Musk, when he was younger, read 2 books a day. Tai Lopez reads a book a day. Right? He had that famous TED Talk. Warren Buffett reads 6 hours a day. Charlie Munger, he says, sometimes you just need to sit down and read, study. All these successful people. So it's not just me saying this. Easy to ship, high demand, started with books, and a vast selection that could cater to a wide audience. At the time, no physical bookstore could stock millions of titles, but an online platform could. In 1994, essentially, 4 years later, Bezos quit his cushy Wall Street job. He's pretty comfortable. You might be comfortable with your 9 to 5 as well, right? He left that, moved to Seattle, and founded Amazon, initially called Cadabra, in his garage. His goal was to create the everything store, starting with books, but always with a vision of expanding to other categories. By combining customer convenience with the internet's limitless potential, he used his intuition here, and also data, obviously, Bezos forever changed the way people shop, growing Amazon from an online bookstore to a global e-commerce empire. Number 1, identify a problem. Number 2, solve that problem, right? Alleviate pain as a consequence, and provide value. And what on earth does this value mean? Like everyone says, provide value, all this stuff. Money is made when value is created. So when value in the marketplace is formed, money is exchanged, right? So let's say a banana is valuable to me because it satiates me. I give money. Value is created when pain is alleviated. So I, at the moment, have some pain, hunger, slight pain, which is obviously why I don't pay so much money for banana, right? And that's when value is created, when pain is alleviated. So alleviates my pain of hunger. Pain is alleviated when problems are solved. I solve the problem of hunger. Solve problems, make money. Go with pain is the greatest. So the harder and more painful a problem is, the more valuable its solution becomes. So you get paid in direct proportion to the difficulty of problems you solve. Now, when you're starting out, you don't want to go to the craziest problem. You don't want to, you can, but it's difficult. When you don't have any money, when you want to go for these big ideas, like you still have bills to pay, right? And these big ideas usually take some time for you to make money. So that's obviously why the social media marketing agency is the perfect business model, because you make so much money so quickly. And then from there, you can pivot into other business models. Like I did, exactly like I did. Like I started my agency and now I'm pivoting into, or not pivoting, but transitioning into a more consulting business, right? The School of Athens. Example, a button on your website is slightly misaligned on some browsers. A small problem that won't earn you much for solving. It's like a very small problem. Example, a major retailer like Walmart experiences a supply chain failure. That's a pretty big problem. A major problem that will pay you well to solve. If you're trying to make 10, 20, 50, 100K a month, like don't try and reinvent the wheel. Take what's already working and make it better. I know it's very tempting to try something new. You can do that once you have some money to play with. Once you've paid the bills, once you've got decent money, once you can think from the state of abundance, then you can come up with your crazy idea. Rather than inventing a new marketing strategy, use an existing marketing strategy and target a different niche. You can use the exact same marketing strategy, but just target a different niche, then it is unique, then it's new. It'll be unique to your niche. What if I copy and people notice? Like everyone copies. Don't worry about this. Like trust me. There's nothing wrong with copying what works and using it for yourself. You add your own spin to it by being you. Like when you copy a marketing strategy, you can copy it exactly, but just the fact that you are doing it, you will add your own spin to it anyway, your own uniqueness. Like this business model, like this consulting education company that we started, Quentin and I, like it's not new at all, but it's unique because it's Quentin and I. We are using our own uniqueness, right? It's impossible to copy someone else's business exactly because no one can compete with being you. Good artists copy and great artists steal. So steal it exactly, but just put your own spin on it. Don't try to be fancy, right? Simple scales, fancy fails. You will just confuse yourself and your prospects. Be clear. Never forget that the core of what it is you're doing, solving problems and alleviating or elevating society beyond what it would be without them. Without the problems, elevating society and solving that problem. And less is more. So this is the last chapter, right? What if you could do less and achieve more? What an ideal world would that be, right? Just do less, make more. What if I told you it's the only way to achieve more? The only way to make more money is to do less. It's by doing less, all right? And less in a sense, not cutting down on the work you're doing, but getting clear on what it is you need to do. Hold up, Andro. What is this you're speaking of? Like, working less, making more? Like, what's this? Let me explain. The man who chases two rabbits catches neither. It's like, now what I'm going to explain in Plato's pathway as well. When you choose two niches, focusing on two, just overcomplicating it so much. Business is already so difficult. If you try to pursue two goals at once, you end up failing to achieve either. It highlights the importance of focus. In an interview, Warren Buffett and Bill Gates were both asked, two of the most smartest guys, write down one word that accounted for the majority of your success. Both of them wrote down the same word. Focus. Both of them. They didn't know that the interviewer asked them the same question, and both of them said focus. If you spread your attention across many tasks, your focus will be average at best. Average by definition is mediocre results. Like average is just average results, mediocre. If you want that, that's fine. If not, like you can't do that. You have to focus. I'm pretty sure you don't want that, like mediocre results, right? I'm not saying you should have monk-like focus, although that can probably work. Like when I was starting out, I had crazy monk-like focus, just more than your average competitor. And, it's pretty easy with your average competitor just being sucked into social media. Like they don't meditate. They just instantly responding. You need to be more methodical. That's what I'm observing right now as I'm speaking, like the time of recording, like 5-6 November. I'm not exactly sure what the date is. 2024, right? At the moment, observing and slow, deliberate choices will be better. And that's my observation, all right? Better than quick, go, all right? More slow, deliberate, planning, strategizing. Obviously, there's a time and place. Once you've strategized and you've seen the plan, then you need to execute, obviously, all right? The price for excellence has never been so cheap. Important books on the subject, all right? Some books you can read. So Deep Work by Cal Newport, very, very good. The One Thing by Gary Keller. The 80/20 Principle by Richard Koch. And Richard Koch, yeah, I think that's his surname, doesn't really matter. 80/20 Principle states 80% of your results come from just 20% of your effort. And this is true, by the way. Here's some examples to illustrate the point. 80% of customers' complaints come from 20% of customers. Like 80% of the complaints you get come from just 20% of your customers. So imagine you can just remove those 20% of customers. You would also remove 80% of your customer complaints. 20% of code cause 80% of software issues. 20% of creators on platforms like social media create 80% of the content on social media. It's everywhere, not just in business, like literally everywhere. So you're saying 20% of the tasks I do bring 80% of my revenue? Exactly. For you, it might be a few key clients. For me, it's like 3 clients that bring in 80% of my revenue. So I now just focus on those specific client avatar to sign those people or those specific type of people with my agency, all right? A specific part of your service that delivers most of the results, right? Or a specific marketing campaign. The key is finding 20%, which is the smart work, then putting in all your energy and hard work into that, which is hard work. So people say, oh, work smart. It's like, no, you need both again. That's where it comes to both. People say, oh, no, just work smart. Or no, it's just hard work. No, it's a blend of both. It's a bit of hard work, it's a bit of smart work, or a bit of both, or a lot of both. If hard work alone was the answer, construction workers would be the wealthiest people in the world. And we all know that's not the case. They obviously work extremely hard, but they are not the most wealthy people in the world because they are just doing hard work. They're not putting in the smart work. All right. If you combine both, and I would ultimately say smart work is better. That will make you the most money. All right. Because ultimately, like Warren Buffett, he doesn't work hard. He plays bridge with his friends, and he reads 6 hours a day. Obviously, that's a bit of work, but he makes one decision, invests $1 billion in Amazon in Apple in 2016, and makes $160 billion, 160x, a profit of $159 billion, $159 billion with one decision. That didn't take hard work, right? We all know that's not true. The top 1% of the world's population owns almost 50% of global wealth. 1% owns 50% of global wealth. This means that in a room of 100 people, take a big room, 100 people, the wealthiest person alone, one guy, would own as much as the other 99% or 99 combined. Do you think that the one person works harder than the other 99 combined? That one guy has more money than the 99 combined. Do you think he works 99 times harder? Impossible. That's 16 hours. Like if you take 24 hours minus 8 that you sleep, so you have 16 waking hours. That's one person, right? Compared to 1,584 hours of the 99, we get all of the 16 hours combined. So 16 hours compared to 1,584 hours. Smart work is the differentiator. It's not hard work. The principle of less is more. It's not about working harder. Although hard work is extremely important, especially at the start, it becomes less important the more successful you become. You've been indoctrinated to think that more is always better. Bigger is better. More grades, better grades, more success, more money. When it's not always the case. You probably know this rich guy who's just miserable, right? That's not the goal. It's not just money. It's the 4 quadrants. It's health, being healthy. The fat guy who can't get out of bed but is wealthy. Like that's not worth it at all. Okay? Let's say you were wired $1 billion, but you are stuck in your bed the next morning. You wouldn't take that $1 billion, right? So it's your health, it's your wealth, it's your love, it's friends, family, romance, right? That's very important. Who you marry. That's one of the most important decisions you'll ever make. And then a lot of people say this comes back to the extremist again. It's like, oh no, sacrifice your 20s and 30s, just work hard, work, make money. That's extreme. And then you get, oh no, money is not important, just marry 20s. Like, no, that's both are wrong. It's the combination of both. It's like work hard, sacrifice, obviously, and then marry like in your late 20s, 30s. All right. Most of the successful people like Elon Musk, Jeff Bezos, all these guys had kids in the early 20s, married early 20s. So, like, where's the correlation now, right? So it's a mix of both. Yeah, and you also know this all too well. You jump from Forex, which I mentioned with focus, right, to drop shipping, to affiliate marketing, doing more stuff, right, just more, just to end up in the exact same place, like in a hamster wheel, just doing more, but like not getting anything out of it. The moment you started to focus, you experience results. It's like a magnifying glass where you take the sun and you focus it on a specific area and it creates fire. That's what focus does. It's like you're using this energy. The energy is the sun. The magnifying glass is your focus, your discipline, your ability to resist distractions, and then focus on one area, and it creates this like power, fire. But if you just use like a massive, let's say, a massive piece of glass and you just wobble it around in the sun, it's not going to create any like precise fire point. Okay, this is what focus does. You got results because your brain focused all its energy, calories, in one task. Your mental bandwidth is finite, right? You don't have infinite energy or infinite amount of discipline. So you should use it on the right tasks. Like at the end of this video, my brain is going to be fried, just like completely drained because I'm using a lot of energy. Okay. As the number of decisions go up, the quality of your choices go down. Steve Jobs, wore the same outfit daily to avoid decision fatigue. He only wanted to use his brain for the biggest decisions. So he wore the same clothes every single day. That's also why, people like Mark Zuckerberg, I know he kind of switched up his appearance now. He's hopping on podcast. He knows the importance of personal branding. All right. He's switching up his appearance a bit, hopping on podcast, changed up his hair so he doesn't look like a lizard. He looks like a normal guy now. He knows the importance of personal branding. Crucial. So obviously Steve Jobs, he didn't want to waste any mental bandwidth, right, or energy in choosing what clothes to wear. Like obviously, there's a time and place when you go on a date. Like you shouldn't just like wear crappy clothes. But like when you are running a massive company, like you don't want to use any energy on choosing clothes. You want to use that energy in making key decisions in the business. You want to reserve your mental energy for the main revenue generating activities, which is marketing and sales. By doing this, you can achieve more with less effort. Simplicity is the ultimate sophistication. Leonardo da Vinci, right? At the start, simplicity, essentially less, is the ultimate sophistication. At the start, you're going to have to wear all the hats, right? Or cats, all the hats. So, but not forever, but it's mandatory. So you can't delegate what you don't know. You're going to have to do marketing. You're going to have to do sales. You're going to have to do service delivery. Once you get closer to $10,000 per month, you can start delegating. Then you actually have some money to give to people so they can do that. All right. So then you only focus on sales. So you outsource the marketing, which is like the email and the ads, right? And then the service delivery, you can outsource that as well. And you can only do sales. The number one revenue generating activity in any agency is sales. You want to delegate until your only priority is closing clients. You can delegate that to a closer as well. So you can take that money and give it to a closer. Although your close rate is going to drop a bit. So, I'm still doing the closing myself because I'm not getting a lot of appointments, which is intentionally because I'm targeting way more sophisticated buyers. Obviously, there's less people making more money. That's just common sense, right? So I'm still doing the closing myself. Then your only priority is management. Imagine how skilled you get at sales if you spend 10 hours a day doing just that. That's less. You're focusing on less, but you're putting a hard work into sales. Imagine how good you'd get. Do what I do best and delegate the rest. That's a quote from Michael Francis. He's I think, Italian mafia boss. All right. One of the most important words in the entrepreneurship library is no. Less. All right. It's not saying yes to every opportunity. When I was starting out, I tried every business model under the sun. I had SOS, right? Shiny object syndrome. I said yes to everything. Guess how that turned out? I obviously did the drop shipping. I said yes to that. Forex trading, said yes to that. Affiliate marketing, said yes to that. Instagram theme pages, said yes to that. SMMA, said yes to that. And then I obviously switched niches. So then I focused for 2 years. See my camera lag there a bit. Hopefully the audio was still fine. So I said yes to one niche, and I just focused on that. And I said no to every other opportunity, AI, all the stuff. No, just focused on my thing. I believe every entrepreneur goes through this phase, right? There's actually an illustration that explains this exact phenomenon. So in the start, right, when you hear this word SMMA, let's take that for example. So you've got time right here. or execution through time, and emotional state. So phase one is uninformed optimism. You don't know, uninformed optimism. So you're like, oh wow, all these people are making money. You're uninformed. You don't know exactly. I want to do this as well. All right. And then execution through time. And then you got the optimism right here. And then you got pessimism. And then as you go, time goes on, you're informed pessimistic. So you now know all the hard work that it takes. You're like, oh wow, these people are making a lot of money, but it looks pretty easy, but like there's a lot of work that goes into it. So informed pessimism. And then number three is valley of despair. And this is where most people quit. Okay? They're like, oh, well, not getting any results. This is actually way harder than it seems. Obviously, if it was easy, everyone would be doing it, by the way. So it is difficult, this whole SMMA thing. It looks easy from the outside, but I can assure you it's pretty difficult, all right? That's ultimately why I'm making these course modules to make it a bit easier for you. So valley of despair, and this is where most people quit. And then they go back to phase one. You know, let's take I did the Forex, for example. I saw people making a lot of money. I'm like, oh yeah, let's go. And then I was doing it a bit. I was like, okay, this is actually a lot harder than it seems. And then valley of despair, and then I quit. And then I see drop shipping. I'm like, oh wow, people are making money with drop shipping. Let me try it. And then I'm informed again. Oh wow, this is a lot more difficult. But you have to stick through this. And you go through the valley of despair, like, struggling. And then you're like informed optimism. You're like, okay, once you're doing it for a while, you're like, oh well, I'm actually informed on what I need to do. I know I need to do this, focus on this, close these clients, make money. Okay, I know now what to do. And then success and fulfillment. And what's the key component here? Not quitting. Sticking with one business model. Sticking with it. Stickability is this quality to stick with one thing and saying no to everything else, all the shiny objects. Sticking with SMMA, right? And then you will achieve the success hereafter. Just constant iteration as well. You experience these emotions with every business model, every single business model, but you need to pick one, right? There's no best business model. There's no best niche. There isn't. The best business model is the one you started 2 years ago. The worst business model is the one you start today. The reason I say that is because you are here. It's the worst one. Uninformed optimism. Yeah, you think it's all great, but you're uninformed. It's the worst one. Is the one you start today. But the best one is the one you start 2 years ago. Because during those 2 years, you would have executed and achieved phase 5 success fulfillment. Right? Once I found my current business model, I said no to pretty much everything. Like, I wasn't going out as much. I went out every 2 weeks for like 2 hours because I just needed some social outlet. Like I was just going crazy a bit. I was just working the whole time. So I had to go out a bit, but I didn't drink. I didn't go crazy like that. I didn't escape my reality. All right. I said no to pretty much everything. Business models, going out, partying, that stuff. Like I still went out just for that social outlet. But the first 6 to 12 months, I just head down worked. How you do anything is how you do everything. Or how you do one thing is how you do everything. All right. So it's not that you are disciplined when you go to the gym. You just like going to the gym. Being disciplined means you are disciplined in all areas of life. So how you do one thing, go to the gym, is how you do everything. So if you're disciplined in the gym, but not in your work, you're not really disciplined. You just like going to the gym. All right. So if you're disciplined in the gym and you're disciplined everywhere else, then you're actually disciplined. So before you go, we're actually done now. So you can rest a bit. I also need to rest. I need to eat. I created a resource for you. So market mindfulness. This is a resource I created. So you can open this right here. Hopefully, okay, my keynote's still here. So market mindfulness. Let's just go to viewing. So congrats on going through market mindfulness. This next set of questions is designed to help you reflect on key aspects from this module. Obviously, it's a long one, and there's literally science that proves that once you've learned something and you write stuff down, it can be on docs or anything like that, you remember it much better. All right? Reflect on key concepts and apply them to your entrepreneurship journey. So take your time to answer these questions fully. So question 1, can you recall a situation where at the beginning we talked about independent thinking, where that helped you to make a better decision, where you thought on your own, all right? How did it differ from following the crowd? Maybe when you were younger, everyone would I don't know, drink, and you thought for yourself, you're like, no, 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 I don't want to do that. That's gonna, harm my body and my mind. I'm just gonna not follow the crowd. And how did that help you? All right, you can write it there. Can you remember a time when emotions influenced your decision making? What were the consequences? Like, let's say you were angry at a bar and you punched the guy. That was emotions influencing your decision making. And what were the consequences? What if you just stayed calm? Okay. So, number three, are you a more data driven or intuition driven decision maker? What strategies are you going to implement to blend the two? So, with obviously everyone is a bit different. I'm a bit more, I would say I'm pretty 50-50 actually, like straight down the middle. But some people, like Sam Ovens, for example, he is very data driven, like 80%. But now you can see he's changed up a bit. He's more intuition driven now. You can see he's changed his look as well. He was way more disciplined. Now he's like, like the Zen Sam Ovens. So he switched as well. So you can also switch, by the way, and you can blend the two. Number four, what trends are starting to emerge in the marketplace that you can capitalize on? Like with me, when I noticed everyone was doing Facebook ads, so there had to be like a swing in pendulum, and now everyone's doing organic. Maybe now Facebook ads is pretty good as well. So things need to change, all right? Number five, reflect on your daily tasks. What are the 20% of activities that bring 80% of your results? So let's say you haven't started your business yet. I can tell you this right now. It's just doing advertising, so lead sourcing, getting the leads of your potential customers through DMs or emails, getting the emails. There's a lot of software you can do that. Sending those emails, hopping on sales calls, doing the follow-ups, obviously for the emails, encouraging them to schedule a call with you, hopping on those sales calls, and then closing them. That's all you need to do, all right? So that's the 5 questions. Do that. It will help you a lot. If you don't, it's not going to change my life at all. If you don't do these questions, it's going to do nothing of me. I'm still going to form these modules. I'm still going to create these modules. I'm still going to sign more clients. It's not going to change my life, but this can change yours, right? So just go here, click for Google Doc. It's going to be a PDF file, click, and you can go to File and then make a copy, all right? So you can access the resource down below. It's a PDF file. Quick summary, all right? So independent thinking. So it's the ability to make informed decisions, solve problems creatively, and avoid being swayed by external pressures. That's ultimately what independent thinking boils down to. So clear decision making. We said recognize your defaults, pain, and how your pain drives you. Reaction to response, that gap. Meditation, how you can improve that. Small decisions compound. All right, it's the small actions you take. Cognitive biases, systematic patterns of deviation from rational judgment. Right, systematic patterns. It's a pattern your brain follows, and deviation deviates from rational judgment. It moves away from rational judgment. Mental models. I gave you some examples. Competition, right? How you can escape competition through authenticity as well. Teaching you how to think. Data versus intuition. Advantages and disadvantages of both. Steve Jobs, how he used, intuition. The middle way, blending both, and personal example, how I used, I went through my journey and I realized like everyone was doing Facebook ads. So I just tried organic marketing for personal brands, right? And now it's the trend. Like now everyone's doing it. Now it's probably not the best thing to do. But because I did 2 years ago, I'm pretty established in the space. Scientific method, the origin of scientific method, ask a question, do background research, formulate a hypothesis, test with an experiment, analyze data, draw conclusions, iterate, and apply this to your SMMA, and then sample size, right? I apply the scientific method to your SMMA, and then sample size. Obviously, if you ask more people, if you test on more people, you're going to get a better, greater accuracy, all right? Become an observer. Lao Tzu, Socrates, and Marcus Aurelius. Learning from the environment before taking action, okay? Trends, personal example, confirmation bias, adapt, money and reputation needs to go the same, all right? And you're a problem solver. Problem and solution, that's all entrepreneurship really is. Uber and Amazon, I gave those 2 examples. What value is created, or money is made when value is created. Value is created when pain is alleviated, and pain is alleviated when problems are solved. And copy what works. And less is more. Focus, the importance of that. The Man Who Chases Two Rabbits Catches None. Important books on the subject, deep work. Pretty sure it was the 80-20 Principle, and there was another one. Oh yeah, Eckhart Tolle. You can also read that book, The Power of Now. All right, 80-20 Principle, hard work and smart work. All right, you need both as well. Mental bandwidth, revenue generating activities like marketing and sales, valley of despair, and organization. And here's a quote. Yeah, I can't speak anymore. To leave you with. So Plato is my friend, Aristotle is my friend, but my greatest friend is truth. And that's a quote from Isaac Newton. All right, pretty sure this is the last one. Yes, it is. So this is a pretty long one. I know that. So, and this is a very, very crucial one. I know I say that a lot, but if you can take the time to, go through this and, maybe a few times, couple of times a year, or a couple of times a month, like let's say every 3 months, go through it again, because you're going to forget this stuff. Like, it's not just like you're going to watch it and it's instantly in your brain. It's going to take some time. All right. So repetition is how you do it. So, I also forgot to put in the slide to leave a testimonial, but you'll see at the bottom of this video is a link. It's testimonial.to/the School of Athens. If you want to leave a review. If not, that's also totally fine, but we would highly appreciate that. If you leave a review, if you got some value from this, if it alleviated some pain in any way, I would be greatly appreciated. But hopefully you enjoyed this one, and then I'll see you on the next one. Bye-bye. Welcome to Plato's Pathway. This is all about niche selection. You've probably watched a lot of YouTube videos, and I can guarantee you this is the only video you will ever need. No more YouTube videos needed after this one. All right, that's the goal by the end of this module or video. And it's very, very important that you choose a niche. You don't want to serve just everyone. You want to go to a specific segment of the marketplace and solve their problems. Like Confucius said, the man who chases two rabbits catches none. Essentially, if you are scattered and all over the place and serving everyone, you're essentially serving no one. So it's very, very important. And I wanted to release Plato's proposal first, but I figured you first need to figure out what niche you want to go down before you can craft an offer for them, right? So that's why I'm releasing this one first. So I restructured that a bit. So without further ado, let's get into it. So table of contents, as always, introduction, the art of niche selection, the specialist advantage, or the specialist's advantage, picking your 2.0 niche, reducing operational friction. That sounds a lot crazier than it is, but I'm really excited to share that one with you. Choosing the right boat, common niche selection mistakes, debunking myths, and then a summary. So not too much, like each one isn't going to be like crazy long. I want to make this video as impactful and as straightforward as possible, but obviously there's a few nuance that goes into it. I can't just, make this video 2 slides. I need to make things simple, but not simpler, like Einstein would say, right? So as always, the schoolofathens.com/guide. You can join the newsletter for exclusive updates. Plus, you get 2 free guides as well as a nice bonus, right? You get the the Entrepreneur's Guide to Holistic Mastery, which is Quentin's ebook, and then you get my 6-figure philosophy, everything you need to know in a condensed manner to get to 6 figures a year, which is roughly around $8,000 a month. But obviously, in this free section of the course, you'll get most of that as well. But you can join the newsletter. So make sure to share the course as well. It's free. Help out your fellow entrepreneurs. You can just go to the YouTube icon right here, click copy link and share. And then YouTube, Instagram, TikTok, stay up to date when new episodes drop. We get some exclusive content you can see on there as well. Not the type you're thinking about, more lifestyle content, all right? The School of Athens, and then Andro Koen on Instagram and YouTube. So greetings and welcome to Plato's Pathway. After today's video, you'll never again find yourself asking, what niche should I pick? This is a common problem or challenge that a lot of entrepreneurs face in the beginning of their journey. Like, where should I start? It's like that initial stages, right? So I want to get clear in this video. It's like crystal clear. No more YouTube videos needed. This will be the only niche selection video you will ever need. I don't even need 60 minutes. I don't know how long this video is going to be, probably around an hour and 15 minutes, but I can tell you right now what you need to know. The best niche is the one you stuck with for 2 years. That's the best niche. The worst niche is the one you choose today. After this video, that's going to be the worst niche. The reason I say that is because you need depth. You need depth of experience. And that's obviously what I'm going to cover in today's module. But the reason I say it's the worst niche, the one you pick today, it can be any niche. but it's going to be the worst one because you don't have any deep knowledge in that field. And making money and becoming an authority in your space comes through depth of knowledge. And the best niche is the one you stuck with for 2 years. The reason being is because you've been in that space for 2 years, so you've got this deep knowledge and you just know exactly what goes on in that niche. You can speak directly to their pain points. You know exactly what they're going through. And when they feel understood, they buy. It's not when they understand your service, it's when they feel understood. And they feel understood because you know them so well. And that comes through time. No segment of the marketplace is inherently the best or worst. Like there's no best niche. Obviously mentioned, the best niche is the one you stuck with for 2 years, but it can be any niche. So there is no inherently good or bad. It's just how long you've been at it. And certain factors can make a niche better, but ultimately it's the depth of your knowledge in that niche that matters the most. Right? So a little quick introduction. The art of niche selection. So let's go back in time a little bit. Before we hop into things and just go straight at it, you need to know you don't need to know this, but it makes it a lot better and more understandable. And when you understand things a lot better, you make a lot more progress because you actually know the fundamentals behind it, all right? So let's reverse back in time a little bit, back into the future, all right? Back to the 14th century in France, they had a term called niche. Well, that sounds a bit like Nietzsche, the philosopher. I think you pronounce it that way, Nietzsche, which means to make a nest. The word niche was derived from the Latin word nidus, right, which means nest. So it's essentially the same thing. The Latin word nidus, and they had a term called niche in France, and to make a nest, or nidus, meaning nest. The word niche and nest are closely related. It almost looks the same as well, but it's niche and nest. It's almost the same. Let me explain. So, you got your nest here, a chosen, protected space with specific needs. As you can see, the bird right here, waiting for his food. Probably his mom is bringing in the worms. It's a chosen, it's a specific place. Protected as well. Protected meaning a nest is obviously protected because it's high up in the sky, surrounded by branches and that, with specific needs. So a niche can also be the same way. A chosen, specific segment, protected space. How can this be protected? Let me think of it. So essentially, it's not intruded by other people. It's like a protected space. So no other people that aren't similar can intrude that space. All right, if that makes sense. So all these people in this niche, they all have specific needs, specific pain points, specific things they're going through, and you can't necessarily enter that niche if you aren't going through the same pain and problems and desires. All right, that's ultimately what makes a niche, and with specific needs, obviously. So similarly, a niche is an ideal space, a chosen space within a market with specific needs. It's the exact same thing. So a nest and a niche in nature, biology and business and all this stuff is intertwined. That's why I mentioned, you don't want to study business in previous modules. I believe it was market mindfulness. You don't want to study business. That's why business school is so flawed, because it's different segments of the world. Is multidisciplinary thinking, like Charlie Munger calls it. It's different aspects, like biology can be compared to business as well, with DNA and how things grow and proven concept and stuff like that. All right, let's say take the COVID. Let's take COVID for example, like COVID-19. It first got a proof of concept and then rapidly scaled. It's the same with your business. First, you need a proof of concept with your clients, seeing that your service is working, producing results, and then it can rapidly scale. That's how it works. It can be compared. You want to find your nest in the marketplace, or your niche in the marketplace. Once you find your nest, right, which I will teach you exactly how to do in this video. By the end of this video, you'll know exactly how to find your nest or your niche. You identify their specific needs and problems, and you solve those problems, and in return, they will give you money. Like, that's essentially all it is. You go to a niche, you do some market research, and essentially that's talking to them or doing research online, asking ChatGPT, like, what are problems they are facing, and you identify specific needs and problems. You solve those problems, through your service that you offer, and in return, they will give you money. That's literally how it works. With my niche, for example, I'm in like the creator economy. So it's not even that specific, I'm making decent money, but I'm not like specific niche. Obviously there's riches in niches. Like the deeper down you go, you can find like a pocket, like a golden nugget, but like I'm a bit more broad, right? And I'm still making decent money. So like you don't need to go crazy, specific. You can go a bit broader, which obviously I will cover in this video as well. So I'm in the like creator economy. People posting content online on YouTube is like a creator, and also or they got like a community or info product they're selling to their audience, and we help them grow their audience through specific organic strategies we use, and then through that they increase their revenue, they solve their problem of let's say views. Through their views, they get conversions and make extra money. So they solve their problem of, the lack of revenue of their business, okay? And then they give me money in return. So let's take a step back and get a bird's eye view of the marketplace. So the marketplace can be divided into 4 buckets or 4 main buckets. So number 1 is health. Probably know like gym, personal trainers, that kind of thing, right? Health, Pilates, meditation. I don't know if meditation falls into the last bucket I'm going to show you or health, but anyway. So then you've got wealth, finance, you have your, let's say, entrepreneurs on YouTube. You got love, which is essentially friends. Maybe you got a program or you got a service helping people make friends in a new city. Dating, there's a lot of online, coaches and dating coaches. Family, there's probably a lot of offers on that as well, like how to improve your family life. These are the 4 main buckets. That's like everlasting needs that people will always have. So these buckets, and purpose is the last one. These buckets will never go out of fashion. So if you want to be secure in the niche you choose, go with these 4. So with our School of Athens, right, we are actually going in 2 buckets, right? So health and wealth. Quentin's got the health side, and I'm covering the wealth side, how to build your own social media marketing agency. Quentin is more about health, improving cognitive function, energy optimization, that kind of thing. All right. So we're covering 2 buckets, but we focused on entrepreneurs to make it a bit more specific. So the niche or the nice, like when I misspell something, like I'm very perfectionistic. So let's just change this. All right. Niche. Cool, much better. So the niche you choose will fall into one of these 4 buckets. These 4, all right? You can choose a niche outside these 4 buckets. However, I wouldn't recommend it because it's like everlasting. It works. These are needs that will never go out of fashion or out of style. Everyone wants to be healthy. Everyone wants to be wealthy and make money. Everyone wants to find love. If you're crazy and want to die alone, fair enough. Everyone wants to feel like they have some form of a purpose on this planet, like their life has some form of a meaning. Like everyone wants that. So it's literally Maslow's hierarchy of needs. You got the psychological, which is your health, which is why we focus on that as the foundation. If your psychological needs aren't met, your sleep, your diet, if that isn't met, how can you can't focus on self-actualization, which is like your purpose and your bigger mission in life, if your psychological needs aren't met, if you don't have a bed to sleep on, if you don't have food to eat. If you don't have that, you can't focus on this. That's why you need to cover, you first need to cover the psychological needs before you can make, which is wealth, the safety, making money. That's obviously like a safety net for people. And then once you got wealth, you focus on the love, which is love and belonging in Maslow's hierarchy of needs. And then purpose can either fall into, self-actualization or esteem. Esteem is more like, confidence, feeling part of something. And that can also be a part of belonging as well. But just feeling good about yourself. But also, once you got your health sorted, this is the funny thing. Once you have your health sorted, you're in good shape, have a lot of energy. Like I have so much energy. It's actually crazy. Like when I wake up in the morning, I'm like, let's go. Like let's just get at it, and then you got wealth. Once you have all that energy, you can easily make money because you got so much energy. You just execute. And then once you got that sorted, you kind of, want some love in your life, right? Someone to share it with. And then purpose, you can focus on your ultimate purpose, right? So these needs will never go out of style. So it's good to focus on them. It's not enough to just choose a bucket. You need to dive a bit deeper, right? So this is where I go into the specialist advantage. So you need to dive deeper. You can't just say, I will make you healthy. It's like, that can work, which I will cover in the specialist advantage. But then you need to be a specialist already. Like, let's say Andrew Huberman or Peter, I think it's Peter Thiel. No, that's the Elon Musk co-founder or whatever. Is Peter Attia. He's focused on more like the health aspect. Maybe Brian Johnson. Like if he says, I will help you with your health, you will trust him because he's already a specialist in his field. But when you're just starting out, which I assume you are, choosing your niche, you kind of have to become the specialist by positioning and diving deeper into a specific topic. So the specialist advantage. Let me ask you a quick question. Who makes more money? I'm going to show you 2 photos, and I'm just going to take a sip of my coffee real quick. So who makes more money? The cardiologist or the family doctor? Which one? This guy, the cardiologist, focus on the heart, or the family doctor, just diagnosing. I'm saying just diagnosing, but obviously he's got an important role. But which of these 2 makes more money? Obviously the cardiologist, because he's a specialist. He's going in one specific area, even though the family doctor has more general responsibilities, it's a lot more encompassing. He focuses on a lot more things like general health, maybe the blood pressure, the glucose, the weight of the person, anything like that. But the cardiologist only focuses on the heart, only one thing, but he still makes more money. The teacher, just a general primary school teacher, or college professor, which of these 2 make more money? Obviously the college professor. It's not because he's older. It's not because he's a man. I don't care what you think of these 2 photos. It's because he's specialized in one specific aspect, which is college, and maybe he's got one class he's teaching as well. Even though it's less, he's focusing on less stuff. He's just a college professor focusing on psychology, let's say. Just that one thing. But he gets paid more. And the teacher might be focused on, history, English, maybe Afrikaans, teaching languages, math, science, all the stuff, reading, a lot more stuff, but she gets paid less than a college professor. What about the commercial real estate agent or a general real estate agent? Which of these 2 make more money, right? Obviously the commercial real estate agent. He's focused on one specific area of the market, which is commercial real estate. And this real estate agent is focused on, just general homes. So he's a bit more specific, commercial real estate. That's why he makes more money. Even though he's focused on a smaller segment of the marketplace, he makes more money. Specialization equals authority. If you're like a cardiologist and focus just on the heart, you are specialized. That creates authority. It's like, wow, he's actually good in that one thing. Even though the family doctor, focuses on more things. It's more that he focused on. So let's say you're starting your social media marketing agency. More isn't always better. Focusing on more clients, more niches, or niches, whatever you want to call it. Focus on more. It's not always the best play. Authority means you can charge more. You might think offering more services is an advantage. More clients, obviously that's better. Not always. The all-in-one marketing agency, offering everything. If this can't be further from the truth. You can be someone offering everything. I will do your website, I will do your funnels, I'll do your sales, I'll do your scripts, or sales scripts, maybe your email marketing and paid ads. I will cover everything for you. It's okay, if you can do all of these things, you're probably not that good at it. Why don't you just focus on one thing? That's not how you go about doing it. It's not how you offer your service. We specialize in traffic funnels. It's less. You might think, I need to add more to make it more authoritative. People will trust me more if I add more. That's not the case at all. This is how you do it. We specialize in traffic funnels. That's all. Then people are if he focuses on this one thing, he's probably pretty good at it. But if you start adding more stuff, it's almost like you're compensating. What do you mean? Why are you adding all the stuff? Aren't you good at the one thing already? If you are world class at this one thing, why don't you just offer that? Like the cardiologist who's extremely good at operating on the heart, we're going to say, obviously focus, I'll get that doctor because he focuses on the heart and that's the specific issue I'm facing. But if he says, I do your body weight, I do glucose management, I do all this stuff, and I'm going to be like, no, I just want someone who focuses on the heart. I don't want people being distracted or whatever, all right? Even though he can be good in all of those things. The money is made in the depth of expertise. It's how deep you can go, not the breadth. Breadth is essentially a lot of things, like the family doctor who focuses on a lot of things, or the primary teacher who focuses on, about math, about history, science, biology, language, all this stuff, reading. It's a lot of stuff, but she gets paid less. It's about the depth of knowledge. The college professor who focuses just on psychology. You want to become T-shaped. like vector. You want to you want to become T-shaped, right? So essentially, what I mean by this is obviously the letter T. So shallow knowledge in broad range of areas. So you want to become T-shaped, and that's like a specific quality you have. So you want to know a little bit about a lot, right? That's important, but also you want deep knowledge in one area. So me, for example, I have deep knowledge in the creator economy and how to grow an online organic presence. Like that's our area of speciality. That's what we focus on, growing personal brands through organic content. Like I have a deep knowledge in that area. I worked with Iman Gadget as well. We've got a lot of expertise, worked with Mike Tyson, big names. So that's obviously what I'm going to leverage. But also, I should know a lot about a little as well. I need to know about persuasion. I need to know about appointment booking. I need to know about email marketing. I need to know about funnels. I need to know about sales. I need to know about all of this stuff as well. Not a lot, but a little, because you need to know all areas of your business. You can't outsource something you don't know. Like I did the email marketing myself before I outsourced it. You need to do your service delivery yourself before you can outsource it, because otherwise you wouldn't know what good is. Right? Obviously, you are more invested in your service. So if you do it, you know what's good. And if you outsource it, you can compare it to what you've done. All right? So you need to know a little bit about a lot, but also deep knowledge. That's obviously where the specialization and the authority comes from. Okay? So this is your specific niche. So most marketing agencies are like this. They know a little bit about a lot. That's all. They offer the websites, the email marketing, the sales script copy, the copywriting skills, the sales funnels. They do everything, but they don't know a little bit about everything. And that's not how you go about it. Most marketing agencies are also broke. Don't be like most marketing agencies, okay? Don't be like this. Be like this, all right? Obviously, you should know a little bit about a lot, but this is important, your depth of knowledge. And that comes through time. That's why I said at the beginning, the best niche is the one you stuck with for 2 years. It's because then you build this deep knowledge. It takes some time to build deep knowledge, all right? Like mastery takes time. And I understand I'm a master at this. Like you don't need to be a master at all. Like far from it. You just need to know more than your clients. And obviously sometimes that you don't even have to know more. They just don't want to do it. Okay, so they outsource it, all right? So don't be like most marketing agencies. And specialization creates differentiation. If you specialize in one area, it makes you different from all the marketing agencies offering everything else. Differentiation leads to increased demand. If you're different, people are like, oh wow, this guy stands out. It's like that increases the demand of your service. And increased demand commands higher prices. That's just how it is. If the demand for something is high and the supply is low, that's basic economics. The prices rise. Okay? So, and the supply is low because I've got deep knowledge in one area, and that takes time and effort, and not all these marketing agencies do that. So you're going to stand out a lot, which is differentiation. And differentiation leads to increased demand, and that leads to higher prices. As you can see, these are like monthly retainers I charge my clients. The reason I'm able to charge so much is because I have a specific authority in one niche, in one specific area. And that's why I'm able to justify these prices. Okay, most content agencies charge like 2K a month, but I charge 4-5x that. So that's unheard of. Even though I offer the same service, not necessarily. We do a lot of things differently as well, and we're more specialized. But that comes with time. So and it works obviously. So differentiation is crucial in a crowded marketplace. This is essentially a red ocean, which you can call it. And if you don't know red ocean, that's essentially where there's a lot of supply. There can also be a lot of demand, but there's a lot of supply. So there's a lot of people supplying and offering a specific service. And that's essentially, there's a lot of marketing agencies in a specific niche, okay? So the supply is a lot. And differentiation is crucial in a crowded marketplace. Like if you want to stand out where there's just a lot of people, you want to differentiate yourself. You want to be specialized in one area. So you need to get clear on that one area. By focusing on a specific market segment, you streamline your marketing efforts, right? Saving you time and drive efficiency. So streamline, you can essentially use the same marketing message because you are targeting the same niche. If you're targeting fitness trainers, you're targeting psychologists, you're targeting massage therapists, like the marketing message is going to be different. So you can't streamline it. You can't, use the same message, but just maybe change a few things because They have different pain points. They have different goals. It's a completely different market. So you can't streamline your marketing campaigns. You can't streamline your ads. You need to write 4 different ads because it's 4 different niches. Like, trust me, choose one niche. So you streamline your marketing efforts and connect directly with your niche's pain points. The reason you can do that is because it's the same same segment of the marketplace. So you can connect directly with their pain points, and you know them so well, they feel understood, and then they buy, creating complete market resonance. People don't buy from you because they understand what you sell. This is important. They buy from you because they feel understood. And the only way they will feel understood if you understand them so well, and the way you can understand them so well is by spending a lot of time with them on sales calls and just spending a lot of time in your niche, understanding them so well, understanding what they think of when they wake up, understanding their pain points and their desires. And the reason our marketing message for the School of Athens is so potent is because I was the clients. Like, my former self was you. So I know exactly what you're thinking. I know exactly what you're going through. That's why I can streamline my marketing efforts so well and connect deeply with your pain points and your desires, right? And then you will feel understood, and then you will buy. Because when you feel understood, a natural byproduct of that is that you think I have the solution. I have the solution, but you think I have. And if you think I have the solution, you will buy. Okay, right? So you just need to spend a lot of time with these people on sales calls is like the best way you really accomplish that. They'll only feel understood if you know them inside out. This comes down to focus. If you target everyone, you target anyone. You don't target anyone. So if you target just like the entire marketplace, like everyone in the health space, right? You don't target anyone. Don't get me wrong, you as a person must know a lot. Like, as I mentioned, you need to know a lot about a little bit about a lot. You need to know lead sourcing. You need to know market research, how to do that, the best way sales calls, how to conduct sales calls, how to book appointments, different conversion mechanisms in your, let's say in your ad, call to actions, sales calls, how to transition into a pitch. You need to know all this stuff, which is obviously everything I'll share, but you need to know all of this. You can't just know everything about your niche. You need to know marketing. You need to know persuasion. You need to know service delivery. You need to know retention tactics and keeping clients for longer. You need to know onboarding. Okay? And this might seem overwhelming, but this is actually very, very, valuable, because you can then use these skills to transition into any other business. I'm using these skills that I built. That's why I think social media marketing agency is so powerful. It's because you learn so many skills that you can then use in, let's say, a consulting business that I'm doing right now. I'm using all of these skills for my consulting business as well. So it's so, so valuable. Even though it's a bit overwhelming, there's a lot that goes into it, it's very valuable. But your agency must focus on a specific group of customers. So picking your 2.0 niche. So picking your niche boils down to 3 key factors. So only 3 things. Number 1 is interest. Number 2 is skills. And number 3, the big one, is viability. So as you can see, these ones are obviously a bit smaller because they are not as important when choosing your niche. Like interest is only 10% of it. Even your skill set is also 10% of it. And market viability, that's the 80-20. That's like 80% of it. Okay? I will go deeper into each one. So let's break down each one. So let's start off with interest, which is 10%. So choosing a niche you're interested in is not necessary. That's why it's only 10% of the equation, but it does help. You can always be interested in the money it makes you, right? Like with me, for example, I wasn't necessarily that interested in my niche or whatever. Like, I was just interested in the money it makes me. And there's nothing wrong with that. Do you think the Chinese billionaire, do you think he's interested in, the Chinese billionaire or the concrete, he's focused on concrete, right? He has a concrete business making billions of dollars, right? You think he's interested in concrete? Might be, but you think he wakes up and dreams about concrete and he has like this crazy fantasies about concrete? I don't think so, okay? But he's interested in the money it makes him, billions of dollars. And interest is the same as passion. And people say, oh, you should follow your passion, all this stuff. Like, I think you should earn the right to follow your passion. Like, in the beginning, it's going to be very, very difficult. And people who say, oh, follow your passion, they got rich by not following their passion, and then they follow their passion. So that's why I think you should first deserve it. Like with an agency, like I was pretty interested, in my niche. That's why I say it's like 10%. It's not crazy. I was pretty interested in the creator economy because that's obviously where I wanted to get into. So if I can help them, right, then I can use those skill sets to help myself. So that's ultimately where my interest lies. If you're passionate about running a marketing agency, that's great. That's awesome. But I wasn't necessarily. Maybe, like let's say 60% or so, not like crazy. I was interested or passionate about the lifestyle and the traveling and the freedom that it gave me. I was passionate about the lifestyle it gave me. Okay, and obviously to fund this lifestyle, you need money. By the way, so the marketing agency gave me that money. Passion is necessary for long-term success. This is important, and I knew, which I will get into. I knew the agency was just a stepping stone in my journey, not the final destination. I wasn't going to run an agency forever. It's not the final destination. I knew that from the start. I was extremely passionate about the School of Athens. Even from the beginning, I didn't know about the name or anything like that, but I knew I was going to build some form of a community educating people. I'm extremely passionate about that, which you can probably tell through the screen. Like, I just love this. It's amazing. Creating modules, helping people out, because, you guys were like my former self. I'm essentially helping my former self. And if I can help them or help him alleviate some pain and achieve his goals faster, that's amazing. All right. You don't need passion to make money, but it makes it a whole lot easier. Easier to push through challenges and stay motivated, because obviously you'll face a lot of challenges. It's not easy as it seems, maybe on Instagram or stuff. It's difficult. Okay. So passion makes it a bit easier to push through these challenges and stay motivated during your journey. And it's the mark of a successful person who can stay motivated during the wait, which is what I call it. Like that time you're putting in, which you're not really getting the results back yet. You can stay motivated during that period. You will become successful. And there's a lot of, I like coined that quote, but I got this from, or like my quote is essentially, if you're able to stay motivated during the wait, you'll become successful. Like there's no doubt about that. And I got that from, I'm not sure who said it, but being able to stay enthusiastic when there's constant challenges, something like that, it's kind of the same thing, okay? So easier to stay consistent as well, easier to put in more hours because you love it. You're passionate about it, so you will do it even though you're not making money. Like with this free community, like we're not making money from this free community at all. But because I'm so passionate about it, I can put in more hours. I'm working, 12-hour days, staying consistent every single day because I love it. All of this ultimately helps you make more money as well. If you put in more hours, you're more motivated, you're more consistent, like you will obviously make more money as well. The only way to do great work is to love what you do. And that's a quote from Steve Jobs. And I actually took a personality test, and I'm a lot like Steve Jobs. I'm a bit ruthless, okay? But, I'm very passionate as well, like a visionary, future-oriented, big vision, big goals. So yeah, I need to work a bit more on the empathy side, actually caring a bit for other people, but I'm very ruthless, okay? There's obviously trade-offs and pros and cons with that. Like I obviously accomplish my goals, but in the meantime, I'm not always as, uplifting when I do, which is something obviously you need to focus on. You need to focus a bit on your weaknesses as well, become like well-rounded, okay? It's good to become aware of that. So then you have skills. This is the least important of the three. Okay, the least important. Interest is more important than skills. All right. I thought skills are the most important. You want to go into a niche because you first need to develop that skill set. That's the least important. All right. Believe it or not, could not be further from the truth. With AI and technology, you can become proficient at any skill in less than a day. It takes 20 hours to be 80% proficient at any skill. Paid ads, organic content, copywriting. It takes 20 hours. So essentially, let's say 2 days of 10-hour days. 2 days that you study for 10 hours, both days, on one skill, you can become 80% proficient at it. Like truly. So this is the least important of the three categories. You don't have to be an expert. Most of the time, you just need to be better than your clients. Not even that. Like you don't even have to be better than your clients. Your clients just don't want to do it. Like they are probably good at paid ads. They don't know how to do it, but they want someone else to do it so they can focus on maybe, sales, for example, or the marketing side of things like organic content. They just want to focus on that because that's their area of expertise. So they want someone who can help with the paid ads, and then that's where you can come in, or the copywriting. They are busy entrepreneurs and don't want to spend time learning a new skill. They would rather pay someone else to do it for them. They value their time more than money. So they would rather give you money, right? And that's obviously the package for your service, let's say copywriting, so that they don't have to spend time writing their own emails or writing their own copywriting on their sales page. They can do it, but they would rather get an expert like you who does it for them, because they value their time more and they will give you money for that. What if I don't have the skills to deliver on the service? This is a big objection I hear a lot. I first need to get extremely good at the skill before I can start signing clients. Don't fall for that. Please don't do that. You'll figure it out. Trust me. When I was starting out, I didn't know exactly how to do it, but you learn through signing clients. Start signing clients, then improve your skill set. This is the only way. There is no other way. You can't get good at the skill before you start signing clients. It doesn't work that way. Just get clients in, make money, and then you will improve your skill set. Sign clients, this is the number one thing. Before you start, obviously, you can spend those 20 hours, those 10-hour day to get proficient at the skill, 80% of it, right? But then you should focus on signing clients, getting money in. Then you deliver the service with the knowledge you have. And trust me, you have enough. Even when someone pays you a lot of money, you will figure it out. Trust me. Trust me on this. And then you improve your skill set. And then you have increased confidence because you improved your skill set. And then you will sign more clients. And then you will deliver a better service. You will improve your skill set through feedback. And then you increase your confidence. So it's like this infinite feedback, positive feedback loop. And it all starts with signing clients first. Okay? You can't improve your service without feedback. We will uncover more of this in week 7. Feedback is king, which is essentially signing clients and then improving along the way. That leaves us with the final one, which is market viability. So this is 80% of the equation. So yeah, you should focus up. We covered interest, we covered skills, but market viability is 80% of it. So the first question is you should ask yourself, is the market growing? Am I in a growing niche? This is number one. Being in a growing field like AI or fitness or finance, all these fields like health, wealth, love, happiness, that will always grow because there's always a need for that. It means there will be more opportunities and you'll be in a growing market. If the market is growing by 10%, your business naturally is also growing by 10%, which is great. Is the market in pain? The stronger the pain, the more valuable the solution. You get paid in direct proportion to the difficulty of problems you solve. And if a problem is difficult, it's usually more painful, the more pain they go through. People buy either to escape pain or to move towards a better situation. Those are the only two reasons why people buy. Even why you buy a banana. You want to maybe escape pain, and it's not that much pain. That's why you don't pay so much for a banana, okay? Because it's just you are a bit hungry. That's not a lot of money you'll pay for that. Or to move towards a better situation, and my better situation is being satiated through this banana. That's why I don't pay so much, because it's not a big pain. Evergreen areas like health, wealth, and relationships or love are always in demand and will always have pain points to address. So they always have pain. People always want to be more healthy. They're unhealthy. They literally have pain in their knees. Literally. Wealth, that's the worst form of psychological pain. It's being broke. That's terrible. That's why I sold this community to you as well, because you have a pain of being broke. That's why you want to learn these modules, all right? And relationships. People have a pain of being lonely and dying alone, not having a partner. So there will always be dating coaches, okay? Does the market have purchasing power? You can have a growing market, the first question, and a market in a lot of pain. But if they don't have money, you won't make money. It's like offering high ticket services, like let's say $5,000 in dollars, $5,000 to college students, and they're notorious for being broke. Try selling a $5,000 product to a college student. Obviously, there's some that can afford it, but most of them are broke. That's obviously why they are in college, to get a job, to increase their skill set. But I believe there are much easier, better ways to do that. Is the market size efficient? Aim for at least 30,000 potential clients. If you're targeting evergreen niches like health, wealth, and relationships, you will have billions of potential clients. There are billions of people who are wanting to improve their health, billions of wealth. If you want to scale to the 100,000, 200,000, 500,000, $1 million a month, like you kind of have to target these bigger areas. But if you want to make like 10K, 20K, 30K a month in dollars, you don't need as many clients, right? 30,000 at least. So can you easily find your clients? If you can't find your clients on the internet, it's going to be pretty difficult to pitch them, okay? You first need to find them before you can pitch your service. So make sure your target clients are accessible. Niches like cosmetic surgeons have a clear online presence. They usually have a website, online groups, Facebook groups. Maybe they're on school groups as well, forums, making it much easier to connect with them. If, they can have a lot of money, efficient market size, in pain and growing, but if you can't find them, that's why all of these questions are pretty important. What if you're stuck between two niches? Just pick one. That's the best answer I can give you. If you're stuck between two, just pick one. Trust me, just take action on one. Focus is your competitive advantage. So reducing operational friction. So this sounds a bit crazier than it really is. So let me explain. So we all know what friction is. Friction is, you trying to do the work and you can't do the work. That's essentially friction. It's like, you need to do something, but like there's this force that comes up that kind of stops you. That's essentially procrastination. That's friction. It's like, you need to study, you need to do outreach, you need to do all this stuff, you need to do sales calls, but you're procrastinating from doing it. That's called friction or procrastination essentially. But in business, it's called friction or operational friction. Friction can be explained as the force that's generated when effort and resistance meet. So when you put effort into a specific area and resistance comes back, like, law of cause and effect. If you put effort into something, let's say the gym, right? It's like this, the gym. You put effort, you are doing bicep curls, right? And resistance is the weight pushing down through gravity. And that's called friction. So let's say you're doing a sales call as well, or, cold calling. Let's say you do cold calling. You're putting an effort, you're dialing the numbers, and then resistance comes back in the form of that feeling of, I don't want to do it. That kind of thing, that feeling. Or when you want to approach a girl in the gym, you're putting an effort, you're walking towards her, or you're thinking of doing it, like you're kind of motivating yourself to do it, and then there's this force, resistance, that's coming up and be like, oh no, don't do it. Like, what if she rejects you? All these thoughts, all right? That's friction, okay? It's in the business, it's in the gym, it's in dating, it's all of this stuff. In business, we experience the same thing, not with weights, but with operational complexity. So trying to be fancy, essentially, like with these words, is trying to be fancy. More specifically, overcomplicating your niche and service. It's usually the simple answer, right? It's never the answer you think is so overcomplicated and thinking all this. There's literally a law for that as well. Which Charlie Munger, in one of his mental models, I think it's, I'm not quite sure exactly the name, but, it's usually the simple answer. It's not the complicated answer. Simple scales, fancy fails. So try and find the simple thing. One niche, like I mentioned in observing the model, one niche, one channel, one service. That's all. Don't offer two services and offer website and email copywriting and all this stuff. Focus on one. Trust me on this. Like we mentioned in observing the model, there are only 3 things you need to get to 6 figures, which is $100,000 a year, and even seven figures, which is $1 million a year. All right? One channel, one service, one niche. This gives you an operational friction of 1. One channel times one service times one niche, 1 times 1 times 1 equals 1, right? Suppose you chose 2 niches. You can't pick one, okay? You say you choose 2. And you offer 2 different services, because obviously, if it's 2 different niches, like let's say health and wealth, you're not going to offer the same service, okay? Because they have different problems, all of that. So you have one channel, which is a channel is essentially the area you focus on doing outreach. It can be ads, it can be cold calling, it can be DMs, it can be emails, okay? So you focus on, let's say, cold calling. So that's 1. 2 services and 2 niches. That's 4 operational friction of 4. You increased it from 1 to 4. A 300% increase in complexity. Just by choosing 2 niches and 2 services. Doesn't seem like much, but you increased operational friction or complexity by 300%. It goes way deeper than just a 300% increase, by the way. You have to have 2 sales scripts because it's 2 different niches, 2 different pain points. 2 outreach templates, 2 different scripts when cold calling, 2 client onboardings because it's different services, 2 marketing funnels, 2 ad creatives, 2 ad copies, 2 client frequently asked questions. They obviously have different questions they need to ask you, 2 case studies, 2 KPIs and metrics you need to track, 2 pricing models. Maybe with their health, you're pricing a bit less than their wealth because obviously wealth, they are focused on finance, so you can charge a bit more. But health, people don't necessarily make as much money. It's also a broader market. 2 customer supports, 2 billing options, 2 client feedbacks. Just to give a couple examples, there are way more that goes into this, by the way. These are just a couple. What if we added all of this together? So 2 times 2, 2 sales scripts, 2 onboardings, 2 customer supports, all of this. 2 times 13, essentially, to the power of 13. An operational friction of 8,192. 819%, or 19%. 819,000% increase from 1. That's crazy. Just by choosing 2 niches and 2 services. Would you want to operate a business that is 8,192 times more complex? Me neither. There's no way. just choose one. Trust me. Business is hard enough. Don't try to overcomplicate or complicate it even more. Like we mentioned earlier, you want to become T-shaped. Shallow knowledge in a broad range of areas. You need to know onboarding, persuasion, email marketing. You need to know appointment booking, sales, all of the stuff, right? Persuasion. You need to know a little bit about a lot, but you need to know deep knowledge in one area. So focus, a specific niche. Deep knowledge is in one field leads to mastery and success. You can only do this if you focus on one niche. Less truly is more. That's what is meant by less is more. It's not doing less work. It's focusing on less stuff so you can focus on that one thing. And when you focus on one thing, by the book Gary Keller, The One Thing, you attain mastery and specialization and authority, which leads to you increasing your demand for your services, being able to charge more money, making more money. All right? Complexity means distracted effort. Simplicity means focused effort. So when we say simplicity, it's not not working harder. You still need to work hard, but you're working hard on one thing. And you'll achieve a lot more by working on one thing than another guy working on 10 things, 10 niches, 10 services. I want to share a video from Warren Buffett to drive this point home. Watch this video. Very, very important.
You said you watched Bill Gates on Charlie Rose last week, and I did too. Bill said something that I thought was really interesting. He said, the thing you do obsessively between age 13 and 18, that's the thing you have the most chance of being world class at.
Yeah.
Bill said his one thing was coding. What was your one obsessive thing?
I was pretty interested in investments. No, Bill and I, his father, many years ago, right after we met, had us a group of about 20 write down on a sheet of paper one word that they thought accounted for their success. And Bill and I, who may have only met twice, didn't know what the other one was writing down. We both wrote down the same word, which was focus. And he was focused on software, I was focused on investments. And it gave me a big advantage to start very young. There's no question about it.
Focus. They didn't even know that the interviewer asked them the same question. Or they probably knew that, but they didn't know what each of them is going to write. So one word which equated for most of your success, worth hundreds of billions of dollars, focus. So choosing the right boat. Like Warren Buffett says, it doesn't matter how hard you row or how hard you work. It matters which boat you get in, which niche you choose, which business model you decide to pursue. Okay? There's not a physical boat. The boat refers to the business model you choose and the niche you decide to pursue. So it doesn't matter how hard you row. It matters, or let's do this. It doesn't matter how hard you work. It matters which business model and niche you decide to get in. All right? So you can either have this boat, not too great, which is the traditional 9 to 5. Nothing wrong with that, but do you want to be in this boat? Or do you want to be in this boat, which is an SMMA? Okay? You can choose between these two. And it doesn't matter how hard you row. It matters in which boat you get in. You can work the same amount of hours. Imagine 2 scenarios. You got the traditional 9 to 5er and you got an SMMA owner. Okay? These two. The traditional 9 to 5er works, physically works extremely hard. Very, very hard, Clocks in 14-hour days. Works hard. Incremental raises, but mostly capped. 5 to 10% yearly raise, with bonuses and that kind of thing. He works hard, puts in a lot of effort, 14-hour days, but he gets a 5 to 10% yearly increase. Does not get compensated for extra work. On the other hand, you got the SMMA owner, okay? Mentally works hard, not as physically hardworking. Clocks in the same 14-hour days, makes no money for 1 to 2 years, okay? Which is ultimately the risk you're opting for. And he gets exponential jump after year 2, like a 4,000% increase. 4,000%, where the traditional 9 to 5er gets a 5 to 10% yearly increase. With inflation, that's like just normal essentially. Like, inflation is more, so you're kind of losing money at that stage. So, it doesn't make money for 1 to 2 years, the entrepreneur, but it gets like a 4,000% increase after 2 years. Like literally, I had a 5,000% increase in my income. Like, where on earth are you going to get that? With a 9 to 5, it's like a 5 to 10% increase. I get a yearly increase of 5,000%. Obviously, that's the first year, but you get way more. Like this year, I'm probably going to have like another 200%. All right? You don't get that in 9 to 5. So the story of the bamboo. So let's say, the story of the bamboo can be explained through entrepreneurship as well. Like, you are planting seeds, for the first 1 to 2 years, you're working hard, you're putting in a lot of effort, consuming content like this, reading books, everything like that. And you don't necessarily see the results of your effort. Like, with bamboo, for the first 90 days or so, it stays underground. It doesn't grow that much, probably like 30 like a bit less, like 30 centimeters or so, right? You don't see much reward for all the work you're putting in, especially as an entrepreneur, right? And then after 1 or 2 years, you grow exponentially, like 5,000% increase. Like, whoa, where did this happen? Like, what happened? But you've been putting in work for 1 to 2 years that people didn't see because you didn't have any results yet. But then bamboo, the last 30 days, it grows like 100 feet, like just grows crazy, all right? And that's essentially entrepreneurship. For the first 1 to 2 years, you grow, a little bit. You don't really see any rewards, no fruit, okay? But then, out of nowhere, you grow exponentially, like crazy. And people are like, wow, what just happened? Like, what did you do? What did you do recently? It's not recently, it's what I did for the past 1 to 2 years. Studying, doing sales calls, doing outreach, doing courses, all of this stuff. And he has unlimited upside. Also comes with its risks, obviously. There's no great risk or great reward without risks. Like, that's self-explanatory. But he has exponential and unlimited upside. I have no cap on my income. If you work in a 9 to 5, like, the max you can get is like, I don't know. It depends obviously what work you go into, but it's limited, right? But with entrepreneurship, you can make $1 billion, 10 billion, 100 billion. Literally, there's no cap on your income. Okay? You're not like suppressed down. And who works less earns more. Income is not tied to his time. So he can, it doesn't have to work there one day and still makes $10,000 because of leverage. As insane amounts of leverage, right? We can even go a step above that. We got the traditional 9 to 5er, and you got the SMMA owner, and then you have the consultant. This is even a step above the SMMA owner. This is what I'm doing at this moment, like right now. Like, I'm a consultant, helping other people start and grow their own social media marketing agencies. But you can't jump straight to consultant. Like with me, I was first a freelancer. I first did some, work with Imangaji, which was obviously great. And then I did worked on my own agency, did that for a couple of years. And now I'm starting my consulting business. All right. You can't jump straight into consultant. Or well, you can if you have some form of a skill you already mastered. Then you can do consultant, which is essentially like coaching. But I can't start a consulting business helping other people if I haven't, grown my own agency. It just doesn't work like that. People won't trust you. You need to earn leverage. Give me a lever long enough and a fulcrum on which to place it, and I shall move the world. That's a quote from Archimedes, which is essentially leverage. That's all it is leverage. Give me a lever long enough and a fulcrum on which to place it. Like, you got your lever, and then you got like this fulcrum underneath, like this, maybe a rock, and then you can pull it down and you can move the earth. That's the power of leverage. And in the modern world, we've got leverage in the form of code and media. So essentially software, right? is permissionless leverage. So you don't have to ask for permission, like, capital and labor, which is essentially money, and people working for you. You have to ask them. Like, people won't work for you if you don't have the right incentives in place. And also capital, like, let's say investors, like, you need to persuade them to invest in your company, okay? You have to ask for permission. But software, which is essentially like YouTube or these social media platforms, or like a podcast, which is media, you don't have to ask to make the video. People can just watch it. And that is the new form of leverage in today's world, which is ultimately media. It comes down to personal branding or software or code, okay? As you can see, it's not always hard work. It's about choosing the right boat, the right business model, the right niche, where your efforts are multiplied. You have insane amounts of leverage, right? Leverage. Did you know the top 10 wealthiest people in the world, so 10 people, top 10 wealthiest, have more money and more wealth than the bottom 3.5 billion people combined? Isn't this crazy? The top 10 wealthiest people in the world, 10 people, have more money than 3.5 billion people combined. Do you think they work 3.5 billion times harder? Those 10 people, they probably don't even work at all, those 10 people. There's no way. Do you think, the mom in India is working harder? Well, she's working way harder, like any wealthy guy, right? But she doesn't get compensated a lot, which is unfortunate. But it's not about hard work. It's about leverage. It's about the new forms of leverage in today's world, which is, media and code, software, technology, podcasts, YouTube channel, personal branding, that kind of thing. So it's unfortunate. People are working way harder out here, but they're not making the money that they want to. Even they can be happy, but like, who wouldn't want more money, right? Hustle and grind is important, but it's not always the answer. So here's some common niche selection mistakes. If you can avoid these mistakes, you'll naturally find success. Like Charlie Munger, the only thing I want to know is where I'm going to die, so I never go there. That's crazy, right? It's through inversion. It's like, you just want to know where you're going to die. You just want to know the mistakes, so you don't do them. You want to know where you're going to die, so you never go there, then you won't die, right? So here's some common niche selection mistakes. So entering a sophisticated market or niche, entering an advanced niche without the required skills. Obviously, like AI companies, essentially. You can either, in today's world, you can either build an AI company or an AI-proof company. We are building an AI-proof company, like community and self-improvement, like making money online, reading books, self-improvement in general. AI can never replace that. It can help with that, but it can't replace it. It won't replace community and networking. So you need to play to your strengths as well. So sure, you can learn new skills, but it's more effective to leverage your existing strengths and advantages. Like, the 10%, the market viability, interest and skills, it's obviously better to play towards your skills already. So don't enter a sophisticated niche where like the competition is fierce, all right? Training niches. So chasing flashy niches without considering the long-term viability of the niche. So focus on niches with a proven track record, like health, wealth, love, and happiness, and consistent growth potential. Don't necessarily, trends are obviously very, very important. Like, you can ride a trend, which I also covered in either Philosopher's Matrix or Market Mindfulness. Trends are very, very important. Like, Tai Lopez, he rode the trend of YouTube ads. No one was doing it. So, but there's obviously a risk that comes with that because there's no demand for it, okay? Or no supply. So just take into account the consistent or the growth potential and the long-term viability, all right? Financial viability, so choosing a niche with broke clients, okay, like college students. It might seem appealing due to the large market size. There's a lot of college students, but if they don't have money, they won't convert into clients. So market supply and demand, selecting a niche based on personal interest alone without considering the demand for your services in the niche. So, interest is obviously 10% of it. While passion and interest is important for long-term success, very important, market viability is 80% of the equation. So the questions are asked like, is it a growing market? Are they in pain? Do they have money? Are they easy to find? All right. And analysis by paralysis. So spending excessive time researching without taking action. Done is better than perfect. Like with delivering your services as well. Done is better than perfect. You don't need to have your service, perfect. It doesn't, it's impossible, because you first need to sign clients and then get feedback on how you can improve your service. So sign clients, then you can improve it. So this is essentially by niche. You won't know your niche to the T, because you haven't spoke with them. Do sales calls, talk with them, sign them as clients, and then you'll learn more. Once you chose your niche, you'll gather feedback, which is important when it comes to making progress. And niche hopping, like frequently changing niches because you think the grass is greener on the other side. No, the grass is greener where you water it and where you stick to it. Stick to one niche for at least 2 years. Obviously, you can change, which I will cover right now. But you want to at least, if you stuck with one, stick to it for at least 2 years. So general niches. So choosing a niche that's too broad, like health. Like I mentioned at the start, like I will help you with your health. This only works if you're already the expert in the field. Go deeper and specialize. So if you're just starting out, obviously it's not going to work. But if you're Brian Johnson and you're spending like $1 million, $2 million a year on your health, that can obviously work because you're already an expert in the field. But when you're starting out, right, you want to go deeper because that will create the authority, all right? So copycatting, never choose a niche solely because your friend or someone you know is succeeding in it. You see on Reels, on TikTok, and you see someone succeeding in a niche, don't just jump on it, all right? Success in a niche depends on various personal factors like interest, including your skills, interest, and the unique value you bring to the table. And obviously the market viability. Is it a growing market in pain, easy to find, and do they have purchasing power, all right? And fear of choosing, this is almost like analysis by paralysis, believing that selecting the wrong niche is irreversible and that you're stuck with the niche forever. Obviously, I mentioned there's nuance that goes into it, right? You need to stick to one niche to create that authority and that depth of expertise. But also, you can also switch. Like, there's nothing wrong with that. If you're stuck with a niche for 1 year, you didn't find any success, you can obviously change, all right? You're not stuck with it forever. You can always change your niche. Just don't make it a recurring theme. They're like, in the first couple of months, you're not going to find success. That's just normal. So you need to stick through that. But if it's like 1-2 years, you still haven't found any success, then you can maybe switch. All right? But don't make it a recurring theme where you hop from niche, every single month you got a new niche, right? You need to build that depth of expertise, and that takes time. And a lot of people say, SMMA is saturated, like competition is too fierce. You've probably heard this everywhere, right? This could not be further from the truth. Let me show you a cool stat. So I asked ChatGPT how many new businesses are started each year in the US alone. In recent years, the US has experienced a significant surge in new businesses. According to the US Census, whatever that is, 5.5 million new businesses or business applications were filed in 2023. 5.5 million new businesses, making it the highest annual total on the record ever. This upward trend continued into 2024 with an average of 430,000 new businesses or business applications submitted each month, representing a 50% increase compared to 2019. These figures highlight a robust entrepreneurial spirit and a growing interest in business ventures across the country, US alone. Every single one of these businesses need marketing. Those 430,000 new businesses, every single one of them each month need marketing. It's just the livelihood of every business, right? Marketing is the lifeblood of any business. SMMA will never die. It's growing so exponentially. It's like the best time ever. As you said, ChatGPT, the entrepreneurial spirit is growing. SMMA, like new businesses are starting, like 5.5 million new businesses every year, almost 500,000 new businesses, and every single one of them need marketing. So SMMA will never die. Obviously, there's competition, but you can differentiate through authority and specialization. So debunking myths. Competition, you've probably heard this. The thing about competition is actually a good thing. Let me explain. You got your red ocean, which is essentially a lot of sharks, competitors, a lot of supply, which is essentially a lot of marketing agencies in the field, all looking for clients, right? You got the red ocean. Then you got a blue ocean, right? You can see the red ocean. There's a lot of sharks there because there's a lot of fish. And the fish is essentially clients. So a red ocean and competition isn't necessarily bad because it shows there's a lot of demand for the service. There wouldn't be a lot of agencies if there wasn't a lot of demand. So there's a lot of clients, a lot of people to be served. Okay, that's actually a good thing. Competition is good. It means there's clients looking for services. And then you've got a blue ocean where everyone says it's the best thing ever. But a blue ocean can be rather difficult as well because it means there's no demand. There's no life. If there's no agencies there, it might be a complete untapped market, which is you can also, without the School of Athens, we are essentially tapping into a blue market like South Africa, primarily. Like we are South Africans. Obviously, it's global, but we are South Africans, so naturally more South Africans will join. So the consulting business isn't new, but we are tapping into a kind of a blue ocean. So that's why it's actually a very good strategy we're using. Okay, but it shows like a blue ocean like this, right? It doesn't show any demand. There's no life. There's no clients. So you might go into a blue ocean, but then you find out there's no demand for your service. You're not going to make any money. So competition isn't a barrier. It's a sign of life. As you can see with the sharks, it shows there's a lot of fish there. Okay? It's a sign of life. There's demand. Customers are spending money. A blue ocean could signal a lack of demand. An active niche also reveals what works and what doesn't. We have competition everywhere. So back to this one, an active niche, like a red ocean with a lot of clients, a lot of agencies, also reveals what works and what doesn't. So you can see what's work, take that and make it better. All right? Like with me, I saw that everyone was offering paid ads. So I knew the pendulum was going to swing and everyone's going to offer organic because the prices of paid ads is going to rise so much. So I covered and I switched and pivoted and went into organic content, and now everyone's doing it. All right. So now maybe paid ads is good again. Who knows? We have competition everywhere. That's why I need to study the market, obviously. We have competition everywhere. In the dating market, there's obviously competition. Everyone wants the nice, pretty girl. Every guy, there's competition. And she can obviously choose. All right. She's got like she gives access, essentially. So, and then you got competition in the DNA with bacteria and stuff like that. Okay? You got competition on the rugby field. Right? We want competition everywhere else besides business. Like competition and business is almost the same thing. Business is the ultimate form of conquer. I think there's a quote that says, war is business like closest cousin. Business and war, there's a lot of correlation to that. So if you can study like conquerors like Napoleon and all these people, study history, you can study a lot of business as well, because it's like the ultimate form of competition. Like war is competition, and war and business is very similar. However, there's a way to escape competition. Escape competition through authenticity, like Naval said. So we are very authentic in what we do in the School of Athens because, the whole consulting thing isn't new, but how we position it and who we are, that makes it authentic. No one can beat you at being you, just following your interest and your passion. Like we are following our passion, but when I started my marketing agency, it wasn't completely passion driven. I was passionate about the money it made me, all right? So don't fall for the trap of staying authentic to the point where there's no product market fit. This is important. You don't want to just follow your passion, but there's no demand for it. You need to have the balance between product market fit. There's actually a demand for your service, like people want it, okay? And authenticity. So actually differentiating yourself. And you can do that through being you, offering, no one can beat you at being you, essentially. That's ultimately why the School of Athens is so unique, because it's us. No one can compete with us. No, there's no Andro and there's no Quentin in the world like us, all right? It's not egotistical, it's just facts. Like there's not another Andro that's interested in the same things. That's what makes us unique. But you can use that authenticity with your SMMA as well. But it's rather difficult to do that, okay? But you can use it to differentiate yourself. Like authenticity with the SMMA is not necessarily focused to your personal brand or tied to your personal brand. Like the School of Athens is tied to our personal brand and our podcast. That's what makes it stand out. But with SMMA, it's pretty difficult, but you can still do it. I would highly recommend posting on YouTube, personal branding, all that thing, and then tie your SMMA to it. Okay? You might think a red ocean looks scary. I can assure you it's not that bad. the average SMMA owner sucks. Like, you see all these agency owners and all these people signing clients, and you think, oh, the competition is fierce and scary. Obviously, there are some people who are extremely good at their craft, but most people suck. I can tell you that right now. Most of them are just like bang on average. If you're just slightly better, you will win. And it's pretty easy to be slightly better. Remember, skills aren't good or bad. It's only good or bad compared to the rest of the market. Something is only good or bad in comparison. You're only happy because you once felt sad. If you weren't ever sad, you won't know what happiness feels like. We won't know what light looks like if there was no dark. Okay? So skills are only good if other people are bad. And that bad is they are, the average SMMA owner is pretty bad. So you just need to be slightly better, then you look like amazing. We've reached the end of the module, all right? So we're done. This is the only video you'll ever need on niche selection, all right? And there's a small gift I have for you. Plato's Pathway. Cool. So I have a quick Google Doc I want you to complete. So let's click on this. All right, still filming. It's good. So Plato's Pathway, you can just, there's going to be a PDF. So you go to File, or you just click on this, and it will take you to the, the file, and you just go to File, make a copy. So congrats on completing Plato's Pathway. Choosing the right niche is like choosing who you'll marry. Pretty important, and ideally, let's just change this. Ideally long term, okay? This guide will walk you through some get to know you questions to help you pick a niche that's not just a fling. You want to develop expertise in the field, like marrying almost. The following questions will guide you through a process to help you identify, evaluate, and commit to a niche that aligns with your skills, interest, and market needs or viability. So take your time with each one and let this process clarify your unique path in the marketplace. So let's go over the questions real quick. So this one's a bit longer because, niche is obviously pretty important. So 2, assess your interest. What's one topic you could talk about non-stop on a Saturday night? When you're not thinking about work, when you're just chatting with your friends, like what can you talk about non-stop? I usually talk about, psychology, like different ideologies. That's ultimately why we created the School of Athens, right? It's a discourse between different topics, which is pretty cool. Like making money, business, and also psychology, all right? That's what I love. And look at your YouTube watch history. Are there some clues to where your interest lies? Is there a recurring theme? If you can look at my YouTube watch history, it's just like business, psychology, and mindset stuff. Just, that's all, okay? That's probably the route I should go down. And that's ultimately what I did with the School of Athens, okay? But you can use that for your SMMA and agency as well. Like if you are focused on, let's say personal training and fitness and diet, like you can have an SMMA helping, let's say dietitians with their marketing, okay? Because you like that field, maybe the gym niche. So yeah, and also what movies do you like? That's also a good one to add. You like certain movies because the main character makes you think of yourself, or like aspects you want to develop. So number 3, if someone came to you for advice on something, what would they probably ask you about first? The first thing comes to mind with me is business. Like, like how can you help me with my agency, or how can you help me start a business? Maybe some health as well, because I've been going to the gym for 6 years, 7 years. So yeah. Number 4, which of these areas would you like to focus on first? So the 4 buckets: health, wealth, love, or purpose. So that's obviously subject to you. And then what are the top 5 pain points people in this market experience? Okay. How would you rank the urgency of each solution? So you just add the 5 areas or pain points in, let's say, take health. What are the top 5 pain points people in this market experience? And urgency, this is obviously the pain, right? Out of 10, like how much do they want this problem solved? All right, so do that. Number 6, what specific problem are you interested in and equipped to solve further? So this is a bit more of skills focused and interest. So which of these are you more interested in and equipped to solve further? And where do you see this market evolving in the next 1 to 3 years? Like, is it a growing market? Okay. Not like newspapers or Blu-ray, it's kind of a dying market with Netflix and that kind of thing. Or in-person DVDs, okay? It's probably dying. So does this market have the purchasing power for you to make a profit? Like, do they actually make money? Do you have access to potential audience of at least 30,000? Just a quick yes or no. Is there existing demand in this market? Okay. Indicated by competitors or businesses already serving similar clients. So this is good, as I mentioned. Competition is good. It means there's demand, and the competition is not that fierce. Like it's not that scary. Okay, but the average SMMA owner is pretty average. Okay, last one. After assessing your interests, skills, and market viability, 80%, 10%, 10%. What niche would you like to serve? So here you can go a bit deeper. All right, and when you've done with this document, you're not going to be like completely clear. It obviously helps a lot. Like this is better than 99% of people already. You're on the right path already, but you're not going to be exactly clear. Over time, you will realize, okay, I go a bit more on this niche. Okay, over time you'll get clear. It's like you'll find the path, but you need to start walking. You need to take the first step, and then you will uncover the path. All right. You can access the resource down below. It's going to be like, Plato's Pathway resource. PDF, click on the blue link, and then you can go and file, make a copy, and save it to your Google Drive, all right? So summary, the art of niche selection. So niche, to make a nest, which is essentially, obviously to make a nest, a chosen, protected space with specific needs. So health, wealth, love, and happiness. Maslow's hierarchy of needs, never go out of style, all right? The specialist advantage. So specialization obviously equals authority, like the cardiologist versus the family doctor. The cardiologist, he just focuses on one thing, but he makes a lot more money. Or a brain surgeon, he just focuses on the brain. Doesn't focus on the, fat people or anything like that, okay? It's just the brain, not the heart, the lungs, muscles, body weight, nothing like that. Just brain, and he makes a lot more money. Depth, not breadth, and T-shaped. Obviously, you need to know a little bit about a lot, okay? But you need to know depth in one niche. Picking your 2.0 niche, viability, which is 80%, interest, which is 10%, skills, 10%, interest, and equals your passion, improving skills through feedback. The only way to improve your skills, which you'll be confident in solving your client's problem, is through actually signing clients and gaining feedback. Growing market, important. Is the market in pain? Do they have purchasing power? Do they make money? Is the market size at least 30,000 people? And client findability. I don't know if that's a word, but can you easily find the clients? Reducing operational friction, the force that's generated when effort and resistance meet. Okay, so it's essentially like procrastination, but in business, it's reducing the amount of people you serve. Like just focus on one niche, one client, or one channel, one service, one avatar. Okay, you can get to $80,000 a month with that. Okay, and then less is more. Not working less, but focusing on less and focusing a lot on that less. So choosing the right boat. It doesn't matter how hard you row, it matters which boat you get in. And which boat is essentially the business model and then the niche, okay? So SMMA, and then above that is obviously consultant, which you can then get into later down the line. So traditional 9-to-5er versus SMMA owner, and then you got the bamboo story, where for the first 1 to 2 years, you won't make a lot of money, but then after like 2 years, you're like, whoa, 5% increase, 5,000% increase. Like, are you crazy? Consultant, leverage, give me a lever and a fulcrum on which to stand on, and I shall move the world. Hard work. It's not always about hard work. And then common niche selection mistakes. Entering a sophisticated niche where people are already like crazy good. Okay, it's going to be pretty difficult. Trendy niches, just hopping on a trendy niche, flashy niche. Financial viability. Market, just go back. Market supply and demand. Analysis by paralysis. Niche hopping. General niches. Copycatting, fear of choosing, SMMA saturated, which is not the case. 5.5 million new businesses in US alone every single year. 500,000 new businesses every single month. You can probably sign a couple, okay? Debunking myths, competition, it's not always as harsh as it seems. Red ocean or read ocean, these small stuff, bro. So red ocean, blue ocean, and escaping competition through authenticity, and authenticity versus product market fit. You obviously need to find a balance between the two. Okay, so that's it. So if you enjoy this one, if you want to leave a testimonial, go to testimonial.to/the School of Athens. It would be greatly appreciated if you do so, and then your journey inspires others. Like if you leave these testimonials, obviously it will help our business a lot, which we appreciate. But let's say someone else wants to find this information and your video, they watch that and they resonate with the video you put out there, and then you get another person in, helping them change their life. So you are really making a difference by leaving these testimonials. So last quote I want to leave you with. So if everybody is doing it one way, there's a good chance you can find your niche by going exactly in the opposite direction. That's Sam Walton, right? Founder of Walmart, all right? If everyone's doing one thing, there's a good chance you can find a niche by going in the exact opposite direction. Like with me, for example, everyone was doing paid ads, paid advertising for their clients. I was like, okay, so everyone is doing this one thing. The same when everyone was going to college. I'm like, okay, so if everyone is going there, there's probably not much opportunity left. So let me go the complete opposite direction and do my own thing, and it worked out well. Okay? You can find a niche that way. Founder of Walmart, worth like trillions probably, all right? So if you enjoyed this one, I'm glad, and then hopefully you got some value from this, and I can guarantee you this is the only video you'll ever need. You don't need any niche selection videos anymore. This is the one video, the one thing, all right? So you can watch it a couple of times just to nail it in if you want to. Other than that, I see you on the next video. Bye-bye. I'm super excited to share this one with you. So Plato's proposal. What on earth is this, right? So this is all about offer creation. And an offer is essentially the transformation you are promising to the marketplace, all right? So let me say that again. An offer is not any weird stuff like that you share, what's your guarantee and all this, which obviously I'm going to cover in this video extensively. But at its core, an offer is a transformation you are presenting to the marketplace, all right? You are just sharing a transformation, and if people resonate with that, they will, obviously show interest. So once you've uncovered your niche, which are hopefully, you went through Plato's pathway, and that's all about niche selection. Obviously, I covered that in extensive detail as well. This won't entirely make sense if you haven't gone through that. So you found your segment of the marketplace that you want to serve out of market viability, interest, or skills, right? And then from there, in order to make money, you need to show some form of a transformation that they would like to see in their journey. And this is all about Plato's proposal. Okay, so really excited for this one. I'm going deep in this one as well, especially in the first couple of segments. So let's just hop in. Table of contents, introduction as always, client acquisition 101. So here I'm going to go in depth about why people actually buy. So this is very important, because if you don't know why people buy, if you don't know the foundation of what this is built from, it's going to be shaky, okay? So if you know why people buy, like, you will have such a massive advantage in the marketplace. Offer Alchemy Part 1. This is all about the main components that consist of an offer. Offer Alchemy Part 2. This is all about the enhancements that you can add on top of your offer. Think about, so Part 1 is all about let's take a cake, for example, right? That's like the foundation of the cake, like the main thing. And then Part 2 is like the icing on top, all right? Conversion copy formula. So this is all about how to present your offer to the marketplace. Offer creation red flags. So some red flags that I see when people create their offers. I've seen a ton of offers. Bunch of people DM me, email me every single day. So I see how they are presenting their offer and why I answer some and why I don't answer some. And obviously I can notice these patterns. So if you don't do this, you have a good offer. Like Charlie Munger says, the only thing I want to know is where I'm going to die, so I don't go there. This is all about, like, if you know what you don't need to do and you don't do that, you will have a good offer, all right? So premium pricing, and then product offer dynamics, and then summary. So yeah, it's going to be a pretty long video, close to 2 hours, I assume. But this is like you won't need any other offer video after this one. Like, that's my goal. That's my goal with all of these videos, really. After this, you won't need any other offer video. Like, you don't have to waste any other time. You can just go about creating your offer and sending that to as much people as possible. So as always, theschoolofathens.com/guide. There's a quick video that actually showcases what you'll get when you sign up for our newsletter. You get 2 free guides, as I mentioned, plus exclusive updates and just 3 valuable emails every single week. 2 emails every single week from Quentin and I. Very, very cool emails. Like, I really enjoy writing this emails every single week. Super valuable. People love it. So yeah, just sign up there. Make sure to share the course as well. As I've probably said in most of these videos, here's a YouTube link down here. or YouTube icon, and it goes to our YouTube, like our podcast page. From there, you can just click copy link and share. You probably know how to do that, right? So help out your fellow entrepreneurs. It's all free. All you have to invest in is your time and attention. If you can't do that, there's probably no hope, right? Like, this is free. So all you need is your time and attention, and you can acquire the knowledge. So yeah. YouTube, Instagram, and TikTok. Stay up to date when new episodes drop. Some exclusive content on my Instagram and YouTube. So yeah, the School of Athens and Andro Koen for that. So introduction. Warm welcome to Plato's proposal. So proposal is obviously the thing you present to someone. It's a proposal. It's like a gift almost. So this is like a gift to you. So you can create your own gift and give it to someone else. So you can share it along. All right. So after this module, you'll have everything you could possibly need to craft $100 million offers. All right. As Alex Omosi likes to say. I actually got the book up there, as you can see. So every successful business started with one key component, a banger offer. Like, that's how every single business started. And essentially, everything is downstream from attention. So, you first need to create an offer, and then you need attention for that offer, which I will cover in Outbound Philosophies, on later weeks. So if you can craft your offer, you have your product, essentially, then you need attention. Because if you have the best offer in the world, like 10 out of 10, but no one knows about it, it's useless. It's literally useless. So, offer is obviously the first step. From there, we can gather attention around that offer. Your offer is the thing that you advertise for the world to see. Make sure it's good, okay? It's the exact same methodology with dating. Dating and business, there's a lot of, and health and gym, and there's a lot of correlations, a lot. It's crazy. As you go along your journey, you'll see like there's so many correlations with business and with the gym and dating especially. So like in dating, you are the offer, like your personality, like that creates like the components, which I'll also cover in Offer Alchemy Part 1. Like the components is your personality, maybe your physique, your aesthetics, all of that, all right? So you are the offer. Improving your offer results in more dates, and how you present yourself affects the lead quality, okay? Perception is extremely important. Very, very important, especially now with Instagram. Like, perception is literally everything, because how they see that's how they perceive you, right? So obviously we're not here to get dates. We're here to make money, but the money can also lead to dates. So anyway, so let's dive in. Client acquisition 101. So this is important. This client acquisition 101 right here, which I'm going to cover. Like, pay close attention. You probably want to watch this exact one, like Client Acquisition 101. You don't have to watch the entire Plato's proposal again, but this one specifically, you can watch it at least 2 to 3 times, because it goes extremely deep. And if you can fundamentally understand this to its core, like you have so much power. It's crazy. All right. So before we can solve the offer problem, we need to know why people buy in the first place. If you don't know why people buy, you are just creating this thing out of thin air, really. So you don't really know why you're creating this. Like, why do I create this offer? So I'm going to cover why we create offers in the first place. It's not random as you might think. You might think that when you go to the store and you're waiting in line, and then it's random, like what type of snack you choose. All right, this is not random at all. And grocery stores know this. They know this so good that they can then use it more effectively. So if you understand client acquisition and why people buy so good, you have such an advantage. You can do things consciously. Let's say a grocery store doesn't know, they think it's random. They would just put, snacks in random order and stuff like that. But the reason when you go out the checking line, right, and there's chocolates there at the end, when you want to pay for your stuff that you just bought, your groceries, at the end there's like chocolates and Kit Kats and Bar Ones and stuff. That's when there's so many biases that go into this, and then you just take the Kit Kat because like you want to take a break, okay? So there's an exact science to this. At the heart of client acquisition lies a few key elements. So drive is number one. This is where it all starts. The underlying motivation that pushes a potential client to seek out a solution. And with these slides, like I wouldn't suggest putting it on 2x speed, right? Like you need to really, really understand this. It's not like surface level stuff. So it's the underlying motivation, So they're not necessarily conscious of this, that pushes a potential client to seek out a solution. Like you didn't, it's your drive that got you to this program, which I'll also cover. And then you have the goal, which manifests, because of the drive. So the specific result or outcome the potential client desires to achieve. Then you've got a problem. Obviously, if you have a goal, there's usually some form of a problem in the way. Right? So the obstacle or challenge that stands in the way of the client reaching their goal. The pain, the emotional or physical discomfort caused by the client's problem. If you have a problem, there's some form of a pain that will arise. It doesn't have to be crazy, like emotional and crying, but like you have this goal, and then usually the goal manifests a problem or challenge, and then because of that challenge, you have some form of emotional pain, whether that's like anxiety or like procrastination. Like that's all like pain. Okay, it doesn't have to be you hitting your toe against your bed. Okay, this can either be conscious or unconscious. Action, the specific steps the client needs to take to move forward, resolving the problem and therefore their pain. And then confidence, the trust and assurance that the potential client feels when deciding to make a purchase. So, these are extremely important. Like you can rewind and listen to this again. Okay, the drive, goal, problem, pain, action, and confidence, and it's in that exact order. If you know this, you know why people buy, and I will uncover each one. So if you understand these elements of client acquisition, you can print money at will, and truly, because these drives that people have, it will never like, people will always have drives. If people have drives, there will always be goals that is set. And if there's goals that is set, okay, let me just go back. If there's goals, there will be problems. And as I've mentioned in market mindfulness, you are a problem solver. So there will always be problems. So you can always make money. Okay? People will always have pain. So, yeah. Let's do a deep dive into each one. So, drive. It's not that one sentence isn't enough. I want to extrapolate it. And once you're done with this, you'll have a thorough understanding of each element of client acquisition. So, client acquisition is this thing, is like, I uncovered it as well in observing the model. Client acquisition, like, what is it? So, here, I'm uncovering the elements of client acquisition. So, drive. So drive is the core motivation behind a potential client's desire for change. Like this is like every slide is so important. So drive is the core motivation behind a potential client's desire for change. Desire for change, not necessarily like, the actual problem being solved. It's the desire for change. Drive can also be seen as the dopamine that pushes them to seek a solution. It's that thing that's like, it's like this force. It's like you don't know exactly why you're doing this. Like, why are you going through this course? Why do I want to sign clients? It's like this drive. So it can either be unconscious or conscious. This dopamine sets everything in motion. Take yourself, for example. Your drive caused you to go through this program. You're watching this. It's not a rational choice. Obviously, you clicked on this, which is kind of conscious and rational. But the underlying drive and motivation that pushed you to ultimately click on this and then go through this program and go on plate this proposal and craft an offer, like that's all unconscious. And then you can use that to also get clients for your agency. So not necessarily your rational thoughts that got you here. Without this drive, there's no reason to take action. No reason. Like, you see this in the modern world. Like, obviously it was me as well. Not a couple of years ago, but like, let's say I was like 16, 17, 18, around there, all right? We just play games, What was the previous one? So yeah, without this drive, there's no reason to take action. People, like Andrew Huberman talks about this a lot. Quentin in his modules probably a lot as well. But if you know this, people's drive is just removed completely. They have no drive because they are over flooding themselves and their receptors. Like Quentin obviously knows a lot more than me when it comes to this stuff, right? But their dopamine receptors are completely fried with all the food they're eating, the fast food, the video games, the social media, the TikTok. Like their brain is just completely fried. Like it's scientifically proven that a goldfish now has a longer attention span than a human. So I think a goldfish is like 5 seconds or 6 seconds, and a human is like 5, 4, something like that. So just going through this video alone is more than most people will ever do, because they don't have the attention to sit through a 2-hour video. I make these videos long as well because I want you to practice paying attention to a 2-hour video. Like that's in and of itself is you improving, not just scrolling on TikTok and Reels and stuff. Okay, so their drives are completely diminished. They don't have it. So that's why you see people just, the modern man is struggling a lot. All right. But also that sets the bar very low. So the price of excellence has never been so cheap. All right. So this drive manifests because people are seeking to fulfill needs. Here are some examples. So comfort is number one, and that suppresses the needs. All right. Success, freedom. This drive, let me just go back. So this drive manifests because people are seeking to fulfill needs. So yeah, I didn't quite read that right. So some examples are people are seeking comfort. All right. Whether that be like even money can bring comfort, like that's security. Okay. Success, people are looking to become a success in whatever that means to them. Freedom, they're seeking freedom, like probably you, financial freedom, time freedom, financial freedom, like I just mentioned, or like location freedom. You just want to travel, right? And not be tied to one spot. They want status. This is also a big one, especially men. Most of the clients you'll be working with often seek status. And they don't necessarily want to say this, okay? They're not going to say, oh, I want to buy your services because I want status. Like, maybe you get some upfront people, but most people won't say this because deep down they don't even know, or they don't want to say it because, obviously I want status as well. Like everyone wants status. I'm pretty big on it actually. So there's actually 4 motivations, which I will actually put the link down below. All right, I actually need to write it down. Let's see if I can remember. So 4 types. It's a motivation, or not a motivational, it's a quiz that you can take to uncover your motivations. And if you know your motivations, you can tap into it when necessary. So there's 4 motivations, the 4 M's from Ty Lopez, all right? He's a big mentor of mine as well. Actually been coached by him one-on-one as well. So the number 1 is mating. So, a good example of this is Dan Balzerian or Hugh Hefner. They just like women, lots of partners, all right? So that's mating. Motivated by that, so they will achieve their goals because they want all these women. Mating, and then number 2 is movement. So that's like freedom. I'm very big on that as well, like a 72 out of 100. So I'm motivated to travel and just do what I want to do when I want to do it, kind of thing. Okay, so just like freedom doesn't necessarily have to be travel. It can be just the freedom to do what you want. Like I'm choosing to film this video right now. I don't have to do anything, but like I have the freedom to do it. And then the third one is so mating, movement, mastery. So that's essentially status. Okay, and there's one more. So material things. Okay, so those are the 4. I'm not that big on material things. I'm like a 52 out of 100. So I still want a nice car, a nice apartment, but I'm not really motivated by that. Mastery, I'm pretty big on, like status in my work. Okay, that's big for me. And then obviously movement, freedom, and mating. That's like the lowest one. I'm not that, like lots of partners. It doesn't really motivate me as much. All right. Obviously, I want to marry one day, but like not multiple partners. Like that's just a waste of time, in my opinion. Okay. So you can position your offer, perception, to make them feel like they gain more status. That's what I do a lot as well in my offer. You have to if you can do this ethically, to fulfill their desires. Like why not, right? And you're golden. So if you can position your offer to make them feel like they gain more status, you're golden. Your clients either want to reach a goal or a better state, so they're goal-driven. So there are 2 reasons. They either want to reach a better state, which is goal-driven, or they want to escape a negative one, which is pain-driven. So knowing if your client is driven by goals or pain helps you to tailor your approach. This will completely determine how you position your offer and what messaging you use. If they want to achieve a goal, you'll have it more ambitious, more goal-driven, and pain. You will emphasize the pain more so they can act because they don't want to, experience that pain anymore. So goal-driven or pain-driven. I will go into much more detail on this in week 3, Socratic selling, on the actual sales part, the persuasion and the script writing and objections and all of this. And you can then use that and you know whether they're goal-driven or pain-driven. I can instantly, when I hop on a Zoom call, within the first 1 to 2 seconds, I know instantly whether they are pain-driven or goal-driven. I know it because I've done over 300 calls. I just know. It's like an instinct. I can even tell, which is kind of scary. Like I can tell how much money they're making. I'm off by like $5,000, plus minus. I know exactly how much money they're making. It's kind of scary. So because I just know their demeanor, how they hop on the call, the setup, like, all of this, I can kind of see, right? Sometimes I'm completely off. Not really, okay? Like 95% of the time, I'm spot on accurate because of this patterns you see. So, and obviously once you do this for a while, then you know exactly how to tailor your sales, which I will uncover in Socratic selling, obviously. So the best clients are the ones who are goal driven. So they're not in a lot of pain, which can also be a negative because they don't have any pain. They're comfortable where they are. But then you just need to emphasize the goal more, which I will obviously uncover in the sales module. So if they are pain-driven, they are usually not in the best mental state. That's just obvious, right? So it'll be much harder to serve them. It's easier to help winners win more than it is to help losers become winners. That's a quote from Grant Cardone. This is big. This is big. It's easier to help winners win more, so that's essentially goal-driven people, than it is to help losers, pain-driven, because their current situation is painful, become winners. It's so difficult. Like I went through a lot of courses as well, and people take my testimonial and they think, obviously it's a good course, right? But they take my results, right? And say, oh, look how good my course is. But I just win no matter what. So it's not necessarily the course. Obviously, there's a part that plays into it, and I know how the whole game works. I know all the social proof. I know how it works, which I don't care at all. Okay, but they take my results and say, "Oh, look how good my testimonial and coaching and mentorship is." But like, I would have won no matter what. I would have done it without the course. So yeah, the drive is deeply personal. Most people aren't even aware that they have this drive, and it's probably you. Maybe you're watching this right now, and you're like, "Wow, I didn't even know why I have a goal." It's because of this drive, which I will uncover in the next few minutes. So, most people aren't even aware they have this drive. When you were younger, maybe you got bullied in school, all right? So, and then you have this drive that you want to prove people wrong, or that there's a lot of these unconscious drives, like in Carl Jung's work, he talks a lot about this, like the shadow and the unconscious that drives most people. It's like 90% of your behaviors is subconscious, more like 95 really. So you think you're thinking rational and you're doing this and this, and obviously there's critical thinking that comes into it, but 95% of your decision making is unconscious. So this drive. So you were maybe bullied in school and you hate authority now, which is kind of me as well. Like I was kind of bullied in school as well. Not that crazy, but still. And then, like I hate authority, like teachers, all the stuff. So that's definitely an unconscious drive. But now I'm conscious of it. So like Carl Jung said, if you don't make the unconscious conscious, it will rule your life and you will call it fate. So you want to make that unconscious conscious, which I'm doing in this video for you as well. So maybe you were rejected as well in high school. You asked a girl to date or to prom or whatever. She's like, no. And then you're like, fuck. So maybe this is another motivational drive of yours. It's pushing you to achieve success. So you need to be aware of this. Like Carl Jung said, you want to make the unconscious conscious. You don't want to be driven by this and just being swayed by your emotions. You want to know why you are doing stuff. And that's why it's good to take personality quizzes as well. Hopefully you're writing this down. Like, this is some sauce I'm throwing here. Like, if you don't know this stuff, you're just going to be moving around the world unconsciously, just being swayed by your emotions. Your emotions are going to pull you left, right, and center. All right, so this is where the drive manifests usually. A lot of entrepreneurs have a chip on their shoulder, and that means they went through some shit in the early days. All right, because why would you voluntarily put yourself through so much pain, which is entrepreneurship, right? Why would you do that? It's because you went through a lot of pain when you were younger. Okay, so that's the reason why. most of the time it's either shaped by external influences. Parents, maybe your parents, I don't know, hurt you or something. I don't know what happens there. I'm extremely lucky. I had an amazing family, loving mother, disciplined father. So I'm good there. But I know some parents, are a bit rough. And then you have media. That's obviously a big one. Social media, peer pressure from your immediate circle, social expectations, all this stuff, all right? Or internal needs, like security. Like you just want to, that's Maslow's hierarchy of needs, all right? You want to feel secure, belonging, status, autonomy. That's that whole triangle, which I also shared in a couple of modules in week 1. So then you have goal. So now we have drive, all right? Now we have a goal. Because of this drive, that you have this unconscious feeling, that sets a new goal because you want to get out of this terrible state, all right? Everyone has goals, but have you ever stopped to wonder why people set goals? Like, why is this even a thing? Like, why aren't people just happy where they are, content? Just like, I don't need to set any goals, Why do people set goals? A goal is the destination where their drive is leading them. This drive you have, it's leading them there. It's a direct manifestation of your drive. So when you have this drive, that happened because of external influences, right? Like maybe rejection, bullying, friends, social media, parents, that kind of thing. And then a goal manifests, like it just happens. The goal just, you might not know exactly what you want your goal to be. That's why it's good to get clear on your goal. But it manifests like that, all right? You believe that once you reach this destination, your goal, your needs will be fulfilled. Like you won't feel this chip on your shoulder anymore. You'll feel content and happy, which is not always the case, right? Because you need to make the unconscious conscious. For example, if the drive is freedom, the goal could be making $10,000 a month, $20,000 per month from an online business. Like your goal is freedom, all right? That's you. You want to make $10,000 a month. You want to make $20,000 a month. Like you have this unconscious drive for freedom because maybe in school your teachers were, very authoritative. Like they would tell you what to do. You need to do it this time, homework this time, tests, all this stuff, and it just didn't like that at all. So you want your own freedom. You want to make your own choices. All right, that's you. So that's your unconscious, and I know this to be true because I was you. That's why my marketing and everything is so potent because I can speak directly to your desires. I know you want to achieve success because you want some status, you want to drive a fast car, you want to live the good life, you want to show people like, I can actually amount to something, that kind of thing, all right? So yeah, we will go into much more detail on this in week 2, Apollo's target, all about goal setting. So this is just uncovering what a goal is. So every goal is rooted in some form of drive. That's just how it is. People set goals to satisfy these underlying drives. Once they achieve that, they think the underlying drive will be fulfilled. This goal creates separation. The current situation and the desired situation, goal achieved. So this goal, right, it creates separation from your current state and the desired state. And obviously those two aren't equal, so that creates a separation. Your offer should bridge the separation and that gap. So as you can see right here, this is your current situation. Maybe you right now watching this video. And then you have a desired situation of making $10,000, $20,000, $30,000 a month with your agency, traveling the world, going to Dubai, Bali, driving your scooters, being able to afford all your food and, maybe rent a Porsche here and there, okay? And travel. And maybe take your family to Thailand as well, all right? And then this causes separation. Obviously you're not there. So, and your offer should bridge the gap. So this is obviously you, but we as humans are very alike and the same. Like we're all really the same. That's why I can talk to you like as I know you because I was you. We're all the same. So, your clients are the exact same way as well. They have a current situation and they have a desired situation. And this separation you can fulfill or you can bridge with your offer. So this is what it's all about. It's a transformation you are offering to your marketplace. It's a transformation you are offering to your client's current situation. Like you are saying, you can get here, all right? I can help you get here. The better you can understand their current situation, the better you can tailor your offer to suit their needs. The more they will feel understood, right? The more they will buy. So like Dan Locke says, people don't buy when they understand what you sell. They buy when they feel understood. Because when they feel understood, they feel like you have the solution. Because why do I understand you so good? And you are currently living where I want to be. So that's why I went to this program. All right? That's essentially why. Because I can speak to you in such a way because I understand you. So if you can understand your client avatar really good, you can do the exact same as I did with you going through this program. All right? So however, this desired situation creates a problem. They are not there. That's the big problem. They are not at their desired situation. They are currently at their current situation. This problem will either be not enough views. So this is what your clients will experience. They don't have enough views on their YouTube channel, maybe their social media, Instagram, TikTok, whatever. Not enough leads. So that can be, with any sort of business, maybe a real estate business. They don't have enough leads to follow up on. Not enough appointments. Not enough clients. Not enough money. That's the problem. Okay. So it's just downstream. So, views, and then that views lead to leads. Those leads lead to appointments. Those appointments lead to clients. Okay. So if you obviously sell the client, and then those clients lead to money and give you money. So if the closer you can get to the money part, the more you can charge. But not always, but like most people want money. Your offer, you need to present it in such a manner where it will show them that they can get money. It's because, people don't want views. They don't necessarily just want views. Some people do for the status aspect, but they want views, they want leads, they want appointments, they want clients to make more money. Every single business, your offer should help them make more money. At least show it to them that way. So, with our agency, we get them millions of views, all right? But I don't necessarily position it that way. I do both. I say we can, grow your followers by a lot, and we can get you a lot of money. Because usually if they get more views, we get those views to the YouTube channel, more people will see it, more people will convert, all right? So that's how we position it. Most people want more money, all right? So that creates a problem. We are all well aware of what a problem is. We all know what problems are, right? It's the thing that is stopping you from reaching the promised land. It's like this challenge, like it's the dragon, all right? People are actually a good, people are a good thing as well, but problems are actually a good thing. It means you're setting goals. If you don't have problems, you're not setting goals. So, and that can be personal as well. Like maybe you are just happy where you are, exactly as you are. You don't want to set goals. Usually when people are older, they are that way because they're just like, I couldn't be bothered. But like when you're younger, you want to set a lot of goals. And those goals create problems. So problems are actually a good thing. It means you are stretching yourself. A problem can only manifest if you have a goal. For example, your goal is to get jacked and, get a lot of muscle. That's like you in the gym. But this guy's got crazy genetics, by the way. So probably not going to look like him, but yeah, you want to get jacked, all right? Like that's your goal. The problem is that you're not eating enough steak. That's the problem, okay? You're not eating enough protein, not enough steak. Or maybe you're not going to the gym as much. You're not as disciplined. That's the problem. So you're going through this program to make money so you can buy more steak. The problem that you have is not being able to afford steak. That's the problem. You can't afford the steak. Come on, bro. Like, why can't I even afford food? Like, that was me when I was starting. I was like, bro, like, I can't even afford a steak. Or I can, but like, it's gonna take a chunk out of my savings. Like, I don't want that to be the case. I just want to buy steak. Like, why can't I even do that? And I was like, come on. I'm better than this. Like, it shouldn't be this way. So this creates pain. As you can feel, like, I had this pain, like, come on, man. Like, what is this? The same with your clients. Clients and you're the exact same. I'm kind of tailoring this more towards you, but your clients are the exact same. They are facing a problem that is stopping them from reaching their desired situation. It's your job to solve that problem. Get them to their desired situation and alleviate their pain. So when they obviously achieved a situation, their pain that they experienced will be alleviated because you solved the problem. In return, you will get paid. You're a problem solver in Market Mindfulness for more. So if you haven't watched Market Mindfulness, if you haven't watched Plato's Pathway, all of these previous modules, it won't really make sense, okay? So I suggest you go through those as well. I know it's long, but I purposely made it that way so you can pay attention and focus. And also, there's a lot of nuance that goes into it. I want to drill it down. if I just show you one slide, it won't stick. All right. So I'm doing all of this purposefully. The cure for pain is in the pain. This is a pretty good quote when I saw this. So the cure for the pain you are seeking is in that pain. It's going in that. It's just, where you fear most, that's usually where you need to go. You know exactly what you need to do. It's just you have so much, that's why you procrastinate. It's like you need to do this thing, but like it's so much pain that you just avoid it. You procrastinate, but you need to do it. So it all comes down to just doing the work, really. So let's uncover pain. So pain is the consequence of the problem standing in the way of the goal. Pain is this thing that manifests because the problem is here and it's standing in between you and achieving your goal. This pain can either be conscious or unconscious. It's much better to be conscious of the pain driving you, so you can tap into it when necessary. You need to make the unconscious conscious. You need to make that pain conscious so you can tap into it. So when you are procrastinating or whatever, like you can tap into that pain and it can work. Okay? It's potent fuel, but it's not necessarily it's like your dark side almost, all right? It's good to be aware of it, but you don't want to be driven by it or 100% of the time, because that will just lead to burnout and not very purposeful and meaningful and fulfilling work. So then to be swayed around by your emotions unconsciously, like just being swayed like a leaf in the wind, because of your emotions or because of your unconscious. So pain creates urgency to act. It's not the goal that causes you to act. People think when they set a goal, they will just start to act, but it's not the goal. It's the pain, and because of the goal, there's a problem, and that problem causes pain. So that's how it works. Everyone has goals. Everyone wants to be rich. Everyone wants to be jacked. Everyone, really. So why isn't everyone doing it? It's because they don't have enough pain. It's just like, they're happy where they are right now. How much pain do you have? If the problem isn't causing significant pain, you won't feel motivated to take action. If that problem isn't causing significant pain, so you need to make it even more painful. Like you need to remove all the comfort. Like you need to objectively look at your life and feel like, damn, like I can't even afford steak. Like what is this? Like surely there's bigger things out there. So where did I go with this? So you may not feel motivated to take action, right? If you're just content and happy, you got your Netflix, you got your food, you got maybe a decent apartment, everything is paid for. Like why would you put yourself through voluntary pain? So that's why you kind of, at the start especially, need to put yourself through voluntary pain. Like you need to enhance the pain. You need to make it more painful. You're like, bro, like I'm seeing these people travel. I can't even do this. Like I don't even have money to buy food. My parents need to pay me food. Like I don't even have my own apartment. Like what is this? Like this is terrible. Like I'm in my 20s. Like I need to figure stuff out, right? If you just, most people, they think they are happy when they're comfortable, but they're not really. They're just suppressing their pain. That's all it comes down to. I know deep down most men, because this is, for a majority of men is going to go through this. Obviously there's some women as well, which is also totally fine. That's more masculine. It's a masculine pursuit, all right, is to achieve goals. But the reason this depression and anxiety comes from is because you're just doing nothing. That's when the anxiety comes from. That's where this depression comes from, because you are meant for more, but you're suppressing that and just being comfortable with your Netflix and your fast food. That's why. That's why you feel this anxiety and this depression, because you're not acting. And you deep down know you can achieve more, but you're not taking action, and that causes the anxiety. So here's exercises you can do to artificially create more pain. So you might be very comfortable right now, but you have to artificially create more pain. That's what I did when I invested in a mentorship, right? It was $10,000. I went into debt. So I caused that pain. Like I artificially created more pain. I was like, oh shit. Like I am now like $8,000 in debt because I paid like $2,000. Like I'm literally $8,000 in debt. Like that's a lot of pain. And I obviously had no money, no clients, nothing. So that caused a lot of pain. And you are damn sure I worked extremely hard, all right? So visualize future regret. Ask yourself, what will my life look like if I stay comfortable and keep procrastinating? If you just keep doing what you're doing, keep procrastinating, keep watching Netflix and fast food, like what would your life look like? If you visualize missed opportunities, staying stuck or falling behind, it will stir discomfort and cause you to act. If you just do exactly what you're doing right now, Maybe you're working, which is good, right? That's very good. Then you're obviously suppressing the pain a bit. But if you just procrastinate and stay comfortable, like what would your life look like? What would be the money you're making? What will be the physique you have? Maybe the woman by your side. How will she look like? Like just average? Or would you like a traditional, beautiful woman by your side, right? And obviously that woman that you want is not gonna go for an average dude. That's just not gonna be the case, all right? So number 2 is set higher standards. What you celebrate, you tolerate. So raise the bar for what you consider acceptable. Think bigger. Make the floor your ceiling. So essentially what I mean by that is your floor, make the ceiling your floor. So your ceiling is like what you deem as like a very, very good goal to achieve, like the ceiling. It's like, wow, that's good. But you need to make the ceiling your floor, like your minimum standard. It's just like, this is $10,000 a month is nothing. It's like just standard. That's what you need. You need to think a lot bigger, all right? And this is obviously a bit difficult. A book I recommend is The Magic of Thinking Big by David Schwartz. I think that's his name. So read that. And also, 10x is easier than 2x. It's a book by Benjamin. Not sure what his surname is, but 10x is easier than 2x, all right? So create external pressures. Share your goals publicly on social media. I did this when I made my first YouTube videos. You can watch back. It was like 2 years ago or so. It's like my 20K a month protocol. And obviously I'm a completely different human being right now. So that's also can be a source of motivation. You'll see when I started out, I was not as confident. Like, I was just looking weird. Yeah, I keep that there because it's the contrast. So you can see, like shit, this guy wasn't all that, but he achieved quite a lot. Okay, not really, but achieved some form of success. All right, so you can look at that, and I said, here's how I'm going to make $20,000 a month. At the time, I was making no money with my agency, nothing, zero. So, and I said, here's how I'm going to make 20K, and 6 months later, I made $20,000. Crazy. So I said, now I have to achieve these goals. Like, I can't fail in front of everyone. Like, I got probably like 200 to 300 views on that video. I was like, I can't fail in front of all these people. Okay. Comparison. So constantly visualize what the best version of yourself will do. Imagine how much further ahead you'd be if you always did what you know was the right thing to do. And you definitely know what you need to do, always. It's like you are watching YouTube videos because you want to learn more, but actually need to do cold calling. You actually need to send emails. You actually need to do the sales calls. That's literally all you need to do, by the way. Sales calls and cold calling and cold DMs and cold emails. And maybe running ads if you have some money. That's what you need to do. But you are watching YouTube videos, you're watching, maybe you are, going for a walk, you are eating some food because you don't want to do it. Like, just do what you know you need to do. That's the easiest way. Well, like, what would the best version of yourself do? And just do that. And if you do that for a long period of time, you will achieve your goals. Number 5 is remove comfort. So comfort creates complacency. Like, if you just comfort, like, you would just be happy. Like, why would I change, right? I don't want to go into the unknown. So the less comfort you have in your life, by definition, this will create discomfort. So this will make the desire for progress even greater. So, a lot of people want to almost reward themselves after a hard day of work. Like, I would just reward myself with more work, especially in the beginning stages. Now it's a bit more different. Now it's more strategic decisions. Not hard work doesn't necessarily mean I sign more clients. Not always, all right? It's more about strategic decisions and crafting my ad in a specific way and doing like this thing. And I can obviously hire people as well who can do it better for me. So, I obviously at the end of the day, like, I would just read. Like, that's fine, right? But a lot of people, they reward themselves with like a YouTube video, or, for 2 hours they watch like Iman Gadget videos. Like, bro, you know what you need to do. So just remove the comfort and do that. A key point to understanding client acquisition is understanding yourself. Like, all of these things you can compare to you, like set higher standards, all of this comparison, remove comfort, is by understanding yourself, right? And if you understand yourself, you will understand other people. If you know yourself, you'll know others. Here's a cool quote as well. He who knows others is wise. If you know human nature, you know how people act, you are wise. But he who knows himself is enlightened, because he he who knows himself, he knows others as well. Because others and the self is the same. It's the exact same thing. Like, you know exactly what you need to do. Like, I know what you need to do. You need to do cold calls. You need to send cold emails. And you're going to feel this pain. It's like, I don't want to do that. But like, that's what it takes. That's why not everyone is making $10,000 a month. Because it's difficult. But you know what you need to do. It's simple, but it's not easy. Okay? Success is harder than it seems, but simpler than it looks. That's a term I coined. It's harder than it seems. Like, it seems pretty easy from the outside in. Like, you watch a YouTube video, you see the Instagram, it's like, wow, this guy just achieved success quickly. It's harder than it seems, but simpler than it looks. So it looks from the outside in, it looks pretty complex. It's like, wow, what's all these diagrams, all this stuff, like, all this intertwined, like, what is sales calls and objection, like, what's all this stuff? But it's actually way simpler. But it's harder than it looks, okay? Harder than it seems. So, when you're experiencing pain, you are driven to take action and seek a relief. When the pain is bad enough, action is a natural consequence. Let's take, let's say a baby puts his hand on a stove, like a hot stove, all right? The baby is instantly going to lift his hand. Because that pain, so much pain, causes you to act as a natural consequence. It's like, you're not thinking, I should probably lift my hand. Like, no, you're not thinking at all. Like, when your hand is, let's say, on a fire, you instantly, like, lift it up. That's action. You didn't even think of it. So if you put yourself through so much pain, action is a natural consequence. So you need to artificially create more pain if you're comfortable right now. So action. Action is a response to pain. Action is taken when the pain from the problem becomes too much to bear. When you're just like sick of your situation, you're just like, fuck this shit. Like, I can achieve more. Like, what is this? Like, what is my situation? Like, I want to travel. I want to make lots of money. I want to live the cool lifestyle. I want the cool cars. I want to network with like-minded individuals. Now I'm just stuck in my room, with like all this painful work. Just like, nah. Like, then you just take action. Then actually, action is just like a natural consequence of when the pain is just too much to bear. As Tony Robbins said, change happens when the pain of staying the same, when that pain of your current situation is so much that you just have to act, is greater than the pain of change. So the pain of change is obviously still there. Like, when you have to change, it takes some effort and pain and all that stuff and sacrifice. But if your current situation is just so painful, you will act. All right? And that's what you do on sales calls. It depends on if it's a pain-driven or it's a goal-driven individual. But usually if they're goal-driven, they still have some pain because they're not where they want to be. So obviously in Socratic selling, I will mention more about that. There's a lot of more nuance that goes into it. Like for some clients, for example, you can't just artificially create all this pain because they're already making, like, let's say $100,000 a month. And some of your clients will make a lot of money, right? To afford it, because those are the only ones who can afford your services, which I will cover in premium pricing as well. So, they're not necessarily going to be so pain driven. They just want to actualize and achieve their purpose, essentially, and achieve their mission. So, yeah, it's how you need to talk a bit differently then. So pain and action operate on a threshold. So action threshold is the level of pain required to push someone to act. So as you can see right here, so this is time on the bottom, and then you've got pain. So people's pain is fluctuating every now and then, and let's say they're experiencing so much pain, they just can't handle it, and this right here is the action threshold. So pain, and there's like, no, this is too much, I need to act, boom, and then they act, all right? And so you need to artificially create this pain in your clients as well, which I will obviously cover in the sales modules. So you need to almost bring up this pain you don't want to just like be direct, like, oh, you are in your current situation, you must have pain. Like, you ask specific questions that will bring up the pain, which is super cool. Like my sales script, bro, it's been through like so much iteration and went through like the best Sam Ovens, Charlie Morgan, Iman Gaji. Like, it's all these sales scripts intertwined and changed through the years. It's like, it's so good. Aspects of Alex Amosi's sales script as well. There's so many intertwined, it's just perfect. So, yeah. And that's when the pain of change of your current situation is so much, you will change. All right? People will only act if they believe, one, that the action will relieve their pain, Or number two, bring them closer to their goal. Action requires confidence. So let's go to confidence. So confidence bridges the gap between intention and action. Like every single slide is so important. Confidence bridges the gap between intention, you have this thing that you want to achieve, and action. And to do that, you need to have confidence in yourself as well, but you need to have confidence, let's say on a sales call when you want to close a client, you need confidence on that call because they have an intention of achieving a goal, right? And then they have action, which is essentially them paying you, which is the act, and then you help them, right? But they need confidence. That's the bridge between intention and action. When people think of confidence, they think of all sorts of things like, Conor McGregor and this crazy confidence, like, this macho guy, or, a billionaire maybe smoking a cigar lit with like dollar bills, like, it's none of these things. That's not really what confidence comes down to. That's a bit more ego. That's not necessarily confidence. So confidence is more calm, all right? It boils down to one simple truth. Do I believe that the solution will successfully resolve the problem and relieve the pain? That's all what confidence really comes down to. Do I truly believe that the solution, like that, let's say I'm on a sales call right now, and a client is on the other side, do they believe that the solution I will provide will successfully resolve the problem that they're facing right now and relieve the pain of their current situation? Do they believe that? And confidence boils down to a couple of things. So this belief stems from three sources, which I will uncover. So the number one way you can instill confidence in them is through your offer, all right? It's through you, like your confidence on the call, and your clients, like testimonials. Obviously, if you've achieved a lot of results for your clients, that will instill confidence in them. But you don't have clients. So that's probably the first thing you just mentioned, but like, oh, I don't have clients. Yeah, let's just remove that. So it's left with your offer and you. So those are the two ways you can instill confidence for them to take action. Because, you can have the best offer, the best marketing, the best ever, but if they don't act on that last situation and actually give you money, you won't make any money. So what's the use? All of this need to line up, all right? And anyone can offer anything nowadays when it comes to your offer. I guarantee 20 high-ticket clients in the next 90 days or you don't pay. Amazing offer, but who's going to believe that? Like, people can just say anything nowadays. So that doesn't necessarily make it unique. It'll be more believable if your offer or your other sources back it up. So, obviously with these three, your offer can be amazing, but it needs to be backed up by your confidence on the call and your clients. Like if you've achieved similar results with that offer for your clients, then obviously that will increase the confidence as well. It'll be more believable if your other sources like you and your clients back it up. So, obviously confidence in you. Like let's just say you just like this confident guy on the call, you just like, Mr. Prospect, this is going to happen no matter what. Right? And people just see you as this, like, let's say, on YouTube, you're like this guy that just has an amazing product, which is hopefully, which like I'm going to be one day. Like I've just such an amazing product. People are getting amazing results. Obviously, a byproduct of a good product is clients getting results, right? So, that will obviously increase the confidence in me as well. So it's like this feedback loop. Everyone starts with 0 testimonials, by the way. Like everyone has 0 clients. Like you don't pop out of the womb with a client. Like everyone starts with 0 clients. All right. So what's left? You. So you don't necessarily have, with an offer, you can have an amazing offer, which I will show you exactly how to create in this video. I'm just going over client acquisition at the moment. So we haven't even started with offer. All right. But you need to know why people buy. Then from there, you can, on top of that, you can add the offer component. So all that's left is you. Your confidence. That's all. Because like the offer is obviously to get them interested, but to ultimately get them to take action and give you money, it's confidence. It's your confidence on the call. Just like with pain, there's an action threshold with confidence as well. This is the amount of trust required for a person to take action. So we have the same thing, time and confidence. So just ignore this red and this green lines right here. And obviously this word, it's a confidence or action threshold, all right? So, you need to, if your confidence is down here, they won't act. The confidence threshold is essentially here. So you need to up your confidence. It's difficult to explain, like how do you increase the confidence of yourself? You just need to have it. Like you just need to have it. Like there's no other way. You need to figure this out. Like you just need to have so much confidence that you will figure it out for this client. If they pay you money, you will figure it out for them. That's the type of confidence you will need to have. All right. So increase your confidence, increase your confidence, increase your confidence. Boom, they take action. And if your confidence is down here, obviously they won't take action. Right. Increase, 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 and then boom, they take action. All right. So just ignore these lines right here. The stronger the confidence, the more likely they are to act quickly. If you're just so confident on the call, they will just give you money instantly. So you have to have this delusional self-confidence that you will figure it out. So it is a bit delusional. And every successful guy, I see Joe Rogan has a podcast with, and obviously him himself, Elon Musk, like these big guys on his podcast. Who was it as well? Oh yeah, Adam Sandler, he mentioned on his podcast that he just had this delusional self-confidence when he did stand-up comedy when he was younger, right? The crowd would just boo him, or not boo necessarily, but like they wouldn't laugh, they wouldn't be interactive. He would tell a joke, it was just silent, and he would go off stage when he was done. Now, Adam Sandler, right, the stand-up comedian, obviously he's in a lot of movies right now, but he did a stand-up comedy. And he would say, oh, that was amazing. I did my absolute best. That was just a shitty crowd. Okay. So that was like his delusional self-confidence. And all of these successful people have it. They just have this delusional self-confidence that they will become successful. They will figure it out. Like, how else? Are you just going to quit? Like, right? So that's where it comes from. I mean, how else? Are you just going to quit? Like what I just mentioned? You have nothing to lose. You have unlimited shots on goal. Like when you are starting out, you have nothing to lose. Like you just have everything and the world to gain. So why wouldn't you just keep going? Just go. You have nothing to lose. There's no other option but to figure it out and win. There's no other option. Like you just have to have this delusional self-confidence that you will figure it out. And if you will become successful one day, obviously to do that, you need to sign a couple clients. So that's how you will do it. You have to do everything you possibly can to get this client results. Think about it. You have such an advantage. You can put 100% of your energy into this one client because you obviously have none and getting them results. You can put all your energy into this. You'll have the bandwidth to give them 24/7 access. This intense focus can lead to faster results, stronger relationships, and higher satisfaction. So when you put all this time and effort into a client, faster results, stronger relationships, like you just like close to this client, and higher satisfaction because of all of the above. Making that client feel uniquely valued. Unlike established businesses with multiple clients, you can adapt to their needs, be more flexible in your approach, and exceed expectations. So I signed my first ever client for $2,500. My first ever one. I didn't have any clients before that. No testimonials, nothing. Like just an average offer, right? As you can see, 12th September last year, 2023, $2,500, all right? So that was essentially that, my first ever client. And people, when they start, they want to be like, oh, my first client, like, I don't know exactly what I'm going to do, so I'm going to charge $500. It's like, no. People aren't going to, that's what I'm going to cover in premium pricing, very important. People aren't going to trust you if you're going to, oh, the service is $100. Like, they're not going to trust you. But if you charge a lot, they're going to be like, oh, wow, this guy has to be like, successful, or like, why does he have all this confidence? Like, surely he knows something, all right? This means I had no previous clients, by the way. Like, I had no clients whatsoever before this. It's possible. It's truly possible. Like, I showed you. Like, I had no clients. You can even watch my YouTube videos at the start. Like, I wasn't that confident, but I still managed to pull it off. And it just gets easier and easier as the time goes on. In the following 2 weeks, I made $12,400. After that one client, I made $12,400. If you don't believe me, you can see it right here. So 12th September, right? That's that one I just showed. And you can even see it's the same Visa card. Does the Visa card show here? No, it doesn't. But 2,500 on 12th September, right? It's the same time, 9:23 a.m. I think 9:23 a.m., okay? I don't know why people, I need to show all this stuff, but, people think it's a scam. It's like, oh, daddy's money. It's like, bro, I can literally show you the clients. And then 6 days later, I signed a client for $4,600, right? One client. And then one for $800. That was a bit of a weird one. Like it was just, I didn't have a team to actually service this client. It was just me and my expertise. No, anyway, a good client. And then $4,500 for another one. So that was how much? 2 weeks, right? From 12 September to 26, 14 days later, exactly, I made $12,600. Okay? The first client is always the hardest. And I see this time and time and time again. Listen up. This is probably going to happen to you as well. You know, you're going to create your offer. You're going to start sending emails. You're going to start doing the DMs. I've been through this. I've seen hundreds of people go through this. For 6 months, you're going to sign no clients. 3 to 6 months, you're going to sign no clients. Nothing. Zilch. You're going to be like, wow, what's happening? It's not working. This thing is a scam. SMMA is a scam. And then on the 3 to 6 months, you sign your first client. And then 2 weeks later, boom, it's like, whoa, I just made 10K in the first month. Like, what just happened? This is going to happen. It happened with Iman Gadget as well. Like, for 6 months, he signed no clients. Nothing. Doing outreach every single day, signing no clients. And then in 1 week, he signed like 4 clients or something. So when it rains, it pours. And for a while, it's not going to rain at all. You're going to sign no clients. And then the universe or God is going to reward you with all these clients because you stuck through it. That's I see this time and time again. That's we all are the same. It's going to happen. So we have drive. That drive, causes a goal to manifest. That goal creates a problem because you're not there yet. There's some form of a challenge you need to face. That problem creates pain, and that pain creates action. When the pain is just too much, you act. All right. Okay, and then that obviously enforces the drive again. That increases the drive. So then you set a new goal. So now you understand client acquisition at its core. Now we're going to cover the actual components of an offer. This is part 1. Those are the main components. So let's get tactical. That was a bit more theory, and I also have a few resources down below which I will uncover, at the end. So this is a bit more tactical, like this module. All right. So you need to take action, all right? We've covered why people buy, which is very important, by the way. Like if you don't know why something works, you won't be able to replicate it. You don't know how to adapt, okay? It's crucial. Not knowing the fundamentals of why something works lead to unable to control the outcome, right? Because you just essentially copied an offer. So you don't know why it worked. So you can't control the outcome. Inconsistent results, an inability to adapt, like I just mentioned. If you don't know why it worked, you don't know the components of why someone did something, because you need to know the reason why, the fundamentals, like the unconscious. Now you know the fundamentals, we can build on top of that. So the core components of a banger offer. So let's go. Desired outcome focused. This is number one. Your offer should focus primarily on the desired outcome your clients will achieve. People buy results and outcomes, not services. Let me say that again. People buy results and outcomes, not services. They don't buy your specific service. They don't buy paid ads. They don't buy lead generation. They buy nothing of that. They buy the outcome. You're not selling social media marketing services. You're not selling paid ads. You're not selling organic content. You're not selling all of this. You're selling them the opportunity to gain status by growing their online presence. That's an example, all right? With us, exactly like us. We are, selling them the opportunity to gain status, the underlying drive, by growing their online presence, right? As we mentioned, why people have a goal in the first place. The desired outcome should be something that directly addresses your client's pain or goal. By focusing on the specifics, like, improved productivity, more money, better health, more status, you ensure that your offer resonates with their deepest desires. That's why it's so important to do market research and understand your client. People say this, they think, I just need the strategies, I just need this thing, this one thing. But actually, you need to understand your client so well that you know exactly what they want and that you can create offers out of thin air. Time frame, another core component. Your offer should consist of a tangible and realistic time frame. If you say to them, I can, get you 20 clients, like, is it in 10 years? Like, then it's useless. Like, I don't want 10 clients in 10 years, right? If you say 10 clients in 1 day, it's like, whoa, that's a bit unrealistic. This brings your offer to life. They can see themselves in the future with a promised result. Example, grow an extra 100,000 subs in the next 180 days. They can picture themselves in the future. Oh, if I had an extra 100,000 subs, okay, in 6 months, okay, I can see that. So it's far more enticing than simply saying grow your audience. Like, I can help you grow your audience. It's like, okay, but if you're really good in your field, already a expert in your field, then you can say that, okay? But if you're just starting out, you need to say this. This is like an offer, all right? It's more tangible. Don't promise too much. Make sure that the time frame, or make sure to match the time frame to the complexity of your service. So double your revenue in 7 days is a bit crazy. It can definitely happen. Let's say you're making $1,000 a month at the moment. Doubling it to 2,000 it can happen in 7 days. But with your clients, they're probably making around 10, 20, 30, 50K a month, all right? So if you're going to double that in 7 days, it's a bit crazy. If it's too short, clients might think it's sketchy. Too long, they will lose interest. So you need to strike this balance of the time frame. So desired outcome and time frame, right? You need to strike a balance with the time frame. Let's say, I will double your revenue in 100 years. It's like, bro, they will lose interest instantly. Like, this is terrible, all right? So time frame is pretty important. All these things need to align. You can't have just like a crazy desired outcome if the time frame doesn't match. So another one. So the value equation. So the value equation is coined by Alex Hormozi, obviously the book right there, and consists of dream outcome, number one, perceived likelihood of achievement, which I will cover, effort and sacrifice, and time delay. Those are the 4 aspects of value. So dream outcome and perceived likelihood of achievement on top. So it's like a equation, all right? So literally equation. So you got dream outcome and perceived likelihood of achievement. I will cover the equation right now in a couple of minutes. On top, and effort and sacrifice at the bottom, those 2. You want to increase the top off and decrease the bottom. So increase dream outcome, increase the perceived likelihood of achievement, and decrease the effort and sacrifice, and decrease the time delay. All right? Make sure your pricing reflects the value you're providing. And premium pricing is an extremely good one, so stay tuned for that in this module. We'll go into much more detail on this in premium pricing, as I mentioned. If your price is too low, people won't take you seriously. Price is too high without clear value. I would rather price too high than too low, always. Because, people might just take the expensive one, right? But too low is like you sign a client, it's like, I don't really care. But too high, it's like, whoa, I actually need to provide the service now. Like when I signed, it's pretty cool. I signed a $6,800 a month deal in 5 minutes. And this guy didn't know me. It's the first time we met on a Zoom call. 5-10 minutes, close the deal. All right. And it was pretty high, high ticket per month, obviously. And people think that's amazing. Obviously, it was great, but I was actually stressed out because now I actually need to deliver on the service. I'm like, oh shit, you just paid me all this money. I need to actually deliver on the service now. So without clear value can lead to skepticism. Naming, if you have a unique name or phrase for the service you offer, you separate yourself from the competition, which is also very important. A good example is Serge Katari, if you don't know him. We actually met in Cape Town, where he coined the term bold and release. So it's like his phrase or his name. He's essentially doing the same thing as most consultants, like the exact same thing. He just gave it a funky phrase. Now it's unique to him. So, he's doing the same thing as everyone else. Like everyone wants more money. Everyone wants more clients. That's all people really want. But it's how you package it. Perception. And I'm currently reading this book. If I stop talking, you know I'm dead. It's an autobiography. And he says the number one thing, and he mentioned this in the beginning of the book, is packaging. That it's packaging. It's not necessarily the offer or the services. It's how you package it. That's marketing, all right? A unique name or phrase for your service serves as an elevator pitch in itself. So I will bold and release this thing. It's like, whoa, that sounds kind of cool. It should convey the gist. Why did I just say gist? It should convey the gist of the service without giving everything away, leaving some room for curiosity. Like curiosity is obviously important. It creates this sense of curiosity killed the cat, right? They want to see what is this thing. Humans they are curious creatures. They want to know like what's behind the door. Like in the horror movies, they go behind the door. Like why would you ever go there? But like they're curious. Okay. So the value equation. So this is the value equation, as I mentioned: dream outcome and perceived likelihood of achievement on top, and then time delay and effort and sacrifice at the bottom. That's value. So dream outcome is the vacation in Maui, on the beach, sipping your margarita with your loved one, with nice weather, getting a tan. That's a dream outcome. All right. Perceived likelihood of achievement is them. What are the chances that you can actually give them this dream outcome? So that obviously you can promise the world, but if you don't have any proof that you can actually get them there, like, that's pretty much useless, right? So that comes down to you, your offer, and your clients. That's the way to increase the perceived likelihood of achievement, which I covered in confidence. Time delay, like how long will it actually take? If they can achieve their dream outcome, Maui, but it will take 50 years, like, it's not necessarily going to be a good offer. And if they have to put in like 20 hours a day and just sacrifice everything, go on a calorie deficit, all the stuff, like, they're not going to really do it. But, let's take an example like Alex Amosi mentioned. If you can have, the best companies, which I'll also cover, just decrease the bottom off, right? Like Amazon, Uber, all these companies, they just Netflix, they decrease the bottom off. So if you can have a six-pack, okay, which is a dream outcome, but it will take 1 second and you don't have to do anything, that is an insanely valuable offer. It's like 1 on top of 0 is like infinity. It's like infinitely valuable. People will pay loads of money for that. If they can just click a button on a screen and look down and have abs and have to do nothing for it, that's insanely valuable. Right? So the best companies just decrease the bottom off. If you don't know what to offer, take what a successful competitor is doing in your space and do it in half the time. Some of the biggest companies do exactly what their competitors are doing, like exactly, just in half the time. Like we also do similar services like most content agencies, but we just get them results in like the first week already. We get them like 100,000 views in the first week, right? So on average, we get around 500,000 views in the first month. So, for some content agencies, it takes them like 6 months to do that. So obviously our one is more expensive then, but people will rather pay more for just get something now than, pay a bit less, but get it in like the future. Or in like, not necessarily future, but like, long in the future. So like Jeff Bezos, right? With Amazon, like there was the traditional going to the store and seeing where your product is, and it's out of stock, and then you have to go to the next one, just wasting time. So he just did it in half the time with Amazon, right? You can just click a button and it's at your door in like an hour or in that day, right? So that's crazy. And that's why he's worth so much. That's why Amazon is worth trillions of dollars or hundreds of billions. It's because they did it in half the time, or much less than half the time, really. So they decreased the time delay by a lot. Like, it can be shipped within the same day. And also effort and sacrifice. You can just click a button on your screen and then you can have the product at your doorstep in less than a day. An example of a company that has reduced time delays and outpaced competitors is Amazon, which has Prime Now and Prime one-day delivery services. While traditional retailers like Walmart and Target offered standard delivery options, Amazon significantly decreased the time between purchase and delivery. Initially launching Prime with a 2-day shipping promise, Amazon continued to innovate, expanding to a 1 hour and same-day deliveries in major cities like New York and London. So 1 hour is like, time delay is almost nothing. And effort and sacrifice, like with online shopping, you can just click a button. The speed-focused strategy enabled Amazon to gain a massive competitive edge by delivering products faster than anyone else in the market. It's the same product, so dream outcome and perceived likelihood of achievement is kind of the same, as in the store. The perceived likelihood of achievement in the store is probably even more because you can see the product, you can put it on, like let's say it's a jacket, you can put it on, it's like you can actually fit it on. So the dream outcome and perceived likelihood of achievement is more in the store. But the bottom half, the time delay and effort and sacrifice is so low, which makes it 100 times more valuable. All right. By doing the same thing that competitors were doing, selling products the exact same, but cutting the delivery in half, probably even less, Amazon revolutionized the e-commerce experience, making it much more appealing for consumers to shop online rather than in physical stores. And physical stores will always exist. People will just like to touch things and touch the clothes and all of that and try it on. So it will still be there, but a lot of people are going online. This strategic advantage was particularly evident with services like Prime Now, which allowed deliveries in less than an hour in select locations. This approach reshaped consumer expectations, forcing other retailers to scramble and improve their logistics to keep up with Amazon's growing dominance. So, if a company is doing this, like you as a competitor need to catch up like instantly. In South Africa, we have this thing called Checkers 6060, okay, where you can download an app and it can deliver food to your door in less than 60 minutes. So Checkers 6060, all right? So, and then when Checkers brought that out, instantly Woolworths and Pick and Pay, all of these retail stores, right? Well, not retail, but like, what do you even call it? Like grocery stores, that's the name. They did that. They had to instantly adopt because otherwise all their clients are going to Checkers. So it's good. So like I said in Market Mindfulness, copy what's already working and improve it. I'm not just saying this because I want to decrease your creative ability and I don't think you'll be creative. I'm not saying that. I'm saying it's like the best strategy to do this is to copy what's already working and improve it. To copy others is necessary, but to copy oneself is pathetic. So what he means by this, Pablo Picasso, to copy others is necessary. Copy what they are doing. To innovate, you first need to, there's this quote. It's a really good quote. It's like, to innovate, you first need to copy, or something like that. It's definitely not like that, but like, it holds true. To copy others is necessary, right? Can't speak, right? It's necessary. Then you innovate. But to copy oneself is pathetic. Doing the same thing that you were doing last year, living the same life for years on end. Like, that's pathetic, right? This approach will make you more money than trying to copy or come up with $1 million idea. Like you think you're going to walk on the beach, just chilling, doing nothing really, just wandering. Obviously, there's nuance that goes into it. Like, obviously Jeff Bezos, in the first hour of his day, he just wanders. He just like walks around, reads the newspaper, takes a cup of coffee, right? When you are more successful in your business, then you can do that. Like with me, for example, like a perfect example is when Quentin and I were in Bali. We were obviously working, but like when you're traveling, you can't really do deep work, okay? It's just how it is because your routine is all messed up. You don't know where the gym is, like food, all of that, all right? So we were kind of like, our creative juices were flowing. And then we came up with the vision of the School of Athens. So because obviously we made enough money with our agency where we don't really have to worry about financial struggles. So we can think of the space of abundance. So that's why an agency is such a good business model where you can just fulfill your financial needs. And from there, you can do your passion project. That's why I say, a bit more purposeful work. Maybe the agency is like your ultimate dream and goal. That's awesome. But that wasn't for me. All right. So this is what I'm doing right now is like it's the ultimate best. Right. But I could only get there because I fulfilled. Like we were literally walking on the beach and I'm like, wow, this would be a good idea. Because we were, we actually got the money needs met first. So build the agency, make a lot of money, and then from there, you can earn your passion, right? So there's obviously nuance that goes with every single bit. That's why these videos are long. Okay, so first, when you're starting out, just copy what's working, and then from there, you can innovate once you have the money. So offer alchemy part 2. So this is more about the enhancements to your offer. Part 2 of Offer Alchemy is not so much about core components. It's about the stuff you can add to make it more compelling. So the icing on the cake, if you will. So the stuff to make it more compelling. Uniqueness, unique selling point. This is how you stand out and differentiate yourself from the competition. A unique way of delivery, features, or even the way you position or name your service, right? This is your unique selling point. You need to be unique. It's very important. Don't be another fitness coach. You should be a performance coach who only works with entrepreneurs doing $10 million a year or more. Like, that's why Plato's Pathway is so important. All of these videos are important. First, get your niche, and then from there, you can specialize, and you'll make more money. This is all to help you make more money, by the way. Like, I'm not just saying, like, you should do your passion project because you'll make more money, you'll put more effort into it. Like, to get there, you first need to make some money with your agency, which is the best business model to start. Okay, because you have limited shots at goal. It's essentially for free. All you need to do is cold email and cold call people and DM people, and you can make money. Not like with e-commerce where you need to spend at least $3,000 to test products. you probably don't have $3,000 or 50,000 Rand to do that. So clear over clever every single time. You might think it's fancy, but when people aren't buying, you will quickly realize it's not so cool. No one is going to buy, I will help you get in shape. No one. No one's going to buy that. But if Arnold says that, and he DMs me, and he's like, I will help you get in shape, bro, I'm in, okay? Even though I'm in good shape already, I would love to work with Arnold. But he's already a expertise in his field. But to start off with, you need to be more specialized. And from there, once you build the authority and all of that, then you can be a bit more general. Like if Iman Gadji says, I will help you grow your audience. It's like, okay, he doesn't need to have a crazy offer because he's already showed that he can do it. So bonuses. So that's how you stand out and be unique, right? So don't be another fitness coach. Like go more niche. So bonuses, these are stuff you add on top of your main offer to increase perceived value. Like, clients need to say, wow, I'm getting all of this for free. Like it could even be part of your main offer. But if you add it as a bonus, people will perceive your main offer to be more valuable. So, you mention a price in the offer and then you say, oh, and on top of that, you'll get this and this and this. And then it needs to alleviate some pain points. You don't just want to add bonuses for bonuses' sake. Like never do that, which I'll also uncover in the next few minutes, why you shouldn't do that. But bonuses can definitely help increase the value of your main offer. And don't overwhelm your client with bonuses. That's not the way to do it at all. Like you think that you will add all these bonuses and boom, boom, boom. It just makes your main offer seem a bit less credible. It's like, let's say you're, like we mentioned at the beginning on the introduction, you are the offer in dating, right? If you say, okay, yeah, I am, cool. Do you want to go on a date? Whatever. Okay, this is obviously a terrible example, but let's say then you say, oh, I make this money. Here's my car. Here's my apartment. I wear these nice clothes. Here's my matric exam, scores. Like, bro, are you compensating? Like, what do you mean, right? And the most powerful thing is just like a crazy good offer. It's like, boom, just like that. You don't even need bonuses. But at the start, you can add a bit here and there. Maybe if you go on a date, you pull up with your cool Porsche, just a bonus. It's like a bonus, all right? That's how you should see it. So it should still complement your offer, your main offer. Like the Porsche still complements you, but the bonus shouldn't be the main thing. And solve additional pain points. On the sales call, you can say, if you sign up today, we will remove the setup fee of $500, and it's just $2,000 a month, let's just say. This is called incentive-based pricing. So both the incentives are aligned. So if they take action now, you reward action takers, you can remove the setup fee. The removal of the setup fee can be seen as a bonus, right? So that's about bonuses. So the stuff to make it more compelling is more. So guarantees, important. Guarantees reduce the perceived risk, making it easier to commit. A guarantee doesn't necessarily get someone to buy. This is important. A guarantee doesn't necessarily get someone to buy, but it gets them on the phone, which is the hardest part. So, which I will uncover now, which is the hardest part, obviously, to get people on the phone. That's the hardest part. To sell them is easier than to get them on the phone. Example, on a pay and results basis, that's like the guarantee, okay, which I have on my website and I have in the upcoming slides as well, all right, or in my email. So, a guarantee doesn't necessarily get someone to buy, but it gets them on the phone, all right? So, I've never had to use my guarantee, not even once. I've been doing this for close to 18 months now. I've never had to use my guarantee with any client. Never. Not even once. When prospects hop on the call, that gets them on the call. They forget about it. Not always, right? But most of the time, 90% of the time, they will forget about the guarantee. You should still 100% have one. 100% you should have a guarantee. Otherwise, you won't get any clients. I can guarantee you that. So guarantees can take different forms. Satisfaction guarantees, results guarantees, and performance-based guarantees. So, once again, you should definitely have one to get them on the call. But usually, when they're on the call, they forget about it. All right? So, scarcity and urgency. This involves creating a sense of limited availability or limited time. So scarcity is limited availability, urgency is limited time. If people don't have a reason to act now, that's why the incentive-based pricing is so good. If you if you move forward today, I will remove the setup fee of $500 and it's just $2,000 a month. That's urgency. If there's no reason to act now rather than later, people usually don't. That's how I made $15,000 in 10 days from our founding members. When I got the founding members for the School of Athens, I essentially said, we have a limit of 15 members. First come, first served, just like that on my story. Obviously, I just didn't just say that on my story, but obviously there's cool photos and everything like that and cool copywriting. And I booked 54 calls and closed 15 of the 32 calls. So essentially a 50% closing rate because it was inbound, all right? And I made $50,000 in 10 days because I used scarcity, 15 people, and urgency, like first come, first served. So yeah, very good offer. It's human nature to avoid losses rather than acquire equivalent gains. So you would rather not lose $100 than make $100. Let me say that again. You would rather not lose $100 than make $100. People value losses more than equivalent gains. So scarcity and loss aversion. It's a human bias. And to act swiftly under time pressure, so urgency. So let me say that again. So it's human nature to avoid losses rather than acquire equivalent gains and to act swiftly under time pressure. People want to act now because it's FOMO, essentially. When you limit the availability of your offer, put a time constraint on it, it forces clients to act immediately rather than later. Okay? So you can add elements to this. You don't want to be crazy on the call, like, you need to act now, like, this bonus, like, boom, boom, here's a bonus, act now. Like, people are just going to say, what on earth are you doing? All right? You're not going to get clients that way. It needs to be subtle. So resonance can be explained by the emotional connection. That's why it's important to understand your client avatar. It's the emotional connection your offer makes with your target audience. They feel completely understood. People don't buy because they understand. They buy because they feel understood. They don't necessarily have to understand your service. They buy because they feel understood. So if you understand them so well on these sales calls, which I'll also go deeply on in Socratic selling, they will just feel like you have the solution. The key to creating hypnotic advertising is understanding your avatar inside and out. That's why my marketing is so potent, as I mentioned. I know what your thoughts are late at night. I know what you write in your journal. I know because I've been in your exact shoes. I know you think about, you visualize your dream apartment, you want to stay there, maybe with your goal. I know all these things because I was you, right? So in a world where everyone is competing for SMMA clients, it's imperative you stand out. You got your red ocean with everyone competing for the same clients. Business is competition. It's the closest thing to war. It's the closest cousin, is actually a quote. Business is the closest cousin to war. It's almost the same thing. So you're essentially competing. So it's essential you stand out in such a red ocean where the demand and the supply is a lot. So you want to differentiate yourself. Like you want to be this yacht, right? You don't want to be that boat. You want to be this yacht. Even though it gets them from A to B, the perception is much greater. Perception is it's like $1 million skill. It's super important. Why do you think I have this light here? Without the light, look at this. Doesn't look as cool, right? With the light, much better. That's perception, okay? That's why you see the Instagram as well. It's all perception. And there's nothing wrong with that. That's just human nature. You need to use human nature. Perception is $1 million skill. How you are perceived by the marketplace is how you will be treated. From the start, I perceived myself as a premium service. And how was I treated? Premium. Perceive yourself as a quality premium service, so will it be. Perceive yourself as cheap and low quality, so will it be. That's just how it is. It's this delusional self-confidence that you are premium, just because you are. All right? Spamming bonuses and guarantees and urgency and scarcity also make you seem cheap. Like this. This is a ad from South Africa. Now, awesome deals. Boom. From 17. No. Like this just looks cheap. Right? It's like all those hot deals and like, what do you mean? Like we just need one offer and it's like a Rolex. Let's take a Rolex ad. It would just be there's no urgency and scarcity and bam, bam, bam. Like obviously it's important. You can add this, but like just got the Rolex there. Done. That's all I need. Here's my money. Right? because it's perceived as a premium service. You have to go through this waiting list, and then you need to have a connection with the Rolex people. You need to know them, drink a coffee with them. The first meeting you won't even. That's actually a good point. Like the first meeting, you won't even get to buy the Rolex. If you have enough money and you put it on the Rolex table, right, on the front desk, they won't give you the Rolex. So they are almost pushing you back, and then that causes you to want it more. People want what they can't have. That's just human nature as well. So you need to push some people back also. Okay? So when you're starting out, it's a bit difficult to do that because you're a bit greedy, you want clients now, but like if you can just adopt this mindset, just remember it, it's good to push people back. Then they will want it more anyway. It's so funny. On some calls and in the emails as well. When I'm, on my Calendly page, I mentioned on composing your Calendly, I said, P.S. if you don't make $10,000 a month, don't schedule a call. And a lot of people, they see that and they email me. They're like, how can we make this work? I'm not yet there, but can we work together? Crazy, right? Crazy. Humans are crazy. Stick with your prices. And when they ask, can you do it for less? I just say, I can always do it for more. I said that on a call. And they were like, oh, shit. Okay, that's fine. Let's go. So you need to stay fast. You need to stay rock solid. Can you do it for less? I'm ready to move forward, but just like a bit of a discount, You're like, no, sorry, that's the prices. I can always do it for more. Know what I mean? You need to have that confidence. And when you have that from the start, life's going to be easy. Last thing I want to, when they say last thing, or you can say this on a call, last thing I want is for finances to get in the way of you achieving your goals. Like that's the last thing I want. I don't usually do this, but I truly believe we can get you these results. If I remove the setup fee of $500 today only, will you be opposed to moving forward? That's how you can phrase it. So you don't necessarily say, when they ask for a discount, you're not just like, oh yeah, we can do a discount. Let's go. You don't want to be like that. You want to be like, okay, understand. The last thing I want, obviously I want a discount, which is fair. I understand that. Unfortunately, I can't do that. But the last thing I want is for finances to stand in the way between you and achieving your goals, right? I don't usually do this, but I truly believe we can get you these results. And I really want to work with you. If I remove the setup fee of $500 today only, will you be opposed to moving forward? That's a much better way of phrasing it. I'm also not too fond of using guarantees. Guarantees are extremely helpful to get people on the call, but which is the hardest part of the sale. On the sale, it's actually much easier to get them to buy because they already put so much effort in, sunken cost. They're already there, right? So other than that, it attracts the wrong type of buyers. If people just want the guarantee, that's crazy. Like they would rather lose and just get the guarantee than actually get the results. If someone buys because of the guarantee, they'll be a terrible client. Let me just tell you that from the start. If they just buy because of the guarantee, it's not going to be a good client. Some of them want the guarantee more than the actual result, which is crazy. Let's say you can get them the result of, let's say, doubling the audience or 3xing their audience and doubling their revenue, which is my offer, right? And if we don't get that, we refund the money. They would just rather not get the results, but just get the money back, which is crazy. Like it's such a defensive move. They're not in it. They're not invested. Then they're not going to get the results. We all know that if you're not fully bought in, this is important, you don't get results. Like with me, I was fully bought in when I bought my mentorship for $10,000. I was all in. So obviously I got the results. Obviously. Because I was all in. People want, obviously this is all for free, which is good. But with our paid community, right, it's obviously paid. Because with the paid one, you will get more results. Guaranteed. Because stuff is free, you don't value it as much. I know this because I've done this for a while. When people get the discount, they don't respect you as much. So you need to phrase it differently. If they say, can you do it for less? I'm like, no, but I can do it for more. They will respect you more. They will actually give you money, more money. So the reason our paid community is paid and I don't give everything away for free is one, because I want to make money. And number two, you will get more results. So it's a win-win for both of us. It's either all in or nothing, right? That's exactly how I became one of Charlie Morgan's top students. I went from zero to $22,000 per month in 6 months. From zero, no clients, okay? All because I invested $10,000. I went all in. I invested all of my savings, dropped out of college, and took on debt. I essentially burned the bridges. I burned the boats. There was no going back. Like this, where this saying comes from, let me just take a sip of my coffee. Where this saying comes from is back when people would do wars, right? World War II, whatever. They would burn the boats because that meant their back was against the wall. That's when you act, like that's when you really act. When your back is against the wall and you have to pull this off, you're a different type of man. You act out of like sheer action. It's like you just have to make this happen. And if you operate out of that state, what is the consequence? You will make it happen because there's no other choice. You can't fall back. I dropped out of college. I went into debt. I went all in. Obviously, I was going to win. Obviously, I was going to become one of his top students. Obviously. So that's what I want for you as well. With our paid community, it might be a bit expensive. But like when you put all of that money in, you will achieve results because you have invested in your future. That's the reason I charge money. That's the reason I charge money for my clients as well. If I do it for free, they're not going to be invested. They're not going to get the results. How was I going to lose when the only option was winning? Like, this is a deep line, this one. 50 Cent, losers lose, winners win. That's just how it is. When I went through courses, I'm a winner. So I'm going to make it win no matter what. So it's not necessarily about the course or the coaching or the mentorship. I was just going to win either way. And that's how you need to be as well. It's much easier to help winners win more than it is to help losers win. Important. So that's why I want to work with winners. That's why I want to work with people who are goal-driven, not necessarily pain-driven. Pain-driven is a loser. Like I was a loser when I was pain-driven. All right. But now when I'm goal-driven, I know I will achieve the goal either way. I just want some extra help. And that's why I can pay coaches and consultants or whatever. You want to work with winners. Lastly, I want to emphasize the importance of resonance. Resonance can be improved by understanding your client avatar. It's resonance. It's like how you resonate with them. And how you resonate with them is how good you understand them. You do this through market research or literally just talking to them on sales calls, right? Doing more sales calls. Just talking to them. It's the easiest way to go about it. Sam Ovens, when he started out, he would just send emails to people in his niche and ask them, I want to open a quick call to ask what problems you're currently facing so I can provide you with a solution, right? So it didn't pitch them at all. It just wanted to do some market research, talk with them. And if you're scared of talking to people, you won't make money. You will be broke. So that's just how it is. The world doesn't reward overly shy people. I was also shy when I was starting out. Like I was extremely shy, even in school, like a lot. Like I was the shy guy, literally. So, but I had to adapt. Like there's no other way. Like if my goal required me to be a bit more extrovert, I had to be. All right. So the goal will shape you into who you need to become. If you understand their problem better than they do, they immediately sense that you have the solution. If you understand what I'm going through better than me, and the reason you know it better than them is because you talked. That's why choosing your niche is so important, because then, everyone in that niche is experiencing similar problems, similar issues. They have similar desires. So when you have done 200 calls and the next call, you probably know that they are the exact same as the previous 200. So you know exactly their problems. You know exactly their desires. And when you tell that to them, they're going to be like, wow, if he understands what I'm going through better than me, surely he must have a solution. To be completely honest with you, I don't use most of the stuff in my offer, like bonuses and all of this. I don't use most of this stuff. It's not the main thing. The core components, the dream outcome, the time delay, or the time duration, that's perceived likelihood of achievement, the value equation. That's all the core components. The stuff you add, the bonus and the urgency, obviously it can help. It will make the cake way better, but it doesn't necessarily make the cake. The cake is the core components, right? The stuff that makes it more compelling, it just makes it a bit better. It's the cherry on top, literally. The main thing that will get your prospects interested is the value. It's this equation right here. It's your dream outcome, what you promise for them, perceived likelihood of achievement, time delay, effort and sacrifice. If you can have an amazing dream outcome that resonates deeply with their desires and what they want to achieve. And you do this through sales calls and talking to them and doing market research. You have a perceived likelihood of achievement is high. Obviously, you want to increase the top half, all right? Increase both of these. Perceived likelihood of achievement is you have amazing confidence on your call, your offer is great and resonates with them, and you have achieved similar results for your clients. You decrease the time delay from where they are now to their desired situation, the dream outcome, and the effort and sacrifice, what they need to do is like nothing. That's insanely valuable. Here's actually an Afrikaans quote. So I'm Afrikaans. People Afrikaans reading this probably laughing right now. So it says, "Al dra 'n aap 'n goue ring, hy bly nog steeds 'n lelike ding." So essentially what that means is, even though an ape wears a golden ring, he still stays an ugly thing. All right? So you can have like this crazy perception and like all these bonuses and all the stuff you add, but like if the main thing is not good, it's still going to be bad. All right? Doesn't matter how you package it. If the main thing is not valuable, obviously I mentioned perception is important, but that's a nuanced topic, all right? It matters how you package it. It doesn't matter how you package it, but if the offer isn't valuable. So you can have an amazing offer, but still you need a good packaging as well. No one will buy it. If the main thing is not valuable, no one will buy it. So conversion copy formula. So essentially, here's how we're going to present the offer to the marketplace. So the way you present your offer to the marketplace is crucial. You can have the best offer, but like if you don't present it in the best way, no one's going to buy it. That's essentially marketing. This can be the one thing that either makes or breaks your business. There are different ways you can advertise your offer. So number one is concise messaging. Number two is extensive messaging. And number three is your sales pitch. Sales pitch, we're not going to cover as much in this module. We're going to do more of that in Socratic selling, all right? So before I explain each one, don't confuse this with outreach scripts. Like this is not your script that you're going to use. I will cover more of that in outbound philosophies. This is more about the actual message you use. This is like your offer, like how you actually present your offer. In week 5 outbound philosophies, we will cover more of the outreach scripts, all right? Your outreach scripts are not your offer. Your deliverables are not your offer. Like what your services, like as I mentioned, we don't sell services. We don't sell the service, we sell the outcome, right? You sell the sizzle, not the steak. That's essentially another way of saying it. Your price is not your offer. Your guarantee is not your offer. Your website is not your offer. Your offer is the transformation you promise to the marketplace, right? Nothing else. That's all it is. It's the transformation you're promised to the marketplace. And when you understand them so well, you know exactly what you need to say and how you need to package it so it resonates with your market. And this is someone, DMs me, is like, "Yo, bro, are you available for a call this week?" That's terrible. That's never going to work. This ain't it, all right? There are various ways to convey your offer to the marketplace. That's obviously what we're going to discuss now, the concise messaging, the extensive messaging, and then the sales pitch. So with that said, concise messaging. So this is what you do in as few words as possible. We help niche scale. So let's say you are in the hair salon. We help hair salon scale. Like that's essentially, this is more for you. The concise messaging is more for you and what you do, right? So you can even say it on a sales call. It's like, "Oh, what do you do?" It's like, "Oh, we help personal brand scale." All right, through organic content. Like that's our short, concise messaging. And just add your niche here, and hopefully you got that through Plato's pathway. We make niche dream outcome. So let's say we help gyms close more free trials. Like that's the dream outcome, right? Obviously, to get the dream outcome, you need to know them. We increase niche LTV. We increase the gym's lifetime, gym members' lifetime value, or we increase, let's say, what's another niche that causes lifetime value? So let's say a software, right? You have software. We increase SaaS LTV, like software as a service. We increase the client's LTV, which is an important one. Or let's say with school community, we increase school community's LTV, or your school community's LTV. Here's an example from my company, Arc Advertising, right? We are personal brand scale. You can also add through organic content, which is the differentiator, all right? But this is more for me. So we are personal brand scale. You won't be using this much in your business or your messages, right? I don't necessarily say this in my email, anything like that. I just mention my offer in the email and my offer in the DMs. But this is more of when people just want a short, brief description. Okay? People don't buy vague offers. They buy offers that are clear and straightforward and resonates with them. This is more for you, so you know what you're doing. Yeah, so you're clear on what you're offering. So then we have extensive messaging, all right? This is where the real magic happens. It provides a detailed explanation of your offer. It covers the who, result, and when. So not necessarily the what. You think like the what and the how should also be in here, but like, no, it's the who, result, and when. Time, result is the desired outcome, and who, so you can actually call out who your niche, right? So not so much the how. You want to create enough curiosity so people schedule to find out the how. So people schedule because of curiosity and like they want to learn more and they want to implement this thing. And that's the how. You don't necessarily want to suppress their curiosity and instantly satisfy their curiosity by giving them exactly, oh, this is exactly how we do it. That can also work. That's called a process selling, VSL. So they know exactly the how, but then they want someone to implement it for them. So I actually do an aspect of this as well. You know, let's say I'm running ads at the moment, okay? So I run an ad to a website where they can get a free training that shows them the how, but now they know the how and the who and the result that they can get and the time that it takes them, the offer essentially. Now they want someone to implement this for them. Now they can open a sales call with me, all right? So I do an aspect of the how, but not necessarily in my offer. Extensive messaging is used in landing pages, ads, webinars, and email sequence, and DMs, and stuff like that. Places where your audience is interested in a more comprehensive understanding. Here's ARC Advertising's extensive message. So you got the who, coaches, creators, and consultants, right? That might change in the future, maybe podcasts, stuff like that. So here's my offer. We guarantee to 3x your audience on social media and double your revenue in the next 180 days. So we got the who. We don't necessarily have the how, like how are you going to do this? Like I have no idea, but this is the offer that drives the curiosity. And then we got the what, okay, or the result. So 3x your audience and double your revenue. And then you have the when in the next 180 days. All right, that's a pretty good offer. Cool. I also provide them with a VSL on my website to sell them further on the why. So I say why this is important, and I kind of tell them how as well. So, and I also show them the how. The reason I do this is to show I know what I'm talking about, build some authority, credibility, and who I've worked with in the space in the past. So that builds some social proof as well. I already know what you're going to ask. I haven't worked with anyone yet. You're probably saying, oh, but how am I going to do a VSL and how am I going to show my testimonials? Like, I haven't worked with anyone yet. I don't have any clients. As I mentioned, I also started with 0 clients. So this is a process you have to go through. I know everyone starts off with 0 clients. Like I said, you don't pop out the womb with clients. It doesn't work that way. Here was my website when I was starting out. Well, my first website. Who are we? The number one place to scale your personal brand or your brand. The place where the experts go to. I had 0 clients. I had no reason to say this, like at all. This is my website, all right? I had no business saying this. No business. Literally no business. And I said, the number one place to scale your brand. Okay? So we all start somewhere. I didn't even have an offer on my website. But we all start somewhere, right? Sometimes you just need a little delusional confidence. That's sometimes all it takes. And then from there, you put stuff into place. And then a couple years later, you're living your dream life. Like what happened, all right? You want to keep your extensive message short. You don't want to write paragraphs. Like here's an example of what not to do. So at Gym Solutions, we help gyms of all shapes and sizes grow memberships, improve client retention, and increase revenue. Our approach includes social media ads, email marketing, local partnerships, and even optimizing your gym layout and equipment. We also guide you through client retention strategies with follow-up emails and personalized offers. We've worked with gyms across the country to achieve impressive results, such as increasing membership by 10% in just 30 days. Our clients love our flexible approach, detailed reporting, and continuous support, including weekly calls and performance tracking. If you're ready to scale your gym and break free from the outdated marketing tactics, sign up now for a 100% satisfaction guarantee. Spots are limited, so don't miss this chance to dominate your local market. This is terrible. Way too long, too much of the how, not enough curiosity, too bland, just not how you do it. You want to say it in as few words as possible, while still keeping the who, result, and when. As few words, but still who, result, and when. So, let's say, gyms, you're just one step away from achieving, desired outcome or specific result. Let's say 100% membership increase in the next 30 days. Okay, so double their memberships essentially. That's a crazy offer, but obviously this is on top of the dome, just going straight out of the out the dome essentially. So let's take another niche. Let's take podcasters. Okay, so podcast hosts, you're just one step away from achieving, let's say, 50% monthly increase in viewership in the next 60 days. Okay, so that's an example of another niche, another offer. So we help niche solve problem in time frame. So we help gyms solve, let's say, membership retention in 30 days or less. Okay, so we help gyms solve members leaving in 60 days or something like that. Okay, that's terrible, but like this is just an example of a what do you call this? Like a example, right? So, or a framework you can use. That's the right word. So if you're a let's take gyms, another gym. Like obviously you should use your niche, right? If you're a podcast host, we guarantee to get 100,000 views in the next 60 days or less. These are just examples. Obviously, it's just frameworks you can use. So don't copy this exactly. I'm going to go over some resources as well you can use to create your offer from scratch. We will dive into these in week 5, outbound philosophies, and how to actually use your offer in your outbound scripts and your DMs and emails, how to actually integrate that. All right, so we're just creating your offer right here. So sales pitch, conversational presentation of your offer. So it's a bit longer, usually one-on-one on a Zoom call. They have shown interest in your offer. That's obviously why they are on the Zoom call in the first place. They showed interest, either through a DM, email, content, or an ad. All right, that's essentially all you can use, or referral. They want to know more. They're interested, and that's where you obviously pitch them on your sales call. Sales pitch is usually around 2 minutes long. It covers a lot more than your extensive message. You can't just say your offer and then just sit there. They want to know a bit more about the how and how. So what do you actually do precisely? The steps. Only if you ask, you should do that, right? You shouldn't, cover everything from front to back. Exactly what you're going to do. You don't want to add too much, because that will just add extra, extra noise and extra objections that they can give. So just give like your as potent as possible, just like in a perfect 2-minute package, exactly a high level strategy, what you're going to cover, and then from there they can ask specific questions which you can answer. All right, enough to get them to buy. So let's just do this again. So it covers a lot more than your extensive message, enough to get them to buy. All right, it covers your methods, high level strategy, benefits, social proof, etc., which you don't necessarily use in your extensive messaging. More on this in week 3, Socratic selling. Right, now you know how to build interest around your offer. Let me show you how you can accomplish the opposite. So offer creation, red flag. So things you should avoid. And if you avoid this, you are in the right direction. Like Charlie Munger says, all I want to know is where I'm going to die, or all I want to know is what not to do, so I don't go there, so you don't do it. And that will just create the opposite, which is success. So one of the easiest ways to build a banger offer is to find out what not to do and do the opposite. So that's why I'm sharing the offer creation red flags. So yeah, I already mentioned this quote a few times. Let's discuss some offer creation red flags. So not concise. So simple scales, fancy files. And I fell for this trap as well in the beginning. Like I wanted to make it as fancy as possible because I wanted to stand out a lot. Like, no, keep it concise. Simple scales, fancy files. Clear over complicated every single time. People want to know exactly what you are offering. Don't make it too complicated. Like we build this infrastructure and this integrates with that, and then we got this system that, no, don't go too complicated. No guarantee. If you don't have a guarantee, you simply won't book any appointments. Add a guarantee. And that's just to get them on the call, as I mentioned. Not necessarily to get them to buy. And also I have my take on guarantees as well. So yeah, if you don't have a guarantee, you simply won't book any meetings. Like you just won't. So over-promising and under-delivering. So set reasonable expectations, then meet or exceed them. Don't set expectations too high. Like, don't say, we will help you make an extra $100,000 a month in the next 2 weeks. It's like, that's a bit crazy. You should have this balance. You should strike the balance between having a, decent and people that desire this outcome, but, set reasonable expectations, then meet or exceed them. Don't set expectations too high. The last thing you want is misaligned expectations, which I uncover in onboarding as well in later weeks. So inadequate testing, your first offer will most likely not be your last, so test constantly using the scientific method, all right? So the offer you are creating, which you will use resources for, all the knowledge you will ever need to craft an offer, like this is really the only video we'll ever need. It still won't be perfect because you need feedback from the marketplace, all right? Which I'll also show you how to do. So playing it safe, be bold in your approach. It should scare you a little, but playing it safe never works. Like you don't want to, promise something that's just like, oh, maybe I can do this. Like it won't create a desire for them to act, right? If it's just like, oh, we will help you make an extra $1,000 in the next 2 years. People aren't necessarily gonna act if you have an offer like that. So be bold, but also don't go too crazy, like overpromise. Strike a balance, the middle way. Copycatting. Copycatting never works. You don't know the reason behind the offer. Like that's why I covered the client acquisition 101, the fundamentals, because you need to know the reason behind why it works. That's why they create the offer in the first place. So use other offers for inspiration. Like you can copy them, okay? But you can steal it, right? But then just add your own twist to it and know the reason why they used it in the first place. And focusing on features, not benefits. This is a thing I see a lot of people fall for. So client want results and outcomes, not features. They don't want the paid ads. They want the extra clients that come with the paid ads. You sell the sizzle, not the steak. You sell the outcome, not the services, all right? Only mention features when they ask. When they literally ask you, then you can tell the features. But don't go out and mention all the features from the start. Only when they ask you. And market mismatch. Creating an offer is downstream from your market, their pains and desires, which obviously you uncovered in Plato's pathway. What outcome do they really want? And you do this through market research. That's what's so important. An offer is not good because you like it. Just because you like the offer doesn't mean it's good. An offer is good because your market resonates with it. You have to put yourself in their shoes. You truly have to. That's why, obviously, our offer is so good because we know our market because we were our market. But, with your clients, you don't necessarily going to know them. So that's why you need to do sales calls. You need to talk with them. You need to understand what their desires are. You need to do market research. You can ask ChatGPT as well. You really need to put them in their shoes and what they would want and then give it to them. So the best way to do this is through feedback. First, you act. So you create your offer after this module and the resources. You do that. Doesn't have to be perfect. You just act and you send your offer to people, all right? Then you measure. So essentially getting feedback from the clients. You analyze where you can improve, adjust, which obviously comes after analyzation, and then you act again. So it's this feedback loop, all right? First you act. You just go out and do it. Like your offer doesn't have to be perfect. The way you get a perfect offer is by sending it to the marketplace and seeing what they like, seeing what resonates with them. And after that, you can make adjustments and analyze and measure and then act again. So you're constantly iterating your offer. So it's not going to be perfect, but you're definitely further ahead than 99% of people creating offers. Keep refining until your offer fully resonates with your audience. So we're not done yet. Your offer can resonate 100% with your audience. It's exactly what they need, yet they still won't buy. It can be the perfect offer, resonates completely, exactly what they need, but they still won't buy if you price it incorrectly. So premium pricing, okay? This is an important one because this ties it all together. If your pricing doesn't reflect your perception and how you're perceived by the marketplace, people won't buy, like full stop. So you can do everything right. Do extensive market research. Have a perfect niche. Reach out to hundreds of people per day. Have an offer that fully resonates. Your calendar fully booked. Sales down to the T and still not make money. Okay? That's a bit too extreme maybe. You'll probably still make sales, if you do everything like this perfect to the T. But you won't make as much sales as you would like. And you still make, decent sales, but you'll make a lot more if you price it correctly. All because you priced it incorrectly, all right? So listen up, because this is important. This ties everything together. Pricing is not just about the numbers you charge. It's the value you communicate. if you position yourself as a premium service and your pricing doesn't reflect that, obviously you want to have a premium service, charge anywhere from $2,000 to $10,000 a month for your service. Yes, like one of our clients, pays us $9,000 a month, right? So it's obviously perceived as a very valuable service, and they stick with us for close to a year now. So paying us $90,000, stick with us for 10 months, right? Or because we are actually a valuable service that we offer. So perception is important to get them to buy it, and then from there you need a valuable service that actually gets results to get them for the long term. You don't want to sign a client and then they leave within 2 weeks. It's like, nah, don't do that. So you risk turning clients away. So if you position yourself as a premium service, which you want to do, and your pricing doesn't reflect that, you risk turning clients away. They may perceive it as risky, even though it's the exact same service. You change nothing about the service, the pricing is just a bit off, they will perceive it as risky. So let's say you got a Ferrari dealership, right? Obviously the perception is great. You're standing there, you're talking with the, let's say you walk up there, you want to buy a Ferrari, okay? You have an intention of buying a Ferrari. You have enough money, let's do it, okay? You see all these Ferraris standing there. The sales guy walks up to you, he's like, yo, what kind of Ferrari do you want? What's your budget? You're looking at the cars, you're walking through, you want your red one. All right. I'm selling a Ferrari. And he says, I'm selling a Ferrari for $50,000. Usually they go for like $250,000, close to them, $300,000, $1 million even. So, but if you have to buy it before you can see it. So obviously that's essentially what you're doing with your services. They are buying before they can see it. But if they say usually they go for $250,000 to $1 million, all right? But he says, I'm selling a Ferrari for $50,000. So a fifth of the price, even less. But you have to buy it before you can see it. I wouldn't buy it. I wouldn't spend $50,000, because like, what's wrong with this Ferrari? Like, why is it so cheap compared to the other Ferraris, right? Let's say you do buy it because it's a steal. Like, oh yeah, I'm going to buy it because like usually Ferrari goes for $250,000 to $300,000 to $1 million. So I'm going to buy it for $50,000 because it's a steal. So you give your $50,000. Obviously those notes, that's more like $10, but you know what I mean. You're giving your money, $50,000, and you get this, right? You bought it, no guarantee, no refund. It's like, damn, I thought I was going to get an amazing Ferrari. It's probably still worth the money, but you get my point, okay? This is probably worth more than $50,000 still, all right? But you get my point, okay? So, your perceived value needs to match your price. So if they said, oh, I'm buying, here's a Ferrari for $200,000, usually goes for $300,000, I'm like, okay, this is probably good. But if they say like, oh, this Ferrari is $10,000, I'm going to be like, nah, like this is probably not going to be it, like probably going to scam me. Even though it's less money. I would still buy the $200,000 one because I know the perceived value matches the price. When they do buy, need to exceed or at least meet expectations. This is important. So if you have a premium service, everything needs to be on point. The onboarding needs to be on point. The support needs to be on point. Everything, okay? On point. Premium. Otherwise, they will ask for a refund or not buy again. It's much easier to get a client to buy again than sign a new client. Much easier. The LTV is also much greater. So imagine signing one client and then paying you $90,000. All right, so one client. Sign them once and then pay every single month. That's obviously much better than going out and chasing all these clients. So pricing has a huge psychological effect on how people perceive value. So you got 3 bottles of wine right here, okay? This is actually a scientific study they did. It's an experiment. So we got cheap wine, we got average wine. This is a price, okay? So cheap priced wine, average priced wine, and then got expensive priced wine, okay? So 3 bottles of wine. And then 4 people, they are wine testing, and they are testing these bottles of wine, okay? So they got the cheap wine, average wine, expensive wine. So they are testing, first off, they try the cheap wine. They're like, okay, this is not that good, the flavors are not that great. So the pricing is different, okay? So that's what I mean by average and expensive and cheap. Then they try the average wine. Like, okay, this is decent. Maybe the first bottle is like $10. The middle one is like $50. And then, or like the average one is $50. And the expensive one is like $1,000, let's just say. Okay, they put the price tag on the wine bottle. They taste the cheap one. They're like, not that good, the $10 wine. Then they chase the $50 wine. They're like, okay, well, this is not that bad. And then they taste the expensive one, which is $1,000. They're like, wow, this is absolutely amazing. This wine is just from the Greece wine farmery. Like, this is just absolutely amazing. It's the wine that the Greek philosophers would drink. Okay. Pricing isn't a one size fits all. It should be tailored to your client avatar. Okay. So I don't want to go, like, I still need to finish my story. Okay. I thought I was going to go on with the story here, but anyway. So they taste his wine, and then after the experiment, the wine tester or the wine guy says to them, all these wines are the exact same. It's the exact same wine in all three bottles. They're like, no way. Just because the pricing was different, they perceived it and even tasted it differently. This is real, by the way. Like, this is real science. Like, a real experiment was done. These three bottles are the exact same wine. Same bottle, bought 3 times. Okay? But they just put a different price tag on it. This price tag was $10, they put it on there. This price tag was $50, they put it on there. This price tag was $1,000. It was like, wow, this wine is absolutely amazing. This one, not that good. But the exact same wine. So literally just the price influenced them to see the wine differently and taste the wine differently, even though it's the exact same wine. Pricing isn't a one size fits all. It should be tailored to your client avatar. Okay? Their purchasing power and their expectation of value. So you got Planet Fitness right here, right? For $9.99 a month. Okay, so what type of client, what type of member or gym goer is going to this gym? You can just probably know. You're not going to find very high value people going to this gym, all right? Whatever you think of that, okay? What about this? More like a personalized consulting health coach, 10K. This is $9.99. This is $10K. Think about the type of person who would pay $10,000 versus $9.99. Like, what type of person would go here to this gym, okay? And what type of person would buy this services, which is $10,000? Completely different person, vastly different client avatar. Or the type of people who buy iPhones is way more expensive. But you even have this thing, and you can't deny this. People who have an Android, you're like, oh, this guy. Why do you have an Android? Like, just buy an iPhone, bro. And someone who has the newest iPhone, they're like, wow, this is a cool guy. I like this guy. Just because he has a more expensive iPhone. And don't kid yourself. You do this. It's human nature. Okay? And you think, oh, you're this virtuous person. They're like, no, all people, like, I see them in the exact same way. BS. Like, when you see someone with an iPhone, like the newest iPhone, it's expensive, it's luxury. You see them with the iPhone, you're like, wow, okay, this guy's kind of cool. I like this guy. What's your name? But you see someone with like an Android or like, an old, I used to have an Hawaii P30 Lite, terrible. People literally treated me differently. So it's true, okay? It's a completely different client avatar. Completely different. Higher pricing elevates the perceived value, like we did with the wine. $1,000 wine literally tasted different. It's the exact same wine. It influences the perceived value. Let's see what Alex Amosi has to say about pricing. So he has this thing called virtuous versus vicious cycle of price. So your clients and your business in the middle, price decrease, price increase. So emotional investment, this is how invested they are in your services. So if you increase the price, so the emotional, so this is the price increase, right? And price decrease. So emotional investment, your emotional investment of your clients increase when you increase the price. And it decreases when you decrease the price. So, the investment I have of people who go through this is not that much because it's free. It's literally zero. The price is zero. So the emotional investment you have is not that much. But when you pay for something, you increase your emotional investment. It increases the perceived value as well. So with our paid community, it might be a bit more expensive for you, but you see it as more valuable, even though it can be the exact same. And it kind of is the exact same as the free community because it's the exact same modules, right? But the actual community part is going to be way different because just as I mentioned with the $9.99 gym and the $10,000, health consulting, like what type of clients is going to pay the $10,000? Way better clients, better people. You just know they're going to be better people, right? And the reason you have in the, let's say you're going into the airports, right? And then you have this like expensive lounge that you can go to. It's the exact same thing. But what type of people hangs out at the $500 lounge? It's better people. It's like they would pay money, just not to be surrounded by Karens and like crying babies and stuff. So like they are more sophisticated people. All right. So it's not necessarily that it's different, like the expensive lounge, but you perceive it as more valuable as well. Okay. Also, the results increase when you increase the price. When you decrease the price, the results decrease. The demandingness, so the actual demandingness of you, so from the client, it decreases when you increase the price. So, my client that pays me $9,000 a month, I don't even message. Like, we don't even message at all. Like, every 2 weeks, 3 weeks, we send a message, how's things going? Here's the money, let's go, So, but when you decrease the price, the demandingness of your clients increase. Let's say they pay $50 and that's like the entire savings. We got, this meme of like, the client that pays $50 and the client that wires $50,000. The client that pays $50 is like, yo, Andro, my life's going to change. I just want to tell you, like, this is a massive investment for me. Like, what's the next steps? Like, where do you need to go? Like, tell me exactly what to do. The $50 client. But the $50,000 client is like, just send the wire. When do we get started? Like, that's all they say. So the demandingness decrease a lot because it's the type of client. So revenue for fulfillment per customer also increase. If you have more money to play with and to use to, obviously fulfill on your customers, it's much better. But when you decrease the price, you have less money to help them. All right. So then your business as well. If you increase the price, you increase your profit. Obviously, you perceived value of self. You see yourself as more valuable when you increase the price as well. When you decrease the price, you see yourself as less valuable. Your business perception of impact, the results increase when you increase the price, as we mentioned right here with the results. And with the price decrease, you decrease it. And service levels increase and decrease. And sales team conviction also increases. So, when it's a higher price, your sales team will think perceive it as more valuable, and therefore they will be more convicted on the calls as well. So just pause and look this through. You can look this through again. Study this because that's the influence of pricing. Okay, virtuous versus vicious. Vicious, virtuous. Okay. It's important to note there's no right or wrong price. Price as high as you feel comfortable charging. Like you want to crack a smile when you mention your price. Okay, it's like, wow, this if someone says yes to this, is amazing. Okay, so this is how much I charge. So this is like monthly retainers that I charge for my clients, right? So they pay me this every single month. So this is taken a while back, and as you can see, I've got like 1, 2, 3, 4. There's like 5 extra payments from this client. $7,500 as well from other clients. Loads of clients pay me that as well. So yeah, it's all monthly retainers. So if you don't crack a smile when you mention your price, you're not charging high enough. Never price based on how much time it takes to deliver. Like, get out of the time paradigm. It doesn't matter how much time it takes. Only price based on value and how much value you can provide through your services. So if you can help someone make an extra $100,000 a year, you can easily charge 10 to 15K. Would you pay 10K to make 100K? Or would you pay 15K to make 100K? Obviously, that's why they would as well. Like, everyone would pay 10K to make 100K. But like, then it comes down to the perceived likelihood of achievement. Your confidence, your offer, your clients, okay? And that's obviously why they would as well. That's why they would pay this money. So product offer dynamics. You know the saying, easy choices, hard life, hard choices, easy life. You know that, right? It's the exact same when creating your product or your service. Easy product, hard life. Hard product, easy life. So what is mentioned by easy product, if it's just a product you put together or the service you put together in 1 week, it's like, don't put too much effort into it. You can have a hard life or a hard time getting clients and hard time with client acquisition. If you have a hard product and you put a lot of time and effort into creating your service or your product, you can have an easy life, easy time getting new clients. Okay? So it's a pain cycle, essentially. So if you put a lot of pain in the front end, you can have less pain in the back end. If you put less pain in the back end, like pain in the form of sacrifice and putting in effort, you can have a lot of pain acquiring clients. Okay? So product is, in this case, is the service you provide. If you provide an excellent service, you'll have an easy life, easy time getting new clients, easy time keeping new clients. If you provide a terrible service, you will have a hard life. Like you sign a client and then the next month they leave. Now you need to have more clients. Harder time getting new clients, and that's just terrible. If a product is easy to create, people can just replicate it and steal your market share. Like you need to have some form of a competitive moat and a differentiation with your product. You'll become just another commodity. Commodity is like, let's say toilet paper. Like you can get anywhere. And so you'll just go to the place with that as the cheapest toilet paper because there's nothing really spectacular about toilet paper. So you just go to the cheapest one. You don't want to become a commodity. You want to become Rolex. They can charge any amount of money really. There are substitutes, but there's no, a real replica of Rolex. You want to be one of one. You want to be in your own, like as Naval said, the way to escape competition is through authenticity. Authenticity is how you become one of one. So you don't want to become another commodity leading to price wars. Just like the lowest price wins, and then it doesn't work like that. Conversely, if it's hard to create, like your service, you put a lot of time and effort into it. Like this product, we put so much time and effort into this, like 300 to 400 hours combined just in week one. Like in total, we're probably going to put around 1,500 hours combined into our community. Okay, probably more, probably way more. It usually delivers more value. Okay, if you put a lot of time and effort into it, obviously it will be much better. It will create more value in the marketplace, making it harder for competitors to replicate. Therefore, no one will be able to compete with you because you just put so much time and energy into it. Other people need to put the same amount of time and energy into it. And most people won't do that because they can't go through the pain that's necessary to do it. You're in your own league. You're one of one. You are like this castle in the middle of a lake, and you have this moat, which is essentially your competitive edge. People need to go through this moat and swim across this lake to be able to compete with you. It's like your barrier. It's like your security almost. So if you put a lot of time and effort into your product or service, you'll have an easy time getting new clients, easy time retaining clients, easy time getting results for your clients. So you will experience pain either way. Pain creating a product or pain getting new clients. So you'll experience pain either way. Just know pain creating a product will lead to more results in the back end. Okay? So it's actually less painful to create a very, very good product. It's less painful because if you put in less pain and effort and sacrifice with your product, you're going to experience prolonged pain in the future, getting new clients forever. You're going to market forever. So hard product equals easy client acquisition, and easy product equals hard client acquisition. Would you rather spend 2 years creating an amazing product or let your product do the marketing for you, which is referrals? Yeah, referrals. Or spend 2 months building a mediocre product and market for the rest of your life. Just market forever. Alex Omozi's $100 million offers, which I have right there, right, makes $100 million, no, not $100 million, but $100,000 a month passively. He does nothing. All because, right, he spent 2 years creating an amazing book, right? It's good, but I don't think it's like that good. It's obviously like props to Alex. I would not be able to do it. Like obviously I'm a bit more early stages in my entrepreneurship journey, and I will learn a lot more. I will achieve a lot more. I'm obviously still young. He's still making $100,000 a month passively, right? So from his book, or because he put a lot of time and effort for 2 years. So the book does the marketing for itself, like in the term of referrals. Okay. The harder it is to create your product, the easier it will get to get clients. A good product is the foundation of any business. Okay. A good product is the foundation of any business. It's like the source where everything comes from. Your offer serves as the tool to attract clients. Your offer alone won't save your business. You can promise the world with your offer, but if you can't deliver, you will suffer severe consequences. Like the offer will get people in the door, but if you don't have a good service or product to back it up, like you're not going to get clients for the long term. All right. If a product doesn't deliver and get results, clients will spread negative word of mouth. The thing about word of mouth is that it compounds. Like 1 tells 2, 2 tells 4, 4 tells 16. It just like goes like that. Okay. And either up or down. So it can go in the good direction, positive direction, or negative direction in the wrong way. You obviously want it in a positive way, okay? Based on the quality of your product. So make sure it's damn good. Spend a lot of time creating a good service, a good product, actually delivering results. So then you don't have to spend all that time marketing in the back end. People will just tell other people, oh, buy this product or go into Andro's community because it's so good. You just need to get in there, okay? Because it's so good. And that's obviously free marketing, essentially. So you might get some initial wins with a strong offer, but in the long run, which I emphasize this so much, like I want you to get results for the long run. That's why we got the health module in there as well, to sustain success for the long term. And a lot of entrepreneurs, I see it. Like they get results for 1 or 2 years, and then they slacked on their health. And then they're like, oh shit, I should have never done that. All these guys come back to it. I should have focused on my health. I shouldn't have sacrificed my health. The money I made does not replace the health I lost. And, it's like this circular logic. It's like people sacrifice their health to gain wealth, just to sacrifice their hard-earned wealth to gain their health back. Just do it systematically. Be healthy. You don't have to make $1 million the first year. Systematically, $100,000, $200,000. There's even exact science that shows you will be more happy, you will be more fulfilled if you make systematic improvements. Okay, so like $100,000 the first year, $200,000 next year, $300,000, $400,000, $500,000, $1 million, like incremental improvements. Okay, you don't have to go crazy. You will be more fulfilled and happy for the long term as well. But in the long run, you'll see increased churn and refunds, which is no bueno. You don't want to have that, all right? Your reputation and money should increase systematically or simultaneously over time, like I mentioned in market mindfulness. You want your money, like, I will come back, and I'm going to say this, right? People, they focus so much on money. The best way to go about it, for the long term, even you'll get better results. I'm saying this, like I guarantee this. If you focus on all areas of life, every single day, systematically. Don't sacrifice your health, sacrifice all your friends and family and love life, and sacrifice all of that, sacrifice all of your happiness just to make money. Don't do that. Systematic. Focus on money. You have 16 hours a day. Focus on money, maybe 10 hours of the day. Focus on health, 2 hours. And then that's 12, so another 4 hours, 2 in relationships and happiness, okay? So focus systematically. Stay healthy. Focus on all areas. Focus on your health every single day. Focus on your making money every single day. Focus on relationships, right? Friends, family, romance. Focus on your happiness every single day. And with that, all the things you want in life come from compound interest, like Naval said. Health, relationships, money, knowledge. All of this comes from compound interest. So don't go crazy with money and then you're like burned out and like, nah, systematic. Trust me with this. I'm doing it myself. So I'm practicing what I'm preaching. And I can tell you, I got an amazing physique, making good money, not crazy money. Obviously I'm going to make more, but systematically. Good friends, family, romance, all of that. Happiness, pretty happy. Systematically. Trust me on this. And a lot of mentors that taught me also say this as well. And they all come back to this. So they might focus all the time and effort into money, but then after a while, they're like, I was wrong. So, systematically. Not like this, just money and then sacrificing reputation. Because the long-term play is reputation. Warren Buffett, he can lose all his money, all of it, zero. But he has such an amazing reputation, he can lose all of this money. But he has such an amazing reputation that when he loses all of it, someone will give him $10 billion. Yo, just invest my money, take it. Because it's such an amazing reputation. Reputation is a long-term play. Okay? Not making money for the short term. Like, stop thinking short term. Stay humble, focus on value creation, and lead with purpose. This is ultimately what I want to leave you with. We are at the end. Okay? Stay humble, focus on value creation, and lead with purpose. Like, just write this down or like do something with this, okay? Tattoo it on your forehead, okay? Stay humble, don't get cocky. You don't know anything. Like Socrates said, one thing I know is that I know nothing. Focus on value creation. If you provide a lot of value, the one who provides the most value wins. That's why we give all this free stuff away. Because ultimately, we are also doing this to make the most money possible, by the way. Like, we are doing this to make a lot of money. Okay? It's not like we are this virtuous people. Oh, no, I just want to give everything away for free. Like, I also want to make a lot of money. Okay? But I do this on creating a lot of value. So I'm giving the marketplace something, and that will give me something in return, which is money. And lead with purpose. All right? Now it's time to put in some work. So with the previous modules, it was a lot more, theory based, but this is where the rubber hits the road. This is where you actually need to take action. And you're going to be like, oh no, I'm going to watch more modules. I'm going to watch more YouTube videos. No, like you actually need to do this. Like I put a lot of time and effort into creating, these 2 resources for you, which is number 1, Plato's Proposal Prelude. So understanding your market research. Okay. So I will cover each one. And then Plato's Proposal Components. So actually going over the key components, what you want to create in the offer. All right. So let's open each one. Plato's Proposal Prelude. And then we also have Plato's Proposal Components. So let's do number 1. Go to viewing. Cool. So congrats. You're one step ahead from crafting a 10 out of 10 offer and making some serious cash. Welcome to Plato's Proposal Prelude. In today's competitive marketplace, creating a 10 out of 10 banger offer is not only crucial but necessary. In this section, we'll dive into understanding your market's desires, market research, market resonance, and current challenges, okay, and then goals, obviously. Remember, clients don't buy because they understand what you sell. They buy when they feel understood. You do this through market research. This is essentially helping you to do market research, okay? Step 1, understanding their drive. So we mentioned in the beginning, drive, okay? Is your client avatar primarily goal-driven, seeking improvement, or pain-driven, seeking relief? How does this distinction influence your approach? Okay, this will change, or this will, if you answer this question, you'll know how to package your offer, how you are able to position your offer in the marketplace. If you know they are, goal-driven or pain-driven, it's very important. So number 2. Are there any subconscious motivations that could play a role in their decision making? Like desire for status. Like I know my marketplace definitely wants status, and this is a big one. Desire for freedom, fear of failure, security. Like what are subconscious motivations that could play a role in their decision making and their drive? Okay. How can understanding their deeper subconscious motivations, like these ones, influence the positioning of your offer? Like, with my offer, I say they can, on the sales call or whatever, like most of these you will use in the back of your mind. You won't necessarily use it in your email, like, oh, you want status, so this is the offer that will do it for you. Like you mention it on a sales call very subtly, all right? So for example, I say we can blow them up on social media. I can say, you'll become the thought leader in your space. You'll become the number 1 in the industry. All the views, and we live in an attention economy, all the sports go to number 1. Like I'm positioning it that way, okay? So these 3, very important. Number 2, desired versus current situation. So what would heaven on earth look like for them? What's their dream outcome, okay? How does this ideal align with their subconscious motivations? How does this align with these ones, their subconscious motivations? Like our heaven on earth for my clients is like the number 1 in the industry, okay? So it's obviously the desire for status, okay? So this will let you understand them a bit better, okay? Explain all the ways that their current situation differs from their ideal situation. How does it differ? Like this is to understand them, okay? Market research. I gave you a few questions that you can use to understand your clients a bit better. And obviously this takes work, okay? Like obviously welcome to business, all right? Explain all the ways that the current situation differs from the ideal. So how does this differ, the current situation, from heaven on earth, okay? Number 4, how does it make them feel to know they're not yet living their version of heaven on earth? How does this make them feel? What are the pains they're experiencing? You can use this in your marketing and sales. Number 5, how can you emphasize this pain to create urgency without overstating it? So without being too overbearing, just like that ad I showed you with all the money and the, hot deals now and act now. And you don't want to go too crazy, but how can you emphasize this pain to create urgency, all right? And how will your service bridge the gap, current situation and desired situation, right? Write it down in 5 simple steps or less. Like what are the actual steps you're going to follow to get them from their current state to their desired state, okay? Write it down here. Number 3, And we're done after this one. So the roadblock. What is currently stopping them from reaching their desired outcome? Like, what are the challenges they are facing? Okay, write that down. And number two, how does each problem impact their life and business? So this is more about the pain, like how each of these problems that they're facing, like the problem and the challenge, right? We got the drive, then we got the goal, then we got the problem, right? And then we got the pain. So, and then we obviously got the confidence that causes them to act. So those are the key elements of client acquisition. So how does each problem impact their life and business? Like, what are the pain? And rate each problem on a scale of 1 to 10. So write down the 5 problems, right? The top 5. And then each one rate out of a pain scale of 1 to 10. What solutions have they tried before that ultimately fell short? So you can mention to this to them as well. You can say, oh, you've probably tried, paid advertising with this agency. You got burned in the past. And like, wow, this guy really understands me. And then they feel like you have the solution. So all of these questions are meticulously designed, and I put a lot of time and effort into this, especially this one as well, Pareto's proposal components. So it's meticulously crafted in a way. Every question, right here, like you need to answer, all right? It's put into steps as well. So yeah, where was I? So how will your solution stand out from the ones they've tried before? What unique value can you bring to the table? So your USP, your unique selling point, like how will you be different from all the other ones they've tried, right? This is important. They're going to ask you this as well, like how are you different from other agencies, right? So write that down. Number 5, what might be the tipping point? So the action threshold from confidence that drives them to seek a solution now. Like what is the situation, right, where they're just like, nah, the pain of staying the same is just too much. I need to change. Like what's the tipping point from them? Like what's just too much? Number 6, in what ways can you increase your client's confidence in your offer to decrease the perceived risk? So obviously, if your confidence in your offer is amazing, if the confidence in you is amazing, and the confidence in your clients is amazing, they will act. Like that's just how it is, all right? So the only reason they didn't buy, there can obviously be some other reasons as well, but mostly it's because of your offer, your clients, or your confidence, okay? Because at the end of the call, they usually buy because of you, because they haven't even received the service yet. So how can they assess that? They buy because of you. They buy in you. They invest in you as a person. All right, so that's number 1. Plato's proposal prelude. Just go click here and make a copy. Okay, click on it, file, make a copy. Okay, this is more about the market research. So Plato's proposal components is more about the main components we covered. All right, so welcome to Plato's proposal components. In this Google Doc, we'll explore the essential components of building a no-brainer offer, as Alex Hormozy likes to call it. After completing this resource, you'll have all the necessary information to go out to the marketplace and market your offer. So as you can see, the slides is not enough. Like all these slides, obviously it's great. It gives you the theory, but here's where the rubber meets the road. Like this is where you actually, create your offer. Like you can have all the theory up here, but if you don't have the actual offer to show it, it's useless. And as you can see, it's quite a lot of pages, right? So because it's a lot of components. So the question, step 1 is core components. So what specific tangible outcome will your offer deliver for your client? This is where we understand their desired outcome. What secondary benefits might they also achieve? So, they might want bookings, but those bookings result in more revenue, and those more revenue, that revenue increase, gets them more status among their peers. So, tangible outcome, and what secondary benefits might they also achieve? Okay, so the increased audience is not just more views, it's increased status. They feel better about themselves as well, increased confidence in themselves, more customers, more subscribers, more status, more customers, as I mentioned, more revenue, like more freedom. So what are the secondary benefits that they'll also achieve? Okay, you can mention this on your sales calls then. So what realistic time frame can you promise to achieve the desired outcome? So just write that down. Every 30 days, 60 days, 90 days, 180 days. I wouldn't suggest anything more than 1 year, okay? I wouldn't even suggest 1 year, it's a bit too long. And I also wouldn't suggest 1 week, okay? So yeah. Is this time frame short enough to generate curiosity? Also long enough to seem reasonable, okay? So just a yes or no right there. Number 2, creating value, right? This is the, obviously let me just do this, viewing. Okay, so this is obviously the diagram I showed in the modules. So how can you articulate the dream outcome in a way that feels both desirable and attainable? So it shouldn't be just desirable. It should be attainable as well because perceived likelihood of achievement. That's obviously why it's there. So how can you articulate the dream outcome, what they want to achieve, in a way that feels both desirable, what they actually want, and attainable? It needs to be attainable because if it doesn't seem attainable, they'll just scrap it off, okay? And they need to be able to feel it and actually see it in the future of them acquiring this desire. Number 2, what proof or case studies or testimonials can increase the perceived likelihood of achievement or achieving the outcome? If you don't have any proof, you can leave this question open. So this will obviously increase this component right here. So if you have any case studies, maybe clients you've worked with, like in the beginning, I would mention I worked with Iman Gaji, but I had to remove that because he said, I can't use that anymore, which is fair enough. Or testimonials, stuff like that. So number 3, the best companies just takes what's already working and do it in half the time. Like Netflix, you don't have to go to the cinema. You can just click Netflix and watch a movie, and the algorithm is designed in a way where it literally gives you the movie instantly, okay? Then Amazon, obviously the one-day shipping. Uber, obviously easy transportation. You don't have to wait for a taxi. That's ultimately, if you watched, I think it's Philosopher's Matrix, how Uber was started. It's because he was frustrated on a New Year's Eve with his taxi services, okay? So how can you reduce the time delay to results? Okay, so you got the dream outcome, you got the perceived likelihood of achievement, you articulated well. How can you decrease the time delay? You want to decrease the bottom off and increase the top off. Okay, and the best companies just decrease the bottom off, time delay and effort and sacrifice. Do you have different options to reduce effort and sacrifice? The less effort and sacrifice they have to go through, the more valuable they offer, as I mentioned. So do you have different options to reduce effort and sacrifice? Like one of our options is that 0 time commitment is needed at all. 0 time. 0 effort as well. So obviously there's time delays, a bit of a difficult one. Like anything instantly is pretty difficult, but you want to decrease it as much as possible. Okay, so we have from current situation to desired situation, our time delay is pretty quick as well. So we have a pretty good offer, obviously. So number 3, core component enhancements. So naming, create a unique, memorable name or phrase for your offer that generates intrigue and separation from your competition and differentiate yourself. So, some examples, like as I mentioned, build and release, like Serge Gutari, he's doing the exact same thing, but just because he named it differently, he stands out. So Tim Ferriss, becoming superhuman. Wow, that sounds like it creates intrigue and separation, even though he can have the same diet and protocols as Dave Asprey, right? It's a different name. So Make America Great Again, that's Donald Trump, okay? Bulletproof Diet, Dave Asprey. The One Funnel Away Challenge, Intrigue, Russell Brunson. Millionaire Mind Intensive, he wrote a book called The Secrets of the Millionaire Mind, okay? T. Harv Eker. So 30 Days to 10K, that's Dan Locke, okay? 67 Steps, Ty Lopez. So write your name and phrase down here, okay? That's to differentiate yourself and create intrigue. You can use this in your landing pages. Might use this on your email as well. So your USP, your unique selling point. So what unique angle, feature, or process can you use to differentiate yourself from other competitors like Apple, Tesla, Amazon, Netflix? They all use unique angles and features to differentiate themselves from competitors. Like Apple, sleek design, which is obviously their trademark. Okay, the Apple is just like a very beautiful phone. All right, that's why some people don't even wear the iPhone case or cover because it's such a beautiful phone. Tesla is obviously the electric cars. Amazon, very fast shipping. They created a monopoly. Like no one can compete with them. So, number 2, what components of your offer cannot be easily replicated by competitors, and how can you form a moat around your business? So, a moat is essentially, the differentiation factor. So, people have to go through that as well. So, it's it's something that a moat is a form of a protection mechanism. Okay, so write your components down here. And what cannot easily be replicated by competitors. You don't have to have this right now, but you can look at implementing it. So bonuses. What additional small bonuses or discounts can you provide or include to enhance the main offer and get them to buy? So increase value to price discrepancy. So value to price discrepancy is you got the pricing right here and the value, okay? So the value should always be higher than the price, okay? you never want the price to be higher than the value, because then people will just refund or they won't buy again. Okay, so this will increase the value to price discrepancy. Okay, if you add bonuses, but also don't go too crazy. Right, as I mentioned with that ad, the hot deals, like it just looks cheap. Okay. In what way will these bonuses address additional pain points that the client might have? So don't just add bonuses for bonus sake. Like add them so it actually addresses pain points as well. So guarantees. What are the primary concerns your client might have before purchasing? Understanding these concerns will allow you to tailor a guarantee to their exact situation. So before they buy, what's some concerns they might have? All right. Number 2, how does your guarantee provide a safety net for clients who might be hesitant to buy? Number 3, how can this guarantee be structured to attract committed clients rather than flaky ones? So example, to qualify for my guarantee, they need to sign for 6 months. It ensures committed clients. So you don't want people just to buy because of the guarantee, all right? So what are some things you can add to attract committed clients rather than flaky ones? So quantify your guarantee. So we guarantee at least 20 qualified appointments or leads in the first month, okay? So actually quantify it. The thing, people like numbers and quantification because that makes it real and tangible. So write it down here. It can be views, leads, money, clients, appointments. Okay. So here are some examples of satisfaction guarantees, results guarantees, and performance-based guarantees in the gym, real estate, and solar niche. So I'm not going to go over each one. You can read this on your own, but let's just take a couple. So double up in 60 guarantees. So results, satisfaction, I wouldn't recommend these ones. Performance-based. So results is double up in 60 guarantee. If our paid ads campaign doesn't bring in at least 30 new signups or free trials within 60 days, we'll work on an additional month for free. Okay, so that's an example. Let's take this one, satisfaction. Max exposure promise. If our marketing doesn't meet your expectations in terms of property, visibility, and qualities of inquiries, we'll improve the strategy at no extra cost until you're happy with the results. So yeah, it's a bit more subjective, which I wouldn't really recommend. Okay, performance-based. So perfect placement promise. We'll only charge our fee based on the number of leads converting to installations, aligning costs with tangible results. So clearly write out your guarantee and specify which guarantee you're going to use. Okay, results, satisfaction, and performance-based. So write out your guarantee. You've got enough examples right here, and use your own creativity as well after you quantified it, and use all of this information to clearly write out your guarantee. Okay. Scarcity and urgency. So scarcity is availability will run out, and urgency is time will run out. Availability and time. Okay. So number 1, you can't take on unlimited clients. What's your max? Like you can't take on 1,000 clients tomorrow. Like it just can't. So what's your max? Okay. You can't take on 100. Is it 50? Is it 20? Is it 10? So if unsure, guess, and transparently mention that on a sales call for real scarcity. People can sense through it. If you just provide scarcity for scarcity's sake, they can smell it. All right. So actually guess or calculate what's your max clients and then tell them that. All right. So that's obviously scarcity. Are there seasonal or market factors that could make your offer especially relevant now? So urgency, like act now, like a Black Friday special for e-commerce brands, like is there something like that? Yes or no? And then obviously write down, if so, what is it? Introduce an urgency element to encourage them to act now rather than later. So, as I do the setup fee. So we have this thing called incentive-based pricing. So if you act now, we will remove the setup fee of $500 and it's just $2,000 a month. Okay. So yeah, you can either remove, which is also kind of like a bonus, or you can add a bonus. Okay. For urgency. And how does urgency or scarcity enhance the perceived value of your offer? So I already mentioned this in the slides, but I want you to write this out yourself. Why does this actually enhance the perceived value of your offer? Why do you think so? And number 1 is resonance, or no, next one is resonance. How well do you understand your target client's inner thoughts, feelings, and deep desires? Okay. Very well, not so well. And how can you refine your messaging to ensure that your target client generally feel understood? So this obviously comes through market research and talking to them. So number 3, are there phrases that particularly resonate with your clients? So these are some examples. The gym niche, your last trainer didn't get it, did they? This obviously resonates with people looking for personal trainers. Real estate, tired of open houses with zero foot traffic? Doesn't really resonate with me, but with real estate agents, a lot. E-com, optimize your sales funnel for mobile buyers. Like mobile buying is obviously a bit difficult, so optimize it and then that will resonate with them. Coaching, stop trading your time for money. So you can, read these and write 10 phrases that resonate with your audience right here. Okay. They call this latent conditions. So it's stuff like deeply resonates with them. And you do this through understanding them. And if they feel like you understand them, they feel like you have a solution. Okay. Number 4, putting it all together. So your concise messaging. So here are some examples. So acquisition.com is we scale businesses. And you can't say that. Like acquisition.com, they're obviously very professional and all that. You can't say this because, it's Alex Omosia and Layla Omosia. They're obviously already experts in their field. So they can say we scale businesses. They can say that. But you can't because you're not yet an expert in your field. Tesla, accelerate the world's transition to a sustainable energy. And Starbucks is a pretty cool one. To inspire and nurture the human spirit, one person, one cup, and one neighborhood at a time. Okay? And here's mine. We help scale personal brands through organic content. Okay? That's the concise messaging. It's more for you than for your clients. But yeah, write out your 1-sentence concise message here. So a checklist before you actually go over to extensive messaging. Does your 1-sentence mission plan clearly state the primary goal of your business? Yes or no? Does it speak directly to your audience's needs, desires, or pain points? Through organic content. A lot of people like that. And they want to scale their personal brand. That's the need and the desire, okay? And it also addresses a pain point because it's organic content and they don't want paid ads. So is the language straightforward and easily understandable at a glance? People aren't going to study your offer, so they need to be understandable at a glance. Is there a unique aspect that makes your business stand out? Read the message out loud. Does it flow naturally? Okay? So extensive messaging. What additional details can you provide in an extended format? So this is where you're going to use in your landing pages, right? In your emails, in your DMs. This is the extensive offer messaging. So what additional details can you provide in an extended format like this? What details can you add, like on a landing page, that builds curiosity without revealing everything, without revealing the how so much and the what, okay? You obviously want the results. So write out your extensive message here, right here. Remember the who, right? Who is it for? Call them out. Result, what's their desired outcome, and when. Like to make it alive, right? So congrats, you've now created your own offer. Good stuff, okay? Like, I applaud you for going through this video. It's a long one, okay? It's probably your brain is a bit tired right now. So you can go for a walk, or maybe tomorrow you can create your offer. You don't have to. I'm not going to be like these guys. Oh, you have to do it right now. Like you don't waste any time. Like obviously you need to have some urgency. But like if you're tired, you want to eat, go for a walk, right? And then you can come create your offer. Okay. So here's some examples. Agency owners, coaches, and consultants. We are one step away from learning how you can fill your pipeline with 30 to 105 qualified appointments every single month, guaranteed. So that's an example of Charlie Morgan. Okay. Here's an example of Sabri Subi. Okay, this crazy offer. Look at this one. Here's my one right down here. And then this is an example of Iman Gaji, East Digital Launchpad. Okay, launch your high income career from aspiring entrepreneur to achiever. So aspiring entrepreneur, that's the who. Okay, so agency owners, coaches, and consultants. That's the who. Result: 30 to 105 qualified appointments, and the when every single month. Okay, so red flag and testing. Is your offer simple and clear rather than overly complicated? Yes or no? Okay? Or just yes, it just needs to be this way. Okay? Does your offer include a guarantee to decrease perceived risk? As you can see, we don't mention the offer here. The guarantee. Okay? They just say guaranteed. We guarantee. So it mentions the guarantee, but I don't exactly show on my landing page, on my website, the guarantee. I don't say, or we refund all of your investments. I don't say that, okay? I just say guarantee and pay and results, all of that. So does your offer include a guarantee, okay? Are you setting reasonable expectations without over-promising on results? So, Iman Gaji, right? He doesn't necessarily show a result. Like Digital Launchpad empowers entrepreneurs with hands-on guidance, expert-led training, and a thriving community all in one place. Like it doesn't really show results. Like you're going to make 10K a month next month. Like it doesn't say that. Okay. So but he's obviously more, he's an expert in his field. So you would trust him either way. So gathering feedback. Have you tested this offer with potential clients and gathered feedback? Yes or no? And how will you analyze and adjust your offer based on client responses? So as I mentioned, your offer is not going to be perfect, all right? So as you send it out to your audience, you're going to get feedback from them, right? So number 6, pricing strategy. How much do you feel comfortable charging for your services? I wouldn't suggest anything less than 2K, okay? 2K a month. Anything less, I wouldn't really suggest that, okay? So how do you feel comfortable charging? All right, so if this is a bit too much, you're not comfortable with that, yeah, it's just going to be an uphill battle. Like, I would suggest that, like, you just need to be confident. Like, I don't really know how to explain this. Like, as I mentioned, people have this delusional self-confidence. Like Joe Rogan and Adam Sandler, they did the stand-up comedy. People booed them, but they was just like, no, my comedy was amazing. Like, you know, it's just a tough crowd. Like, I'm great. I'm awesome. Okay, so this delusional self-confidence. Does your pricing reflect the perceived value of your offer? Perceived value. Because they haven't bought it yet, right? If not, how can you change it? All right, and just say right there. Does the price align with your client's avatar's purchasing power and expectations? Like, if you're working with college students, you can't charge like 10K because they are notorious for being broke. So, purchasing power, does it align with that and the expectations? If not, how can you change it? Yes or no? And how can you change it? Okay, so we're almost done. As you can see, the end. All right. Do your offer, or does your offer, or do your offer tiered, oh yeah, this is right. Do you offer tiered packaging or pricing to act as a price anchor and appeal to various budgets? If not, create at least one super high ticket. So your super high ticket package, let's say your monthly is 2K, but you have one for like, let's say 10K a month. So just write it down, okay? So just have one. You never know. Some people just want to buy the most expensive one. Like, I had a client like that. He said, I have 3 packages, but he just wants to buy the most expensive one. He's just that type of person. He wants to buy the most expensive one. All right. So just list one here. You might get lucky and actually get one. So why not? All right. And it also acts as a price anchor. So when I mentioned 10K and then 2K, 2K sounds much less than if I mention at $1, $2,000. Okay. So it's a price anchor. It's psychology. To finish up, write down your offer and its price right here. How do you feel about it? Does it resonate with you? It doesn't need to be perfect. You'll refine it as you go through feedback, okay? So yeah, once you write that down, to the end, you completed these modules. Obviously, it's quite a lot to unpack, but that's business, okay? So yeah, let's go back to these slides. So those are those two. There's a time and place for theory, and there's a time to take action, okay? So most modules, it's a bit more theory-based, but this is action, okay? You need both. You need to take action as well. So welcome to business. So summary, client acquisition 101. So we got the key elements like drive, goal, problem, pain, action, and confidence. So they all manifest because of the previous one, okay? Pain threshold and action threshold. When people feel enough pain, they will act, and confidence threshold as well. So offer alchemy. So we got the core components like the desired outcome, or desired outcome focused, time frame, the value equation, naming, and copy what's working. Offer alchemy part 2, stuff to make it more compelling, like the icing on the cake. Uniqueness, bonuses, guarantees, scarcity and urgency, resonance, perceived value, and the main thing, which is the value, okay? Conversion copy formula, we got the concise messaging, just for you mostly, extensive messaging, which is going to be on the email, the DMs, and landing pages, VSLs, and you got the sales pitch, which I will uncover more in Socratic selling. Then we got offer creation red flags, not concise enough, no guarantee, add a guarantee, please. Over promising and undervaluing or under delivering, not good. Inadequate testing, playing it safe, copycatting, focused on features, not benefits, market mismatch, and feedback loop. Okay. So yeah, sell the sizzle, not the steak. Okay. So yeah, premium pricing, important one to put it all together. Positioning, perceived value, psychological effects. Alex Hormozi's virtuous versus vicious cycle of price. Price based on value. Okay. Don't price based on how much time it takes. Price based on how much value you can provide. Product offer dynamics. Easy product, hard life. Hard product, easy life, okay? Hard choices, the same as in life. Hard choices, easy life. If you always take the hard choices, you can have a good life. But if you take the easy choices, you can have a hard life, right? That's taking the choice of comfort, all right? You're going to have a hard life. That's just how it is. So yeah, if you enjoy this one, please leave a testimonial at testimonial.to/the School of Athens. I would really appreciate this. This would help us grow the community as well. And you can also inspire other people to take action, okay? So your journey really inspires others, as I mentioned on this page as well. So here's a quote from Henry Ford. If I asked people what they wanted, they would have said faster horses. So, right, you want to give them what they want, or sell them what they want, but give them what they need. So, back in Henry Ford's time, people wanted faster transportation. They just said, oh, I want faster horses. So you give them what they want, which is faster transportation, but what they need is actually a car. So this can be extrapolated into your offer as well, right? Give them what they want, more status, more fame, more revenue, but actually, or sell them what they want, sell them the status, the money, the customers, the better business, the bigger business, sell them that, but give them what they need, the systems they need to put in place, the packaging, the offer maybe differently, the marketing they need, the paid ad campaigns, give them what they actually need. So, yeah, Henry Ford is obviously a smart guy. And if I had asked people what they wanted, people don't necessarily know what they want. They would have said faster horses. Like, Steve Jobs as well. Like, people didn't ask for, like, the MP3 or whatever, the iPod. They didn't ask for that. But, people don't necessarily know what they want. You want to give them what they want and show them what they need, okay? Very important one. So, yeah, that's the last slide. It's obviously a pretty packed module. I would suggest you go over the first part, Client Acquisition 101, a few times, because that really solidifies stuff. Like, if you go through this once, it won't stick right here. All right? So, yeah, congrats on going through this. Like, this is obviously good job. Obviously, the theory is important, but after that, action is also very important. So, yeah, obviously take action on the resources. Once you're good with that, you don't have to do it right now. Obviously, you've gone through a lot of these modules. You need to solidify stuff. But also, there's nuance. Don't take a week to go through the resources. You can do it the next day. Or you can take eat some food, replenish a bit, go for a walk, and then you can do the resources. All right? So with that said, hopefully you enjoyed it, and then see you on the next module. So this is actually the last module of the free week. So if you want access to the paid one, as I mentioned, you can just go on week 2 and you'll see a link. Or you can go to school.com/the School of Athens. All right. So you can go there, you can pay for that, you can join that one, which is a bit more tight-knit community, and also access to the rest of the modules, more calls, better. All right. So with that said, see you on the next one. Bye-bye.